Everyone claims that Jiang Yubai is a beta, which is truly unfortunate. He is destined to be looked down upon, inevitably becoming the one abandoned in any relationship. And indeed, this is the case until he encounters Ji Yezhou. With fervent intensity, Ji Yezhou boldly professes his love. Suddenly, his life is invaded, and Jiang Yubai simply wishes to escape. However, Ji Yezhou's forceful grip holds him captive, gazing at the pale nape of his neck. He asserts, "Only by marking you completely will you not leave me, is it not?" Chapter 1. Cohabitation. The room is illuminated solely by a warm yellow light at the entrance, enveloping the late night in a moist and tender embrace. Jiang Yubai's pupils lose focus, and in a daze, he extends his delicate wrist to push away the alpha who has drawn near once again. A low, husky voice whispers temptingly in his ear. One last time, Ji Yezhou kisses away the tears that have seeped from Jiang Yubai's delicate eyes, enveloping him in his strong, broad arms, filled with the richness of post-satisfaction. "Affection, let us move in together. You've been too busy to give me any attention lately, always saying you're occupied when I ask you out. If we cohabit, such concerns would vanish." As Ji Yezhou leans in for another kiss, Jiang Yubai turns his head away. The smooth, pale nape of his neck bears the marks of possessiveness. Yet, no matter how many times it happens, a beta without glands can never be completely marked. His slender, refined face glistens with a thin layer of sweat, and his lightly tinted lips, having been kissed repeatedly, are a deep crimson, yet his eyes regain a distant, indifferent gaze. "Get up first." Jiang Yubai's voice is laced with exhaustion. Ji Yezhou, aware that he has overstepped today, obediently steps back. Jiang Yubai slowly rises from the sofa, lifting his long, bony fingers to fasten the shell buttons of his white shirt, one by one, starting from his collarbone. His gold-rimmed glasses, previously placed on the coffee table, are now perched on his delicate nose. Once he has managed to appear somewhat presentable, he scrutinizes Ji Yezhou. Ji Yezhou's Adam's apple moves. The earlier scene was undoubtedly a visual feast for him. "That I was in the wrong today, but you never responded to my messages, leaving me no choice but to find you." Ji Yezhou, rarely apologizing, wears an expression of slight grievance on his otherwise sharp, handsome face, creating a dissonance. He is not particularly tenacious. He waited for over 4 hours at the door. Had he not found Jiang Yubai, he might have turned Star City upside down. Jiang Yubai remains silent, seemingly pondering the nature of their relationship. It has only been 3 days since they last met, yet Ji Yezhou has come knocking tonight. Recently, due to a company project, Jiang Yubai has indeed been busier than ever. Compared to alphas, he must exert far more effort, for he is the beta least favored by others, perceived as mediocre and inconsequential. In the end, regardless of how busy he becomes, he is merely regarded as just a beta. Such has been his experience. He had never disclosed his address, and their encounters have predominantly occurred in hotels. Beyond those walls, their lives were meant to remain unentwined. In fact, he had initially withheld even his name. This is because Ji Yezhou is an S-grade alpha, a rare and exceptional individual. That night in the bar was indeed serendipitous. Whenever his emotions plunged into despair, an insatiable craving would rise, tugging at him from both extremes. In the past, he would isolate himself through medication or engage in activities to distract himself. That day was his birthday. Opening his social media, he was met with posts celebrating his Omega brother Jiang Nanshi, who had won second place in an art competition. Their family was in joyous celebration, the photos showcasing a table laden with exquisite dishes and a 2-tiered cake beside Jiang Nanshi, making it seem like a birthday party. In the photos, the Omega wields a knife and fork to slice the cake, with multiple posts congratulating Jiang Nanshi on his achievement. This was a treatment Jiang Yubai had never experienced. Not even a simple congratulatory message had been spared for him. This neglect stemmed from the fact that his father is an alpha and his mother an omega. Yet they bore a common, unremarkable beta, rendering him a source of shame fostered since childhood by his grandmother, who is also a beta. It was as though he were an extraneous presence. After all these years, he should have grown accustomed to it. Yet, intoxication dulls reason and breeds fragmented emotions. He rarely interacts with others. His chat notifications consist solely of messages from work groups. Feeling his pockets, he sluggishly realizes he has forgotten his medication. Perhaps it lay forgotten on the marble floor at the entrance, as he had felt an urgent need to flee the quiet, empty house. Choosing to celebrate his birthday at a bar was likely due to its livelier atmosphere that he hurriedly rises, finding the restroom sink, splashing cold water on his face in an attempt to regain some semblance of rationality. In contrast to omegas, it is in places like bars, where fleeting encounters abound, that betas are more sought after. They are not perceived as delicate and do not evoke pity. They can satiate certain peculiar tastes without the burden of being marked or held responsible. It is merely a game, cheap yet versatile. Here, he has encountered many who attempted to flirt with him. A prickling heat radiates from his very core, as if desperately seeking something to quell his cravings. The atmosphere is thick with tension. His fingertips dig into his palms, blood seeping from the skin as he struggles against an unspeakable shame. Ji Yezhou, called by friends to Lin to celebrate, finds himself confronted by several alphas blocking his path as he steps into the corridor. The alphas speak in teasing, familiar tones. Are you drunk? Need me to take you home? With looks like yours, being a beta must be quite the thrill. No need for protection. What a gem you are. An alpha licks his lips, desire flickering in his eyes. I saw him sitting there earlier. He's mine. Find someone else. Only then does Ji Yezhou notice they are encircling a beta who leans unsteadily against the wall. He is not one to meddle in others' affairs and has no interest in betas. Yet this group has obstructed his way. Step aside, Ji Yezhou's expression darkens. Who do you think you are, telling us to move? A yellow-haired alpha retorts, intending to add that they should get lost. But then the air thickens with an almost suffocating scent of juniper. The pheromones of an S-grade alpha are an undeniable pressure on lower-tier alphas. Get lost. The alphas, initially emboldened by their numbers, quickly depart, pained expressions marking their faces upon realizing they had encountered an S-grade. The beta seems to awaken slightly, sluggishly approaching him, colliding into his embrace. Ji Yezhou is not known for his patience. The bone piercings at his ear give him an untamed allure. His tall, muscular frame accentuates the frailness of the beta before him, who hunches his back in a pitiful display. You really have no sense, Ji Yezhou scowls, first confronted by the lower-tier alphas and then by this oblivious beta. Yet before he can finish his sentence, the beta lifts his face. Long, thick lower eyelashes clinging together from the cold water, creating a fragile beauty that is thin and easily breakable. Especially as beta tilted his chin and leaned closer. The golden-rimmed glasses accentuated his porcelain-white skin, exuding a sense of asceticism that felt incongruous with his surroundings. Ji Yezhou's heart skipped a beat. Then a soft, cool sensation enveloped Ji Yezhou's lips. It was as if he had swallowed a jelly, the sweetness rushing down his throat to his stomach before he could savor it. A thought of squandering arose suddenly. Shall we? Jiang Yubai's voice was clear and melodious, yet his tone remained calm and composed. Ji Yezhou's heart raced uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he had been aloof and disdainful in front of those lower-tier alphas, yet now he found himself utterly passive. Noticing his hesitation, Jiang Yubai's fingers caressed his neck, the warmth of his breath brushing against Ji Yezhou's ear as he whispered, I'm a beta. You need not feel responsible. Jiang Yubai assumed that this alpha was concerned about being taken advantage of, for no alpha would genuinely desire a relationship with a beta. He had once deeply understood this sentiment, that a faint spiciness reminiscent of gin wafted into his senses, deepening his intoxication. However, he had no time to ponder why the people in the corridor suddenly distanced themselves. It was likely due to the overwhelming pheromones emanating from the S-grade alpha. Before him, that night, they ventured to a nearby hotel, where the alpha's stamina was astonishing. It was also Jiang Yubai who, on this birthday, managed to forget his solitude for a rare moment. Subsequently, the two exchanged contact information. Ji Yezhou would occasionally reach out, even inquiring about personal matters, and soon his frequency of contact increased significantly. It felt somewhat intrusive. What he never anticipated was that Ji Yezhou would be waiting at his doorstep tonight. Initially, they had agreed to be mere bed partners, avoiding unnecessary meetings and interference in each other's lives. By now, they had maintained this arrangement for over a month, which seemed rather prolonged. Seeing him silent, Ji Yezhou spoke in a low tone. If you find it troublesome, Shall I move in with you? No need, that my place is spacious enough. If you want to bring anything over, just let me know. Do you need help packing your things now? Jiang Yubai lowered his gaze. It's over between us. Chapter 2. Missing you suddenly, a bucket of cold water was poured over him. Ji Yezhou's expression froze, as he thought he must have misheard. After all, not long ago, they had engaged in the most intimate of acts, their bodies and souls seemingly fused together. What did you say? Ji Yezhou instinctively sought to confirm, the facade of compliance on his face subtly threatening to shatter. As an S-grade alpha, he was accustomed to being flattered and admired. It was always others who sought his approval. Although Jiang Yubai had been less communicative lately, Ji Yezhou had finally located his home and had waited at the door for what felt like an eternity, only to be dismissed with a mere suggestion of ending things. Did I hurt you? Ji Yezhou inquired, despite the surprise and panic evident in Jiang Yubai's eyes upon seeing him at the door. Did he not tacitly consent when Ji Yezhou pressed him against the door and kissed him? Jiang Yubai's eyelashes fluttered, as if he particularly disliked broaching such topics when his rationality returned. Ji Yezhou was still inclined to check for any injuries on him. However, Jiang Yubai paused, stepping back 2 paces, and stated, "We have no need to meet, and you need not seek me out again." The implication of his words was abundantly clear. For the first time in many years, Ji Yezhou experienced a blow to his pride. Even in a breakup, there remained the possibility of friendship. Yet, Jiang Yubai wished only to sever ties and remain strangers, never to cross paths again. Ji Yezhou's smile turned sinister. Was it not he who had first seduced Ji Yezhou? Now, Jiang Yubai sought to cast him aside? In the confines of the completely sealed apartment, discussing such matters was evidently unwise. The strength of an alpha was not something a beta could withstand. Nevertheless, Jiang Yubai was resolute in his desire to cut off this relationship. The developments had exceeded Ji Yezhou's expectations. Perhaps it was the consequence of being alone for too long. Life for him had become a monotonous cycle of merely getting through each day. A tedious repetition of the same 2 points. Suddenly disrupted, one could not remain a stagnant machine, solely focused on work. Ji Yezhou would occasionally message him, as if reporting his whereabouts, always inquiring about his preferences, yet Jiang Yubai found little to genuinely enjoy. In the realm of social media, apart from notifications from work groups, there was now another presence. During their last meeting at the hotel, Ji Yezhou had even prepared a bouquet of roses for him, bashful and awkward like a youth experiencing love for the first time. Indeed, Ji Yezhou had just graduated from university, a vibrant 22 years old, while Jiang Yubai was nearing 30, a beta at that. The monotony of life, devoid of engaging and lively topics, rendered conversations dull over time. They were never truly of the same social sphere. Perhaps it was the novelty that had yet to fade, which explained Ji Yezhou's ardent enthusiasm towards him. An S-grade alpha would naturally not lack for high-quality omegas by their side, bound by the allure of pheromones. And with the potential of encountering fateful connections, an irresistible attraction that remained beyond their control. After a few years in the workforce, an alpha would likely regard any past with a beta as a source of shame. Jiang Yubai was acutely aware that there could be no future for them. He was unwilling to allow himself to be ensnared any longer, anxiously awaiting abandonment. His body was pressed against the wall by a large palm, the pressure on his shoulder blades causing a twinge of pain. "We were merely willing partners in bed, and I no longer wish for that," Jiang Yubai declared. "Oh, have you found someone new?" Ji Yezhou's face exhibited clear signs of anger. "Yes," Jiang Yubai replied, not wanting to prolong the entanglement. He desperately sought solitude, for it was only then that the omega would be bound by pheromones. A temporary mark lasted merely 24 hours. "I certainly could not be devoted to only you." Ji Yezhou's jaw tightened, his fists clenched, the veins in his arms visibly bulging. "Do you wish to be with him?" Jiang Yubai's lips curled into a smirk, an ambiguous tone in his voice rendering him utterly base. Alphas possess an innate aversion to their kind, let alone sharing a partner. Such overwhelming possessiveness is simply unattainable. Indeed, betas are inherently licentious. With a forceful thud, the wind rushed past his ear, and a heavy fist struck the wall behind Jiang Yubai. Had that punch landed on him, it would have undoubtedly resulted in broken bones. You truly are despicable, Ji Yezhou gritted his teeth, his piercing gaze seemingly intent on carving a piece of flesh from the person before him. If you no longer wish to be here, you may leave my home now. Jiang Yubai's thin lips moved, his expression revealing no emotion. Time appeared to stand still. The alpha's proud ego had suffered yet another blow. The door swung open, only to close heavily once more, as if even the tranquil air trembled in response to the sound. After dressing, Ji Yezhou departed. Alone in the room, Jiang Yubai felt as though the breath he had been holding slipped away, his body sliding down the wall in a state of exhaustion. Cold sweat covering his forehead and back. Not far from where he sat lay the gunmetal gray suit he had worn on his return from work, hastily shed by the alpha as soon as he entered. A sensation of suffocation weighed upon his chest, compelling him to breathe greedily. The air still lingered with the rich aroma of juniper. Betas are not particularly sensitive to pheromonal scents, but perhaps due to the temporary marking, he could faintly detect the deep, warm, woodsy notes of juniper. Typically, he would find himself in bed by around 10 o'clock at night. Otherwise, the stillness of the night would lead his thoughts into a labyrinthine dead end. Having worked late and returned home around 8 or 9, especially after encountering Ji Yezhou, he took a long moment before raising a finger to touch the phone on the coffee table. It was nearly 4 in the morning. He hesitated for a moment before opening WeChat, only to find a chat box set to Do Not Disturb filled with messages from Ji Yezhou. Z, the weather is quite pleasant today. Z, even amidst busyness, one must remember to rest. Z, have you eaten yet? Z, this restaurant is quite nice. I'll take you there next time. You will surely enjoy it. Image, can't you spare a moment to reply? Z, I miss you. The messages were sent at intervals, and Jiang Yubai's gaze lingered on the last 4 words. The words of youth are best taken lightly, should one truly believe them. The ensuing disappointment could be magnified tenfold, or even 100-fold. Jiang Yubai's expression was tinged with self-mockery. Chapter 3. Indifference at 4 in the morning. Ji Yezhou drove a deep blue Continental aimlessly around Star City. The beta could not bear his fury, yet he sought an outlet for his emotions. The howling wind tousled his hair, wild and unruly, while his thick eyebrows framed a strikingly handsome profile that bore an intimidating depth when he remained silent. He had never encountered anyone as peculiar as Jiang Yubai, who, having risen from bed, had turned his back without a second thought. Had he already found a new love? How utterly disheartening. After all, it was Jiang Yubai who had initially seduced him. Did Jiang Yubai extend such treatment to others as well? It was no wonder he had been so busy lately, neglecting his messages. An indescribable jealousy surged within him, rekindling the smoldering anger that had just begun to subside. He could not afford to dwell on it any longer. Without the bond of pheromones, the beta was indeed free to indulge more liberally. Most individuals engaged in the pleasures of the night were, in fact, betas, seemingly relegated to the role of the most trivial of tools for release. Yet, he found himself inexplicably fixated on a despicable beta. It was utterly laughable. Ji Yezhou parked at the entrance of a winding mountain road on the outskirts. His friends, as usual, were nocturnal creatures, awake while the moon shone. He sent a message in their group chat, and before long, several expensive sports cars arrived. As this was their usual racing ground. Weren't you off on a date? What are you doing here alone at this hour? Chi inquired, parking beside him, perplexed. Most of their circle was aware that Ji Yezhou was looking for a partner. Previously, during Xia Xinghe's birthday celebration at Lin, where a booth had been reserved and many Omegas were present, Ji Yezhou had vanished midway. The next day, he was seen with a phone, appearing smitten, as if witnessing a rare bloom on an iron tree. Ji Yezhou had numerous admirers at school and was renowned as a campus heartthrob at Star City University. Typically aloof and unresponsive, yet he had succumbed to affection, prompting curiosity about the celestial being who had captured his attention. Ji Yezhou furrowed his brow. I'm not on a date. I merely encountered a stranger. Then why were you asking me earlier which outfit looked best and whether your hairstyle was handsome? Chi remarked. Could you please be quiet? Xia Xing had chimed in. What are we racing for? How about a race to see who reaches the mountain summit first? The wager will be this car. Deal. It's been ages since I had a chance to showcase my skills. Chi responded, having recently faced strict oversight from his family. His grandfather had insisted that Yu keep a closer watch on him, given his history of being spoiled and causing trouble. Not long ago, an Omega had confronted him, accusing him of being a scoundrel, a heartbreaker. Chi had long harbored disdain for Yu, questioning whether he was a rustic brought home by his grandfather or a rare, undifferentiated individual likely to become a beta. He harbored a profound sense of class distinction and a pronounced superiority complex, viewing even the most subservient gestures with disdain. A few sports cars raced swiftly along the winding mountain roads, the streetlights casting a deep blue hue over the night. Perhaps due to the distance from the bustling urban center, allowing glimpses of twinkling stars in the sky. Just a few days prior, out of boredom, Ji Yezhou had come across a video with over 2 million likes, featuring a couple camping atop a mountain. The wide-angle lens captured the starlit sky as a backdrop, creating an intimate scene where they seemed to be enveloped by the vast cosmos, with only each other remaining. It appeared rather romantic. At that moment, he thought he would eventually capture a similar photo with Jiang Yubai. Ji Yezhou drove at an exhilarating speed, arriving at the summit a minute ahead of the others. Following closely was Xia, who, after parking smoothly, remarked, "Ah Zhou, even if you've suffered a heartbreak, there's no need to drive recklessly. You still have your friends with you. Next time, let us go to Lin for drinks. Last time you didn't show up, Mengyue kept asking about you." Xia Mengyue was Xia Xinghe's sister, and Xia Xinghe was notoriously protective of her, often creating opportunities for them. Which Omega was it that piqued my curiosity? Chi followed closely behind. They were all merely ill-level alphas, while Ji Yezhou, being an S-level, was not lacking in Omega admirers. It was evident to the discerning eye that Ji Yezhou had been jilted, a rare occurrence indeed. He had claimed he was not heartbroken, yet his dark demeanor suggested otherwise. He had summoned them merely as a means to vent his feelings, yet one by one they continued to bring it up. It was impossible to clarify matters with this group. Jiang Yubai had defined their relationship as merely physical. Was he expected to shamelessly pretend they were in a romance? After all, he was just a beta, making Ji Yezhou's affections seem all the more precious. Following a round of racing, his emotions were briefly soothed. He picked up his phone to browse WeChat, only to find that the person he had pinned for top messages had not responded with even a single word. He clicked on Jiang Yubai's moments, where just recently he had noticed a post sharing company news, yet now it was entirely devoid of content. Save for a solitary line. Holding his breath, he randomly selected an emoji to send. A red exclamation mark popped up in the chat window, indicating he was no longer on the recipient's friends list. A vein throbbed on his forehead. Damn it. He was tempted to rush back to Jiang Yubai's apartment, bind him to the bed, and ensure he could never leave. Chapter 4. Gland suppression patch. The relentless biological clock roused Jiang Yubai at 7 in the morning. He had scarcely slept that night, the heavy curtains blocking out the sunlight, rendering the room dim and oppressive, yet cocooned in a fragile yet sturdy shell. He had purchased the apartment with his savings after entering the workforce, establishing a foothold in the expensive Star City. With bewildered eyes, he stared at the ceiling, which seemed shrouded in shadow and void. The scent of juniper had faded considerably. He had neglected to open the window before sleeping, erasing any traces of intruders from his home. After nearly 10 minutes, he forced himself to rise from the bed, his legs trembling as they met the floor, feeling as if they were weightless and devoid of strength. As he approached the wash basin, the man in the mirror appeared weary, his eyelids drooping and devoid of vitality, his complexion pallid, and his chapped lips bearing the marks of desiccation. The unmistakable bite marks on the nape of his neck further captured attention. The primal instinct of an alpha to mark an omega was evident in Ji Yezhou's behavior, as he likely regarded him as an omega. Although the distinct scent of an alpha had dissipated, the temporary marking, devoid of any pheromones, left him permeated with the aroma of alpha from within. He rummaged through the cabinet to find pheromone decomposition spray and gland suppression patches, the latter closely resembling his skin tone, often imperceptible. Such items had only recently become part of his routine, and the pheromone decomposition spray was nearly depleted. Jiang Yubai had little appetite, opting for a simple breakfast of instant oatmeal, sufficient to sustain his body's basic functions. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, a temporary notification from the work group, instructing him to finalize the preliminary proposal for the newly constructed shopping mall in the Northern District, as the investors were scheduled to visit the company that afternoon. After reading the message addressed to all members, Jiang Yubai exited the chat, his gaze lingering on the blank space beneath the group messages. He had deleted Ji Yezhou the previous night, as if to completely excise this individual from his world, ensuring their paths would never cross again. His breath caught for a few seconds before he opened the drawer near the door, withdrawing a pill of paroxetine from the medicine box and swallowing it. Since graduating, he had joined Rongxing Group, and those familiar with him knew he was a workaholic. Tardiness and early departures were virtually unheard of for him. If anyone remained at their desk after hours, it was highly likely to be him. Over the years, he had secured numerous achievements and profits for the company, making his promotion to project manager seem inevitable. However, rumors had circulated that the position was his, only for an alpha who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, to be appointed as the manager, later revealed to be a relative of the chairman, to mitigate company gossip and prevent discontent among the beta employees. He was subsequently promoted to deputy manager, a relatively high position among betas. Entering the elevator of the office building, he found himself alongside two newly hired Omega interns. Jiang Yubai, tall and slender, was clad in a well-fitted dark suit that accentuated his physique. After ensuring he looked presentable and donning a pair of thin gold-framed glasses, he stepped outside, his expression remaining one of aloofness, seemingly untouched by emotional fluctuations. The company occupied the 4th floor of the building, and within moments, the elevator chimed. Upon exiting, he faintly overheard a discussion behind him. "He is so handsome. I can't believe he works for our company. But he appears to be a beta. What a pity. Without pheromones, he seems rather lackluster. There's no way to mark during the heat period. What difference would that make from being a widow? If only he were an alpha. I would definitely pursue him. My father would probably not let me through the door if I dated a beta." The two interns had just reported to Human Resources and likely did not yet recognize him. Typically, only lower-ranking alphas or omegas would opt for a beta partner when no other options are available. Jiang Yubai had heard similar remarks countless times. He had contemplated the idea of finding a beta companion, yet he struggled to forge intimate connections with anyone. He found it arduous to reveal his true self to others, and few could endure his eccentric demeanor. Jiang Yubai had his own office and, not long after, was summoned to a meeting due to the arrival of investors that afternoon. Zhou Ming, the project manager, held a somewhat disdainful view of him both overtly and covertly. "Deputy Minister Jiang, your proposal is lacking. A shopping mall is simply a place for commerce. Adequate internal development suffices. Who cares about the external image? The investors are arriving this afternoon, and your suggestion seems utterly unnecessary, a waste of resources," Zhou Ming declared, dismissing Jiang's ideas outright. The location in Beicheng was rather secluded, and with the rise of the digital age in recent years, Jiang Yubai's plan included establishing a landmark IP at the mall's entrance, collaborating with a currently popular doll brand. This initiative would undoubtedly attract the younger crowd, providing an excellent opportunity for increased foot traffic. Jiang Yubai remained reticent, presenting data analysis through the screen. The figures indicated that this approach could save a substantial amount in promotional expenses, far exceeding the costs associated with the collaboration. "I believe this proposal is viable," remarked Chen Xiaoyu, who had been following Jiang Yubai for 2 years. "Last weekend, I visited a friend's house and noticed numerous such decorative items in her cabinet, all procured at high prices from the second-hand market. Indeed, this is a form of marketing strategy. Moreover, this type of IP enjoys immense popularity, even overseas," she added. Jiang Yubai, having previously been the project lead, was aware of the challenges faced by betas in the workplace. Thus, most of his colleagues were also betas, and the department had not lacked bonuses under his leadership. "What does that signify?" Zhou Ming asked, his demeanor haughty. "I am a minister. Ultimately, this project hinges on my final decision." Zhou Ming, having failed in his previous business endeavors, had nearly squandered his limited inheritance before leveraging his connection through his uncle, the chairman, to secure a position at Rongxing Group. Naturally, He looked down upon someone ordinary like Jiang Yubai. The position of project manager had been vacant, and since Jiang Yubai was a beta, it was only logical for Zhou Ming to assume that role. Does Director Zhang know about this? Jiang Yubai inquired nonchalantly. Jiang Yubai, do not overreach. Were you a mere beta? Zhou Ming snapped. Jiang Yubai had previously bypassed Zhou Ming by directly submitting a project proposal to Director Zhang, a grievance that Zhou Ming had harbored ever since. At least you haven't depleted your family's fortune, Zhou Ming retorted, which incensed him further, though the presence of numerous onlookers restrained his anger. This project faces competition from 2 other companies. If costs are not managed properly, and the proposal is rejected by the investors, brace yourself for termination. He sneered. The meeting concluded on a sour note. Chen Xiaoyu walked alongside Jiang Yubai, urging him not to heed Zhou Ming's baseless claims. If it weren't for his uncle, you would have been the minister long ago. Chen Xiaoyu had harbored feelings for Jiang Yubai for quite some time, but had yet to find the right moment to confess. Typically, their interactions were limited to the confines of the office. When she first joined the company, she had heard whispers about Jiang Yubai's peculiar temperament. There had been beta suitors who had confessed their affections, only to be turned down. She discreetly lifted her gaze towards Jiang Yubai. Perhaps due to the proximity, she noticed that the area at the nape of his neck was slightly darker than the surrounding fair skin. Was he using a gland suppression patch? You can carry on with your work. There's no need to concern yourself with him, Jiang Yubai stated. Oh, all right, Chen Xiaoyu replied slowly, regaining her composure to find that Jiang Yubai had already entered the office. She must have misjudged. After all, there was no way Jiang Yubai would resort to a gland suppression patch, as they were typically employed only by omegas after being thoroughly marked by an alpha. Chapter 5. Fracture perhaps due to insufficient rest. Jiang Yubai leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a brief moment of respite. The project, originally scheduled for a week's preparation, felt rushed as the confirmation submission had suddenly been moved up to today instead of tomorrow. Indulgence had taken its toll, leaving his body in a state of discomfort. A beta's vitality could not compare to that of an S-tier alpha, and given the imposing presence of Ji Yezhou, who often appeared fatigued while Jiang remained invigorated, it was a stark contrast. Last night, perhaps he shouldn't have allowed Ji Yezhou through his threshold. He was unsure when it began, but a sense of emotional void drove him to seek fulfillment elsewhere. His life unfolded monotonously, as if scripted by the universe, lacking any particular interests or passions. Aside from work, he found little to occupy his time. Perhaps only through physical intimacy could he experience the fleeting sensation of being alive, the elusive pleasure that humanity often craved. Yet, it was also dangerously addictive. He struggled with interactions outside his comfort zone, often plagued by an unspoken sense of shame during lucid moments. As a beta, he was already subject to scorn. He had no desire to endure the disdainful glances of others, were it not for the unforeseen incident at the bar. Forming close relationships with others would have been exceedingly difficult. He poured himself a cup of coffee in a break room and hurried alongside his colleagues to finalize the project proposal. By noon, the office was empty as everyone headed to the cafeteria. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Minister Jiang, Chen Xiaoyu called from outside, aware that they were not accustomed to addressing him with a title. Come in, he replied. Chen Xiaoyu, holding a tin box containing homemade cookies, approached his desk with a hint of nervousness. I made these. You can try them when you're not busy with work. The absence of others in the office had given her the courage to approach him. In their limited encounters, she had observed that Jiang Yubai was not only strikingly handsome, but also treated them with kindness. Many times, he had fought for better treatment and bonuses for the beta employees, who were often overlooked. When she first joined the company, she had faced deliberate challenges from the interviewer, feeling too timid to lift her gaze. At that time, she had just graduated and had submitted her resume to numerous companies, while her peers, the alpha students, were often hired after their very first application. She had interviewed at several companies, fearing that yet another opportunity would slip through her fingers. Listening to the interviewers relentlessly criticize her for lacking work experience and presenting an unremarkable resume, she questioned how experience could be gained without employment. Yet, she never anticipated that someone would speak on her behalf. Seated in the most inconspicuous position to her right, a seemingly delicate beta who had remained silent, finally interjected, asserting, "I do not believe she is inferior to others." The interviewers, visibly unsettled, retorted, "In any case, I will not hire her. If you wish to take her on, the consequences are yours to bear." Thus, she found herself in Jiang Yubai's department for the next 2 years. The company generally mandated formal attire, and fitted clothing often exposed bodily imperfections. Yet Jiang Yubai always dressed in a remarkably striking manner. Chun Xiaoyu lifted her gaze to the almost flawless beta before her. If he were an alpha, his accomplishments would surely surpass his current standing. Jiang Yubai expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, but there is no need to bring me these again." Although she had baked them herself, her friends had all remarked on their pleasant taste, and her mother, a skilled confectioner, had taught her how to prepare desserts long ago. With her newfound time, she had taken to making such treats. Chun Xiaoyu hastily clarified, apprehensive that Jiang Yubai might assume she had prepared them poorly. Jiang Yubai paused his fingers above the mouse, gently suggesting, "Let me try a piece." "All right," she replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. As she opened the tin, exquisite cookies shaped like bears were revealed, crafted after much effort in numerous molds. In that moment, she began to grasp why others might describe Jiang Yubai as somewhat peculiar. He always maintained an impeccable sense of boundaries, allowing no one to draw too near. Even in a workplace where colleagues often became acquaintances over time, Jiang Yubai perpetually exuded an air of unfamiliarity. "These are quite delicious. Is there anything else?" Jiang Yubai inquired. "No, that's all," Chun Xiaoyu responded, shaking her head, and reluctantly exited the office. The door clicked shut behind her. Holding a delicate, bear-shaped cookie, she marveled at its charming design. The presentation and arrangement inside the tin clearly reflected the care that had gone into it. However, Jiang Yubai was indeed not accustomed to accepting kindness from others. He believed that receiving was intrinsically linked to giving. In the past, when others had been kind to him, he had felt compelled to reciprocate tenfold, nearly costing himself dearly in the process. During his university years, he had taken a year off from his studies. Yet his mentor deemed it too regrettable to let him go, thus preserving his enrollment. At that time, his condition had been dismal. On the school forum, or while walking down the street, anyone who spotted him would whisper and point, labeling him an overreaching beta, criticizing his audacity in clinging to others, and remarking that he was merely a beta who ought to reflect upon his own shortcomings. The most hurtful of all, however, were not the whispers that circulated. But who could he blame? He could only fault his own naivety. In youth, one often believes that eternity lasts a lifetime. However, eternity is but the fleeting moment captured in a single utterance. He imprisoned himself within a dim and oppressive room, succumbing to the intoxicating embrace of alcohol, languishing through days as if he were a mere shell of a lost soul. He lifted a mirror, confronting the pallid visage within, where dark circles encircled his eyes, and his sunken cheeks and disheveled appearance were decidedly unappealing. When the mirror shattered upon the floor, even the sensation of pain dulled into numbness. Truly, these were hellish days. Jiang Yubai had not the chance to partake in lunch, or perhaps he simply did not feel the pangs of hunger. At 2 p.m, Zhou Ming sent a message in the workgroup, urging that the investors were already awaiting in the conference room. Several key personnel were also to attend the meeting. Jiang Yubai sent the organized project details to the group. The revisions proposed by Zhou Ming during the morning meeting had not been completed due to time constraints. Hence, he adhered to the original plan. Once he had finalized the project manual and approached the conference room, he fortuitously overheard Zhou Ming's sycophantic remarks within. It appeared the firm behind Huijio was none other than the Ji family, and collaboration with them would be our utmost honor. Jiang Yubai did not ponder deeply on this. Yet, as he stepped into the meeting room, the cold, stern gaze of the alpha seated by the door gripped him as if it were a tangible force. He instinctively glanced over, only to feel a crack in his previously composed demeanor. Chapter 6. Are you out of your mind? His pupils trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and averted his gaze. He had never anticipated encountering Ji Yezhou at the office. This was a place designated for work, and he had meticulously delineated his personal space. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai enter, Zhou Ming deliberately introduced him as their project deputy director, a beta, implying any queries from General Ji should be directed to him. Ji Yezhou was hardly in the mood to heed anyone else's words. The sight of Jiang Yubai, all prim and proper, unavoidably conjured memories of the man weeping, tears at the corners of his eyes, pleading with a hoarse voice. He yearned to strip away this facade of hypocrisy. Not only had he been indifferent during this period, but last night, without a word of explanation, he had chosen to end their connection, culminating in Jiang Yubai's removal from his contacts. Quite the audacity. He frequently refreshed Jiang Yubai's social media updates. Despite the post regarding company-related news being shared merely 10 hours after Jiang had deleted him, he had clicked to view it, pertaining to some esteemed projects completed by Rongxing Group. Among them, Huijiu Real Estate, a subsidiary of the Ji family, was mentioned. A little inquiry would reveal the recent developments concerning Huijiu. Notably, one of the project leaders for a bid by Rongxing was Jiang Yubai. On several occasions, he had wished to engage Jiang Yubai in conversation about other subjects. Yet, Jiang Yubai consistently evaded him, seemingly reluctant to delve into personal matters beyond their encounters at the hotel. It felt as though he was on perpetual guard against him, fearing any deeper understanding. Since the morning notifications regarding Rongxing, he had been ensnared in a pathological state of anticipatory tension. Did he wish to sever ties? To completely rid himself of him? Such thoughts were mere fantasies. His gaze, sharp as a blade, was fixated on Jiang Yubai, imbued with a mixture of resentment and irritation. Zhou Ming, having navigated the complexities of his profession for several years, quickly discerned that Jiang Yubai must have offended General Ji in some manner, rendering himself an eyesore to Ji. The stature of the Ji family in Star City is formidable. Aligning oneself with them could provide him the leverage to establish his own footing even beyond his current position at Rongxing. Zhou Ming continued. The preliminary project proposal you reviewed was adjusted by him, particularly inflating the budget for the Northern District. Moreover, many oversights he made were caught during my review, indicating a deficiency in his capabilities. Indeed, Ji Yezhou responded, intrigued to see how Jiang Yubai, who had previously exuded confidence in his presence, would navigate this predicament now. Zhou Ming felt a surge of elation, realizing he had struck a chord with his superior. As a newcomer, he sensed the subtle discord among the team. Although they remained outwardly polite, there was an undercurrent of discontent. He attributed these grievances to Jiang Yubai, and if Jiang had indeed wronged the Ji family, his dismissal would be inevitable. He proposed, should we consider removing him from this project? In that moment, the other colleagues who had participated in the project cast sympathetic glances, seemingly advocating for Jiang Yubai, yet the presence of the investors stifled their voices. At the eye of the storm, Jiang Yubai maintained an air of composure, though internally he wrestled with unease. He had believed he had made his position clear to Ji Yezhou the previous night. If Ji's appearance at the company under the guise of an investor was merely coincidental, only a fool would believe such a notion. The fact that Ji had awaited him at his doorstep without prior knowledge of his address had already raised his suspicions. And now Zhou Ming had the audacity to refer to Ji as General Ji. The implication was unmistakable. Ji Yezhou was the type of individual he could not afford to provoke. Zhou Ming, noting Ji's silence yet perceiving the storm brewing in his gaze, promptly seized the moment, commanding, Jiang Yubai, you may leave. Your involvement in this project is no longer required. Without hesitation, Jiang Yubai stood to depart, but the sharp rap of his hand against the solid wooden desk sent a tremor through the room. It was Ji Yezhou who finally broke the tension, his patience wearing thin. Get out, Ji commanded. Why are you still lingering? Zhou Ming chimed in, urging Jiang to hurry. Ji Yezhou, however, turned his ire towards Zhou Ming, declaring, I meant for you to leave as well. Do you not comprehend? Zhou Ming was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ji pointed towards Jiang Yubai, his brow furrowed deeply. He stays. All of you must go. The group was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, and Zhou Ming's expression morphed into one of confusion and turmoil. What had transpired? Hadn't they all dismissed Jiang Yubai? Why was he the one remaining? General Ji, have you perhaps made an error? Zhou Ming ventured cautiously. Ji Yezhou, shot him a piercing glance. "Do you need me to instruct you on how to conduct my affairs?" Ji Yezhou's emotions were exceedingly turbulent, and the pheromones of the S-Class Alpha were subtly threatening to spiral beyond control. Zhou Ming dared not utter another word. In his attempt to appease Ji Yezhou, he had drawn uncomfortably close, now feeling a chilling sensation creeping through his very bones. Once the others had departed, only the two of them remained in the conference room. In truth, Jiang Yubai wished to linger not a second longer. When Zhou Ming had suggested he leave, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. The company was merely a place for work, and he had no desire to entangle himself in personal grievances here. Not to mention, the nature of his relationship with Ji Yezhou was particularly delicate. However, the situation had reached a point from which there was no escape. The door to the conference room was firmly closed behind the departing individuals, and the projection screen ahead had already been lowered. Unlike the usual meetings, it did not display the prepared project documents. Instead, the projector's light cast two shadows upon its surface. The expansive office table now resembled a bed, and Jiang Yubai found himself nearly cornered, unable to move. Ji Yezhou's hand gripped his slender jaw, his tall figure encroaching between Zhang's straightened legs, as if he were about to address the matter directly, reminiscent of their prior encounter at the hotel. Is this really the place for such behavior? Jiang Yubai finally let go of his feigned composure, his gaze betraying a hint of astonishment. Chapter 7. Intersection. Although the door to the conference room had shut, the company's soundproofing was far from adequate, allowing faint echoes of footsteps and conversation from the corridor to seep through. The tea room was adjacent, with people occasionally passing through. After over a month of interactions, Jiang Yubai was acutely aware of the S-Class Alpha's almost brutal vigor in intimate matters, and at present, Ji Yezhou had not brought along any pheromone suppressants. Should anything transpire, the moment he stepped out of this conference room, he would undoubtedly become the target of public scrutiny. He had no desire to be the center of attention. Ji Yezhou noticed the fear flickering in his eyes and leaned in closer, a deliberate act. "What is the matter? Are you finally willing to speak?" Jiang Yubai attempted to turn his face aside, but the Alpha's strong hand held his jaw firmly, having likely anticipated his desire to retreat. Was it his suggestion to end matters that left the Alpha feeling unsatisfied? After all, he was merely a beta. Convention dictated that he should wait until others had grown weary before being cast aside. Steadying his emotions, he pondered for a moment before speaking. "I apologize for what happened last night. You are still young, and you will encounter an Omega more suited to you in the future. Compatible pheromones will better assist you through the sensitive period. As for us, there is no need for further entanglement." Before he could finish, Ji Yezhou interrupted him sharply. "You don't think I came here specifically for you, do you?" His original intention for being at the company was to confront Jiang Yubai regarding his sudden severance of all communication. As the saying goes, a day as a couple equates to 100 days of affection. Their connection had certainly surpassed mere moments. Yet, it was evident now that Jiang Yubai was all too eager to distance himself. Ji Yezhou seemed to consider his own interests by frequently mentioning other Omegas in Zhang's presence. "I too hope this is merely a coincidence," Jiang Yubai replied. Despite numerous instances of succumbing to the damp shadows, the Alpha's pheromones surged in the air to a critical level, yet the Beta remained insensitively oblivious, unable to fully perceive his fervor. The proximity of their bodies seemed to mask an insurmountable chasm between them. Suddenly, Ji Yezhou smiled, pondering whether he should meet the new love in his life since fate had brought them together. Perhaps he might impart a fragment of wisdom to another, revealing the places that would bring delight, the spots where kisses would send shivers down the spine, and exposing the truth that beneath an apparently virtuous exterior lay a being longing for fulfillment. Though he yearned to unleash a torrent of scorn upon the man who feigned ignorance once clothed, hesitation crept into his words. The man's eyelashes fluttered, and the harsh brilliance of the overhead light rendered his complexion nearly translucent, reminiscent of snowflakes delicately melting in the palm on a winter's day. Such fleeting intersections of their lives could only endure for mere seconds. This elusive sensation caused Ji Yezhou to pause before voicing his inquiries anew. How many times had they met, And when had they first crossed paths? Did he wear that same solemn mask during their encounters? The alpha's tone was unyielding, though these were merely excuses to extricate himself from Ji Yezhou's casual scrutiny. Jiang Yubai lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes, asserting that this was a personal matter unrelated to the current project. Frequently, Jiang Yubai would deliberately evade communication with him, cloaking his avoidance in grandiloquent phrases. Yet, Ji Yezhou, brimming with youthful vigor, found no desire to unravel such convoluted dialogues. He gazed at the lightly parted lips, uttering words he found most displeasing, wishing only to silence them. A man of decisive action, their lips were nearly to touch when a knock resonated at the conference room door. The individual who had just exited had merely closed the door, neglecting to lock it. Jiang Yubai was aware that the lock of this conference room was somewhat faulty. Unless the lock cylinder was intentionally engaged, it was as good as ajar. A more forceful knock would surely pry the door open, exposing them entirely to the scrutiny of others. Jiang Yubai visibly shifted in discomfort, futilely attempting to free himself from Ji Yezhou's grasp. Urgently whispering the alpha's full name, "Let me go, Ji Yezhou." Inwardly cursing, Ji Yezhou wondered which fool had the audacity to knock, oblivious to their serious discussions. Moreover, it was meeting time, and he and Jiang Yubai were engaged in crucial project negotiations. What kind of company lacked any discernment? "Mr. Ji, your tea." A voice called from the door. Realizing that refusing to open the door was no longer an option, Ji Yezhou scowled as he swung the conference room door open, revealing Zhou Ming, who held a porcelain cup of brewed tea. Noticing the impatience etched on Ji Yezhou's face, Zhou Ming presumed that Jiang Yubai had provoked the esteemed Mr. Ji and peered through the crack of the door. At this moment, Jiang Yubai's countenance could hardly be described as favorable. Even his typically immaculate attire seemed slightly disheveled. Could it be that President Ji summoned them for the purpose of reprimanding Jiang Yubai privately? This would indeed clarify matters, and Zhou Ming secretly rejoiced. He feared that if Jiang Yubai ingratiated himself with the Ji family, his nominal position would become increasingly untenable. "I shall place the tea upon the conference table for you," Zhou Ming offered with an ingratiating tone. "Give it to me," Ji Yezhou replied as he accepted the tea, irritation evident in his voice. "Could you possibly move further away?" Zhou Ming expressed his bewilderment once more. The door to the conference room was slammed shut, leaving him with nothing but disappointment. Ji Yezhou casually placed the teacup on the conference table, while the content displayed on the projection screen pertained to the development of the North City District project, which Jiang Yubai had already set up. Jiang Yubai articulated clearly, "I hope President Ji can prioritize work above all else. Forcing others during working hours may tarnish your reputation." Since Ji Yezhou was present as an investor to conduct an assessment, he naturally had responsibilities to fulfill. As for everything else, Jiang Yubai had no desire to discuss it within the company. Ji Yezhou's gaze bore into him, seemingly perplexed by how this man could evoke such irritation. Not a single word he uttered was to Ji's liking. Jiang Yubai wished to avoid futile arguments regarding past events, instead opting to showcase the planning of the Rongxing Group for the project. Although the proposal was the result of their diligent overtime efforts, the presentation lasted scarcely 10 minutes. For Ji, the North City District was not regarded as a prime location and had been entrusted to Huajiao, one of its subsidiaries. However, for other enterprises, it was considered a prime opportunity. Jiang Yubai stood quietly before the screen, as if awaiting Ji Yezhou's evaluation, yet no response came. Jiang Yubai inquired, "If there are adjustments needed, President Ji, please feel free to inform me." With a plop, the pen he was twirling slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor. Ji Yezhou lazily lifted his eyelids, responding nonchalantly, "I have yet to decide. I shall contact you once I have made up my mind." "That should be considered a work-related matter, correct?" Jiang Yubai affirmed. "However, it seemed that last night, Minister Jiang had deleted my contact information." Chapter 8. Strife and Competition. Ji Yezhou paused slightly, deliberately stating, "I wonder if this constitutes a lack of respect towards the client. Is this how your company treats its guests? Deleting a friend, indeed, suggests a finality in our encounters." Jiang Yubai discerned the intentional provocation in Ji's words. Previously, upon hearing Zhou Ming refer to Ji Yezhou as President Ji, he had surmised the man's identity. How many companies in Xingqing bore the surname Ji? Yet, he had not anticipated that Ji Yezhou belonged to the Ji family. Had he known, he would have severed ties much earlier. Perhaps they should not have maintained communication following their missteps. If personal grievances were to interfere with work, Jiang Yubai requested that President Ji engage with others instead. He maintained his composure and dignity. Ji Yezhou, unable to contain his agitation any longer, remarked through gritted teeth, "You truly have drawn the line, quite distinctly." His earlier remarks were merely an attempt to coax Jiang Yubai into re-adding him and acknowledging that deleting him was a mistake. Surprisingly, Jiang Yubai indeed defied his expectations in every aspect. Ultimately, they did reconnect, but it was entirely at his own behest. Jiang Yubai's profile picture was an extremely minimalist white, which he once presumed held some deeper connotation. However, upon clicking to enlarge it, it merely revealed a screen filled with white blocks. As for the nickname, it was conspicuously blank, mirroring the person himself, dull and monotonous at first glance. Social interactions are merely an unspoken maintenance of superficial tranquility. After Jiang Yubai declared that there would be no necessity for them to meet again, it would have been reasonable for them to part amicably, especially since there had been no real connection between them. He was not particularly petty, yet anything related to Jiang Yubai proved intolerable. Moreover, in light of Jiang Yubai's indifferent demeanor, he truly felt like a fool in the eyes of Qi, as if he had lost all sense. Earlier, on the school playground, someone had confessed their feelings, having somehow procured a guitar for the occasion. The spectacle was rather grand, albeit tacky, as a heart-shaped circle of roses adorned the scene, with several candles lit to enhance the atmosphere. In the monotony of life, gossip undoubtedly serves as the best remedy. At noon, a considerable crowd gathered, forming multiple circles around the spectacle, with some even cheering, the commotion growing quite loud. Ultimately, however, the confession ended in failure, leaving the alpha to gather the remnants alone. Those on the basketball court had witnessed the entire farce unfold. Qi took a sip of his electrolyte drink, twisting the cap as he remarked, "What a fool! He has made us alphas look ridiculous. Why not wait until the omega is in heat and sees a better opportunity to mark them?" Someone nearby chimed in, "But he wasn't confessing to an omega. It was a beta. Is he out his mind? There's someone pursuing a beta, and it ended in failure?" Qi appeared utterly astonished at the notion of an alpha pursuing a beta. Just then, he spotted Ji Yezhou approaching and added, "Zhou, don't you think that alpha confessing to a beta in public is utterly embarrassing? If you were in a relationship, wouldn't you seek a quality omega?" Ji Yezhou, who was not particularly fond of the commotion, had only learned of the playground incident through Qi's recounting. With a hint of disdain, he replied, "Love is far too troublesome. There are far more important things to attend to than indulging in such romantic entanglements. Besides, spending every day together, engaging in that sort of activity, is hardly different from being primitive, unevolved beings. Indeed, omegas often attempted to court him, deliberately exuding alluring pheromones so potent that he found them suffocating. Consequently, Qi and his circle frequently speculated whether he harbored some unspeakable secret. There was no secret to speak of, though he had indeed found himself in an uncontrollable situation after indulging. He certainly held no regard for the betas who engaged in promiscuous behavior and lived without restraint. Perhaps every alpha possesses an innate possessiveness, easily marking anything that bears their scent as their own. It may also be that he simply cannot abide Jiang Yubai's pretentious demeanor. Clearly, he is out and about, engaging with others, and when it comes to seducing him, he is anything but reserved. Yet now, before him, he feigns an air of aloofness and attempts to draw boundaries. Is he truly inferior to those wild men outside? After all, who is it that endlessly pleads for his attention? Upon adding him as a friend, Jiang Yubai approached the conference room door, cracking it open to say, "If there is nothing else, I shall return to my duties." Now he seems to exhibit a wolf-like vigilance. Where was his caution before? Ji Yezhou seized the man's arm and drew him closer. Jiang Yubai's slender frame providing no advantage against the force of gravity, nearly toppling into the alpha's embrace. Ji Yezhou taunted, Isn't it a bit too late to maintain your distance? Do you intend to preserve your chastity? Let go, Jiang Yubai hissed, clearly wishing to keep the commotion to a minimum. Ji Yezhou's grip tightened around the man's waist, resembling a constrictor poised to ensnare its prey. His gaze was fixated on the man who was desperately evading him, noticing the trembling lips that seemed on the verge of uttering a refusal. He grasped the man's chin, effectively stifling the unvoiced struggle within his throat. As their breaths intertwined, he forcefully pried open the man's lips, compelling him to endure a heavy, fervent kiss. Just then, a phone rang. Ji Yezhou glanced at the caller ID. It was his father, inquiring when he would return to the family home for his grandmother's birthday. With a drive of over an hour to the old residence, and the possibility of encountering rush hour traffic, he certainly would miss the elderly lady's celebration. He casually responded before ending the call. They had barely kissed for 5 minutes, and today was proving to be anything but peaceful. Upon exiting the conference room, Jiang Yubai's complexion appeared increasingly pallid. Perhaps it was due to the relentless work hours of the past few days, his rest having been severely curtailed, coupled with an almost sleepless night spent exhausting his physical energy. Being alone with Ji Yezhou undoubtedly subjected him to considerable mental strain. Fortunately, that phone call had prompted the other to leave. If anything untoward were to transpire in the conference room, his life could hardly withstand further upheaval. Nor did he wish to be once more nailed to the pillar of shame. Upon returning to his office, Jiang Yubai focused intently on his work. In addition to the significant project in the Northern District, he was also following up with various personal clients. He reviewed several proposals completed by his department in the work group, ensuring there were no oversights. At that moment, his phone, resting beside his computer, vibrated. Instinctively assuming it was work-related, he unlocked the screen. When we next meet, it would be best if I do not catch the scent of others on you. See, after all, I wouldn't mind marking you every day. Chapter 9. Sorting him out, Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow. He was perplexed as to why the alpha, who had left his apartment in a fit of anger the previous night, would bring up such matters today. He initially sought merely a reason to deter further entanglement. As the workday drew to a close, Jiang Yubai unusually organized his documents and powered down his computer. Perhaps the prospect of encountering Ji Yezhou again troubled him. As he stood, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, forcing him to grasp the armrests of his chair to steady himself. Upon opening the office door, the muffled discussions outside became discernible. What a captivating dream figure. It appeared he held considerable standing, despite Zhou Bapi's elaborate efforts to curry favor. He dismissed Zhou with ease. What a delight. Hearing Zhou address him as General Manager Ji. Could he possibly be the scion of the Ji family? If so, might this indicate a prospective family alliance? Such scenarios frequently unfold on television. Yet alas, all the promising prospects have been absorbed internally. Life, after all, is not merely a tale of a domineering CEO falling in love with me. It seems my turn has not yet come. Tonight, I shall transform my sorrow into appetite and indulge in 2 strawberry cakes. Omega still holds a glimmer of hope, with at least a 1 in 10,000 chance of being destined for him, while Beta's prospects seem utterly bleak. Zhou Bapi is a nickname bestowed upon Zhou Ming by the department, known for knowing little of the work and merely directing others. As they tidied their desks, they remained oblivious to Jiang Yubai's presence. Chun Xiaoyu, whose workstation was in close proximity to Jiang Yubai, called out Minister Jiang. Upon hearing her voice, the others instinctively glanced at Jiang Yubai and fell silent. Typically, he would still be at the office at this hour. Jiang Yubai responded with a non-committal What transpired in the conference room earlier? She, too, had attended as one of the project leads, but Ji Yezhou later instructed them to leave. She had always harbored a fondness for Jiang Yubai, naturally paying him more attention than most. Noticing him alone in the conference room, she seized the opportunity while fetching tea to overhear some commotion from within. When she finally saw Jiang Yubai emerge, his expression was stark, as if he had fled in fright. Could it be that this sudden arrival of General Manager Ji harbored violent tendencies and had assaulted him? Chen Xiaoyu pondered anxiously. I'm fine, Jiang Yubai reassured her. That's good to hear. Although Jiang Yubai often appeared emotionally inscrutable, Chen Xiaoyu sensed an undercurrent of suppressed feelings he could not share. Despite her desire for deeper connection, her attempts at conversation were often deftly sidestepped by him. Once Ji Yezhou returned to the ancestral home, numerous younger relatives had gathered to celebrate the elder's birthday. There seemed to be more guests than in previous years. Many young alphas and omegas donned formal attire. The ancestral home stood near the serene Qingsheng Mountain, a somewhat remote location, yet nestled amidst picturesque scenery, ideal for the elderly to recuperate. "Azhou, why do you arrive so late?" Xia Xinghe called from afar, approaching him with a wave. "I heard today is about selecting a suitable omega for you. Have you found anyone appealing? What nonsense is this?" Ji Yezhou frowned, as he had not been informed of such arrangements. "You can't possibly still be unaware, can you? Such a grand affair. Many distinguished omegas have gathered in Star City. Look, Qi has already immersed himself among the omegas." Ji Yezhou followed Xia Xinghe's gaze, observing Qi, who held a cocktail in hand, flamboyantly adorned like a butterfly, effortlessly mingling within the crowd of omegas. Just as he was about to strike up a conversation with another omega, a more composed and reserved young man beside him reminded him to be mindful of their influence. For today's event was hosted by the Ji family. Qi was notorious in Star City for his debauched lifestyle, indulging in every pleasure life had to offer. After all, he was born with a silver spoon, possessing enough wealth to last several lifetimes as long as he didn't squander it. Ji Yezhou was accustomed to Qi's antics, yet he had not considered pursuing an omega just yet. Perhaps it was once due to a disinterest in romance, viewing it as a nuisance, but now there lingered a hint of selfish desire, leaving him inexplicably restless. "If there's no one here to your liking, what do you think of Mengyu? Her pheromone compatibility with you is 80%, which is quite remarkable," Xia Xinghe inquired, glancing at his anxious sister not far away. In their basketball days, Xia Mengyu would dutifully bring them water upon recognizing their positions, acting exceedingly well-behaved. Yet it was all a ruse to capture Ji Yezhou's attention. "Forget it. She's just a little girl," Ji Yezhou replied. "She's 19 now. Hardly a child. What type do you prefer? We've never met that omega you were with before. Otherwise, I could have a word with Mengyu about your preferences. You have no idea how she has been incessantly pestering me these past few days." Ji Yezhou, uncertain of his own thoughts, suddenly remarked, "He is a beta." "You like betas?" Xia Xinghe was taken aback. After all, betas lack pheromones, and the sensitivity period for an S-level alpha can be terrifyingly prolonged for a week. Without pheromones to soothe them, the duration could multiply exponentially. Although Ji Yezhou currently managed his sensitivity period with suppressants, maintaining a seemingly indifferent demeanor, it was impossible to rely on suppressants indefinitely. Wouldn't that lead to dehydration? Ji Yezhou was momentarily caught off guard by this question. While he might have had a fleeting fascination with betas, he had seldom contemplated it seriously. Even in the dead of night, Jiang Yubai would always leave meticulously dressed, wearing an impassive expression after their encounters. There were several occasions when he thought Jiang Yubai might stay the night, only to soon witness the man, with a trembling arm, attempting to rise from the bed. Even when he offered to drive him home, Jiang Yubai would reject him coldly once they reached the floor. He truly wished to pull him back and continue, yet he refrained, fearing the implications of indulging too much. That was indeed self-discipline. "Of course, I don't like them," he quickly clarified. Many attendees had taken notice of Ji Yezhou, including several older alphas who approached him with their omega children, eager to affiliate themselves with the flourishing Ji family. Ji Yezhou politely responded, seeking an excuse to distance himself from the crowded area. He unlocked his phone, only to find that the chat history contained nothing but his own messages. The most recent being a random punctuation sent to test whether Jiang Yubai had once again removed him from his friends list. Ignored once more. Was he perhaps off rendezvousing with another man? Just then, he noticed the words the other party is typing appearing in the dialog box. Chapter 10. Sending flowers. What message would Jiang Yubai send him? Would it be an acknowledgement of his mistakes, a promise to refrain from wandering about, or perhaps an expression of longing to meet? Or would he share what he was currently engaged in, thus providing a catalyst for conversation? Ji Yezhou fixated on the screen. Soon after, a file was sent over. Today's project proposal. Ji Yezhou, with a solemn expression, switched off his phone. He had never encountered someone as oblivious to romance as Jiang Yubai. Just a few days prior, he had noticed it was the Qixi festival, with advertisements everywhere proclaiming eternal vows and roses as proof, suggesting that a mere bouquet could convey more than 1,000 sweet nothings. Many alphas out on dates would purchase a bouquet of roses from a flower shop to present to their partners. He had observed a couple on the street, the boy holding a bouquet of roses at the intersection, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for their forthcoming date, occasionally glancing down at the flowers, adjusting them with care. Before long, a girl dressed in a delicate white floral dress approached, her appearance radiant and exquisite for the date, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, seemingly contagious to those around her. After presenting the flowers, she tilted her face upward and bestowed a kiss upon the boy, the young couple undeniably ablaze with passion. Kissing openly on the street, such a scene stirred something within him. Since their acquaintance, it seemed he had never witnessed Jiang Yubai smile. And as for the last time he had actively kissed him, it had only been during their first encounter in the Lin corridor when he had stumbled into his embrace. There had been nothing since. Although he was aware that Jiang Yubai had been intoxicated at that time, the fervor was undeniably genuine. He too had arranged for a bouquet of roses, selecting the most popular option available. However, upon arriving at their agreed hotel, when he presented the flowers, the man stood there in stunned silence. Realizing his intent, Jiang Yubai's tone remained flat, his words icy. "You needn't bring me such things. Take them with you when you leave." "Then what do you like?" he inquired. "Is there nothing that piques your interest?" The man lowered his gaze, glancing at the time on the watch, and replied, "I must return home before 9. I have 2 hours left." "What will you do?" Whenever such topics arose, the man consistently evaded them, as though their meetings were merely for the sake of physical intimacy. That night, he vented his frustration with greater ferocity than usual. Knowing full well the routine of discussing his return time, he managed to prolong their encounter by over 2 hours. The following day, Jiang Yubai ignored his messages entirely. Previously, he would respond to at least one of the 10 messages Ji Yezhou had sent. He still struggled to maintain self-discipline. Never mind it. Let it all fall apart. For there was no need to treat someone as insincere as Jiang Yubai with the same regard one would offer to an ordinary person. He entered the room of the old residence to visit his grandmother. It seemed that she had recently stumbled while tending to the flowers in the garden. And for some time now, the elderly lady had been resting quietly, her health no longer as robust as before. At that moment, she was reclining in her wheelchair, eyes closed in repose. His father, Ji Yezhou, was also present and gestured for him not to disturb the elder's rest. "You actually know how to return," Ji Yezhou remarked solemnly. "The S-tier omegas from Xingqing are here. See if any of them meet your approval. By your age, I already had you. What is there to compare?" Ji Yezhou retorted, feeling that his father's thoughts were rather antiquated. He could only wonder how his father had endured such beliefs. Ji Yezhou was also an S-tier omega, but after undergoing a second differentiation, he had been in poor health for as long as Ji Yezhou could remember. "You scoundrel!" Ji Yezhou exclaimed. "I shall return once grandmother awakens." Perhaps it was due to his father's strict demeanor throughout his upbringing that he had never particularly enjoyed their interactions. Although his father was gentle in nature, his gaze was tender, yet seemed to conceal a trace of sorrow. Whenever the weight of his academic burdens became overwhelming, his father would secretly allow him a moment of respite, bringing along his favorite mechanical toys. As the evening banquet commenced at 6 o'clock, the seating arrangement separated the alphas and omegas to prevent any pheromone-related disturbances due to proximity. Chi, seated beside him, remarked, "That's an omega from the Jiang family, isn't it? They've been looking at you. I believe her name is Jiang Nanqi. Did she confess to you at school?" "I'm not certain," Ji Yezhou honestly replied, as a multitude of students made it difficult to recall. "Quite a diverse gathering, isn't it? Even a small company like the Jiang family is present." Chi chuckled. "You truly aren't interested in any of them? Are they inferior to your previous omega?" Xiaoxing interjected, "She's a beta." "What?" Chi exclaimed. "So previously, Ji Yezhou left us for a beta?" "Perhaps it was merely a casual encounter," Xiaoxing mused, holding a rather indifferent view of betas. Even ordinary alphas find it challenging during their sensitive periods. How much more so for an S tier, if they were to enter a relationship? it would be difficult to avoid triggering their sensitivity. Betas, in their instinct for self-preservation, often avoid engaging with sensitive alphas. Betas are simply the relics of a bygone era, aren't they? If one must find a partner, it ought to be an omega. After all, alphas have nothing to lose. They can wash away their marks whenever they wish. Even if they are completely marked, they are still the ones dutifully tending to the household and raising children. Chi-Chi's alpha chauvinism resurfaced. Indeed, Chi-Chi had dated numerous omegas, though most of those relationships had not lasted beyond a month. At first glance, his striking features and bright, clear almond-shaped eyes, combined with a decent family background, were quite appealing. However, prolonged interaction revealed many undesirable traits. Despite his youth, he exhibited an alarming degree of alpha entitlement. He often spoke grandly, but in reality, his relationships rarely progressed beyond holding hands before being abruptly ended, leaving him still single. Ji Yezhou addressed Cheng Yu, who was following Chi-Chi. He has had too much to drink. Please take him home. I'm not drunk from this little bit of alcohol. Chi-Chi shot a glare at Cheng Yu. He had always perceived this individual as quite ineffectual, despite not having fully differentiated. Every aspect of him seemed to exude the label of worthless. Yet, paradoxically, his grandfather insisted that this inept individual supervise him during such a critical occasion to prevent any potential mishaps. Recently, he had been plagued by nightmares and restless nights, awakening with aching back and legs, which made him even more irritable at the sight of Cheng Yu. Thus, he decided to shift the conversation to another topic. Ji Yezhou's expression was far from pleasant. He could hardly tolerate disparaging remarks about betas. Chapter 11. Something was missing in recent days. Ji Yezhou frequently visited Rongxing Group under the guise of inspections. Rarely did he skip a day, but today, unexpectedly, Director Zhang sought out Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai was escorted by a young and attractive Omega secretary to a higher-level office, where he found Director Zhang seated in a traditional Chinese tea room, awaiting his arrival. Xiao Jiang, you have been with the company for over 6 years now. Haven't you? Director Zhang inquired. Yes, Jiang Yubai replied. He had joined shortly after Rongxing's establishment, thus earning a place among the company's veterans. Initially, the position of department head was reserved for you, but company regulations dictate that betas must serve a minimum of 7 years before advancing from junior management to mid-level roles. This arrangement is, in fact, a significant exception made on your behalf, Director Zhang explained, hoping to assuage any grievances Jiang Yubai might harbor regarding prior position allocations. I understand. From now on, you will be responsible for several projects from Huizhou. Your performance has been commendable, and you will reach the 7-year mark in just over 6 months, at which point the company's compensation will surely meet your expectations, Director Zhang continued. I regret to inform you that my personal abilities are somewhat limited. After the completion of the North District project, it would be more prudent for Zhou Ming to take charge of the Huizhou projects. Director Zhang, initially confident, believed that in the workplace, the primary aim was to secure promotions and salary increases. He assumed Jiang Yubai must be dissatisfied with the previous role allocation. Ordinarily, he would have reprimanded him, but clearly, the current moment was not opportune for such measures. Although he was unaware of Jiang Yubai's relationship with the Ji family recently, the scion of the Ji family had been specifically seeking out Jiang Yubai at the company. The future Huizhou projects promised greater profits, drawing the attention of numerous competitors eager to seize this lucrative opportunity. Then you may return to your duties and reflect on this matter further. You are still young and should strive to advance your career, Director Zhang said with a composed demeanor, sipping from the freshly brewed Longjing tea. Indeed, in terms of position, Jiang Yubai did not harbor much attachment. He merely sought a job to fill the void in his life. He was acutely aware that the company had hired him due to its nascent stage and need for personnel. This place was not the optimal choice for an alpha. As for the Jiang family, despite their nominal blood relation, they had never acknowledged him. His name, bestowed by his grandmother, was derived from a line of poetry she cherished, symbolizing excellence. His only connection to the Jiang family was a brief encounter with his parents during his grandmother's final days, when she implored them to secure a place for him within their fold. Perhaps it was due to the uninviting environment of the town beneath the city that, during lunch, He could not indulge in the desired fries and fried chicken. At that moment, Jiang Yubai was in tears, and his mother, Qin Fong, cradled him in her arms, her eyes brimming with love and concern. He observed in silence, contemplating the feeling of having parents for the first time. After the funeral, Jiang Yubai heard whispers that he would be taken back to the Jiang family, and he clung to the idea of being shown around. At the age of 10, the long-lost affection made him act foolishly. In a moment of carelessness, Jiang Yubai fell into the pond beside the old house, only to be rescued by Jiang Yongkong, who then delivered a sharp slap to him. Qin Fong, in a state of distress, wept profusely and insisted on taking Jiang Yubai to the hospital for a full checkup, terrified that he might have sustained injuries. The group, preoccupied with their concerns, hurried away, casting glances at him filled with resentment. He attempted to explain, but those who are unloved often find their words fall on deaf ears. Perhaps due to the change of seasons, Jiang Yubai had been running a low fever for several days. This morning, he prepared a cup of cold medicine at home, yet proved ineffective. Perhaps age was catching up with him, and his immunity was gradually waning. Upon leaving the office after work, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Yubai. They had not seen each other for quite some time. Jiang Yubai was engaged in conversation with an Omega companion, their topic of discussion unknown. In the past, Jiang Yubai might have harbored some hope for familial affection, but now he held no expectations of any kind. The Omega accompanying Jiang Yubai was a distant relative of the Jiang family, having attended their grandmother's funeral. The incident of Jiang Yuanqi's near drowning had caused quite a stir, with rumors claiming Jiang Yubai was fostered elsewhere out of jealousy for his Omega brother raised by their parents, and that he harbored a malicious heart. Unlike any member of the Jiang family, a light brown mole beneath Jiang Yubai's left eye made him easily identifiable. The Omega remarked to Jiang Yubai, "Isn't he your brother? He does resemble you somewhat." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanqi's emotions surged. He could not bear the thought of anyone referring to him as having a beta brother. Recognizing Jiang Yubai, he approached with indignation, demanding, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yubai, skilled in the art of retort, chose to ignore him. "Because of you, my legs ache when it rains. My mother regrets giving birth to someone like you." Jiang Yubai knew how to strike at the heart, and seeing Jiang Yubai's indifference, he continued, "Fortunately, with today's medical advancements, there's a 90% chance of determining whether one is a beta." Jiang Yubai replied coolly, "You know full well that you jumped in intentionally." With another Omega by his side, Jiang Yubai seemed taken aback by the mention of past grievances by a once helpless beta. "What are you babbling about?" Jiang Yubai exclaimed, agitated. "Who else would harm me if not you?" The Omega beside him offered reassurance. "Yubai, there's no need to argue with someone like him." Jiang Yubai had left the office a bit later than usual, and as people gradually dispersed, he found solace in the dwindling crowd, disliking the attention of onlookers. Thankfully, Jiang Yubai seemed to recognize that this was not an opportune moment for a scene. After Jiang Yubai departed, Omega remarked that Zhou Ming mentioned Ji Yezhou had been frequenting recently. During dinner, she suggested they let Zhou Ming create an opportunity for a meeting. Jiang Yuanqi's mood began to improve, as it had become common knowledge among the aristocracy of Xingqing that the Ji family was selecting a suitable Omega for Ji Yezhou. Upon returning to the apartment, Jiang Yubai stood before the terrace, where the view was no longer constrained by towering buildings, but rather expansive. His choice to purchase this place was likely influenced by the presence of the terrace, which provided a brief respite to clear his mind. The sky was adorned in deep shades of blue, casting his refined features into shadow. The flickering light from his fingers had dimmed, and the once pristine ashtray now bore several extinguished cigarette butts. He had never been a smoker, but over time, he sought distractions to occupy his mind. Having taken cold medicine, he avoided alcohol. Tomorrow was a day of rest, yet life seemed to feel empty once more. Faintly, he could hear conversations from below, filled with joy as they discussed travel plans. Jiang Yubai had encountered them in the elevator, a couple consisting of an alpha and an omega, fresh graduates, appearing to share a stable relationship. He returned indoors, closing the windows and curtains tightly, perhaps due to the brief, intimate connection with Ji Yezhou last month. His physical threshold seemed to have heightened. His glasses lay abandoned, and in the dim and silent room, His shirt slid loosely down his shoulders, revealing a pale, deeply contoured collarbone. The man's neck strained backward, as his unfocused pupils became gradually clouded with tears, the corners of his eyes tinged with a vivid blush. There was an incessant feeling of something amiss, a profound thirst and emptiness. Chapter 12. Illness. Jiang Yubai had always struggled with sleep, and this past week had only worsened his condition. Although he had previously maintained contact with Ji Yezhou, their relationship lacked significant uncertainties. It was akin to befriending someone online. Certain matters could be shared with that person which remained unspoken among those in his immediate circle. As summer waned into early autumn, the sky appeared shrouded in an unyielding gloom. Around 5 in the morning, darkness still enveloped the world, with distant thunder rumbling and rain pattering against the window. The man's low cough mingled with the tempest outside. Perhaps it was due to excessive smoking the previous night, as a constricting pain echoed within his chest. Yet he remained largely indifferent to discomfort. High fever had left him dehydrated, his cracked lips parted slightly as he gasped for breath. He habitually kept a glass of water on the nightstand before sleeping, but last night it had grown lukewarm, and now, as time passed, it had turned cold. Jiang Yubai lacked the strength to rise and pour himself a fresh cup of hot water. He lifted his heavy arm. The bedside lamp provided insufficient light. As his vision blurred, a sudden shattering of glass pierced the stillness of the room. He closed his eyes, and a barely audible sigh escaped into the quiet space. At times, one inexplicably develops a distaste for oneself, even succumbing to self-reproach. As dawn approached, having just awakened from sleep, he found himself alone in the room, and his despondent mood seemed to amplify infinitely. Unbeknownst to him, the morning light had already broken outside, and the ringtone of his phone began to resonate. After 2 rings, he finally opened his slightly reddened eyes. It was a rare call from Qin Feng. Under normal circumstances, he would not entertain any excessive thoughts. Yet at that moment, his mind hazily recalled the times when Jiang Nanshi would cry and fuss with her as a mother, soothingly cooing and promising to present Jiang Nanshi with even better gifts thereafter. Now, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloping his entire being. Upon answering the call, a woman's voice emerged from the receiver. After all these years, why do you still refuse to let go of Xiaoxi? Furthermore, he is an Omega, who requires even more care. He is, after all, your brother. You cannot consistently target him. Despite his dazed state, Jiang Yubai comprehended the situation well enough. Jiang Nanshi must have returned to report him. However, whom could he turn to for a grievance? The woman continued, "Our company is currently facing operational difficulties, and the family needs Xiaoxi to contribute through marriage. Your family has been criticized for too long. Had it not been for Xiaoxi's presence, this family would have long since fallen apart. Are you even listening to me?" Her tone grew increasingly impatient, as she seldom had time to waste on him. Throughout his childhood, he had scarcely seen his parents, leading to ridicule during his school years, where he was often mocked as an orphan. Though his circumstances were not vastly different, he could no longer recall when the call had ended. Wrapped tightly in his blankets, he buried his face deep within them. Although breathing became somewhat laborious, it seemed to provide a modicum of warmth. Ji Yezhou glanced at his phone, suppressing the urge to reach out to Jiang Yubai. As for his father's obstinate, futile views, he had no desire to entertain them. During his school years, he had been preoccupied with socializing with Chi and his group, leaving him rather unfamiliar with the nuances of the company's operations. However, considering his recent work interactions with Jiang Yubai, he wished to prevent the man from perceiving him as merely a frivolous scion of wealth. During this time, he had diligently acquired a wealth of knowledge. In truth, the Ji family's primary enterprise lay in the medical field, and beyond that authority, he held sway over the companies under its umbrella. The president of Huajiao had recently expressed satisfaction with his diligence. He had spent a day on business in Lin City, initially planned for 2, but returned a day early to avoid any potential encounters between Jiang Yubai and his new romantic interest during that interval. This morning, he had visited Rongxing, only to discover that Jiang Yubai was on leave today. As for the past, he was well aware of what a day off entailed. He and Jiang Yubai would revel together in their appointed hotel, day and night, bringing warmth to the man's typically frigid demeanor. But what about today? Was he with someone else? The mere thought darkened his expression. Chun Xiaoyu, noticing his mood, became further convinced of his violent tendencies. She reiterated, Minister Jiang is off today. If you have an urgent matter, you may contact Minister Zhou. Yet, Ji Yezhou paid her no heed and departed the company directly. The places associated with the man, aside from the company, were limited to his apartment. He made several calls, but none were answered. As he stood at the entrance of the apartment, he heard the phone ringing within. Could it be that he brought him home? Previously, he had inquired about Jiang Yubai's residence. Yet the other party remained taciturn and had never requested a ride. Now, however, the situation appeared rather different. He harbored a sentiment akin to that of a husband discovering his wife's infidelity, recalling that when Jiang Yubai had opened the door, he had deliberately noted a sequence of numbers, 147258836. It was merely a matter of pressing the numbers from top to bottom, omitting the 9, a straightforward task that required little memorization. In fact, it was simpler than many complex passcodes, reminiscent of the uninspiring profile picture or nickname Jiang Yubai had chosen, evoking an immediate sense of tedium. With a composed demeanor, he pushed open the door, only to find the scene before him starkly different from his expectations. The quiet, dimly lit space seemed devoid of life. Upon switching on the light, the sudden brightness revealed a man ensconced within the bedding. The floor was damp, and shards of glass were scattered around the bed. In his memory, Jiang Yubai had always presented himself impeccably, leaving no room for criticism. Yet in this moment, the disarray of the environment was striking. Jiang Yubai, he called out, but the man did not respond. It was then that he sensed something was amiss. Approaching the edge of the bed, he lifted a corner of the covers. The man lay with his eyes closed, long, thick eyelashes resting gently on his pale cheeks, which now bore an unusual flush. To his surprise, the man appeared younger than his actual age, even possessing a hint of innocence. However, he was burning with an alarming heat, the sheets soaked through with sweat. "Damn!" he exclaimed, startled. He quickly found a coat to drape over the man before lifting him from the bed and carrying him to the hospital. He had envisioned various scenarios for encountering Jiang Yubai, whether continuing their business-like exchanges or entangled in a sordid affair. Yet, he had never anticipated this. The man was ill, curled up and wrapped in the blankets. It was as if the composed facade he usually maintained had cracked, revealing a fragile interior. Had he not arrived today, would anyone have attended to Jiang Yubai in such a state? Chapter 13. His family member. A sudden heaviness settled in his heart. The man felt surprisingly light in his arms. Moments ago, in the midst of chaos, his palm had unwittingly brushed against the pronounced butterfly bones of Jiang Yubai's back. He had even asked, "Jiang Yubai, are you unwell? You seem so thin." At that time, Jiang Yubai had merely attempted to rise from his grasp. In their shared moments, the room always remained illuminated by a dim night light. He thought he caught a glimpse of the man's inner turmoil, though it might have been an illusion. Jiang Yubai had replied in a hoarse voice, "You could find someone less thin." At the time, he had disregarded the remark, simply gripping the man's arm to pull him back down. The slender waist concealed beneath the shirt was delicate. Yet, when dressed in a suit and standing upright, Jiang Yubai exuded an air of cold detachment, as if impervious to any adversity. He transported Jiang Yubai to the nearest hospital. The doctor was a stern-looking, middle-aged alpha, considered the most authoritative expert at the establishment. After the diagnosis, the doctor, furrowing his brows, remarked, "Why was he not brought in sooner? If this continues to be delayed, it could escalate into pneumonia, and in severe cases, lead to acute respiratory failure. Recently, there have already been over 2,000 fatalities from pneumonia caused by influenza. This is no trivial matter. You young people seem to take life far too lightly." Governor Ji Yezhou, not accustomed to being reprimanded, even by his father, would typically retort if confronted with harsh words. Although he recognized the truth in the doctor's words, his expression remained somber. The doctor then inquired, "You are his family, correct?" The gloom on Ji Yezhou's face dissipated almost instantly as he replied, "Yes." The notion of a non-blood relative being considered family prompted Ji Yezhou to ponder their relationship. "Let us proceed with the fore-infusion. As a family member, you must be more attentive. Many ailments worsen due to procrastination." "Understood." The hospital was permeated with the scent of disinfectant. In his childhood, Ji Yezhou often detected a similar medicinal aroma on his father, mistakenly believing it to be a form of his father's pheromones. As the nurse prepared to insert the needle into the vein, it necessitated exposing a portion of the arm. The pale blue veins twisted upward, and the nurse leaned down to locate the puncture site. Ji Yezhou's gaze followed the nurse's movements, but he suddenly noticed several linear marks on the inner wrist of Jiang Yubai. Under the stark, cold light of the ward, although the color had faded considerably, it still appeared stark against the flesh. What is this? Given Jiang Yubai's typically machine-like calmness and somewhat aloof demeanor, one instinctively refrained from imagining the worst. At that moment, the nurse moved closer, obstructing Ji Yezhou's view. Before he could scrutinize further, the man on the bed murmured softly, almost as if in a nightmare. The nurse replied, "He is likely thirsty. High fever can cause rapid dehydration. There's a vending machine on the first floor where you can purchase water." The young nurse cast a covert glance at the alpha, contemplating her recent stroke of luck. Just days prior, she had attended to a tall, handsome S-class alpha, whose demeanor was decidedly more composed than that of the individual before her. After Ji Yezhou procured the water, the nurse, called away by other patients, departed. As for how to administer the water, Ji Yezhou recalled scenes from romantic dramas where water was often fed by mouth. After having shared many intimate moments, he figured this should not pose a problem. He took a sip himself and then leaned down. Just then, Jiang Yubai suddenly opened his dark eyes and, noticing Ji Yezhou's face drawing near, hoarsely asked, "What are you doing?" Ji Yezhou choked slightly, coughing as he felt a wave of embarrassment for being caught in the act. "Why are you awake?" he stammered, and feeling it inappropriate, added, "You mentioned being thirsty and insisted I feed you." It seemed unreasonable for someone just awakening to have so many demands. Jiang Yubai, still groggy, noticed the several 4 bags hanging at the head of the bed. Realizing he was no longer in his apartment, "I can drink by myself," Jiang Yubai replied, his tone retaining its characteristic coolness. Ji Yezhou considered the other party to be a patient, so he reluctantly made some concessions, kindly assisting the man into a seated position and handing him a bottle of water he had opened. "Here, thank you." The man tilted his neck back, allowing the water to flow down his throat, alleviating the parched and burning sensation significantly. This sight stirred a warmth within Ji Yezhou. After regaining consciousness, Jiang Yubai once again fell into silence. Only the wrist of the hand receiving the 4 was concealed beneath the pristine sheets of the hospital bed. They had never interacted in such a manner before. Even during their previous encounters at the company, their exchanges bore an air of formal decorum. Ji Yezhou inquired, "What is that on your arm?" "Nothing." Jiang Yubai barely furrowed his brow, pausing for a few seconds before adding, "It's just hospital expenses. I will reimburse you when I get home." Ji Yezhou had been preoccupied with bringing him to the hospital, and even lending him a coat was a considerate gesture. His phone and glasses had been left at home. In truth, his vision was currently blurred. Yet the unfamiliar environment and his taut nerves made it difficult for him to find peace and sleep. "Are you trying to sever ties with me?" Ji Yezhou felt a surge of irritation rise within him. "Your new flame doesn't seem to be much better. Look at you, ill like this. And he hasn't done anything. Your taste is evidently worsening." Observing Jiang Yubai's silence, Ji Yezhou continued, "If I hadn't discovered you in time today, you could have burned alive in that bed, and no one would have known." The capricious temperament of youth often struck unexpectedly. His previous statement held some truth. Ji Yezhou had brought him to the hospital and covered the medical expenses, so he naturally should not remain indebted to anyone financially. What is it about that wild man that satisfies you so much that you are so eager to make room for him? Is it that he has been around longer than I have? Or is his skill superior? You must provide me with a reason. Ji Yezhou's frustration mounted, nearly breaking through his defenses. He had initially sought this excuse merely to distance the other from himself, hoping to sever all ties. Yet it seemed to have ignited the competitive spirit inherent in an alpha. With a pounding headache already afflicting him, he could hardly endure such disputes. Jiang Yubai weakly replied, "There's no one else." "What?" Ji Yezhou was taken aback. "If that is the reason, and it makes you feel discontent, then I apologize. Please clarify your words." Are you implying that you have no one outside? Yes, Jiang Yubai affirmed. Chapter 14. Not burdening others. An indescribable emotion flowed within Ji Yezhou's chest, akin to the exhilarating pangs of adolescence upon receiving an anonymous love letter. Initially believing it to be from someone inconsequential, he was stunned to discover it was signed by the one he had long harbored feelings for. Jiang Yubai had no one else outside of their relationship. He belonged solely to Ji Yezhou. Clearing his throat, Ji Yezhou felt a twinge of annoyance and said, "Since you have no one else, why have you deceived me? For the past few days, I had been left hanging, and it now seems too desperate to say so. Was your previous disregard truly due to being busy with work?" Ji Yezhou's mood began to improve, and his tone became less acerbic. Jiang Yubai stated, "I genuinely believe that there is no need for us to maintain our connection any longer." "What do you mean?" Ji Yezhou's tone grew somber. Jiang Yubai raised his gaze to meet him and replied, "You are an alpha, and quite young at that. Perhaps it is merely a fleeting novelty that has led to our intersection. Our relationship has endured for over a month, which is ample time. What does age matter?" "You speak as if you're ancient," Ji Yezhou frowned. "An alpha's sensitivity period requires pheromone reassurance, which I lack. Furthermore, I am indeed 7 years your senior, amounting to more than 2 generational gaps. Our lifestyles diverge, our preferences differ, and our worldviews are not aligned. What does that signify? Aren't these things gradually reconciled? To take a step back, you belong to the Ji family, and they would never permit you to mingle with a beta incapable of reproduction." Ji Yezhou had not considered the practical implications extensively. As the scion of the Ji family, a top-tier alpha, his life had been relatively smooth sailing, devoid of significant tribulations. He often acted on impulse, driven by passion, possessing the resources to indulge in such whims. However, Jiang Yubai's experience was markedly different. He had been shaped and worn down by society. Betas often find themselves as peripheral figures in the grand narrative of life. Female betas might have a slightly better circumstance, albeit still inferior to omegas, yet they retain the capacity for reproduction. Jiang Yubai had witnessed too much betrayal and abandonment and was resolutely unwilling to entangle himself further with a youthful alpha. People inevitably change. In youth, it is easy to speak boldly, but as time passes, few manage to uphold such fervor. If I concern myself with others' thoughts, how am I different from a marionette, unable to live according to my own desires? Indeed, during this period, the Ji family had been seeking an omega for him, but that was not his wish. Ji Yezhou attempted to articulate more, but at that moment, Jiang Yubai suddenly succumbed to a severe fit of coughing, clearly indicating that his body had yet to recover and that he had spoken too much. Ji Yezhou approached, intending to soothe the man's back, but Jiang Yubai evaded his hand. "Let us not treat each other like invalids. Have you had breakfast? Is there anything you wish to eat?" Ji Yezhou inquired. It was nearly noon, and given the chaotic state of Jiang Yubai's previous room, it was likely he had not eaten. "If you don't respond, I shall buy something indiscriminately." Recalling Jiang Yubai's earlier deliberate avoidance, Ji Yezhou added, "If you were capable of bearing children, you would have done so long ago, without troubling others." Jiang Yubai felt that all his previous words to Ji Yezhou had been in vain. The thought processes of youth are often peculiar. Recently, when he merely suggested reimbursing his hospitalization expenses, it had incited Ji Yezhou's ire. Yet now, he had no time to engage with such matters. Observing Jiang Yubai's persistent coughing, Ji Yezhou summoned a nurse. The nurse assured him that coughing following a cold was a normal phenomenon and that they should observe it for a few days. If the coughing persisted, further treatment would be necessary. Satisfied that there was no serious issue, Ji Yezhou felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "You should rest well," Ji Yezhou said. "I will return shortly." After Ji Yezhou stepped out, the nurse beside him replaced the bag and casually remarked, "Is he a relative of yours? He seems quite concerned about you. You wouldn't believe how anxious he was when you were brought to the hospital." "Just a colleague," he replied. "With looks like that, he must have quite a few omegas vying for his attention, right?" Jiang Yubai's cough had improved somewhat, and he inquired, "Could I have a copy of the treatment plan?" "You'll have to wait a bit. I still need to change the medication for the patient in the next bed." The nurse responded, "Thank you." A lingering dizziness enveloped him. Nowadays, he relied heavily on his phone for everything, from payments to communication. Without it, he felt an unsettling anxiety, especially given his blurred vision, akin to being half-blind. In such circumstances, time stretched infinitely. It had been ages since he had experienced the sensation of waiting for someone. Time seemed to elude him, consumed by the anticipation of waiting. Glancing at the 4 bag before him, Jiang Yubai knew it would take at least 4 or 5 hours to conclude. It was highly probable that Ji Yezhou was experiencing some rebellious sentiments. After all, an S-class alpha easily attracted attention and was often treated with enthusiasm and initiative, making it rare to encounter someone like him. Eventually, attention would drift towards fresher, more intriguing matters. Jiang Yubai slightly arched his back. After being startled awake by the thunderstorm in the early hours, he found himself in a state of confusion. Having neglected to eat breakfast, last night his encounter with Jiang Nanshi had left him without an appetite, and after a prolonged fast, his stomach began to ache subtly. "Is there anything you want to eat?" Although the person had yet to arrive, their voice had already pierced through his eardrum. Suddenly, the closed door was flung open, likely due to the burden of items in hand, creating a commotion that was hard to ignore. There were numerous restaurants and eateries near the hospital, and without a definitive answer, Ji Yezhou had purchased an array of popular light dishes. He placed the takeout on a cabinet beside the bed and lifted the lid of one porcelain bowl. Initially, the owner had suggested packing it in a plastic cup, but he deemed it inadequate for retaining heat and opted to buy the restaurant's utensils instead. Upon lifting the lid, he revealed a bowl of rock sugar pear soup. The entire pear neatly diced for easy consumption, accompanied by a few red dates and goji berries, appearing both wholesome and nourishing. "You've been coughing, haven't you? Rock sugar pear soup is good for coughs. You should eat it while it's warm," Ji Yezhou offered, presenting the steaming bowl to him. Jiang Yubai felt a surreal disconnection, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 15. Feeding you. It wasn't until Ji Yezhou asked, "Don't you want to eat this?" that he snapped back to reality. No. Ji Yezhou, inexperienced in caring for patients, noticed the hanging foreline and realized Jiang Yubai's hand might be somewhat restricted. He hesitantly suggested, "If you'd like, I could feed you." Despite their physical familiarity, their emotional connection was nearly non-existent. Their previous conversations revolved solely around meeting in hotels, the time of conclusion, preferred positions, or more blunt exchanges. Accustomed to this mode of interaction, it is now evidently a brand new state. Jiang Yubai spoke slowly. "You can simply push the table at the foot of the bed over here." The hospital bed was equipped with a foldable long table, inconspicuous when not in use, designed for the convenience of the patient. Ji Yezhou's gaze swept over the foot of the bed, deeming the table quite an eyesore. He was unaware that the hospital bed was so thoroughly prepared, while Jiang Yubai was quite familiar with these arrangements. Once the foldable table was pushed over, there was ample space to place items. A bowl of rock sugar pear soup was set before Jiang Yubai. Fortunately, the fork was in his left hand, leaving some daily habits unaffected. His slender, pale fingers grasped the spoon, and he took a deliberate bite. Ji Yezhou observed him from the side and inquired, "How is it? I see many people lining up to buy this." Jiang Yubai replied softly. The fresh fragrance of the pear melted on his palate, neither overly sweet nor cloying. And the temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. Hearing this, Ji Yezhou felt a sense of satisfaction, akin to a large dog with its fur smoothed. "Do you still think I'm the best?" Ji Yezhou then lifted the remaining lids, saying, "These are freshly steamed shrimp dumplings, and this crab roe bun, as the owner mentioned, is made with freshly cracked crab. There is also this bowl of wontons, all still warm. Choose whatever you fancy." "Thank you." His lowered eyelashes cast shadows on his expression under the incandescent light. Noticing Jiang Yubai's hand holding the spoon pause, Ji Yezhou asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yubai shook his head. The scene before him felt eerily familiar, as if it had transpired in the past. Ji Yezhou had brought too much food for one person to finish. After consuming the bowl of rock sugar pear soup, Jiang Yubai, under supervision, also sampled a shrimp dumpling and a crab roe bun, leaving the remainder for Ji Yezhou to finish. After the third bottle of 4 had been administered, and having recently finished an entire bowl of soup, which was mostly liquid, Jiang Yubai began to feel a slight discomfort. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards Ji Yezhou, who was engrossed in his phone, showing no signs of leaving anytime soon. Jiang Yubai normally prided himself on his restraint, but the urgency of nature could not be ignored. He was an adult man, mindful of his dignity, and could not engage in scandalous behavior on a hospital bed. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, he ventured, "Aren't you busy today?" This marked the first instance of Jiang Yubai initiating a conversation with him, leaving Ji Yezhou somewhat surprised. He set his phone aside and replied, "Not really. I just handled some documents earlier, and I'm free now." Jiang Yubai anticipated that, given Ji Yezhou's character, if he were to express a physiological need, Ji Yezhou would undoubtedly wish to assist him. Thus, he thoughtfully requested, "Could you please fetch me a bottle of milk?" Upon hearing the word milk, Ji Yezhou's mind involuntarily conjured some provocative images. He had previously found Jiang Yubai's icy demeanor off-putting, but this was not the time for such thoughts. This was likely the first time a man had actively solicited his assistance. "I'll be back shortly," Ji Yezhou assured. After Ji Yezhou had finished his promise, he wasted no time and exited the ward. Finally, alone in the room, Jiang Yubai slowly descended from the bed and grasped the 4 bottle hanging at the head of the bed with his right hand. He was still clad in a light-colored cotton loungewear, devoid of spectacles, and lacking the formal and composed demeanor he usually exhibited in the office attire. His dark hair fell neatly between his brows and eyes, giving him the appearance of a university student engrossed in his studies. The ward was equipped with a private restroom, and Jiang Yubai staggered to the frosted door, just about to enter when he suddenly realized, "Damn, I forgot my phone." Ji Yezhou, in his haste, returned to the ward. It was only upon reaching the staircase that he recognized he had left behind the most essential item. As he stepped back into the room, he locked eyes with Jiang Yubai, who was at the restroom door. "Sure enough," Jiang Yubai remarked as Ji Yezhou approached him. Noticing that one hand was occupied with the 4 line, while the other held the 4 bottle aloft. "You need to use the restroom. Why didn't you tell me?" Ji Yezhou, with genuine concern, offered to take the 4 bottle. "I can manage," Jiang Yubai replied, slightly furrowing his brow. "Feeling embarrassed?" Ji Yezhou inquired. "Where on your body have I not seen?" "Not only have I seen, but stop it," Jiang Yubai interrupted hastily, his cheeks flushing. He was indeed shy and reluctant to discuss such intimate matters, especially in a hospital, a place he deemed serious. Ji Yezhou, realizing his implication, asked, "Are you trying to send me away so you can use the restroom alone?" The answer was quite evident. Noticing Jiang Yubai steadfastly refusing to move further from the door, Ji Yezhou queried, "Would you like me to carry you?" "No," Jiang Yubai replied awkwardly. In an instinctive gesture, Ji Yezhou wrapped his arm around Jiang Yubai's waist, as if ready to lift him at any moment. His warm palm, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, felt as though it caressed the tender skin beneath. He had endured this situation long enough. He could not afford to prolong it any further. Clearly, he had no better option than to avoid an accident in the hospital. From his earliest memories, he had never performed such an intensely personal act in front of anyone. He had always been socially withdrawn, feeling discomfort even when conversing with strangers, let alone in front of an alpha who was 7 years his junior. It was practically impossible to send Ji Yezhou away at this moment. When Jiang Yubai emerged from the restroom, his peach blossom eyes seemed veiled in a mist of moisture, with lashes fluttering like raven feathers. Ji Yezhou stood beside him, offering a few tissues to assist in wiping his freshly washed fingers. Chapter 16. Helping you at present, Jiang Yubai preferred to minimize interaction with Ji Yezhou, withdrawing his fingers from Ji Yezhou's distinctly sculpted palm. Though his steps were unsteady, he moved quickly and urgently, nearly leaving Ji Yezhou behind. This was the first time Ji Yezhou had witnessed Jiang Yubai in such a state, lacking the usual mechanical demeanor devoid of emotion, now exhibiting a hint of vitality. "I've never helped someone in the restroom before. I lack experience," Ji Yezhou explained. "It will be better next time. There won't be a next time," Jiang Yubai retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. He returned to the hospital bed, yet his current appearance, with the corners of his eyes reddened and damp, lacked any semblance of intimidation. The likelihood of a subsequent encounter seemed impossible, The earlier scene had undoubtedly rendered him nearly mortified. He had presumed that the other party would merely stand by, holding the 4-bag, but to his astonishment, Ji Yezhou had gone above and beyond in his assistance. Turning his cheek towards the wall, he feigned a desire to rest. Only one more bottle remained, and then the infusion would be complete. At that moment, Ji Yezhou's phone rang. It was a call from Xia. Upon seeing the call, he remembered their afternoon plans for dinner. "Yezhou, you aren't still busy, are you? We've all been waiting, and last time, you were the only one who won. I was hoping we could find some time to compete again today." "Go ahead and enjoy yourselves," Ji Yezhou replied, glancing at the man resting on a hospital bed. Lowering his voice, he stepped into the corridor. "I'm tied up today. Let us see about next week. Have you been working this hard lately?" Xia exclaimed in surprise. "You're not seriously considering marrying an Omega to inherit the family business early, are you?" "Don't speak nonsense," Ji Yezhou retorted, feeling an uncharacteristic sense of guilt, despite the fact that he was indeed single and had no formal ties with Jiang Yubai. At that moment, Jiang Yubai, still awake in a hospital room, realized that someone was calling for Ji Yezhou. The nurse had just changed the 4-bag, and it hadn't been long since. Ji Yezhou had already assisted him sufficiently today. If he chose to leave now, it would be entirely reasonable, as Jiang Yubai instinctively did not place himself as a priority. However, he seldom asked for help from others, and now he was contemplating how to borrow a bit of money from Ji Yezhou, since he needed fare to return home. Otherwise, in this entirely unfamiliar hospital, he would feel even more lost. After pushing open the door to the ward, Ji Yezhou noticed that Jiang Yubai was already awake. "Did I disturb you?" Ji Yezhou inquired. "Not all," Jiang Yubai replied. "Are you planning to leave now?" "Why would I leave? Am I the kind of person to abandon a patient in the hospital?" Ji Yezhou furrowed his brows. Jiang Yubai was taken aback by this response. It was not what he had anticipated. He was accustomed to preparing for the worst, ensuring that even in the most adverse situations, he would not experience a significant psychological blow. After the infusion, the nurse came to remove the needle and provided some basic instructions. Originally, Ji Yezhou intended to have him stay for observation due to his lingering fever, but Jiang Yubai declined, citing his obligation to work the following day. It was no wonder that people at the company referred to Jiang Yubai as a workaholic, considering how much he seemed willing to sacrifice for his job. Fortunately, the hospital had prescribed appropriate medication, advising that if his fever did not subside after 3 days, he should return for a follow-up. Jiang Yubai, indeed, disliked lingering in the hospital. The pervasive sense in the air felt unbearably bitter to him, even instilling a genuine sense of dread. During a previous stay, he had not occupied a private room like this one. Rather, his neighbor was an alpha boy who had been rushed to the hospital for gastric lavage after overindulging in seafood. The boy appeared haggard and frail, eliciting a continuous stream of sobs from his anxious parents, with his mother remaining steadfastly by his side in the hospital. Each day, visitors would arrive, bringing with them homemade soup or toys that would delight a boy of his age, infusing the sterile hospital environment with a touch of warmth and humanity. Fortunately, the boy's condition was not severe, and he was nearly recovered after 3 or 4 days. Perhaps due to their daily encounters, children often exhibit a natural ease in conversation. Their beds were situated closely together, and upon noticing a bowl of plain congee at the boy's bedside, he curiously remarked, "My mother said this lacks nourishment and doesn't help the stomach. You should be drinking yam and pork rib soup." When the other boy did not respond, he continued to speak freely, inquiring, "I'm being discharged tomorrow. It seems you arrived before me. How did you end up in the hospital? Why hasn't anyone come to see you?" At that moment, the other boy was suffering from severe side effects due to excessive medication, leaving him in a daze, so much so that the congee he received was a gesture of pity from the nurse who felt sorry for him. After the boy was discharged, a new patient occupied the adjacent bed, yet the presence of caregivers and visitors remained unchanged. He had spent half a month in the hospital, and the anticipated replies he hoped for never materialized. During that time, he had lost considerable weight. His previously fitting clothes now hung loosely on his frame. Those who saw him would likely assume he was afflicted with a terminal illness. At that moment, in the hospital parking lot, despite Ji Yezhou's numerous offers to take him home, their relationship had been rather unfamiliar, making this his first time in Ji Yezhou's car, seated in the back. The journey from the hospital to the apartment was a mere 10 minutes. Yet while arriving, Ji Yezhou felt the time dragged on, and leaving felt all too brief. Through the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of the boy's pale, gaunt profile. Jiang Yubai's eyes, clouded with confusion, stared blankly out the window, evoking an inexplicable sense of melancholy within Ji Yezhou. Could someone like Jiang Yubai ever feel sorrow? The residential buildings and apartments were distinct, with the latter situated closer to the road, and the first floor occupied by shops awaiting sale. Upon returning to familiar surroundings, Jiang Yubai finally experienced a modicum of stability. He was eager to exit the vehicle and return home, yet Ji Yezhou did not stop at the roadside. Instead, he sought a parking space before unlocking the car. "I already know where you live," Ji Yezhou asserted confidently. "I suppose I can come up for a visit this time?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Yubai acquiesced with a soft Indeed, he felt somewhat indebted to Ji Yezhou. The latter had notably transformed, exhibiting a remarkable change from Jiang Yubai's previous rejections. The apartment was a very personal space for Jiang Yubai, with virtually no outsiders having visited. Naturally, there were no slippers that fit Ji Yezhou in his home, but he managed to find a new pair in the entrance cabinet and remarked, "These are new. They might be a bit small. As long as they fit," Ji Yezhou replied, unable to articulate any dissatisfaction, and they proceeded inside. Despite having visited twice before, Jiang Yubai had never taken the time to closely observe his home, which was adorned in shades of black and gray, appearing rather dim when the lights were off. While conducting an inspection with Ji Yezhou, Jiang Yubai first located his glasses indoors. The clarity they provided revived him. His home, kept in order through daily tidying, was not particularly chaotic, and he diligently swept up the shards of glass from the floor. Indeed, there was little to entertain guests, but he managed to find disposable cups in a cabinet near the balcony, remnants of a previous purchase for cultivating succulents. "Would you like some tea?" Jiang Yubai inquired, courteously preparing a cup of red tea for Ji Yezhou, which he typically used to invigorate himself. "Yes," Ji Yezhou replied, his gaze drawn to a vibrant sunflower painting on the wall that seemed incongruous with the surrounding decor. He returned his attention to Jiang Yubai, who offered him the disposable cup, reminiscent of a host welcoming a visitor, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. He would eventually need a pair of well-fitting slippers and a proper cup for drinking water. Chapter 17. Too familiar. Ji Yezhou was reluctant to display his irritation. After taking a sip of water, he asked, "Do you like sunflowers?" "Just something I hung up casually," Jiang Yubai replied. Ji Yezhou found this hard to believe. Even a casual display ought to reflect some basic aesthetic sense, at the very least harmonizing with the room's color scheme. The apartment spanned nearly 30 square meters, which was manageable for one person, but aside from the stools at the dining table, the only seating available was the sofa. It was rather dull to sit in silence. So Ji Yezhou ventured to ask, "What do you usually do at home by yourself?" "I don't know," Jiang Yubai responded, a hint of boredom in his voice. "I'm just a rather dull person." Although Ji Yezhou had often chided Jiang Yubai for his lack of excitement and charm, hearing him admit it openly in his presence stirred a different emotion. "I never said you were boring. I meant, don't you ever consider traveling during your free time?" "Not really." Jiang Yubai raised his gaze to meet Ji Yezhou's. "My life is even more mundane than you imagine. Sometimes, not everything can be reconciled." As an S-class alpha and the sole heir of the Ji family, Ji Yezhou's lifestyle was worlds apart from Jiang Yubai's. Ji Yezhou faltered for a moment, his expression darkening. "If you don't know what to do, why not just listen to me? It would save us from disagreements later on." Their thoughts were entirely misaligned, and Ji Yezhou's comprehension was astonishingly skewed, completely distorting Jiang Yubai's intentions. Jiang Yubai coughed lightly, although he had recovered somewhat from his fever after receiving intravenous fluids. He was not yet fully well. His voice was soft, and he added, "It's getting late. I'd like to rest. Do you have any other matters to attend to?" Ji Yezhou genuinely felt that the red tea was causing some discomfort, wondering if he was indeed interrupting Jiang Yubai's rest. This time, at least, he had been more tactful than before, not wanting to hear Jiang Yubai say something as blunt as, "Could you leave my home?" Ji Yezhou stood up, furrowing his brow. "Then take care and rest well. If you have any issues, just contact me. At the very least." He had learned today that Jiang Yubai was alone outside. After descending from the apartment, Ji Yezhou had scarcely settled into the driver's seat when he received a call from Xia Xinghe, lamenting the absence of his presence. Initially, he had no intention of participating in today's gathering. Yet Xia Xinghe mentioned an evening soiree at the Four Seasons Cloud Summit, attended by the nation's foremost entrepreneurs. Perhaps it was Jiang Yubai's mention in the hospital that stirred something within him. He sensed that his family would disapprove of him associating with a beta. This notion sparked a desire within Ji Yezhou to carve out his own path, separate from the Ji family's expectations. The paper cup on the coffee table held only remnants of tea leaves, a clear indication that guests had visited the home. After a brief tidy-up, Jiang Yubai activated the television with the remote. Although he seldom paid attention to the content, the act seemed to revive a sense of warmth within the household. At the hospital, he had procured a payment slip from the nurse, amounting to nearly 2,000 yuan. However, he considered Ji Yezhou's other expenses and the fact that Ji had driven him home. It was likely during their conversation at the hospital that Ji Yezhou had suddenly become irate, prompting Jiang Yubai to refrain from further discussion. He transferred 3,000 yuan to Ji Yezhou. "Thank you for today," he texted. Once he repaid the debt, Jiang Yubai felt a weight lifted in this unfamiliar environment. Despite his weariness, he did not dare to sleep. He lay on the sofa beneath a thin blanket, drifting into a hazy slumber. In his dreams, he seemed to see his grandmother, seated on a weathered brown stool at the entrance of their home, tending to freshly harvested vegetables from the garden. Every day after school, he would find her waiting at the door. Such a simple, ordinary scene had ceased to occur long ago. He traversed the narrow stone steps leading to school daily, an unchanging routine repeated over the years. The months of April and May often brought sudden thunderstorms, despite the weather forecast promising clear skies. On his way home from school, thunder would suddenly rumble, compelling people to hasten their steps in search of shelter. The alley was long and narrow, flanked by weathered, mottled walls. Leaden clouds descended, bringing unavoidable dampness and mist. Just as a torrential downpour threatened to drench him, a coat appeared overhead, shielding him from the deluge. He instinctively turned his gaze to the person beside him. The tall youth spoke softly, "Abai, I'm still here." Jiang Yubai jolted awake. The night was desolate. Lightning illuminated the room, while outside, rain pattered gently against the window, creating a wave of sound. His phone screen glowed, vibrating once more. As his awareness returned, he grasped the device to find Ji Yezhou had refunded the 3,000 yuan. "I am not destitute to that extent," Ji Yezhou messaged. "Do not think you can dismiss me with this 3,000 yuan. Must we delineate our boundaries so clearly? How are you feeling now? Are you still coughing severely? What are you doing? Have you fallen asleep?" Jiang Yubai regarded the messages. He rarely engaged in solitary conversations, often responding only in the context of professional matters. He truly did not wish to owe anyone anything, for such a burden weighed heavily on his psyche. After a brief pause, he turned back once more. "Please accept it. You need not squander your time on me. After the completion of the Northern District project, I shall no longer take on any endeavors related to the Ji family." His work had initially served to divert his attention, allowing his emotions to stabilize and preventing him from sinking into the quagmire that had once engulfed him. Sometimes, when relationships become too familiar and entangled with emotions, it becomes arduous to maintain the facade, signaling that the time for conclusion has arrived. Although he rarely paid attention to luxury brands, he had recently observed that Ji Yezhou's attire and possessions were all exceedingly extravagant. Furthermore, during a recent trip home, he had ridden in a car that, while at the office, employees had been idly discussing on their computers, noting that only 3 such models existed nationwide. They remarked on its striking design, lamenting its exorbitant price, which was unattainable for someone of his standing. At that moment, he had cast a glance and noticed his employees hastily returning to their work pages. At the Four Seasons Cloud Tops Gala, glasses clinked and toasts were exchanged. Jiang Yubai rarely sent such lengthy messages. Upon reading the text, Ji Yezhou's expression darkened. He deleted a few phrases he did not wish to see from the chat history, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Standing beside him, Xia Xinghe nudged him with her elbow, exclaiming, "Look, that's Fu Lin, a regular feature in Successful Man magazine." Ever since he took over the Fu family business, The nearly bankrupt company has seen a remarkable revival, with an extensive industrial chain abroad. I hear he is back now to establish a branch in Star City. If only I could be so impressive. Ji Yezhou felt rather vexed. Despite the numerous individuals attempting to engage him, it was not his time to take charge, and a crowd had gathered not far away. Xia Xinghe continued. He is also an S-class alpha. Perhaps due to an innate repulsion among peers, Ji Yezhou cast a casual glance and observed the other man sporting a composed smile, engaging effortlessly with those around him. Truly, he found him increasingly irksome. Chapter 18. Possessiveness. The sky was shrouded in an unrelenting curtain of rain. Reluctant to revisit the hospital, Jiang Yubai had adhered to the doctor's orders and taken his medication. As usual, he departed at 7:30 in the morning, with his commute lasting about an hour. The modest vehicle he had acquired sufficed for his needs. Perhaps due to the heavy rain obscuring visibility, a traffic accident had occurred at the intersection ahead, resulting in a bottleneck for vehicles behind. Adjacent to the road lay a shopping mall, perpetually bustling with pedestrians, many of whom were still crossing the zebra crossing under umbrellas. However, some young Omegas, standing at the corner, suddenly halted, their gazes fixated on the large display screen atop the mall. People often gravitate toward strength, especially when it involves a tall, composed alpha entrepreneur, reportedly dedicated to his career and still single. Their eyes shimmered with admiration and infatuation. The mall's display screen was located to the left front of the roadway, and Jiang Yubai instinctively glanced in that direction, where the screen had transitioned to a promotional page for tourism in Star City. During the morning rush hour, many individuals hurried towards their workplaces, and soon the roads became more navigable. Perhaps due to his later arrival than usual, Jiang Yubai unexpectedly encountered someone at the entrance of the office building, his former class representative from high school. Jiang Yubai called out a voice beside him. It was only then that Jiang Yubai noticed the speaker, a male alpha who now exhibited signs of a slight paunch. It's Lu Qi. I can't believe it's really you. Do you work here as well? How come we haven't crossed paths before? Lu Qi engaged him enthusiastically, and despite the years that had passed, it felt as if they had been transported back a decade. Long time no see, Jiang Yubai replied. You still look as good as ever, seemingly unchanged. Have you stopped using that old contact number? I was quite disappointed that I couldn't reach you. Lu Qi continued. It's just perfect timing. It's been 10 years, and we've organized a high school reunion this Friday. You absolutely must come. Jiang Yubai found himself slightly overwhelmed by this sudden warmth. Yet Lu Qi had always possessed such a forthright and exuberant demeanor. While speaking, he presented a QR code, urging Jiang Yubai to add him so he could send the location later. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Jiang Yubai scanned Lu Qi's QR code. Once the friend request was sent, their conversation came to a close. The office building's elevators were designed to separate odd and even floors, effectively dispersing the crowd to prevent congestion during peak hours. Jiang Yubai noticed Lu Qi waiting on the opposite side for the elevator, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Before long, Lu Qi accepted his friend request, sending a greeting emoji and adding him to the high school group chat. Hey, don't want real estate, Lu Qi. The person who just joined the group is Jiang Yubai. I can't believe we work in the same office building. What an incredible coincidence. Zihan's mom. It's been ages since we last saw him. 1 + 1 = 4. In class, time always felt so slow, yet here we are. 10 years have flown by. Sigh. MacArthur. I used to think about going back to school on Qingming Festival to pay homage to my lost youth. But now I hardly have time to wander about. Every day begins with work. I'd rather continue studying. Xiaoyang Shangjian Bao. It's been raining a lot lately, and my little son caught a cold. Besides running a stall, I have to take care of him too. Thanks to Lu Qi's message, the group chat became lively again. Jiang Yubai muted the notifications. He had always been reserved. And among these individuals, Lu Qi was likely the one he had interacted with the most regarding homework. His thoughts seemed to burst forth like a dam being breached. Sitting in front of his computer, Jiang Yubai subconsciously tightened his grip around the wooden pen resting on his desk. This environmentally friendly pen was not particularly sturdy, and it wasn't until he snapped it that he slowly returned to his senses. Although he and Zhou Ming had never seen eye to eye, perhaps due to Chairman Zhang's admonitions, Zhou Ming had recently exhibited slightly more decorum. Following the usual morning meeting, Zhou Ming approached Jiang Yubai. Despite his disdain for betas, it was indeed Jiang Yubai who was liaising with He Yezhou, and he asked, "What time is Mr. Ji coming in today?" "You can ask him," Jiang Yubai replied bluntly, for he truly had no knowledge of Ji Yezhou's whereabouts. Zhou Ming's expression darkened as he boasted about making introductions. He cautioned Jiang Yubai, "Don't blame me for not warning you. The Ji family is currently seeking high-ranking Omegas in Star City. You should be aware of for whom this is intended." The words Zhou Ming spoke had long been contemplated. He had mentioned it several times before Ji Yezhou, acknowledging it as an inevitable outcome. Yet, he suddenly found himself momentarily stunned, perhaps recalling the bowl of steaming rock candy pear from yesterday in the hospital room. After work, as he exited the elevator, he encountered Ji Yezhou at the entrance of the office building. The latter's appearance was striking. His sharp features exuded an undeniable charm. Dressed casually in a black sweatshirt, he leaned against the wall with an air of nonchalance, exuding a rebellious vibe that drew the attention of passers-by. Jiang Yubai pondered how to evade him. Despite taking the back exit would require a considerable detour, it seemed the most prudent course of action. Just as he was about to head towards the rear door, Ji Yezhou spotted him and strode forward, annoyance evident in his eyes as he blocked Jiang Yubai's path. "What do you mean by running away upon seeing me?" Last night, Ji Yezhou had felt that their communication online with Jiang Yubai was unsatisfactory, prompting him to seek him out in person. To his dismay, Jiang Yubai attempted to avoid him upon their encounter. Did he appear so unpresentable that he could not bear to face him? Jiang Yubai typically left work about 10 minutes later than others. Although the office was relatively empty at that hour, their presence at the elevator could not go unnoticed by anyone emerging from it. Fearing that Jiang Yubai might escape, Ji Yezhou tightened his grip on his arm. "Let go of me. Don't cause a scene here," Jiang Yubai replied, tension evident in his voice. "It's not working hours anymore. I made my position abundantly clear." Ji Yezhou had no intention of truly embarrassing Jiang Yubai. He had restrained his temper multiple times. Reluctantly, he pulled Jiang Yubai toward his car, which was more spacious than a standard vehicle. The strength of a beta was no match for an alpha, especially considering Jiang Yubai was still recovering from an illness. Jiang Yubai nearly stumbled into the back seat of the car, and as he noticed Ji Yezhou advancing toward him, he instinctively recoiled until his back met the glass, with no retreat possible. "What do you intend to do? Sometimes I wonder if you only behave yourself once you're in bed." Ji Yezhou's expression darkened. He had believed himself to be lacking in desire. Yet Jiang Yubai had awakened something within him. The primal bloodlust and possessiveness of an alpha surged forth, and he found it disconcerting that he could scarcely detect a scent on Jiang Yubai anymore. He buried his face in the crook of the man's neck, inhaling deeply, frowning as he said, "Once you recover from your cold, we shall indulge." Chapter 19. Do you like me? Ji Yezhou uttered these words as casually as if discussing a meal. After all, their intimate encounters were not infrequent. The absence of a scent on Jiang Yubai unsettled him. He longed for the man to be marked by his possession, to confine him to a secluded corner. What difference did it make that he was not an Omega? He realized he had been too patient. Despite Jiang Yubai's repeated pleas, he had refrained from engaging with the diminished SZQ. Yet, Jiang Yubai pressed his palm against Ji Yezhou's chest, seemingly unwilling to draw closer. Jiang Yubai endeavored to adjust his emotions, striving to maintain a calm demeanor while engaging with the present alpha. Such interactions should be reserved for those we hold dear. And from the very beginning, our approach was flawed. However, it is not too late to amend our missteps. Affection, that elusive sentiment. Recently, Ji Yezhou has heard this term uttered by many in his vicinity. Although he has indeed begun to care a tad more for Jiang Yubai, the latter's initial cold demeanor and subsequent desire to sever all ties left Ji Yezhou reluctant to entertain any romantic notions. After all, what would he become? Others readily dismissed him, offering no explanations. Even the locations of home and work were matters he had to investigate himself. Perhaps Jiang Yubai's declaration to end things stemmed from an unwillingness to accept that he had been deceived by the existence of another in Jiang Yubai's life. Yet, the clarity expressed in the hospital yesterday was undeniable. Jiang Yubai stated, I am not an omega. I possess no gland for you to mark. But you could claim an omega wholly your own. Silence. Ji Yezhou furrowed his brow, asserting, I shall act as I please, without your guidance. The atmosphere within the vehicle plummeted to an icy chill, erasing any semblance of the amicable rapport that had existed moments prior in the hospital. Could it be that you harbor feelings for me? Jiang Yubai chuckled softly before continuing, At present, I am not pursuing anyone. But that does not imply I have not in the past. Surely, you recall where we first crossed paths? Their initial encounter had taken place in a bar, a venue where patrons rarely sought mere libations. It was inherently a predatory environment. Jiang Yubai had been surrounded by several alphas, their words laced with flirtation and innuendo. Was his expulsion of those individuals a detriment to Jiang Yubai's endeavors? He had only attended in celebration of Xia Xing's birthday after numerous calls. One could only ponder Jiang Yubai's true motives. The answer was painfully evident. At that moment, a sudden rap echoed against the car window. Is anyone inside? It was a security guard from the office building. Upon hearing movement within the vehicle, the guard requested, Sir, please lower the window. What is it? Ji Yezhou unlocked the door and stepped out, grappling with an overwhelming tide of unexpressed emotions. We have received a report alleging that you are unlawfully detaining someone. The security guard appeared taken aback, surprised to find an S-level alpha emerging from the vehicle, one whose stature surpassed his own, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Accompanying the guard was Chen Xiaoyu, who quickly interjected. I witnessed him forcibly dragging Minister Jiang into the car. Minister Jiang was clearly unwilling. Although aware of Ji Yezhou's identity, Chen Xiaoyu feared retaliation. Yet, given Jiang Yubai's prior assistance, she felt compelled to summon the guard, fearing Ji Yezhou might subject Jiang Yubai to unspeakable torment. After all, an S-level alpha possessed overwhelming explosive power. She dreaded the thought of Ji Yezhou treating Jiang Yubai as a mere punching bag. Her mind wandered to the recent changes in Jiang Yubai, who sometimes walked with his lips tightly pressed, as if he were enduring unseen wounds beneath the fabric that concealed his skin. Upon unlocking the door, Jiang Yubai finally pushed open the door that had been leaning against his back. With a calm demeanor, he addressed the security guard, expressing his gratitude. The guard, upon inspection, indeed noticed the presence of two individuals. Had there been a misunderstanding? Chen Xiaoyu remarked, Minister Jiang, I'm relieved you are unharmed. There are legal provisions in our country safeguarding the personal safety of betas. Should you be bullied, you can. Who would dare to bully him? Jiang Yuzhou might be difficult, but he would never resort to bullying. It could at most be considered harassment. Let us depart, Jiang Yubai instructed Chen Xiaoyu. After exiting the vehicle, Jiang Yubai's gaze did not linger on Jiang Yuzhou. As he left, Chen Xiaoyu followed closely behind, inquiring, Did he strike you? No. You've misunderstood, he replied. Then why did he drag you into the car? Chen Xiaoyu murmured. Alphas seem rather self-absorbed. Betas are far more agreeable. She had observed several instances where Jiang Yuzhou had exerted undue pressure on Jiang Yubai. As Chen Xiaoyu spoke, her eyes subtly darted towards Jiang Yubai. Originally, she had planned to leave at the designated hour, but upon recalling she had forgotten her charger at the office, she returned and unexpectedly witnessed Jiang Yuzhou pulling Jiang Yubai's arm towards the car. They exchanged some work-related discussions. Jiang Yubai advised, in the future, try to avoid such situations. It may lead to unwarranted complications. Always prioritize your safety before considering others. Indeed, Chen Xiaoyu acknowledged, realizing her haste had clouded her judgment, leaving her with a sense of regret afterward. This incident was a misunderstanding. He would not harm you, Jiang Yubai reassured her. A wave of emotion surged within Chen Xiaoyu. It was perhaps the first time Jiang Yubai had spoken so extensively to her, displaying genuine concern in his words. Jiang Yubai's remarks left Jiang Yuzhou feeling unsettled. On the expansive projection screen, a popular romantic film played, its progression well past the halfway mark, yet Jiang Yuzhou remained disinterested. Love seemed to encapsulate many beautiful sentiments of the world. Previously, he had found it contrived, perhaps influenced by his familial environment, which had not instilled in him a sense of affection from his father. More so, it was perhaps fear? An oddity indeed. Thoughts of Jiang Yubai's question occasionally resurfaced in his mind. Do you like him? Did he truly harbor feelings for Jiang Yubai? Frustrated, he turned off the movie and sent a message in his group chat. Z, what are your thoughts on betas? Xingqing S most affectionate. Why the sudden inquiry? You can't possibly have developed feelings for a beta, can you? The Jiang family wouldn't disown you, would they? Chi is a fierce alpha. Yezhou, don't tell me you really fancy a beta. You should experience the advantages of an omega instead. Don't hang yourself on a withered tree. Ever since Jiang Yubai expressed he did not wish to hear disparaging remarks about betas, Chi had somewhat restrained himself. Clearly, their responses were not the answers Jiang Yubai had anticipated. Jiang Yubai logged onto the largest emotional forum in the country, a platform where individuals frequently sought advice. The post pinned to the top read, "My wife's heat is approaching, and I'm struggling to cope. What should I do?" Ji Yezhou merely yearned to deliver a kick through the network cable. Indeed, this era harbors all manner of individuals. If Jiang Yubai were to experience a period of exuberance, he could hardly fathom how vivacious, gentle, and kind-hearted he might become, embodying all the beautiful qualities the world has to offer. Chapter 20. Fu Lin continuing to peruse the posts. Ji Yezhou discerned that those gracing the homepage were undoubtedly laden with contentious topics. For instance, what should I do if my boyfriend wants to break up after my return? Or my wife has recently grown distant and insists on sleeping in a separate room? Could she be involved with someone else? The lament of a heart betrayed, shedding tears upon uncovering the truth. Reject the mindset of romantic obsession. An omega must learn self-love to truly captivate. 5 subtle strategies to make your partner addicted to you, guiding you on how to seize the reins of love. Such banal titles, bereft of substance, cluttered the forum. Ji Yezhou inadvertently clicked into the post regarding the 5 subtle strategies. The replies varied widely, with individuals claiming that employing the original poster's tactics led to successfully capturing their crush within a week, returning to express their gratitude. It was blatantly disingenuous. After spending half an hour on the post, Ji Yezhou exited, realizing these discussions offered him no tangible solace regarding his current emotional state. He then navigated to the thread titled "My Wife Wants to Sleep in a Separate Room." The original poster recounted how he met his wife at a bar, their intoxication igniting a passionate encounter, leading to marriage out of a sense of responsibility. Initially, their union was filled with affection, yet recently, his wife had been insisting on sleeping separately. As he pondered ways to salvage their relationship, he stumbled upon a divorce agreement hidden within her drawer. This narrative resonated deeply with Ji Yezhou. Reply 1. It's laughable. Do people truly believe in love found in bars nowadays? Reply 2. If your wife could roll in bed with you in a moment of passion, it stands to reason she might have done the same with someone else. How tragic to be a rebound. Reply 3. You were friends with her, yet rushed into marriage. Who else but you could be so unfortunate? Reply 4. Even with my bare feet, I could surmise that if the passion has waned, it has surely shifted elsewhere. Reply 5. You sought a wife in a bar? That is akin to finding a lid for a faulty pot. Neither is of good quality. It's only natural if she has found someone new. If all else fails, why not seek a companion yourself? Reply 6. Original poster. I recognize you. Are you not Wu Dalong? Originally intending to browse the forum for a modicum of emotional solace, Ji Yezhou found himself increasingly agitated after perusing the threads. He poured himself a glass of ice water to cool down. Meanwhile, discussions regarding his earlier queries persisted in the group, yet he had no desire to engage further with the outside world. Inevitably, thoughts of Jiang Yubai resurfaced. He always appeared unaffected by external matters, often coldly uttering words he found displeasing, yet when nestled in his embrace, he felt so weightless, and when kissed, his lips were soft as silk, his body radiating warmth. In the depths of his musings, Ji Yezhou's frustration only intensified. He found himself increasingly irritated, his expression darkening as he drained the glass of ice water, revealing its bottom. Perhaps it was the question posed in the car during their last encounter that left Ji Yezhou feeling at a loss. Nonetheless, the past few days had been relatively tranquil for Jiang Yubai. After nearly a week of relentless rain, the medication prescribed by the hospital was proving effective, and a self-administered temperature check indicated he was nearly back to normal. By Friday, the demands of work nearly caused him to forget about the upcoming class reunion. However, Lu Qi sent him a message in the afternoon. A Dongwon Real Estate, Lu Qi. Location, A Dongwon Real Estate, Lu Qi. The gathering will be at Yunding Hotel, room 707, at 7 o'clock in the evening. When do you finish work? I'll wait for you downstairs, and we can go together? I'll head home to change first. A Dongwon Real Estate, Lu Qi. All right, send me a message when you arrive. It's been ages since we last met. You must come. Naturally, many of their high school classmates were unaware of the events that transpired during university. Jiang Yubai was not particularly comfortable in overly social environments that required extensive conversation. But Lu Qi had often helped his grandmother when she nearly got hit by a car while selling vegetables in town. Lu Qi had brought up the reunion multiple times, and Jiang felt it would be impolite to decline. Having finished work with nothing pressing to do, and with the next day being a day off, he decided to attend. The class group suddenly buzzed with excitement, perhaps due to the impending reunion after many years apart, but Jiang Yubai refrained from opening the messages. After work, he changed into a more casual outfit, a slightly loose, light gray shirt that subtly revealed a hint of his delicate collarbone, paired with a simple pair of casual trousers. Yunding Hotel was a landmark in Star City, boasting banquet halls and a variety of entertainment venues. Determined not to be late, he arrived at the hotel lobby 10 minutes early and inquired at the front desk about the location of the private room. A staff member in a uniform promptly escorted him to the designated area. The corridor was narrow, and it was difficult to avoid the conversations taking place around him. He's only 28 and already so accomplished, and an S-level alpha, to boot. Looking so handsome, what window did God close on him? He overheard two hotel staff, likely just coming down from upstairs. Jiang Yubai was not one to indulge in gossip, and as he distanced himself, their words became increasingly indistinct. However, he could feel his heart racing palpably. Before long, he found himself at the door of the private room, where Lu Qi spotted him first. Inside, more than a dozen classmates had already gathered. One table was insufficient to accommodate everyone, necessitating an additional one nearby. Lu Qi remarked, "It seems Jiang Yubai hasn't changed much at all, unlike me with all these wrinkles. It's been quite a while since we last saw each other after graduation. Hasn't it? The economic downturn and demanding work have certainly aged us." An alpha classmate chimed in. "Our company was previously operating under a grueling 996 schedule, but recently it has descended into an even harsher 997. My mother incessantly urges me to consider arranged marriages. Yet where do I find the time?" Jiang Yubai had previously exchanged pleasantries with them, and soon, a group began conversing once more. Lu Qi had arranged a relatively secluded spot for him. Some of the faces in the crowd were somewhat familiar to Jiang Yubai, though he could not clearly recall their names. Lu Qi, however, effortlessly mingled with them. Before long, all the classmates had arrived, and it was inevitable that a hint of alcohol would permeate the gathering. Jiang Yubai contemplated the need to return home without having consumed too much, as his tolerance for alcohol had always been rather low. As the event neared its conclusion, Lu Qi stood up to speak. "We from Shishan No. 1 High School have produced quite a remarkable individual. This gathering owes its success to him. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to secure a private room at Yunding." Lu Qi continued, "He was just upstairs discussing business with others, and now he has arrived." To Jiang Yubai's surprise, he had indeed come. Hadn't he gone abroad after being taken back by the Fu family? As lively discussions began to swirl around him, a name long unheard pierced Jiang Yubai's ears once more. Chapter 21. "You are truly wonderful. I wondered how Lu Qi managed to book the Yunding Hotel. I thought you had become a big shot, but to think you still keep in touch with him?" Someone inquired of Lu Qi. "Perhaps my connections are quite extensive. After all, I work in real estate," Lu Qi jested. "I saw him in the financial news yesterday. He looks even more handsome than before. If only I weren't an Omega and had forged a better relationship with him in high school, I might have ended up marrying him." Someone laughed. "He was quite popular in high school, you know. There's no chance for you, but he has always had a good rapport with Jiang Yubai." For some reason, the topic shifted to Jiang Yubai. Under the scrutiny of many gazes, Jiang Yubai rose, the pain from his clenched palm serving to keep him composed. "Please continue your conversation. There has been an issue at the company that I need to attend to." This excuse felt rather feeble and was inconsistent with his usual social standards. With that, he left the table, while Lu Qi called after him. "Aren't you going to see Fu Lin before you leave? He'll be here shortly. Just wait a moment." Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Jiang Yubai quickened his pace. He had attended the gathering because Lu Qi mentioned that everyone was in the group chat. Perhaps it was also because he realized the other person had long since left the country. During high school, they had studied in a county beneath Xinjiang, and the environment the other found himself in was now vastly different from the past. Lu Qi continued to call him from behind, and he hurriedly approached the entrance of the private room, the alcohol having dulled his usual composure, causing him to nearly collide with the person entering. "Sorry." Jiang Yubai instinctively apologized, unable to see the newcomer's face due to the height difference. All he wanted was to bypass the individual and exit the private room. The voice behind him rose in pitch. "Fu Lin, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you." Upon hearing that name, Jiang Yubai's mind momentarily short-circuited, as if everything before him had turned into a mere illusion. The door was pushed inward, remaining ajar, while Jiang Yubai's hand still grasped the handle, attempting to pull it open further. Suddenly, his slender fingers brushed lightly against the back of another's hand. "Bai, are you leaving?" When conversing with someone, it is instinctive to cast a glance in their direction. The slight inebriation dulled Jiang Yubai's senses. He tilted his chin slightly upward, observing the imposing figure of the alpha before him, whose handsome visage exuded a calm maturity, more pronounced than during their school days. Now, having taken over the Fu family, he emanated an air of aloof elegance. This was a stark contrast to the past, when they lived next to each other, both devoid of possessions. During Jiang Yubai's middle school years, a family moved into the previously vacant house, which had remained unkempt for years, overgrown with weeds. Fu Lin's mother, an omega of superficial beauty, was spoiled and capricious, likely indulged in her youth, yet time had stripped her of her allure, and no one remained to finance her extravagant lifestyle. Though she initially received a considerable sum upon giving birth to Fu Lin, sufficient for a stable life in Star City, her penchant for luxury and gambling soon depleted her savings entirely. She ultimately returned with Fu Lin to her hometown, settling into her parents' old house, long neglected after their passing. Their paths first crossed on Fu Lin's first day after transferring schools. During physical education class, a group of alphas was playing basketball when the ball was accidentally thrown out of bounds, striking Jiang Yubai. The alphas showed no concern, merely instructing him to toss the ball back. Only Fu Lin noticed. He retrieved the ball and threw it further away. In every class, there exists a character who is isolated and unliked, and Jiang Yubai played that role, an orphan beta, naturally unthreatening to others. Fu Lin's presence disrupted this balance. They were, after all, an orphan and an illegitimate child unaware of his father's identity. Upon returning home that day, Jiang Yubai heard the frantic, hysterical cursing of a woman emanating from next door, likely a result of losing money at the gambling table and returning to scavenge for anything of value. Once the cacophony subsided, the woman exited again, unable to adapt to the mundane routine of the town, where nightfall dictated an early bedtime. Through the open door, Jiang Yubai caught sight of shattered dishes littering the ground, and Fu Lin's hand, cut and bleeding. He hurried home to fetch antiseptic and band-aids, returning to tend to Fu Lin's wound. With a lowered gaze, he meticulously dabbed away the blood with a cotton swab, applied iodine several times, and finally affixed a band-aid. When he lifted his gaze, he found Fu Lin's eyes fixed upon him. Fu Lin's lips curved slightly. "Bai, you are truly kind." This was how his grandmother had affectionately addressed him, a sentiment that Fu Lin must have overheard. First encounters are often delightful. Subsequently, the two began to walk to school together. While middle school tuition was waived, living expenses were separate. Jiang Yubai's grandmother, pleased to see him make a friend, frequently invited Fu Lin over for meals, given their close proximity. Jiang Yubai achieved commendable results, ranking among the top 10 in his grade, which earned him a scholarship. Last semester, he secured third place in the finals. He used a portion of the money to purchase a gift for his grandmother and bought a pair of sneakers for Fu Lin, whose old shoes were in dire need of replacement. As for himself, he seemed to lack nothing. Fu Lin was his first friend. They attended middle school and high school together and later enrolled in the same university. His grandmother passed away during his sophomore year. One day, while the teacher was lecturing at the blackboard, someone called him from the doorway, urging him to return home. His grandmother had fallen ill, suffering from persistent back pain, and medical examinations revealed she had pancreatic cancer. At that time, Jiang Yubai had little understanding of death. Despite the Jiang family visiting, he believed she would surely recover. His grandmother, not wanting to hinder his studies, continually urged him to attend school. After the funeral, the Jiang family departed, and without his grandmother, the house could hardly be called a home anymore. Upon returning from school, Fu Lin found him. Perhaps it was the presence of someone he could lean on that allowed him to reveal his vulnerable side. With a choked voice, he expressed, "Grandmother is gone, and I have no home. What will I do in the future?" The young man gently comforted him, promising earnestly, "Wherever I am, they'll also be your home." Jiang Yubai's life needed a semblance of spiritual support. He wholeheartedly believed in the youth before him, thinking that such inseparable days would persist indefinitely. Chapter 22. Familiar yet strange. A voice, both familiar and foreign, drew Jiang Yubai's thoughts together. Behind him, many were conversing with Fu Lin. He heard Fu Lin say, "Abai has had too much to drink. I'll take him home. You two are still so close. I'm really envious." After all these years, Lu Qi remarked wistfully. Fu Lin smiled, but did not engage further with those in the private room. The corridor was long and quiet. Jiang Yubai did not anticipate their reunion. He had changed all his contact information, wishing to erase the past. Upon stepping outside the hotel, the cold night breeze awakened him slightly. It was then that he spoke, his voice hoarse and dry. "Why have you returned home?" "I wish to develop my career in Star City," Fu Lin replied. "I didn't see your message at the time. When I tried to contact you later, it showed as a disconnected number." "It's all in the past," Jiang Yubai replied. "I'll head home myself. You just reunited with them. It wouldn't be proper for you to leave so soon." He brushed off the matter as if it had little impact on him. "You've been drinking. Let me drive you," Fu Lin insisted. "Abai, please don't refuse me." His voice was low, his fingers brushing Jiang Yubai's cheek, tenderly caressing his skin like a lover. They truly had not seen each other in ages. Upon returning to the Fu residence, he felt the weight of their expectations. He had endured enough of a life in poverty, and his gaze naturally turned toward the future. Should the Fu family discover his ambiguous relationship with a beta, he would undoubtedly become a target. At that time, he had no other choice. In a world rife with deception, everyone sought a larger share, yet the longer he stayed, the more he yearned for the simplicity of those who had once treated him with sincerity. Jiang Yubai's mind remained somewhat muddled. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had returned to his university days, when he and Fu Lin would typically journey home together. After graduating, they rented a modest 2-bedroom apartment outside the campus, benefiting from the landlord's self-built property, which was quite affordable. During that time, he would seize opportunities to take on part-time jobs amidst his studies, while Fu Lin caught the eye of a modeling agency and worked as a print model for a while. Eventually, a set of photos went viral online, and Fu Lin, who had already garnered some fame during college, found himself pursued by many admirers. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently entered Fu Lin's car. Jiang Yubai was not particularly sensitive to pheromone scents, only noticing them when they were overwhelmingly strong. Inside the vehicle, he faintly detected a hint of mint. The suppressive pheromones of an S-level alpha predominantly affect omegas and lower-tier alphas, with only a minor influence on betas. Jiang Yubai had consumed alcohol, rendering his willpower weaker than usual. The distance from Yunding Hotel to his residential complex was not great, and considering that gatherings with classmates often involved drinking, he had chosen not to drive. Fu Lin had not initially intended to employ his pheromones, yet he yearned to spend more time with the person beside him. Before long, the car was parked outside Jiang Yubai's apartment building. As the locks clicked open, Jiang Yubai hurriedly exited the vehicle. Fu Lin followed closely behind, softly calling out "Abai." It had been a long time since anyone had addressed Jiang Yubai in such a manner. It was a name once reserved for his grandmother and later only for Fu Lin. Jiang Yubai's steps faltered in surprise as Fu Lin approached him, revealing a cheap red string bracelet on his wrist. "You gave this to me. I've kept it all this time," he said. At that time, Jiang Yubai had read somewhere that if two people wore the same red string, their bond would endure. During their university years, whenever someone inquired whether the red string on Fu Lin's wrist was a gift from a partner, Fu Lin would smile and never deny it. Eventually, they noticed Jiang Yubai wearing one too. Whenever someone confessed their feelings to Fu Lin, he would show them the red string. Over time, it led many to assume they were in a romantic relationship, and even Jiang Yubai found himself believing it. May I have your current contact information? Fu Lin asked. Given Fu Lin's status now, it would not take much effort to find out, perhaps by asking Lu Qi, but it would undoubtedly lead to inquiries, especially since their high school classmates believed they shared a close bond. Jiang Yubai was reluctant to lay his private matters bare before others. It would be better for them to maintain distance in the future. Most business events in Xingqing were hosted at Yunding, and tonight, Ji Yezhou was not representing the Ji family. He was determined to carve out his own path. The messages in the chat group had indeed jolted him into awareness. If he were to find a beta, the Ji family would undoubtedly disapprove, but he was not relying on them, and others had no say in his affairs. Jiang Yubai's unresolved question lingered in his mind, and Ji Yezhou, for once, was not as diligent in seeking him out. He wished to take some time for reflection. He had perused various emotional forums, feeling quite conflicted. What if he confessed his feelings to Jiang Yubai and was rejected? He had always been the one to turn others down and found it utterly unacceptable to be spurned himself. Xia Xinghe and Qi Qi also arrived tonight, accompanied by others. After all, having graduated from university, they could not spend their days merely indulging in hedonism. Qi Qi remarked, "Yezhou, it's all your fault for being so industrious lately. My grandfather insisted I attend this tedious gathering." "One cannot always rely on family," Ji Yezhou replied. "Your sense of awareness is quite concerning. I suspect you might be possessed." He added, "Where next? It's still early. Perhaps we should go for drinks?" Qi Qi suggested, "I recently met an Omega. Let us see if I can invite him out." As they bantered, they approached the hotel entrance when Xia Xinghe suddenly exclaimed, "I SNT that Fu Lin." The person beside him must be his Omega. Ji Yezhou followed Xia Xinghe's gaze, recognizing Fu Lin's face clearly, though he could only see the other person's back. "That figure seems familiar," he mused. Fu Lin was gently caressing the other's cheek, a clear indication of an intimate relationship. Xia Xinghe continued, "Just the other day, Fu Lin claimed to be single. It seems he has recently embarked on a romance. Likely a date." Qi Qi interjected, "They might have just checked into a room nearby." Xia Xinghe, with a hint of gossip, remarked, "Fu Lin is an S-rank alpha. If he completely marks that Omega, it would be impossible to wash away the scent. Even from this distance, one can detect the minty pheromones. This Omega must be entirely enveloped in his essence." Ji Yezhou remained silent, uninterested in the private affairs of others. At that moment, the other person turned slightly, and Ji Yezhou finally recognized the familiar visage. Sensing Ji Yezhou's growing tension, Xia Xinghe asked, "Yezhou, should you not rein in your pheromones?" "You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to," Ji Yezhou replied coldly, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. He had not anticipated that the person in question was Jiang Yubai. Chapter 23, My Disappointment. How could he have spoken so grandly about age differences? About being an alpha, while he was merely a beta, unable to mark him, asserting that Jiang Yubai would find a suitable Omega? Their initial missteps had led to the conclusion that certain experiences are only meant to be shared with those we cherish. He had intended to prepare himself mentally before clarifying his feelings with Jiang Yubai. How naive! He had even entertained the notion that Jiang Yubai was devoid of new affections, only to find himself deceived, believing that to be true. Thoughts of posts he had read on emotional forums flooded his mind. Passion wanes when redirected. Observing Jiang Yubai entering the same vehicle as Fu Lin, he followed closely behind. This route past Jiang Yubai's residence was all too familiar to him. Did Jiang Yubai truly intend to bring Fu Lin home? He had never been invited back to Jiang Yubai's place. Had he not conducted his own inquiries, he would still be oblivious to Jiang Yubai's address. Indeed, Ji Yezhou was still quite young, and his emotions often surged uncontrollably. In a moment of frustration, while both cars awaited the traffic light, he seized a bottle of mineral water and guzzled it down in an attempt to cool his temper. He witnessed Fu Lin's car coming to a halt near Jiang Yubai's apartment building. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, it was evident that the two individuals stood exceedingly close, reminiscent of a couple in the throes of passionate romance, reluctant to part ways. Jiang Yubai, who usually maintained an appropriate distance in public, seemed to have abandoned this decorum in the current moment. Perhaps it was the allure of Friday night, despite the enveloping darkness. With numerous pedestrians still traversing the streets, Ji Yezhou restrained himself from escalating the situation. Should he exit the vehicle now, a confrontation with Fu Lin would be inevitable. In this age of ubiquitous short videos, any commotion would attract attention, and if captured on camera and disseminated online, both he and Fu Lin, being alphas with untouchable family backgrounds, would remain unscathed, but Jiang Yubai, a beta, would not enjoy the same immunity. At this juncture, he still found himself concerned for Jiang Yubai's reputation. Ji Yezhou pounded the steering wheel in frustration. The thought that Jiang Yubai might possess a fragile pride crossed his mind. Previously, when Ji Yezhou had forcefully kissed him in the office, separated only by a door and blinds, Jiang Yubai had panicked. Was it all a facade? Was the provocative demeanor he displayed in enticing others truly his nature? Ji Yezhou watched as Fu Lin, accompanied by Jiang Yubai, entered the apartment building. Though situated outside the bustling heart of Xingqing, the apartment complex boasted a high occupancy rate, thanks to its proximity to Yanshui River, where many strolled after dinner. Now, around 8 in the evening, it was nearly time for such evening walkers to return. Fu Lin escorted Jiang Yubai to the elevator, at which point a fellow waiting for the lift cast a few curious glances their way and suddenly exclaimed, You are Fu Lin, right? I see you all the time on financial news." The newcomer was a young Omega, visibly thrilled to encounter their idol in person, and continued exuberantly, "You are even more handsome than on TV. What brings you here? Are you meeting a friend?" "Not just a friend," Fu Lin replied politely. The Omega seemed poised to say more, but at that moment, the elevator chimed and arrived. Jiang Yubai stepped inside, hearing Fu Lin murmur, "See you next time." This phrase was a familiar parting sentiment, implying there would never be a true farewell, only the promise of a future encounter. The elevator's confined space allowed the Omega to catch a whiff of the minty scent emanating from Jiang Yubai, and hesitantly asked, "Are you and Fu Lin dating?" Jiang Yubai's thoughts momentarily drifted, as if time had folded back upon itself. Someone had asked him the same question during university. How had he responded then? He believed he had confirmed their relationship sweetly. Yet, those words later became labels, ammunition for those who would attack and vilify him. After a brief pause, Jiang Yubai replied, "No." Oh, the Omega stammered, and fortunately, the elevator had reached their floor. Jiang Yubai now yearned to return home swiftly. Perhaps he should not have entertained the notion of attending a long-awaited class reunion the next day, uncertain of what to expect. Staying at home would have spared him from the current turmoil. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Wishing to leave behind unnecessary emotions, he opened the message, which was from Lu Qifa. Donghuan Real Estate Lu Qi. When will the company's matters be resolved? Donghuan Real Estate Lu Qi. I was still hoping we could go sing together. The KTV is not far from the company. Do you have time to join me later? The previous excuses were undoubtedly fabricated, yet he certainly would not go there now. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll be late finishing my work. Donghuan Real Estate Lu Qi. All right then, let us do it another time. MHM. After exiting the chat, the interface displayed newly added friends. After replying to Lu Qi, Jiang Yubai intended to turn off his phone temporarily, as if disconnecting from social interactions could stave off the intrusion of negative emotions. Upon entering the password into the smart lock, he finally breathed a sigh of relief as the door swung open. Just as he was about to close it again, a hand suddenly reached out and forcefully grasped the edge of the door, the veins on the back of the hand prominently visible. Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback as the tall, muscular young alpha forcefully entered, his countenance dark and foreboding. His gaze fixated on Jiang Yubai as if he intended to devour him whole. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yubai stepped back a couple of paces. Upon drawing nearer, he could distinctly detect the unpleasant scent of another alpha emanating from Jiang Yubai. Ji Yezhou had indeed caught Jiang Yubai in the act, and in a fit of rage, he demanded, "Didn't you say you had no new love interest? Then who is Fu Lin? What you said sounded better than a song. I'm an alpha. Isn't Fu Lin one too? You just want to reject me, don't you?" The more Jiang Yubai listened, the more confused he became. Having consumed alcohol at a class reunion, his thoughts were not as clear as usual, and now Ji Yezhou appeared before him. Jiang Yubai pressed his lips together. "I don't want to argue with you right now. I need to rest." The implication was clear. He wanted Ji Yezhou to leave. Ji Yezhou, however, was determined to stay. The apartment was small, offering no refuge. As Ji Yezhou advanced toward him, Jiang Yubai felt a sense of danger and quickly exclaimed, "This is my home. Please leave." Yet the alpha disregarded his words. He was soon forced against the cold, hard wall, with Ji Yezhou's large hand gripping his slender wrist tightly above his head. "Tomorrow is a day off, and your cold will have subsided. We can do it today, right?" Chapter 24. Only him. Ji Yezhou's words were not a question. A red mark appeared on Jiang Yubai's fair skin, and he was utterly unable to extricate himself from the alpha's grip. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yubai implored, "Let go. Ji Yezhou, this is a mutual agreement. I've said I don't want to." Yet Ji Yezhou was not listening. He was driven mad by the scent of Fu Lin lingering on Jiang Yubai. After enduring without marking him, waiting for Jiang Yubai's cold to heal, only to have someone else seize the opportunity? How could that be? Ji Yezhou meticulously inspected the nape of Jiang Yubai's neck, finding no new bite marks. He buried his face within the crook, taking a gentle sniff. The acquired scent was indeed repugnant. "You were the one who sought me out first. Who could have anticipated that being with you could be so addictive? Your desire to cast me aside is an impossibility." Ji Yezhou's lips brushed against the small expanse of unblemished skin at the nape of the man's neck. A kiss that seemed tender yet fervent. "I care not for your past entanglements. As for the future, it is best that I do not discover any connections with others. Otherwise, the marking shall ensue, and the discomfort will be yours alone." A beta can be temporarily marked, and to bear the mark of two alphas simultaneously within a span of 24 hours is an ordeal of great magnitude. The scent of mint gradually faded, leaving only the traces of his possession upon Jiang Yubai's body. Jiang Yubai trembled in pain, his tightly closed lips parting slightly. "No, please." He could barely utter a coherent word. Though Ji Yezhou had marked him before, never had it felt as urgent as it did in this moment. The day had already presented too many upheavals, clearly exceeding Jiang Yubai's capacity for endurance. Following a temporary mark, his sensitivity to alpha pheromones intensified. While it did not compare to the overwhelming weakness experienced by an omega, the sensations were still profoundly challenging for a beta. He was drenched in a light sheen of sweat, his body languid and drained, as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. Ji Yezhou offered him no respite, pinning him against the wall, kissing him with fervor, as if all air had been entirely stripped away. A flush of near suffocation rose to Jiang Yubai's face. Ji Yezhou's inspection of his neck was far from sufficient. Outside, thunder roared, followed by a blinding flash of lightning, illuminating the man's neck arched back, with wet tears trailing down his cheeks. The dark gray clouds that had loomed overhead all day reached a breaking point, and the rain began to pound the ground with a dull thud. A corner of the curtain was lifted by the wind, yet the potent alpha pheromones within the room remained undispersed. The initial notes of juniper berries were intoxicatingly reminiscent of fine spirits. The rain subsided only in the latter half of the night. The apartment's sound insulation was far from adequate, allowing the cacophony of speeding vehicles from the street to penetrate the silence. At this hour, a few motorcycle enthusiasts would seize the opportunity of diminished traffic to indulge in their speed. Ji Yezhou awoke early, feeling refreshed from his slumber. The scene before him was clearly not that of a hotel, nor his own spacious apartment. He found himself in Jiang Yubai's home, having spent his first night alongside him. Evidently, Jiang Yubai had successfully quelled the anger from the previous night, and Ji Yezhou felt an unexpected flutter of nervousness. In stark contrast to his own lively demeanor, Jiang Yubai appeared visibly fatigued, his lips a rich hue. Turning to the side, Ji Yezhou noticed Jiang Yubai's long, straight eyelashes resting upon his lower eyelid, an innocent allure. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered he was still in the same bed as Jiang Yubai, a stark difference from the previous state of feverish confusion. At present, the man seemed almost entirely consumed by his pheromones, leaving no part untouched. Ji Yezhou struggled to contain himself. At merely 22 years of age, the allure of beauty was simply irresistible. When he kissed Jiang Yubai once more, the man's eyelashes fluttered gently. Jiang Yubai opened his drowsy eyes, seemingly taken aback. "You may continue with your slumber, pay me no mind." Ji Yezhou has once again pressed his lips against his. This situation is utterly bewildering. Jiang Yubai, who typically possesses a light sleep, is unable to rest with even the slightest disturbance, let alone with another's body in proximity. Glancing at Ji Yezhou beside him, memories of the previous night flood back to Jiang Yubai's consciousness. What has transpired is now irrevocable. Any further discourse would be futile. He extends his hand to push Ji Yezhou away, only to discover the ache seeping through his arm. Enough is enough. Jiang Yubai's expression reveals his displeasure. Seeing him awake, Ji Yezhou inquires amiably, "What would you like for breakfast? I can go fetch it." "No need," Jiang Yubai replies, his head pounding fiercely. Last night, Ji Yezhou had acted as if possessed, and he is utterly exhausted. With Ji Yezhou present, restful sleep seems unattainable. His voice is hoarse as he states, "You have done all you desired. Can you leave now?" Ji Yezhou, taken aback by Jiang Yubai's insistence for him to depart, feels a crack in his composure. "Do you truly believe my presence here is solely for such endeavors?" Ji Yezhou retorts, his countenance darkening. Was the one who kissed him merely a dog? Had he not awakened in time, he would suspect Ji Yezhou might have committed even more outrageous acts, feeling as if his very bones might be dismantled. Ji Yezhou asserts, "You should rest. I shall not disturb you. If needed, I will refrain from touching you, but please do not demand my departure at every turn." Jiang Yubai, drained of energy, wishes to cease the argument. He lacks the strength. He lowers his gaze, uttering, "Ji Yezhou, you ought to pursue a romantic relationship, rather than entangle yourself with me once more. Am I obstructing your path to Fu Lin?" Ji Yezhou's earlier fervor from the kiss rekindles. For he is an S-class alpha, youthful and brimming with passion. The mere mention of Fu Lin incites a desire within him to act further upon Jiang Yubai. Hearing that name momentarily disorients Jiang Yubai. They shared the innocence of youth, the sole companion during his nascent romantic feelings, both friend and akin to family. Yet, everything has since transformed. After enduring so much alone, he cannot regard Fu Lin as he once did. Now, with their disparate statuses, he yearns only for his own contentment. Observing Jiang Yubai's distraction, Ji Yezhou grows increasingly certain of their connection, although he had detected no signs during last night's examination. He seizes Jiang Yubai's lips once more, his hand gliding over a slender waist, compelling the man before him to see only him. Chapter 25. Strangely attractive, the soundproofing of the apartment leaves much to be desired, as murmurs from the corridor occasionally seep through. In broad daylight, within the confines of home, he is unsure of the hour he fell asleep. The atmosphere grows stifling and sultry, the scent of juniper berries threatening to suffocate him, saturating even his very soul. Ultimately, Jiang Yubai is too fatigued to utter another word to Ji Yezhou. The words of an alpha hold no credibility. Was it not promised that he would remain here for purposes beyond this? Jiang Yubai has slept deeply, and as noon approaches, no amount of commotion will faze an alpha's robust constitution, but a beta is altogether different. In the solitude of two individuals lying on the bed, Ji Yezhou considered himself quite disciplined, at least taking into account Jiang Yubai's physical condition, refraining from staying until dusk. After all, the sensitivity period for an S-class alpha lasts a week, albeit without any discernible periodicity. Reluctantly, he rose from the bed and stood at its edge. Glancing back at the man whose profile bore traces of tears, his damp eyelashes shimmering like pearls. It was rather beautiful. At this point, it could no longer be deemed breakfast. Ji Yezhou casually donned his clothes, still uncertain of Jiang Yubai's culinary preferences. He opened the refrigerator, hoping to discover what the man typically kept inside. To his dismay, it was rather empty, containing only a few unopened bottles of milk and nothing else. A brief inspection of the kitchen revealed that aside from the essential staples, there was scarcely anything edible. It hardly resembled a home, even for a solitary life. One ought to stock some provisions, which perhaps explained Jiang Yubai's slenderness. The apartment's elevator was limited to 2 sets, and Ji Yezhou had to wait a while before one arrived. Inside, 2 Omegas were engaged in animated conversation, completely oblivious to his presence. Fu Lin is incredibly handsome, and he has no airs about him. He appears so gentle. I asked you to return with me last night, but you insisted on going for a late-night snack. Who would have thought Fu Lin would come to such a place? I wonder when I will have the chance to see him again. But we have someone living in our apartment who is very close to Fu Lin. He even escorted him home last night, mentioning they are more than just friends. Perhaps he will visit again. Before the last word could escape, the sound of a plastic garbage bag hitting the floor echoed in the elevator. Having perused emotional forums for several days, Ji Yezhou was aware that one ought to assist in taking out the trash after spending the night at someone else's home. In truth, Jiang Yubai's place was quite tidy. The only item in the bag was the toilet paper discarded for the previous night. The 2 engrossed Omegas finally noticed Ji Yezhou standing in front of them. After he exited the elevator on the ground floor, he overheard their discussion. That alpha seemed rather intimidating. He stood in front of me, and I couldn't even discern his features. Given his height, he probably has violent tendencies. Not all alphas are like Fu Lin. Fu Lin is truly the best. Ji Yezhou clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in his ears. Was he unable to measure up to Fu Lin? He accurately disposed of the trash in the communal bin downstairs and then took out his phone, activating the front camera to scrutinize his own face. His complexion was commendable, flawless from every angle, his hairstyle impeccable, and his attire appropriate. Ultimately, he concluded, a youthful, sunny, handsome, kind-hearted young man. As for Fu Lin, he had yet to delve deeply into that matter. While purchasing breakfast, he sent a message in the group chat, as it was evident that Xia Xinghe was more attuned to the latest gossip. Z, what do you think of Fu Lin? The ground floor of the apartment boasted numerous dining establishments, and Ji Yezhou noticed a small supermarket nearby. Following his usual routine, he bought a considerable amount of items, intending to help fill Jiang Yubai's refrigerator. By the time he returned to Jiang Yubai's home, a plethora of unread messages awaited him in the group chat. Star City's most affectionate, our role model, the youngest entrepreneur among the top 100 on the Forbes list, is truly a multifaceted warrior. His prowess is undeniable. Had it not been for him, the Fu family would likely have faced bankruptcy long ago. Star City's most affectionate. I've heard that the younger generation of the Star City Business Association is planning to elect him as their representative. It feels like a foregone conclusion, merely a formality at this point. Star City's most affectionate. Over the years, he has been free of scandals, having only been engaged once, which was later called off. Star City's most affectionate. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Chi is fierce. My grandfather often compares me to Fu Lin, claiming we are both alphas. Please, how many alphas can truly compare to Fu Lin? Star City's most affectionate. Regardless, I cannot measure up. Star City's most affectionate. However, it seems that both Yezhou and Fu Lin are S-tier alphas. Ji Yezhou, maintaining a stoic expression, finished reading the information. He never allowed others' aspirations to diminish his own pride. From this information, he concluded that Fu Lin was cunning and treacherous. If one were purely kind-hearted, how could they ascend to such heights? He first placed the fruits and ingredients he had purchased from the supermarket into the refrigerator, leaving a box of blueberries and cherries to wash. He had never played the role of a servant in his life, and he recalled the tenderness spoken of by an Omega in the elevator not long ago. As for tenderness, he was quite adept at it. Once he had prepared everything and filled the dining table with the food and fruits, he gently roused the man from his slumber. The diligent Ji Yezhou awaited the praise of the homeowner lying in bed. Jiang Yubai lifted his heavy eyelids, and upon seeing him, subtly furrowed his brow. Why are you still here? Jiang Yubai truly could not continue to share space with Ji Yezhou. Otherwise, he felt he might shatter. There is a limit to everything, but the threshold for alphas and betas differs. He had had enough of the previous hour. and the latter part felt entirely like charity work. Evidently, Ji Yezhou's emotional state had diminished from the earlier high due to satisfaction, and while he could still endure, he avoided responding to Jiang Yubai's words, suggesting, "Let us eat something first before resting." This demeanor bore no resemblance to the fierce intent he exhibited the night before. It was impossible to claim he wasn't hungry. His physical exertion had been substantial, yet Jiang Yubai was simply exhausted. Seeing Ji Yezhou's indifferent stance, he said, "I've eaten. Can you leave now?" Ji Yezhou was genuinely on the verge of snapping. Why was he so insistent on leaving? Previously, at least he had managed to convey his desire to depart in 3 sentences. Forget it. The emotional forums advised gradual progression, not to rush into indulgence. Fine. Qui est reluctantly replied. Jiang Yubai donned simple loungewear, still the same outfit Ji Yezhou had helped him change into the previous night. Once he descended from the bed and firmly planted his feet on the ground, his legs trembled slightly. Ji Yezhou intended to support his waist, but he disliked the feeling of being unable to walk steadily without assistance. "Could you please maintain some distance from me?" Jiang Yubai's throat felt parched. He had developed a slight PTSD regarding Ji Yezhou. He had thought the previous night had sufficiently crossed the line. Yet Ji Yezhou appeared to be in high spirits once more early in the morning. "I'm just going to help you a bit." Ji Yezhou remarked that he truly would not engage in any further actions. Chapter 26. Greed. Ji Yezhou's words were indeed accurate. However, the frequency of alarms had eroded his credibility. Jiang Yubai felt an intense weariness in his waist, yet he disliked revealing his vulnerabilities, striving to maintain an upright posture. Fortunately, the distance to the dining table was not great, and it was already adorned with an array of dishes. Ji Yezhou presented him with a blueberry, asserting, "This is good for your eyes. Eating more might alleviate your nearsightedness. Do try it. It is genuinely quite sweet." His self-praise had reached a somewhat distorted level. Jiang Yubai lacked the inclination to dispute. He merely wished to finish his meal in peace. The tiny blueberry, delivered to his lips, inevitably brought Ji Yezhou's fingers into contact with the warmth of his mouth. After feeding him, Ji Yezhou reluctantly withdrew his hand, his gaze lingering on Jiang Yubai's plump lips, which bore the mark of his attentions. He felt a pang of hunger again. Jiang Yubai ate with great decorum, taking delicate bites, his lips parting slightly, his pallor suggesting a certain frailty. Yet he sported a pair of fine, gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of seriousness. Ji Yezhou sat across the table, propping his chin on one hand as he watched. Perhaps sensing the intensity of Ji Yezhou's gaze, Jiang Yubai pressed his lips together and inquired, "Aren't you hungry?" "Indeed," Ji Yezhou replied. He then moderated his demeanor and joined Jiang Yubai in a meal. The atmosphere was pleasant, reminiscent of a couple enjoying a leisurely evening, where the husband wakes first, preparing a sumptuous breakfast and calling his wife to rise. As Jiang Yubai neared the end of his meal, his gaze shifted to Ji Yezhou. "You know my home's code, right?" The sequence of numbers was too simple to forget. After being taken to the hospital by Ji Yezhou the previous week, Jiang Yubai had not thought much of it until recently, when he vaguely recalled Ji Yezhou leaving and securely closing the door. The sound of the code unlocking echoing upon his return. He was indeed cautious about his privacy, as there were many things he preferred Ji Yezhou not to see. Before their acquaintance, he had relied on various measures to maintain that privacy. The mere thought of Ji Yezhou discovering such matters was enough to induce a headache. He initially intended to express that Ji Yezhou should not seek him out henceforth, but recalling their earlier encounter in bed, he could only say, "I have finished eating." "I have just begun," Ji Yezhou replied, his tone surprisingly plaintive. Moreover, it was I who did all the work, which is quite exhausting. Jiang Yubai's cheeks flushed visibly. He truly believed that the dynamics in bed and those outside were entirely different, yet Ji Yezhou consistently blurred those lines. Silence enveloped the room, and Ji Yezhou had never chewed his food so deliberately in his life. Yet, no matter how slowly one savored their meal, it must eventually come to an end. He had a meeting at 4 o'clock with a luxury brand distributor from the Asia-Pacific region. He genuinely wished to venture out on his own. Yet his father relentlessly pressured him to find an omega, even selecting several highly compatible candidates for him to meet in recent days. As Ji Yezhou rose, he remarked, Do not think of severing ties every time I leave. After all, it takes time to form a bond, even with a dog. Upon expressing his unease, he added, I'm not a dog. Jiang Yubai felt utterly perplexed. After Ji Yezhou departed, he opened the windows of the room to let in fresh air. Influenced by pheromones, the area at the nape of his neck, where no glands should exist, throbbed faintly, briefly invoking an omega's inherent reliance on an alpha. It was rare for him to have his phone turn off for an entire night. Upon turning it back on, 2 messages from WeChat popped up on the screen. Fu Lin, do you have time tomorrow? It's been a while since we last had a meal together. Fu Lin, I've been thinking of returning to town recently. Jiang Yubai silently stared at the screen. He had never been adept at social interactions, and now he found himself at a loss for how to respond, especially since Fu Lin had never been just anyone to him. He set his phone aside and closed his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Had it not been for this reunion, he would never have imagined encountering Fu Lin again, given that they had lost contact for many years. He had later changed his social media account primarily because the original one had been created solely for easier communication with Fu Lin. His social circle had always been quite limited, barely accommodating even a single individual. Within that small circle, he had shared numerous posts visible only to himself, the content predominantly revolving around Fu Lin. During high school, amidst the scrutiny of early romances, while some classmates discreetly dated, it had not escalated to a broader scale. Upon entering university, at the tender age of 18 or 19, and with his glands fully developed, the number of individuals confessing their feelings to Fu Lin gradually increased. It was during that time that Jiang Yubai began to vaguely comprehend his own affections. They lived off campus. Although their dwelling was modest, it was meticulously arranged. Fu Lin took on a job as a fashion model, often returning home later than usual. Upon his return, Jiang Yubai would always have hot meals prepared, along with ginger soup to ward off the cold. It was their first year of college, right in the heart of winter. When Fu Lin stepped inside, he received the steaming ginger soup from Jiang Yubai, who remarked, whoever ends up dating a bai will truly be fortunate. A partner? Being with the one you cherish, even if it meant dating, would eventually lead to forming a family over time. Jiang Yubai felt a pang of anxiety. Would you also have family? Fu Lin smiled and replied, having you, a bai, is enough for me. As he spoke, Fu Lin produced a beautifully packaged mousse cake from behind him, purchased from a newly opened shop outside the school, where he had seen many people queuing. Jiang Yubai had always had a penchant for sweets, perhaps because such flavors evoked a sense of joy. In the past, when he had been isolated and bullied at school, he would buy himself a piece of candy. Fu Lin spoke of being with someone he liked, dating, and forming a family. Fu Lin claimed that having him was sufficient. Intertwining those 2 statements ignited a flush on Jiang Yubai's face. Each winter, his hands and feet would grow cold, and Fu Lin would help warm them. Fu Lin would say, in the future, we want to live here. We'll find a larger house with heating for the winter. Abai, I promise to provide you with a good life. Eventually, Jiang Yubai moved into an apartment he had purchased, and he seldom indulged in his beloved sweets anymore. In retrospect, he realized that Fu Lin had never explicitly confessed his feelings. It was he who had misinterpreted the signs. They have never had a formal confession, nor have they established a mutual relationship. As for Ji Yezhou, it is likely that his feelings are primarily driven by desire and the intimacy they share. For a beta does not impose the same emotional burdens as an omega. Regardless of how fervently he may express himself now, the ultimate choice will not be him. Chapter 27. Pheromone rejection. Jiang Yubai rummaged through his drawer and retrieved a medicine box, pouring out 2 pills and swallowing them down. As his emotions gradually settled, his fingers unconsciously pressed into the skin on the inside of his left arm, drawing blood. Only pain felt authentic. He despised the sensation of losing control over his emotions. Whether joy or sorrow, both felt involuntary. A single remark from another seemed capable of dictating the course of his life. After a considerable time, he finally responded to Fu Lin, stating that he would be working overtime the following day. The side effects of the medication often dulled his memory, rendering the passwords he set unnecessary to remember. He did not wish to engage in a mental struggle with himself upon awakening. The next day, Upon opening the refrigerator, he was surprised to find it stocked with milk, fruits, and fresh vegetables. Who else could have visited his home besides himself? Early in the morning, his phone vibrated. He opened the message to find one from Ji Yezhou. Z, you must have seen it? Z, don't transfer me money again. I simply cannot stand an empty fridge. Z, remember to eat, or it will spoil. Jiang Yubai paused in his actions. He had turned down Ji Yezhou numerous times. Yet it seemed as if the other always operated on a different wavelength. Was it due to the generational gap caused by their age difference? Or was this simply how the youth of today behaved? In truth, Jiang Yubai did not consider himself particularly old, but he felt he was no longer youthful and lacked the energy to contend with the upheavals life presented. Due to Ji Yezhou's incessant encroachment, he now found discomfort in walking, yet he wished to conceal any signs from outsiders. Dressed in a tailored suit, from behind, he still appeared slender and poised. His pheromone-dissolving spray was nearly depleted, and he had not intended to purchase a second bottle. As for the temporary mark left on the nape of his neck by Ji Yezhou, he could only cover it with suppressive patches to prevent the alpha scent from escaping. This time, Ji Yezhou had shown no restraint, leaving numerous love bites scattered across his collarbone. Fortunately, they had agreed not to leave marks on exposed skin. Otherwise, given Ji Yezhou's destructive tendencies, anyone could discern the intensity of their encounters, and he did not wish to become the subject of gossip. Today marked the announcement of the bidding results. In the previous project in the Northern District, the bid was awarded to Rongxing. Undoubtedly a significant achievement for Jiang Yubai and his team, potentially yielding substantial bonuses for everyone in the department. Spirits were high among the team. Although Minister Jiang was typically strict, there was much to learn from him. Thanks to Minister Jiang, the project had been executed so swiftly. Indeed, it was Minister Jiang who coordinated with General Manager Ji Yezhou. Such credit could not be appropriated by others. Sitting beside Chen Xiaoyu, a planner remarked with a smile, "Xiaoyu, if you don't confess soon, with the recent influx of interns, you might miss your chance." Chen Xiaoyu indeed contemplated. Yet today Minister Jiang appeared quite unwell, intermittently pausing as he walked, reminiscent of his previous demeanor. The department buzzed with discussions surrounding Jiang Yubai, and as Zhou Ming passed by, he wore a dark expression. "Have you all nothing to do? Everyone seems so idle." Upon seeing him approach, they reluctantly fell silent. This well-connected individual has certainly wielded considerable influence within the department. Recently, Zhou Ming had been fervently striving to join the Xingqing Chamber of Commerce, eager to secure investments for a resurgence. He did not wish to remain overshadowed by a beta. Inside the office, Jiang Yubai paid little heed to the commotion outside. At that moment, the office door swung open without notification, and Zhou Ming strode in directly. With most of the major projects nearing completion, Zhou Ming inquired, "What time do you plan to leave today? You shouldn't always stay until the last minute." His words were disjointed, as he seldom concerned himself with such trivial matters. "This should be outside your jurisdiction," Jiang Yubai replied. Zhou Ming stepped closer, observing Jiang Yubai engrossed in his work on the computer screen. He feigned concern, stating, "With the major projects finalized, you ought to allow yourself some relaxation." Uncertain why Zhou Ming was so loquacious today, he sought answers. Being temporarily marked, other alphas felt discomfort when too close. "The company has set a closing time," Jiang Yubai remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Having received his response, Zhou Ming exited the office, while Jiang Yubai adjusted the new air circulation system to its highest setting to refresh the air within. Typically, betas are not sensitive to alphas, and he had preferred not to display his discomfort too overtly. Upon leaving the office, Zhou Ming immediately grasped his phone to send a message. Although he was unclear why the leader of the Xingqing Chamber had accepted his friend's request upon learning he was in charge of Rongxing, and even inquired about Jiang Yubai's late hours, he had intentionally entered the office just moments ago. At this moment, within the spacious and luxurious office, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Xingqing's most vibrant district, beneath which stood the national landmark, the Yunding Tower. Presently, Fu Lin had inherited the Fu family legacy and attained the fame and fortune he desired. His gaze was icy as he scanned a message received not long ago. He had not anticipated learning of Jiang Yubai's schedule in such a manner. His Yubai had also begun to deceive him. With the successful launch of the He Yezhou project, many in the department clamored for an evening gathering. Jiang Yubai seemed to be slightly affected by their joy. However, he never participated in such activities, merely encouraging his colleagues to enjoy themselves. Exhausted, he rarely left work on time, longing to return home for some much-needed rest. The planning staff remarked, Minister Jiang, having completed such a significant project, why not celebrate with us? She cast a knowing glance at Chen Xiaoyu. Others joined in the cheer. As onlookers are often the most spirited, the venue was not far. Minister Jiang had never joined before, so why not make an exception this time? Indeed, Minister Jiang, do consider joining us. Chen Xiaoyu discerned Jiang Yubai's discomfort and suggested, Minister Jiang has been quite exhausted with work lately. Let us simply enjoy our own company. With Chen Xiaoyu's timely intervention, Jiang Yubai was able to extricate himself from the situation. The journey home would take an hour, and he typically parked his car in the spaces outside the community, as the garage was largely occupied by residential vehicles. Just as he approached the entrance of his apartment, he spotted Fu Lin. I wanted to wait for you to have dinner together. It's fine if it's a bit delayed, Fu Lin said gently. Jiang Yubai found himself momentarily speechless. If he returned late from work, had Fu Lin been waiting downstairs all this time? Given Fu Lin's past appearances on television and various interviews, he was considered a semi-public figure, with the sun not yet completely set. It wasn't long before a crowd began to gather around Fu Lin. He greeted them politely before stepping closer to Jiang Yubai. Yubai, let us move to a different place to talk. With so many people around, it was rather inconvenient to use pheromones. As Fu Lin drew nearer, he sensed that Jiang Yubai's body was trembling slightly. Unlike yesterday, it felt more like the mutual repulsion of S-class alpha pheromones. Instinctively, he glanced at the nape of Jiang Yubai's neck, his expression suddenly turning frosty. There were, astonishingly, traces of a temporary mark on Jiang Yubai's skin, evidence of another alpha S claim from the previous night. As he moved closer, he could see, from his vantage point, even the hickeys that the suppressor patches could not conceal, trailing down Jiang Yubai's back. This was meant to be his temporary mark. It was supposed to belong to him. Fu Lin recalled an occasion in college when their class organized a gathering. Among young people, it was inevitable that alcohol would make an appearance. Jiang Yubai had never touched alcohol, but perhaps due to Fu Lin's presence that day, he indulged in a bit of apricot wine, resulting in a rosy blush on his cheeks. Their relationship had always been separated by an unbroken barrier. Being regarded as the most significant person in one's life undeniably fed the alpha's vanity. He relished Jiang Yubai's unconditional kindness. Requiring no extravagant gifts, just a few heartfelt words could inspire genuine devotion. Though he was not deeply intoxicated, he feigned drunkenness as Jiang Yubai assisted him back to their shared residence. Perhaps the atmosphere was just right, or perhaps the alcohol was taking effect. Upon entering, he pushed himself against Jiang Yubai, trapping the beta between himself and the door. Yubai, he called softly. What is it? Jiang Yubai's voice was gentle, laced with a hint of anxiety and confusion. As Fu Lin leaned in closer, the faint blush on Jiang Yubai's face spread to his ears and in a sacrificial manner. He closed his eyes, accepting Fu Lin's every action. He understood that he could do anything he desired with this beta. Yet at that time, he had many Omega admirers in school. Unlike the county high school where they all came from similar backgrounds, there were numerous Ions among the elite at Star City University, and the rank of Omegas was notably higher. Whether he would ultimately end up with a beta remained uncertain. If they were to engage in anything intimate, complications might arise in the future. He buried his head in Jiang Yubai's neck and murmured, I think I've had too much to drink. Yubai, could you make me some hangover soup? Then you wait for me a moment. What individuals often desire the most are the things they cannot attain, or that which they have already lost. Previously, it was the elusive fame, fortune, and power. At this moment, Jiang Yubai seems uncomfortable as he instinctively places a hand on the nape of his neck and shifts 2 steps to the side. I apologize, but I've already dined, he remarks. You are now a public figure. It would be wise to avoid such gatherings in the future. Fu Lin, suppressing his emotions, concedes. Might you join me for a cup of tea? It won't take long. I wish to discuss matters concerning my grandmother's burial site. As the crowd around them swells, nearly obstructing the entrance to the apartment, some individuals even produce their phones to capture the moment. He draws closer, easily becoming part of the frame, and Jiang Yubai feels the cold sweat bead on his forehead, a rising sense of panic coursing through him in response to the throng, causing a slight ringing in his ears. It is imperative to vacate this crowded thoroughfare. Fu Lin's car is parked nearby. His grandmother is undoubtedly his Achilles heel. In the past, their families lived in close proximity, and Fu Lin would often call out to her alongside him, which brought her immense comfort, as she felt he finally had a companion. The tea house should only be available for internal reservations. Its location is off the beaten path, and even the signboard is invisible. The interior boasts a quintessentially new Chinese style, with waitstaff clad in kipeos, enhancing the elegance of the setting. The tea table, crafted from golden silk nanmu, gleams like jade, imbuing the entire tea house with a lively charm. The server approaches to replenish their tea and presents several exquisitely crafted confections. The tea pastries are the house specialty. You ought to try them, Abai, Fu Lin suggests, taking a silver chopstick from the side and placing a piece in front of Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai lowers his eyelashes slightly, replying, "I seldom indulge in sweets these days." Fu Lin is momentarily at a loss for words, as he recalls Jiang Yubai's sweet tooth. In the past, a simple cake would suffice to bring him joy. "Then let us choose something else," Fu Lin offers. "No need," Jiang Yubai interjects. "I have already settled the expenses for my grandmother's burial site. The fee for the grave is due every decade, and Jiang Yubai has made the payment upon its due date. Each Qingming festival and before the Lunar New Year, he returns to his hometown alone. He reflects that life is largely akin to this. Prior to meeting Fu Lin, he too had felt isolated, devoid of friends, attending school and returning home alone. Why then? Does he now feel a sense of discomfort? Perhaps, without experiencing companionship and anticipation, one cannot truly grasp the feeling of loss. Fu Lin seems taken aback by Jiang Yubai's continuous rejections of his goodwill. "I wish to arrange a burial plot for my grandmother, in that cemetery behind the Green Mountains, near the temple, where master recites scriptures daily. The disparities between individuals, even in death, remain unyielding." Jiang Yubai is aware of that location. It is not accessible to the average person. Wealth alone may not secure a reservation. One must possess influence as well. That area is considered a sacred resting place, where the sound of sutras lingers, and following one's passing, it serves as a permanent sanctuary for the soul. Fu Lin adds, "My grandmother treated me very well, and I wish to do something in return for her." In earlier times, Fu Lin's mother was often absent from home, having taken away the few valuable possessions they had. At mealtime, Grandma would always ask Jiang Yubai to summon Fu Lin. At that time, they were both junior high school students. Initially, Fu Lin felt shy, but Jiang Yubai would secretly slip him some snacks, and gradually they became familiar with each other. Jiang Yubai was generous to those he cared for, always willing to share whatever he had. As an alpha, he burned energy more rapidly than a beta. When the physical education teacher at school suggested Fu Lin take up sports, Jiang Yubai used the money he earned from helping others with their homework to buy milk, which he would discreetly place in Fu Lin's desk. Perhaps at that time, Fu Lin thought it was a gift from an admirer. Jiang Yubai softly remarked that Grandma loved rivers and was doing well back home. "Abai, are you still holding a grudge against me?" Fu Lin asked. "When I returned to the Fu family, I needed time to establish myself. I just wanted you to wait a little longer. It's all in the past now." Jiang Yubai replied calmly. Those 4 words, so light yet heavy, seemed more painful than blame itself, as if his chest had been suddenly filled with a sponge, leaving his emotions without a solid footing. He was no longer inclined to delve into the subsequent topics. He glanced at the time on his watch. The curtains in the private room were drawn, obscuring the view outside, and it was already quite late. Fu Lin noticed his intent to rise and said first, "It's inconvenient to get a taxi around here. Let me drive you home." During their arrival, Jiang Yubai had been in poor spirits amidst the crowd, so he got into Fu Lin's car. Later, he found himself feeling dizzy and experiencing tinnitus in crowded situations, especially after the earlier incident when it felt as though all eyes were on him. When the car stopped at the apartment building, the door did not open immediately. "There won't be anyone else who has known us for so long," Fu Lin remarked, aware of Jiang Yubai's value for relationships. He pondered for a moment and said, "Abai, we're still friends, right?" "Fu Lin, our lives have diverged," Jiang Yubai replied. The next day, Fu Lin received the documents handed to him by his assistant. It was quite simple to learn about the people around Jiang Yubai. Besides going to work and returning home, he met someone else, Ji Yezhou, the only son of the Ji family, a young man born into wealth and influence. How serious could such a person be about love? It was likely just a fleeting fancy. The assistant, who had been with Fu Lin for several years, understood his intent in investigating someone and said, "Recently, President Ji has established his own brand and joined the Star City Chamber of Commerce. President Wu and President Chen are considering investments." Fu Lin coldly replied, "And next week's chamber meeting, mention it on Friday afternoon." Understood. Early the next morning, Jiang Yubai arrived at the office, where many colleagues were sneaking glances at him. Gossip is human nature, especially concerning a typically aloof beta male superior. Generally, alphas pursue betas, often female, while beta males tend to date beta females. Now, they finally understood why Minister Jiang had never accepted anyone's confession. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for an alpha? The planner sitting beside Chen Xiaoyu remarked, "Xiaoyu, you failed to seize the opportunity, and now your secret crush may well be out of reach." Indeed, it turned out that Minister Jiang's absence from the dinner the previous night was due to a date. Perhaps it was the novelty of starting a new job, coupled with the recent completion of a significant project, that prompted a more expansive discourse among colleagues. Suddenly, someone inquired, "Surely, being a beta or alpha would still be quite painful, right?" "Regardless, I wouldn't dare. The sensitivity during an alpha's vulnerable phase is quite daunting. Yet, if it were someone as dashing as Fu Lin, I might be able to endure it." "Ha! Fu Lin wouldn't even glance your way," came the retort. However, such interactions would likely remain superficial. Without pheromones, it is challenging to forge a lasting connection. They might not even be dating. It could merely be wild speculation from internet users. Chen Xiaoyu opened her phone to discover that some videos and photos had surfaced online today. Fu Lin had previously appeared on public platforms and was a distinguished entrepreneur. His popularity among the elite alphas in the country was undeniable. In the video, Fu Lin had his arm casually draped around a man's waist, a gesture that appeared both supportive and unusually intimate before the two got into a car together. However, the buzz quickly subsided after a brief surge in interest. During the morning rush, the audience was limited, but the comment section was abuzz with speculation that this might indeed be Fu Lin's romantic partner. After all, Fu Lin was known for his discretion with outsiders and rarely exhibited such attentiveness to anyone. The other man, possessing a refined yet unpretentious appearance, seemed to be a high-ranking Omega, creating a charming pair with Fu Lin. With such a slender waist, who wouldn't he wish to embrace it? As the pheromones could not be perceived through the screen, all conjectures remained subjective. Only those familiar with the situation knew that Jiang Yubai was a beta. Chen Xiaoyu noticed Jiang Yubai's pale complexion, which did not reflect his usual demeanor. She commented, "It should just be a supportive gesture." However, her remark was soon overshadowed by more sensational content. Contemplating that Jiang Yubai had been temporarily marked by herself, Ji Yezhou finally found time to meet with several designers, intending to model for himself and establish the JY brand. However, in a moment of distraction, his house nearly fell victim to theft. Star City's most affectionate. Video, Star City's most affectionate. A first-hand account. The Omega we spotted outside the hotel last time must be him. Their relationship seems quite stable. Star City's most affectionate. It's my first time seeing Fu Lin embroiled in rumors. This scoop feels authentic. Chi is a fierce alpha. You're up quite early. I took a nap and feel even more fatigued. Had a dream about being pressed down by a ghost. Damn, I feel off all over. Chi is a fierce alpha. This Omega isn't half bad. Ji Yezhou had been too preoccupied to keep up with the group messages over the past few days, but casually glanced through them. After downing a couple of glasses of ice water to cool down, he thought, is Fu Lin out his mind? Can't he see Jiang Yubai has been temporarily marked by him? And what about the individuals in this group? Are they truly his friends? He immediately instructed someone to suppress the trending topic. He hadn't even ascended yet, and Fu Lin was already attempting to outpace him. If he were to rise, it would be even less likely for him to yield to another. Subsequently, he sent a message in the group. Z, he's my beta. This statement rendered the group momentarily silent. After a few minutes, Chi is fierce, you've fallen, Zhou, you've truly fallen. Xing Cheng's most affectionate. This beta possesses quite remarkable abilities. Chi is fierce, a beta cannot be thoroughly marked. Could it be that he pursued you only to seek out Fu Lin afterward? Or perhaps he favors Fu Lin more? No wonder your temperament has drastically shifted recently. It seems you must have encountered some provocation. See, does your grandfather know you've been conversing with 3 Omegas again? Chi retracted a message. Ji Yezhou felt troubled. Having graduated from university not long ago and remaining somewhat naive, he found himself at a disadvantage compared to the worldly Fu Lin, who had navigated life's complexities for many years. If Fu Lin also harbored feelings for Jiang Yubai, who often remarked on their age difference, would he not find ways to label him as immature? Yet, it seems everyone must evolve from naivety to maturity at some point. In a state of desperation, he turned to a search engine and typed, "What type of person would a 29-year-old beta, nearing 30, prefer?" The most upvoted response suggested someone with a composed appearance. Ji Yezhou felt a pang of melancholy. He only met the first criterion, still lacking in the aspect of composure. When he ventured out, he chose darker clothing, having read that such colors exude steadiness. Approaching lunchtime, he visited Jiang Yubai's office, having grown accustomed to frequenting the place. Initially, he intended to prepare a heartfelt bento like others, but upon seeing the charred mess in the pot, he ultimately opted for lunch with Jiang Yubai instead, postponing any culinary displays for later. As he entered, Jiang Yubai regarded him with a wary expression. Ji Yezhou stepped closer, relieved to only detect his unique pheromones. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the urge to mark him right there in the office. During work hours, Ji Yezhou attempted to maintain a gentle demeanor, saying, "Is it acceptable for me to approach you for a work discussion?" He couldn't bear the thought of Jiang Yubai regarding him with such suspicion, as though he were a threat. Chapter 30. Waiting for you. Though the office's blinds were drawn, shadows of people could still be discerned through the gaps. Jiang Yubai stated, "I have sent the planning proposal to your email." Previously, when Ji Yezhou visited his office under the pretense of discussing work, they barely exchanged a few words before Ji Yezhou leaned in closer. He was not genuinely there to discuss work. He couldn't resist asking, "Did you see Fu Lin again yesterday?" Jiang Yubai, wary of Ji Yezhou's potential reaction akin to their previous encounter at his home, pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. "He was my former classmate. Our meetings are merely routine." Jiang Yubai's rare explanation offered some solace to Ji Yezhou's emotions. That man clearly harbors ill intentions. In the future, when you meet him, inform me, and I shall accompany you. After stating this, Ji Yezhou moved the chair opposite his desk to sit beside the man. "And what about you?" Jiang Yubai inquired. "I came to wait for you to have lunch together. I have made a reservation at the restaurant downstairs." Ji Yezhou lowered his voice, softening his tone. A few days prior, someone had remarked in the elevator that he lacked the gentleness of Fu Lin, which had left him feeling somewhat unsettled. The arrival of Fu Lin indeed instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. In recent days, he had been diligently perusing emotional forums, where individuals asserted that nurturing feelings necessitated frequent meetings, shared meals, engaging conversations, or outings on dates. Furthermore, it was advised to take the initiative. Physically, they had grown quite familiar, yet an emotional chasm persisted. Ji Yezhou had previously encountered an advertisement proclaiming that a particular brand's ring could be customized only once in a lifetime. In a moment of impulsiveness, knowing Jiang Yubai's size, he had ordered it, yet he had yet to find the opportunity to present it. He did not wish for it to be like that bouquet of roses, which Jiang Yubai had told him to take with him. However, now he genuinely intended to pursue a romantic relationship with Jiang Yubai. As he approached the office building, the lunchtime crowd in the restaurant inevitably grew larger. Jiang Yubai typically had a light lunch, but during the break, She continued to spend time with Ji Yezhou in the office, a situation that was evidently more perilous. Alphas possessed superior recovery abilities, even after a prolonged, susceptible period. A mere nap would leave them invigorated. The ground floor of the office building was lined with shops, with a cafe and a tea shop directly opposite the entrance. Ji Yezhou had made a reservation at a Western restaurant, which, despite being separated by simple curtains, still allowed glimpses of patrons and the palpable hustle and bustle of the midday crowd. After placing their order, Ji Yezhou's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he composedly stepped outside to answer. It was a call from his father, admonishing him for being unproductive and for creating some small brand, suggesting it would be better for him to return to the company and start from the ground up. Ji Yezhou had not disclosed this matter to his family, leaving him puzzled as to how his father had caught wind of it. Ji Yezhou scolded sharply, stating that they were only collaborating out of respect for him, implying that without the Ji family, Ji Yezhou possessed no true capability. "I have plenty of capabilities," Ji Yezhou retorted. "Enough, I'm busy." "Busy with what?" "You're coming home this weekend. Your aunt is coming over." "Oh," Ji Yezhou replied dismissively, and after his father's reprimand, the call finally ended. He had important matters to attend to, having noted that many romantic films feature dates in Western restaurants. Initially, he had considered sneaking into the kitchen to place the ring on a plate, hoping to create a surprise amid an enchanting atmosphere, where he could subsequently express his genuine feelings. At that moment, an Omega appeared beside him, seemingly shy and hesitant, inquiring, "Zhou, the restaurant is full. May we share a table?" "Who are you?" Ji Yezhou asked, as he was somewhat face-blind with unfamiliar individuals. Jiang Yubai widened his eyes, seemingly taken aback that Ji Yezhou did not recognize him, especially since they had studied in the same department in college. And he had also attended Ji Grandma's birthday banquet. "I was in the class next to yours in college. I often sat in front of you during lectures. And I was also present at Grandma Ji's birthday celebration." Jiang Yubai had come alone today, clutching the hem of his clothing with a forlorn expression, knowing that typically an Omega's display of sadness would evoke a comforting response from an alpha. "No impression," Ji Yezhou remarked, feeling the ring in his pocket, unwilling to waste more time as these interruptions jeopardized his plans. "Did you come with Jiang Yubai?" "He is my brother," Jiang Yubai replied. Ji Yezhou paused in his tracks, having never heard Jiang Yubai mention his family. Even in Jiang Yubai's apartment, he had never come across family portraits or similar photographs. "In truth, there are matters I am uncertain whether to divulge. Betas and omegas differ. A beta's temporary mark lasts only 24 hours. Jiang Yubai hesitated, expressing his genuine desire to shield Ji Yezhou from deceit. His brother had cohabited with an alpha throughout high school and into university. Initially, Jiang Yubai was informed by Zhou Ming about the opportunity to meet Ji Yezhou, only to find him entering the restaurant with Jiang Yubai. At first, Jiang Yubai was uncertain about their relationship, but upon observing Ji Yezhou's gloomy demeanor, he was nearly convinced. How could a beta without pheromones possibly match with an S-class alpha? Moreover, the incident from university had caused quite a stir, which he found amusing. It was absurd for a beta to think they could attract an alpha. Such attraction was reserved for omegas and alphas. Ji Yezhou took the call in a secluded area with few passers-by. He scoffed, questioning why Jiang Yubai would reveal such information without fearing retaliation against Jiang Yubai. The deception was a consequence of Jiang Yubay's actions, and he foolishly believed his words would have an effect, eager to witness Jiang Yubai's downfall. A sudden chill enveloped him, a suffocating sensation akin to having his throat constricted, rendering his complexion pale. Ji Yezhou was no fool. Such divisive remarks were overtly transparent. He held little patience for others, casting a disdainful glance at the Omega before him, his voice low and menacing. "Do you even deserve to be considered his family? Speak less of him in my presence, unless you wish to experience your heat prematurely on the streets." The alpha's pheromones had a pronounced effect on the Omega, causing Jiang Yubai to tremble, acutely aware of the unbearable pressure in his glands. Upon Ji Yezhou's return to the table, the steak and dessert had already been served. Jiang Yubai had not begun eating, seemingly waiting for him. Ji Yezhou feigned ignorance, asking, "Why aren't you eating?" "Waiting for you," Jiang Yubai replied. Ji Yezhou found himself unwittingly flattered. The Omega's earlier words had indeed left him vulnerable. He felt a pang of regret, wishing he could have met Jiang Yubai a decade earlier. Oblivious to his own age at that time, he had contemplated the notion of Jiang Yubai having numerous alphas in the past, but it was better not to dwell on it, as his temper flared quickly. In any case, it was clear that only he would remain in the future. Chapter 31. The secrets of a young heart. Sometimes, the opportune moment for gift-giving is fleeting, and he resolved to seek a more fitting occasion next time. Was that Omega truly Jiang Yubai's brother? It was only through the gossip of Xia Xinghe that he gleaned any insights, casually inquiring in their group chat. "Did the Jiang family attend my grandmother's birthday banquet? The most sentimental in Star City. The most sentimental in Star City. Yes, they came. I even pointed them out to you. That Omega seemed quite fond of you, having confessed during university. Is there only one Omega in the Jiang family? Star City's deep affection. I heard that there was a child who seemed to have passed away before, and after a long time, they finally conceived an Omega, cherishing it as a treasure. Star City's deep affection. Why this sudden inquiry?" Ji Yezhou glanced at the message, his appetite for steak diminished. He had previously reviewed Jiang Yubai's file at Rongxing. His hometown was recorded as a remote town beneath Star City. Although the Jiang family did not hold a prominent status in Star City, they were certainly more affluent than an ordinary family. Typically, upon graduation, individuals either returned home to inherit the family business or ventured into entrepreneurship. It was rare for someone with family assets to work elsewhere. He contemplated asking Jiang Yubai, but hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate. After all, the Alpha was a beneficiary, and it was not easy to genuinely empathize. Having finished his meal, Jiang Yubai, who had always had a modest appetite, looked up. Ji Yezhou, unable to suppress his youthful curiosity, inquired, "How many times have you been in love?" Jiang Yubai remained silent. After all, approaching 30 without ever having truly experienced romance seemed too implausible to admit, and it could imply deceit. "Never mind, I shall be your last. Let us reacquaint ourselves. Following a proper course, we shall familiarize ourselves first before discussing other matters." "That should suffice, should it not?" Jiang Yubai appeared momentarily taken aback, evidently not expecting the Alpha to broach such topics. He deftly shifted the conversation, stating, "I've already settled the bill. I need to return to the office to handle some documents and visit the construction site this afternoon." Ji Yezhou, having rarely dated, was preoccupied with securing the reservation and was taken aback to find that Jiang Yubai had paid the bill. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he protested, "Wait a moment. Who permitted you to pay? This was my invitation." "You've treated me several times," Jiang Yubai replied. "In the future, when we are together, you need not pay. I am more than capable of supporting you." Ji Yezhou genuinely felt that Jiang Yubai was questioning his competence, as he was always so meticulous in their exchanges. Sometimes, Jiang Yubai truly did not grasp what irked Ji Yezhou. Was it not customary for invitations to be reciprocated? The newly opened Western restaurant within the office building was quite popular, with patrons queuing outside. As the guests at the adjacent table departed, two interns from the department approached. Director Jiang. Director Jiang. They were somewhat taken aback to encounter a superior during a meal, feeling a modicum of awkwardness, especially upon realizing the apparent camaraderie between Director Jiang and General Manager Ji dining together. Jiang Yubai acknowledged them, considering it a mere greeting. Indeed, the current environment was no longer conducive to conversation. Ji Yezhou felt that whenever he sought to attend to serious matters, a multitude of distractions would emerge. The unfinished thoughts of youthful infatuation weighed heavily on him. He received an email from the designer, who had sent in the brand design drafts. Their meal concluded rather swiftly, and Ji Yezhou escorted Jiang Yubai back to the office. He recalled how, during university, couples would often see each other to the dormitory entrance. Jiang Yubai did not return directly to the office. Instead, he stood by the window in the corridor. As autumn approached, the air carried a hint of chill. A small pile of withered leaves lay on the ground, and the branches were gradually becoming bare. He instinctively reached into his pocket, only to remember that he rarely smoked at work. Perhaps in the past, work had been a means to fill the void of uncertainty. Typically, he He would not need to be on the construction site. Yet in the restaurant, he sought a reason to be there. Moreover, with Ji Yezhou seated beside him, he found it difficult to concentrate on his work. He seldom paid attention to newsworthy events. The morning's happenings had eluded him. However, the office's soundproofing was rather inadequate. And while he usually turned a blind eye, today he inevitably overheard the discussions below. His decision to settle in Star City may have stemmed from a tapestry of memories woven in this very place. From a young age, he had heard his grandmother speak of this city, fostering a sense of yearning within him. He was not a person of stable emotions. Rather, he often chose to evade them. Having held this job for nearly 7 years, it seemed a sufficiently long tenure. This morning, upon opening his door, he noticed someone peering curiously inside. He preferred not to attract excessive attention from anyone. After concluding matters at the construction site, he visited the hospital. As he was nearing the end of his prescribed medication, following the examination, the doctor advised him to distance himself from those who could sway his emotions, as significant emotional fluctuations could lead to self-destructive tendencies. The doctor suggested he consider adopting a small pet to help cultivate his emotional control. Jiang Yubai was somewhat aware of this, which explained his minimal social interactions over the years. Qin Fong had sent him a message, urging him to return home when he had the time. Jiang Yubai pretended not to see it. Over the years, the connections between the Jiang family and him had been few and far between. His material desires were modest, even as a minor. The Jiang family had not supported his living or tuition expenses, and now he possessed the capability to sustain himself independently. As night fell, Jiang Yubai returned to his apartment, only to find a tall figure standing at his door. This afternoon, Ji Yezhou had enlisted He to investigate matters concerning the Jiang family. As he possessed a keen awareness of such rumors. The Jiang family had long maintained the facade that their child had perished, when in truth, he was a beta. In the common perception, the offspring of alphas and omegas were considered betas, which bore ominous connotations. Thus, Jiang Yubai grew up in the town, scarcely returning to the Jiang household. Aside from relatives with whom the Jiang family had maintained amiable relations, most believed Jiang Yubai had died young. What kind of parents would curse their own child to death? Upon learning this, Ji Yezhou felt a peculiar discomfort in his heart. He sent numerous messages of concern to Jiang Yubai. Once he had established contact, he expected at least a reply. However, his messages remained unanswered until nightfall, and his calls went unreturned. He recalled the previous time he had seen Jiang Yubai, wrapped in blankets, burning with fever. This time, when he entered the door code, it indicated an incorrect password. For a fleeting moment, Ji Yezhou felt as though he might never see this person again. He surged forward, enveloping Jiang Yubai in his embrace. "Where have you been? Why haven't you responded to my messages?" Ji Yezhou complained, burying his face in the man's neck. Jiang Yubai, momentarily taken aback by the sudden grasp, finally replied, "My phone died." He had forgotten to charge it before heading to the construction site, and the remaining 20% had depleted rapidly, especially after Qin Fong had called him several times afterward. "In the future, do not let me lose contact with you, or I will worry excessively." Jiang Yubai initially extended his hand, intending to push Ji Yezhou away, but it suddenly hung in mid-air before slowly descending. Chapter 32. Show him. Despite the late hour, it was inevitable that someone would pass through the corridor. Jiang Yubai remarked, "I will open the door." Ji Yezhou responded. This time, Jiang Yubai entered the password, deliberately avoiding Ji Yezhou. Ji Yezhou grumbled, "What if I don't know your password? What will you do next time you fall ill?" Jiang Yubai remained silent. "Are you afraid I might steal your things?" "No. You are. You didn't even prepare properly fitting slippers for me, deliberately making me wear ill-fitting ones." Ji Yezhou's complaints grew increasingly absurd. With a soft click, the door lock was released, and Jiang Yubai turned on the brightest light in the entrance. The room was suddenly illuminated, the door left ajar, and the window wide open for ventilation. Jiang Yubai fetched a pair of shoes that Ji Yezhou had previously worn. They were indeed a bit small, but one could only blame Ji Yezhou for being too tall. Originally, he had not intended for guests. Upon noticing the time, Jiang Yubai glanced at Ji Yezhou, who hastily said, "I've been unable to reach you. I was so anxious that I skipped a meal, and now I'm starving. Why not go downstairs to eat?" Jiang Yubai suggested. I'm allergic to scallions and can't handle spicy food. I'll probably lose my appetite after a while. The flavors in Xingqing are quite intense, and at this hour, most establishments serve late-night snacks, predominantly barbecue joints. The apartment's kitchen is separate and not very spacious, with a peach-colored apron hanging by the glass door. Ji Yezhou, upon seeing it, mused that it would be delightful if Jiang Yubai were to wear only the apron. The strings tied at his slender waist accentuated his long, proportionate legs. Ji Yezhou imagined the scene vividly. As steam rose from the pot, Jiang Yubai turned to see Ji Yezhou leaning against the doorframe, his dark eyes fixed on him, effectively blocking the narrow passageway. There's paper on the dining table. What's wrong? Jiang Yubai inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Ji Yezhou touched his nose and quickly grabbed 2 sheets of paper to wipe away the nosebleed, attributing it to the vivid imagination of youth. If he were to speak the truth, Jiang Yubai would certainly usher him away the next moment. I might be feeling overheated. I've been quite fiery lately, Ji Yezhou stated. This was indeed the truth. He had been cooling himself down with ice cubes and water daily. The kitchen was too cramped for two, prompting Jiang Yubai to suggest that he sit outside for a while. In about 10 minutes, the wontons were ready, garnished with a drizzle of sesame oil and dark soy sauce, devoid of scallions. Jiang Yubai placed the bowl in front of Ji Yezhou, also providing him with a soup spoon. With this treatment, Ji Yezhou grasped the spoon, then looked up at Jiang Yubai. Aren't you going to eat? I've already eaten. Jiang Yubai had a light meal near the hospital. The side effects of paroxetine often led to a loss of appetite, and many times he consumed food merely to sustain his bodily functions. Most medications merely shifted the problem, addressing one ailment while neglecting another. Ji Yezhou savored his meal. While Jiang Yubai had learned to cook quite well long ago, he had received compliments for his culinary skills. However, after living alone, he had cooked less frequently, often opting for the simplicity of oatmeal for breakfast amidst a busy work schedule. On weekends, when uncertainty looms over how to spend the time, I often find solace in nurturing green plants on the terrace or preparing some quick meals, which prove to be quite convenient during consumption. Ji Yezhou savored his bowl of wontons with remarkable slowness, taking nearly an hour to finish. As they cooled, their taste diminished. Jiang Yubai observed the layer of oil on the surface beginning to congeal. Only then did Ji Yezhou hasten his pace. Exclaiming that the wontons were so delectable, he was reluctant to finish them. How can a simple bowl of wontons you cook be so delicious? Have you undergone any training? The secret to romance lies in abundant praise. It elevates the spirit of the one you cherish. Ji Yezhou's words were not exaggerated. In his student days, time was scarce, rendering such convenience invaluable. He once mused on the joy of being able to indulge daily in Jiang Yubai's wontons. Yet he felt a pang of regret when reflecting on his academic years. He struggled to contain his emotions, though not entirely successfully. As he reached the bottom of the bowl, he acknowledged that he had lingered too long today and, not wishing to be hurried by Jiang Yubai, he decided against further delay. He mentioned that adhering to the conventional course of their relationship was entirely normal. First, they would grow familiar with one another, then open their hearts, followed by a natural expression of feelings that would lead them to a shared commitment and cohabitation. Envisioning days spent together, he imagined waking up to see Jiang Yubai nestled in his warm embrace, accompanied by morning kisses and shared baths thereafter. He further fantasized about Jiang Yubai wearing only an apron for his eyes. As Ji Yezhou prepared to leave, he announced loudly, "Well, I'm off then." To which Jiang Yubai replied with a simple, "Mem." The chill of the outside air prompted Ji Yezhou to ponder whether returning home alone would be safe. "You drove?" he remarked. "It seems to be raining, and I didn't bring an umbrella." "Take it," Jiang Yubai offered, handing him a black umbrella. It felt rather uncharacteristic to let him go without any form of retention. It deviated from the expected course of romance. Ji Yezhou had observed how others often engaged in emotional tug-of-war before parting. "Let me walk you home. It's raining outside. Stay here for the night. Or it's so cold. Come warm up in my arms." Once outside, Ji Yezhou's expression was darker than the umbrella itself. Upon entering the elevator, he found 2 Omegas already inside. As he stepped out on the ground floor, he overheard their hushed whispers. Isn't that the alpha with a tendency for violence? Quite frightening. I didn't see his face, but I bet he looks intimidating. I prefer gentle souls who are caring and attentive. That one clearly has a bad temper. Ji Yezhou was left speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai tidied the dining table, meticulously washing the bowls and utensils before arranging them neatly. At that moment, a notification chimed, indicating that his phone was fully charged. The difference between shutting it down or turning it on was negligible. He seldom engaged in social interactions and often ignored group messages after work without it affecting his life. However, later on, dialogue boxes frequently appeared at the top of his notifications. Upon unlocking his phone, the first message that emerged was from Ji Yezhou. Image. I feel like I've broken out. What medication should I apply? See, I've started my own brand. Don't think I solely rely on the Ji family. I will surpass Fu Lin eventually. Z, what type do you prefer? Z, am I getting tanned? Z, are you there? You can't possibly be asleep, having not seen my messages, right? Z, Jiang Yubai, you are ignoring me again. I've never encountered anyone quite like you. Z, you aren't unwell again, are you? What's wrong with you? Z, missed call. Missed call. Jiang Yubai opened the image sent by Ji Yezhou, his right profile angled perfectly at a 45-degree view, basking in the sunlight, revealing no flaws in his features. With delicate lips and a pronounced nose, his deep-set eyes exuded an undeniable charm. There were no visible blemishes on his face. As for tanning, how dark could one become in just half a day? Chapter 33. One can also be independent while in the office. Jiang Yubai often overheard his colleagues discussing Ji Yezhou. On one occasion, while pouring himself a cup of coffee in the break room, he noticed an Omega intern browsing the campus forum of Xinjiang University. Half of the posts on the homepage were related to the esteemed Mr. Ji, marveling at how handsome he appeared even in candid shots. He must be the heartthrob of Xinjiang University, the future heir of the Ji family. What an exceptional Omega would be worthy of him. He wondered when Ji Yezhou would visit the company. Today he had even made an effort to apply makeup and wear cologne. If he could achieve a pheromone compatibility of over 80%, would that not be more enticing to him? Wouldn't it be even better if they were fated to be together? It seemed that Ji Yezhou sensed his presence. As the forum page was swiftly switched to a PowerPoint presentation, Jiang Yubai typically maintained a cold demeanor at work, seldom engaging in conversation, which left him with a stern and rigid impression among his peers. Apart from a select few who had known him for a longer duration, most maintained a strict hierarchical relationship with him, rarely indulging in banter. Jiang Yubai scrolled to another photograph, the campus heartthrob of Xinjiang University. The mere thought of that title rendered his breath heavy with oppression. Ji Yezhou indeed possessed ample allure, undoubtedly attracting many Omega admirers. Perhaps their paths were not meant to cross. Despite his clear rejection earlier that afternoon, he found himself genuinely concerned when he could not reach Ji Yezhou later that evening. While youthful impulsiveness played a role, his feelings were sincere. The refrigerator was filled with food, and he often sought out Ji Yezhou at the office, inviting him to dine or meet, frequently engaging in trivial conversations, sharing snippets of daily life. Everything felt so vivid. Jiang Yubai wished to quell his thoughts. His emotions were indeed prone to spiraling into a deadlock. He logged into an account he had not accessed in ages. The first friend he had registered on WeChat was Fu Lin, who had assisted him with the process. Arriving in the vast city of Xinjiang had left him bewildered, having grown accustomed to small-town life, leading to a certain degree of disorientation. During his first summer job at a mall, he had become utterly lost, prompting Fu Lin to search for him for over half an hour. After registering the account and adding friends, Fu Lin had assured him that they would share locations, alleviating any fears of losing track of him. As Jiang Yubai logged into the account, the screen took a considerable time to load, as if it were dusting away the remnants of a long-forgotten past. This account is filled with classmates from high school and university, and upon logging in, a flood of messages inundated his phone, nearly causing it to freeze. His circle of friends is indeed limited, totaling less than 100 across both high school and university. Later, due to matters concerning his grandmother's grave, he added members of the Jiang family to his current account. Jiang Yubai opened his moments, as if delving into the past. During that time, he frequently posted, though most were visible only to himself, resembling a hollow space for his emotions to find refuge. He scrolled back through the years. Today, he attempted to make pudding on his own. Fu Lin mentioned that caramel flavor is more fragrant. However, he stirred sugar in a pot, forgetting to add water. And now the entire room is filled with the scent of burnt caramel. After class, a heavy rain fell, and he feared being trapped at school. Fortunately, Fu Lin, aware of his elective course, came to deliver an umbrella, getting soaked in the process. Nearby classmates remarked on Fu Lin's kindness towards him, noting that he could only wait for the rain to cease before returning home. The class speculated whether he and Fu Lin were living together. Did cohabitation truly equate to being in a relationship? They had known each other for many years. Fu Lin's recent photo shoot had garnered him the title of the campus heartthrob at Star City University, with many confessing their feelings to him. Yet, he showcased the bracelet Jiang Yubai gifted him, suggesting that perhaps they were, in fact, in a romantic relationship. During lunch, an Omega approached him, claiming that as a beta, he was unsuitable for an alpha due to the lack of pheromones. Yet, that didn't necessarily hold true. Not all alphas were destined to be with Omegas. A stranger appeared at his home, seemingly connected to Fu Lin's father, who was reputed to be influential. If the Fu family was indeed formidable, it followed that Fu Lin would also excel, perhaps allowing them to share a larger home in the future. His moments had stagnated for many days without updates. Upon revisiting these posts, Jiang Yubai felt a sense of foolishness. After a long while, a new update emerged. He heard from a classmate that Fu Lin had completed his study abroad paperwork. Was he leaving Star City? He returned to pack his belongings. And when Jiang Yubai inquired if he was departing, Fu Lin replied that cohabiting could lead to misunderstandings. He mentioned that becoming too close to a beta might hinder his prospects with the Fu family, though he had not stated such previously. Upon reading this, Jiang Yubai felt disinclined to continue scrolling. Memories serve only to relive past humiliations. His present with Ji Yezhou mirrored a path he had once traversed. Initially, everything was promising, devoid of reservations, as they spoke openly. Their feelings back then may have been genuine, yet people inevitably change. He resolved not to discuss matters of the heart with any alpha. Should he seek a partner in the future, it was likely to be another beta, equally insensible to pheromones and devoid of any scent. When he first encountered Ji Yezhou in a bar, he was too preoccupied to consider who the other person was. Although he later regretted this, he indulged in the moment, having no intention of intertwining their lives too closely. Sometimes, the more he tried to suppress his thoughts, the harder it became to do so. He longed for something to occupy his mind, to dispel this lingering sense of loss. Previously, he had placed his belongings in the drawer, as there was no one else at home besides himself. However, after several unexpected intrusions by Ji Yezhou, he resorted to hiding them in a more concealed cabinet. Despite the late hour, his chronic insomnia made sleep elusive, and emotional fluctuations only exacerbated his restlessness. Perhaps such matters did not necessitate the presence of others. He ought to adapt to the absence of Ji Yezhou sooner. The bathtub was filled to 2/3, and as he stepped in, the mist enveloped his pale ankles, rendering them rosy. Although the apartment was not expansive, the area designated for the bathtub was notably spacious. As he spent most of his time at home, sometimes, due to insomnia, he would indulge in a soak before bed. The rising mist rendered the bathroom a hazy sanctuary. Leaning his neck against the cool edge of the tub, he gazed vacantly at the glaring, incandescent light above, perhaps caught in a self-imposed torment, struggling to reach a certain point of clarity. Chapter 34. Control. Human desires are often beyond one's self-governance. Suddenly, a vibration broke the stillness from the shelf beside the bathtub. Jiang Yubai had never taken his phone into the bathroom before, often leaving it carelessly aside. Even without silent mode, it remained almost silent. Perhaps it was due to Ji Yezhou's earlier remark that he would worry if he couldn't reach him. His pale lips parted slightly, and the stillness of the space became suffocating. After a prolonged moment, transparent droplets cascaded down his lightly flushed arms as he retrieved his phone to check the messages. "Z, why haven't you asked if I made it home?" "Z, hurry and ask." "Z, where are you? I can't reach you the moment I leave." With a light tap, Jiang Yubai instinctively replied. Have you reached home? Just got home. Thankfully, I ate the bowl of wontons you made. Or I wouldn't have had the strength to drive. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but admire Ji Yezhou's knack for flattery, which had reached an extraordinary level. Conversing with him made life seem remarkably beautiful. Looking at the message he sent, Jiang Yubai realized he had been somewhat juvenile under Ji Yezhou's influence. Nearly half an hour had passed, and the water in the tub had begun to cool. Perhaps he should consider trying a different model. Such items he would only purchase online, as visiting a physical store was out of the question. Ji Yezhou continued to chat with him, urging him to sleep, and wished him good night. His sleep was light, and the following morning he was awakened by irregular knocking at the door. Few knew his exact address. Typically, Ji Yezhou would not seek him out this early, often visiting around noon or late evening. Most likely, his neighbors were also roused by the commotion, as someone opened their door and inquired about the noise at such an early hour. I'm looking for my son. What business is it of yours? A woman's voice responded, somewhat sharp. If you're looking for him, just call. Why keep knocking? If I could reach him by phone, would I bother coming here? Upon hearing this, the person outside appeared taken aback, as though caught in an unexpected domestic drama. Recognizing the voice, Jiang Yubai understood who was outside, dressed in a light gray cotton loungewear. He opened the door to find Qin Fang's hand raised, poised to knock again. Qin Fang appeared somewhat haggard, having spent the entire night at the hospital attending to Jiang Nanqi. Due to the suppression of S-rank alpha pheromones, Jiang Nanqi's glands were overheated, prompting her to call her cousin for a ride home. Upon returning, she succumbed to a cold brought on by hormonal imbalances. The incident involving Jiang Nanqi had occurred at Guangmao Building, where Jiang Yubai was employed. Furthermore, it was well known that Jiang Yubai had a prior history of pushing Jiang Nanqi into a pond. Naturally, Qin Fang had seen various photographs of Jiang Yubai and Fu Lin, which spared her from any further humiliation, leading her to text Jiang Yubai, urging him to return home when he had the opportunity. However, her calls went unanswered, and her messages received no replies, compelling her to seek him out early the following morning. I left the house at 7:30, Jiang Yubai stated. It was just past 7, and Qin Fang entered his room, saying Xiaoxi's glands were nearly damaged. You should understand the reason behind this, right? Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow, seemingly unaware. Qin Fang's expression darkened as she continued, Xiaoxi does not blame you, but considering your recent dealings with the young master of the Ji family, being a member of the Jiang family, you ought to assist Xiaoxi more. If she could marry into the Ji family, your father's projects would secure subsequent investments. Moreover, Xiaoxi is an A-rank Omega. The Omega present at the birthday banquet of the Ji matriarch may not have been of a particularly high grade. You're merely a beta and should not squander this opportunity for the Jiang family. Still groggy from sleep, Jiang Yubai pressed his temples and replied, I cannot manage the affairs of others. Jiang Yubai. Qin Fang could hardly accept such a response, her patience waning. She found it difficult to harbor any fondness for her beta son, who had been born amidst her expectations. Despite her own mother being a beta, she had always hoped to give birth to either an alpha or an omega. Subsequently, Jiang Yongkang had even taken a mistress due to this disappointment. She had married Jiang Yongkang early, seizing a wave of opportunity in the real estate sector that allowed the Jiang family to establish a foothold in Xinjiang. However, after Jiang Yubai's birth, they faced a financial crisis, leading to the demise of many small enterprises and a need for someone to shoulder the blame. The birth of a beta in a family of alphas and omegas was seen as an ill omen, bringing no advantages to them. Moreover, his mediocre qualifications made him unfit to inherit the family business, and lacking exceptional reproductive capabilities to match an alpha, being discarded was a common fate. Qin Fang exclaimed in exasperation, How can you disregard the family's interests? You even seem intent on harming Xiaoxi to ruin her glands. Ultimately, only the Omega will be linked with the Ji family. Do not be so selfish. Are you finished? Jiang Yubai inquired, having long abandoned any expectations of the Jiang family. He found Qin Fang's frantic demeanor hardly fitting for a lady of privilege. Indeed, the Jiang family had faced considerable misfortune in recent years. Were it not for his grandmother, he would have preferred to sever all ties with the Jiang family. Once you have concluded, please leave, Jiang Yubai said, unwilling to waste any more time. The thought of Jiang Nanshi, who had spent the entire night sobbing in discomfort in the hospital, made Qin Fong loathe Jiang Yubai's current attitude even more. How could the Jiang family produce such an ungrateful wretch like you? Qin Fong raised her palm. Having grown up in the countryside, she possessed a considerable amount of strength. Just as her hand was poised to strike with force, it was suddenly grasped tightly by someone. Ji Yezhou, holding the breakfast he had just purchased downstairs, had not anticipated stumbling upon such a scene. Initially, he had hoped to create more serendipitous encounters to cultivate feelings with Jiang Yubai. One of the 5 subtle strategies from a relationship forum on how to make someone addicted to you was to enhance one's presence, making the other feel a sense of fate between them. Qin Fong was momentarily taken aback, and as she turned, she saw the tall figure of an alpha silhouetted against the light. Master Ji? Qin Fong, ensnared in the shadow, finally recognized the person before her. She had indeed seen Ji Yezhou before, but they had never had the opportunity to converse. Ji Yezhou, perceiving her as a madwoman, inquired with a dark expression, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" With her arm painfully gripped, Qin Fong's lips trembled, and she dared not speak further, fearing repercussions for the Jiang family. Jiang Yubai instructed, "Let her go." Ji Yezhou was not known for his patience, yet he complied, for Jiang Yubai had spoken. Had he not arrived in time, that slap would have undoubtedly landed. Despite often being incensed by Jiang Yubai, he had never resorted to violence, and this madwoman truly had the audacity to strike. Releasing his grip, Ji Yezhou's tone turned icy. "Get lost." Qin Fong had not expected Ji Yezhou to arrive so early. The overwhelming presence of an S-class alpha made her reluctant to linger, dispelling any bravado she had earlier displayed when knocking on the door. Once Qin Fong departed, Jiang Yubai, pale-faced, leaned against a nearby chair for support. "Are you all right?" Ji Yezhou hastily placed the breakfast on the dining table and approached, wrapping his arm around Jiang Yubai's waist anxiously. "I'm fine," Jiang Yubai replied softly. Often, he wished to cast aside unnecessary emotions. Yet achieving such a feat was far from easy. Ji Yezhou reached out to check his forehead, finding his temperature normal. He intended to ascertain whether Jiang Yubai had sustained any injuries, but as his hand moved toward the fabric of his sleepwear, he was met with Jiang Yubai's glistening, peach blossom-like eyes gazing back at him. It seemed somewhat peculiar for him to arrive so early, and Ji Yezhou explained, "I've started exercising every day. I inadvertently ran to your building while jogging. Since I was here, I thought I'd bring you breakfast." "Quite the coincidence," he added, running to someone else's home. "How unfortunate is that?" In recent days, Ji Yezhou had been visiting him more frequently, seeing him several times a day, often at his residence rather than at the office. The notion of jogging to his home was something that no reasonable adult would believe. Jiang Yubai, feeling uncomfortable, pressed his lips together. "Please don't bring me breakfast next time." Ji Yezhou feigned ignorance to this request, lifting the lid of the breakfast box. The freshly made pan-fried buns were still warm. He picked one up with chopsticks and offered it to Jiang Yubai's lips. "I bought this just downstairs. Have you tried this place?" Jiang Yubai was unaccustomed to being fed. He took the chopsticks, his cool fingertips brushing against Ji Yezhou's hand. "I can eat by myself." Ji Yezhou suddenly found himself parched. He gazed at Jiang Yubai, whose lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of what lay within. He relished the prospect of delving deeper during a kiss. Taking a small bite, the juice from the pan-fried bun oozed out, adhering to the pale edges of Jiang's lips. The youthful vigor of the moment only intensified Ji Yezhou's thirst. They had agreed to proceed with decorum, and he was resolutely determined not to act impulsively. Who was that woman from earlier? Why had she come to see you so early in the morning? The mere thought of her darkened Ji Yezhou's expression. Had Jiang not urged him to let it go, he would have pursued the matter further. However, he preferred not to dwell on her now. Jiang Yubai's eyelids hung low, his long, straight lashes casting shadows over his eyes. He once believed that not having parents was commonplace. Perhaps they were simply busy or lacked the time to visit him. Yet, as time passed and he began attending school, he learned that most parents cherish their children dearly. In his case, it was not a matter of parental busyness, but rather that he had been abandoned. The thought of being cursed and mocked by his own mother so early in the day was somewhat tragic. Jiang Yubai had become accustomed to maintaining a semblance of decorum. He did not wish for anyone to uncover the complexities of his familial circumstances. Let's not speak of it. We can revisit it when you feel ready to share, Ji Yezhou remarked. While he was flexible and adaptable, he would pursue his own inquiries. The disadvantage of the apartment lay in the fact that the living room and bedroom were one and the same. The recent visit from Qin Fang had consumed some of their time, and presently, Jiang Yubai still donned his loungewear, having yet to change. He placed the remnants of the bun into a small bowl and turned to Ji Yezhou, stating, "I need to change my clothes." "Go ahead, I'll close the door," Ji Yezhou replied smoothly. He moved to the door, shutting it after the woman's departure before returning to his previous position. Jiang Yubai frowned slightly. "Could you step outside for a moment?" Ji Yezhou had not considered this option. He was quite curious to witness Jiang Yubai disrobe, revealing a tailored suit beneath. Yet, it was clear that Jiang did not share this inclination. "Step by step, we shall take it slow," Ji Yezhou silently reminded himself. They were in the process of reacquaintance. Forcing Jiang Yubai into anything would only reaffirm that their initial approach had been misguided, a notion Ji Yezhou could not abide. Transitioning from extravagance to simplicity was indeed a challenging endeavor. He stood at the door, waiting for approximately 10 minutes before it finally opened, revealing Jiang Yubai once more, now exuding an air of aloofness and detachment. Without his glasses, his eyes often reflected a vague confusion, and his loungewear accentuated his fragility. In the elevator, Jiang Yubai's phone vibrated several times. In the confined space, it was nearly impossible to ignore. Ji Yezhou stood nearby, acutely aware that the message was not from him. Perhaps out of consideration for his presence, Jiang refrained from checking his phone. Ji Yezhou had previously glimpsed Jiang Yubai's messaging interface. It contained only a workgroup chat, set to do not disturb, rendering it silent unless one chose to delve deeper. Who could this message possibly be from? Ji Yezhou had never thought of himself as easily agitated. Could it be the principle of energy conservation? As autumn arrived and the air grew cooler, all the heat seemed to gravitate towards him. Upon parting, there had not even been a single embrace. Why is it that others, when parting, always seem to hold hands and engage in intimate gestures? "Jiang Yubai, do you not have any desires?" Ji Yezhou called out, hoping the other would comprehend his youthful sentiments. For instance, it would be delightful to embrace him reluctantly, perhaps even share a farewell kiss. Jiang Yubai glanced at the time. He was a few minutes later than usual today. "I apologize for the inconvenience. I must head to the office now. Traffic tends to be heavier later." It would take him about an hour to drive from here to the company, and if he encountered traffic, the journey would indeed be prolonged. Ji Yezhou felt a surge of frustration, but refrained from displaying overt emotions in front of Jiang Yubai, wishing to maintain an air of composure. He resolved to follow the usual procedures before considering other options. Watching Jiang Yubai enter his vehicle, he recalled the vague rumors mentioned by Xia Xinghe earlier. Fu Lin was rarely associated with scandals. Ji Yezhou rested his chin on his hand, despite their lack of direct interaction. Merely hearing that name ignited a burning resentment within him, akin to a wife discovering her husband's infidelity with a mistress. As he had established his own brand, he had also joined the Star City Chamber of Commerce, where a meeting was scheduled for this Friday, and naturally, Fu Lin would be in attendance. Jiang Yubai fastened his seatbelt, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the figures outside the car. The windows were tinted, obscuring the view from the outside while allowing those within to see out. Ji Yezhou, seemingly in a foul mood, kicked a pebble by the roadside. Perhaps it was difficult for him to cultivate any romantic relationship. Nowadays, love seemed possessive, and when it waned, countless reasons for separation would arise. Moreover, one had to confront numerous harsh realities. He considered himself an oddity, destined to endure only favorable outcomes. Jiang Yubai extended a finger, lightly touching the window. Chapter 36. Jealousy. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Yubai finally opened his messages. They were from Fu Lin. "Fu Lin, I just returned to the country. I don't know many people in Star City. Fu Lin, I was careless last time. I will be more mindful of my influence. Fu Lin, oh bye. Saturday is my birthday. May I see you then?" The company was closed over the weekend, with only a few circumstances warranting adjustments. Fu Lin's birthday indeed fell within this time frame, a date Jiang Yubai had remembered for quite some time. In the months leading up to Fu Lin's previous birthdays, he would go to great lengths to secure various part-time jobs, meticulously selecting gifts in advance. Noticing Jiang Yubai's delayed response, Fu Lin sent another message. Fu Lin, it's been ages since I've had your longevity noodles. Indeed, it had been quite a while. They had been apart for 7 years. Fu Lin had gained fame from a series of model photographs, recognized by Fu Zhendong, who was abroad. At that time, Fu Zhendong was suffering from bone cancer and, facing death, remembered this estranged son. The Fu family, with their strict traditions, sought out Fu Lin in Star City, only to discover he was living with a beta. The rigidly traditional Fu family would never accept an alpha's partner of beta status. Having endured a life of hardship alongside women, Fu Lin could not simply abandon the olive branch offered to him. He swiftly completed the transfer procedures and gathered all the necessary documents for leaving Star City. Days later, he returned to the residence he shared with Jiang Yubai to pack his belongings. Jiang Yubai cautiously inquired, "Will you return after you leave?" In recent days, Jiang Yubai had been plagued by school rumors, his eyelids showing a hint of blue, and his demeanor appeared weary and helpless. He did not wish to gaze upon the nearly shattered beta before him and lowered his head, saying, "Living together has led to too many misunderstandings. Are we merely misunderstanding each other? It wasn't always like this. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have spoken so recklessly. I will change. Can we return to how we once were? I have just returned to the Fu family, and many eyes are watching me. If they discover my association with a beta, I'll buy. You wouldn't want to jeopardize my future, would you?" Jiang Yubai's trembling lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Fu Lin's clothes and belongings were easily packed, as Jiang Yubai had neatly organized them, requiring no search, making his departure quite swift. Outside, several luxury cars awaited. Jiang Yubai watched as they turned the corner and vanished from view, standing in a daze for some time. It was Fu Lin who initially proposed living outside of school. The dormitory was indeed fraught with inconveniences, and Jiang Yubai was not accustomed to interacting with strangers. Initially, Fu Lin had considered Jiang Yubai's comfort. Human nature is intricate, not strictly good or evil, yet when interests are at stake, one often discards what is deemed less significant. Upon returning to the Fu family, those so-called relatives were largely strangers bound only by blood. Compared to the past, he was now surrounded by many who flattered him. On his birthday, he would receive various lavish gifts and the same monotonous well-wishes, with continuous banquets filled with business and collaboration. Yet, he still yearned for the old, weathered rental house outside of school. Despite its peeling walls, the interior was always kept clean and tidy. If he returned late from a part-time job, Jiang Yubai would text to inquire about his whereabouts. Upon his return home, the meals laid out on the dining table were always steaming hot, as Jiang Yubai would wait for him to dine together. His birthday had initially been celebrated by Jiang Yubai, who prepared a steaming bowl of longevity noodles, garnished with scallions and fragrant oil, topped with a perfectly poached egg. Later, he had chefs from high-end hotels prepare similar dishes using more extravagant ingredients. Yet he could never recapture the taste of those earlier days. As Fu Lin received a notification sound, he eagerly tapped the screen. Let us see when the time comes. The social interactions of adulthood, next time, later, perhaps another day, essentially equate to rejection, yet they avoid creating discomfort. Ji Yezhou had not been idle either. He had recently been deeply involved in selecting locations for the brand's physical stores, recognizing the importance of marketing, ensuring he did not fall behind. This was a venture he pursued entirely independently from the Ji family. On Friday, at the Yunding building, the Star City Chamber of Commerce convened, gathering the elite from various industries. As guests arrived at the home of Xia Xinghe, he found himself unable to attend to them, leaving only Qi to accompany him in gilding. "Where is Chengyu?" Ji Yezhou inquired, having noticed that Chengyu typically trailed behind Qi. "He's kneeling as punishment. Can you believe he dared to touch me yesterday? I hope he has passed on any filthy diseases." Qi expressed his disdain. Yesterday, Qi had been preoccupied with flirting on his phone with an Omega, oblivious to his surroundings, and nearly tripped over the steps ahead. Fortunately, Chengyu, quick on his feet, had caught Chi-Chi's waist, preventing him from falling. A grave humiliation for an alpha like Chi-Chi, who held a severe view of such matters. He could tolerate touching others, but not having others touch him. He had left Chang Yu kneeling at his door, and in his haste, forgotten to allow him to rise. It had indeed been quite some time. To avoid the risk of Chang Yu complaining to his grandfather about being mistreated, he sent a message to Aunt Wang at home, instructing her to let Chang Yu stand. As the meeting had yet to commence, Fu Lin was engaged in conversation with several executives in the spacious conference hall. Their group immediately noticed Ji Yezhou just arriving at the entrance. "I didn't expect the scion of the Ji family to be here," someone remarked. The Ji family held a dominant position in Xinjiang, particularly in the pharmaceutical sector, unmatched by others. Fu Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked casually, "He has established a fashion brand. With such a background, he is likely just here for a bit of amusement." Others chimed in, noting that Ji Yezhou was an only child and would ultimately return to inherit the family business. Many young men who ventured into entrepreneurship often lack persistence. But even if he incurred losses, he could always rely on the Ji family's support. Wu, who had initially planned to invest, felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing this. After all, one industry was distinct from another. If Ji Yezhou was merely dabbling in this endeavor, then his investment would undoubtedly be a waste. Handing over a substantial sum as a favor required careful consideration. As Ji Yezhou stepped into the conference room, he immediately noticed Fu Lin, who was seamlessly engaged in conversation with his companions, exhibiting impeccable emotional management. Ji Yezhou had never encountered someone so irritating in his life. Chapter 37. Seeking him out, such occasions were exclusive, attended only by the elite. The Chamber of Commerce succinctly outlined the previous developmental status of Xinjiang in comparison to the current progress. The meeting itself was secondary. The primary objective was to cultivate valuable connections. Ji Yezhou had previously dismissed this formality, as it was merely others attempting to ingratiate themselves with him. After the meeting concluded, Wu, who had been seated at the back, unexpectedly approached Ji Yezhou. Young Master Ji, Wu, a middle-aged, slightly overweight alpha, said with a troubled expression, "The payment for a previous project has yet to be received, and the company is considering legal action. We may need to postpone our collaboration." Ji Yezhou furrowed his brow. "Did this payment miraculously arrive while you were discussing it with me?" "That was not my intention. The company is indeed experiencing some cash flow issues," Wu replied. Ji Yezhou, unaccustomed to such convoluted conversations, could not conceal his emotions. He had never held high hopes for these individuals. Wu had previously approached him solely to curry favor with the Ji family. Ji Yezhou saw little value in wasting time engaging with such people. With a mere swipe of his phone screen, he found himself engrossed in the meeting that had stretched for over 2 hours. He yearned to see what messages Jiang Yubai had sent him. Earlier, he had dispatched several messages, offering morning greetings and sharing a photograph of an orange cat he encountered on the road. Sharing the mundane details of life is indeed a subtle avenue to foster romance. He inquired whether Jiang Yubai had time tomorrow, as they had yet to embark on a proper date. However, Jiang Yubai had yet to respond, likely occupied with work. Such individuals are the epitome of petty triumph. "If you require assistance, I would invest all my pocket money in you." Chi-Chi, when it truly mattered, still managed to hold his ground. "Forget it," Ji Yezhou remarked. "Your grandfather has long since severed your access to your bank card. Prioritize your own affairs." Sighing, Chi-Chi exhaled deeply. Ji Yezhou's circumstances were not much different. He had yet to encounter any of the omegas arranged by his family, and Ji Xiaocheng had cut off his financial support. These matters were beneath Ji Yezhou's notice. He had never intended to rely on the Ji family. Just as he prepared to depart, a waiter approached him. "Excuse me, President Fu requests your presence in his office." Chi-Chi whispered from the side. "It can't be because of that beta, can it?" He crumpled the record paper in his palm, troubled by how to convey to Fu Lin that he should not covet another's partner. Fu Lin's office was located on the top floor of Yending Tower, adorned with photographs from his school days, meticulously framed and displayed on the tea cabinet visible upon entering, as well as on his desk. Upon being ushered in by the waiter, Ji Yezhou's gaze immediately fell upon one of the frames. In the photograph, Two boys donned blue and white uniforms. The graceful beta naturally embraced by the alpha, with a hint of a smile gracing the beta's lips, an expression Ji Yezhou had never witnessed before. At that time, Jiang Yubai must have been merely 17 or 18 years old. Fu Lin noticed Ji Yezhou's hesitance in the direction of his gaze, rising from his seat to approach him with an air of nonchalance. I've known Yubai for nearly 20 years. You two have barely known each other for 2 months. Haven't you? Ji Yezhou was not one to be easily manipulated. He retorted with cold sarcasm. Some individuals can know each other from birth until death and still remain strangers. If one resonates well with another, knowing each other for a day can feel like a lifetime. Fu Lin, unfazed by his words, merely smiled. Yubai and I are certainly not strangers. Fu Lin continued. His family used to live next door to mine. We attended school together daily, and even went to university in Xingqing together. At that time, we rented a place outside of school and cohabited. The last 2 words seemed to resonate with a heightened emphasis. Veins protruded from Ji Yezhou's hands as he clenched his fists tightly. Then where is he now? Ji Yezhou queried. Since he encountered me, it indicates you have moved on. Fu Lin's expression slightly hardened, but he quickly regained his composure, unlike Ji Yezhou, who wore every emotion on his face. We have a slight misunderstanding, and misunderstandings will eventually be resolved. As for you, I suggest seeking an omega whose pheromones align with yours. The Ji family will not permit you to pursue a beta. In truth, it is quite natural for Ji Yezhou to choose to abandon the Ji family, especially considering the inherent difficulties faced by male betas in reproduction. However, Ji Yezhou furrowed his brow. The affairs of the Ji family were not for you to meddle in. My bond with Yubai runs deep, and I summoned you merely to convey that your efforts are in vain. Fu Lin's voice grew somber. He had initially assumed that Ji Yezhou would not take it too seriously, believing he could sway him, but it appeared otherwise. If this is merely a discourse of trivialities, then you lack the competence to engage me. Naturally, Ji Yezhou would not show an ounce of concession before Fu Lin. Yet, upon exiting the office, his countenance was as dark as unyielding ice. Fu Lin and Jiang Yubai had, astonishingly, cohabited together. The previous Omega had informed him that the alpha Jiang Yubai had lived with during high school and university was none other than Fu Lin. They had known each other for so many years, traversing the entirety of their youth. As he descended, Chi suggested, "It's rather early. Shall we go for a drink?" "Indeed," Ji Yezhou replied, his agreement surprising Chi ever since Ji Yezhou became embroiled in competition. He had not spent time with them for some time, often unable to muster the energy to ask. The chosen venue was a tranquil bar near Yunding. As Ji Yezhou wished to avoid raucous places, the bar featured a resident singer performing a recently popular song about unrequited love, its melody melancholic. Chi refrained from inviting any omegas, having discerned Ji Yezhou's troubled mood. Before long, Xiaoxing had joined them after finishing his duties. Ji Yezhou possessed an exceptional tolerance for alcohol, indulging in pure gold liquor. As he became slightly tipsy, his words flowed freely, emotions that he could not articulate in Fu Lin's presence now spilling forth. When I suggested cohabitation, he chose to end our relationship. I had waited for him at the door for 4 hours, only for him to terminate things and delete me from his friends list. Ji Yezhou's heart was truly shattered. Previously, he had been oblivious to the identity of Jiang Yubai's former roommate, managing to maintain a semblance of ignorance. But now, the person stood glaringly before him. Xiaoxing has sighed, proposing, "How about we relocate to Lin and invite a few more omegas?" A swift recovery from heartbreak often involves meeting new people. Chi lamented, "No wonder you called us for a race in the dead of night. There are plenty of good omegas out there, and that beta is certainly toying with you. Were he merely to toy with me, it would be better." Ji Yezhou lamented further. Jiang Yubai's indifference to his departure showed a profound lack of sentiment. Perhaps he remains unaware of my feelings. Should I clarify them to him? Ji Yezhou's voice grew hoarse. For the first time, Chi felt exasperation towards Ji Yezhou for being distressed over a beta, a grave transgression for an alpha, as typically, it is the alpha who ends relations with a beta. Chi remarked, "Go ahead, for a beta cannot be irrevocably marked." Now that he is with Fu Lin, he likely no longer remembers you. Moreover, betas often lead tumultuous personal lives. You would fare better meeting more omegas instead. With your qualities, you should have no trouble finding someone. Noticing Ji Yezhou's silence, Chi added, "Forget about him. We alphas ought to live freely and unrestrained. Wait a moment. Let me select the finest omega from Lin to accompany you. Truly, you must first experience the allure of an omega to comprehend that a beta simply cannot compare." Chi spoke at length, but Ji Yezhou only registered the words "let's go." After finishing the last sip of his drink, he unsteadily rose to his feet. Chi, bewildered, inquired, "Where are you going?" Chapter 38. Distortion. As night descended, around 8 or 9 o'clock, the bar was still relatively subdued. Chi and Xia Xinghe followed suit, with Xia Xinghe asking, "So, shall we head in now? My sister is there. Let's have her reserve a VIP table for us." Chi acknowledged with a hum. Everyone presumed Ji Yezhou intended to change locations. Yet, Ji Yezhou suddenly declared, "You all go ahead." "And you?" Chi questioned. "I have matters to attend to." Chi retorted, "Was all that persuasion just now in vain?" Ji Yezhou was genuinely intoxicated, liberated from the constraints of rationality. He could not abide rejection. Hence, he had long resisted acknowledging his feelings for Jiang Yubai. Indeed, they had known each other for less than 2 months, and when Jiang Yubai suggested the end, it had merely been a little over a month. But what did that matter? The first time they met, when Jiang Yubai collided into his embrace, his mind short-circuited. He completely forgot he had come to celebrate a friend's birthday and entirely dismissed the fact that they were in a bar, a place often associated with romantic encounters. He had even envisioned names for their future children, should Jiang Yubai be willing to bear them. Between an alpha and an omega lies a bond of pheromones. And he thought that, at the very least, a connection through potential offspring tied him to Jiang Yubai. He did not want the eventuality of Jiang Yubai's nonchalant dismissal severing their ties. Often, he harbored a genuine desire to claim what was deemed forbidden. Thoughts spiraled in his mind. Had he not touched Jiang Yubai, had others? Fu Lin had cohabited with Jiang Yubai for many years. Had they engaged in the same intimacies he had shared with Jiang Yubai? Jealousy swelled and distorted within his chest. Why had they met so early, and why had he appeared so late? They even lived in such close proximity, encountering each other daily, and were classmates. Yet, Jiang Yubai would likely never broach the subject of their age difference with Fu Lin. From photographs, it was evident that Jiang Yubai did not shy away from Fu Lin, a subtle dimple gracing his smile. All of this was something he had never witnessed. Even drawing near would prompt Jiang Yubai to retreat. Chi called out to him from behind, yet at that moment, he could not absorb a single extraneous word. The television had just completed a news broadcast, now serving as mere background noise to advertisements. Jiang Yubai was sorting through the belongings he had amassed over the years in Xingqing, items he found difficult to discard yet deemed no longer useful. His home had accumulated a fair amount of trash, and the apartment complex below featured segregated waste bins. In comparison to residential areas, the residents of such small buildings were more densely packed. However, Jiang Yubai had previously ventured out as a stranger to everyone, indifferent to their identities, but now, he noticed people glancing at him more frequently. Is he a beta? I haven't detected any pheromones, but he is quite attractive. He and Fu Lin were merely acquaintances. He had heard that other alphas had sought Jiang Yubai's attention before. There was a lingering impression that betas were quite the social butterflies. The distance may seem considerable. Perhaps they believe Jiang Yubai cannot hear. Males of the beta classification, who become entangled in ambiguous relationships with alphas, are often quickly labeled otherwise. It is a common understanding that alphas and betas are merely engaging in frivolity. The sensitive phase undeniably requires the soothing presence of pheromones, rendering betas rather ineffective in such circumstances. The rules that eluded him in his youth have now been imparted with clarity through experience. Upon returning home, Jiang Yubai unlocked his phone, glancing at the messages received. The last one was from Ji Yezhou, inquiring whether he was free the next day, as he wished to invite him to go fishing at Yanshui River. Fishing, as a date idea, was evidently a well-researched choice by Ji Yezhou. Typically, young couples opt for movies or amusement parks, and to avoid Jiang Yubai mentioning their age difference. Ji Yezhou had deduced from online data that fishing is the foremost hobby of beta males around 30. Perhaps recalling Jiang Yubai's previous comment about not knowing what to do on weekends, Ji Yezhou had also organized an evening of camping and cooking outdoors. For Jiang Yubai, this was a novel concept. Such activities are generally enjoyed by groups of close friends, and he was not accustomed to such gatherings. After contemplation, he replied, encouraging Ji Yezhou to enjoy himself. The frequency of their communications had begun to exceed his comfort level. Ji's family, Ji Yezhou. Instinctively, Jiang Yubai's fingers brushed the nape of his neck, where the deep puncture from a canine still faintly emitted a trace of pheromones. He prepared himself a bowl of wontons. Watching the pot bubble and boil, he had rarely cooked in recent years, and his skills had likely dulled. He neglected to add scallions, merely drizzling sesame oil and dark soy sauce over the dish, rendering it unremarkable in appearance. After a simple taste, he found it rather ordinary. There was no way it could be so delectable that he would be reluctant to finish it. Jiang Yubai had a modest appetite and set the bowl aside after only a few bites. The phone rang, and upon answering, he discovered it was a call from the housing platform agent, inquiring when he would be available for a viewing. Jiang Yubai intended to suggest tomorrow, but before he could respond, another unfamiliar call interrupted. Habitually, he pressed to decline, inadvertently severing the previous conversation with the agent. Soon after, he received another call, this time through WeChat. Having never saved Ji Yezhou's number, their communications typically occurred on that platform. Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow, presuming Ji Yezhou was calling due to his reluctance to go out the next day. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. The breathing on the other end was heavy, and for a moment, neither spoke. After a few seconds, Ji Yezhou finally uttered, "Open the door. You changed the password. Didn't you? You're trying to keep me out, aren't you?" There was a note of sadness in his voice, though it was already late, and the reason for Ji Yezhou's late-night visit remained unclear. Persisting in silence was not a viable option. Upon opening the door, Jiang Yubai was met with a potent scent of alcohol emanating from the alpha. The innate fear that beta harbors towards alpha instinctively caused Jiang Yubai to retreat. "Why do you always avoid me?" Ji Yezhou inquired. "Just because we met in a bar and haven't known each other long enough. Do you think our connection should end? Have I never existed in your heart?" Jiang Yubai seemed taken aback by Ji Yezhou's late-night visit and his candid revelations. After a brief pause, he responded, "You're intoxicated. I'll prepare a sobering soup." With a resounding slam, the door shut behind him. Ji Yezhou, having consumed most of a bottle of gin, hailed a taxi and made his way directly to Jiang Yubai's residence. He had bottled up a plethora of words, previously intending to approach the matter gradually to avoid giving Jiang Yubai any excuses to evade him. Yet, in his inebriated state, restraint was no longer an option. He tightened his grip on Jiang Yubai's wrist, refusing to let him leave. "I'm not drunk. I am quite lucid. Can't you see that I am pursuing you? Jiang Yubai, I truly like you. I liked you from our very first encounter." Chapter 39. Longing for you. Jiang Yubai's heart felt as though it had been tightly grasped by an unseen force, a sudden wave of unease washing over him. When someone intrudes upon your life, openly expressing their affection and enthusiasm, any hint of neglect from them can become jarring. Words like liking are effortlessly uttered, yet sustaining such feelings is the true challenge. Jiang Yubai had numerous flaws. He struggled to maintain any relationship. Ji Yezhou looked at him and said, "You mentioned that there are certain things one can only do with someone they care for. It is precisely because I like you that I wish to do these things." What Jiang Yubai had initially intended as a mere excuse to deflect Ji Yezhou's advances had inadvertently become a catalyst for the alpha's realization of his feelings. The scent of alcohol on Ji Yezhou was overpowering. Debating with a drunken individual seemed futile. Jiang Yubai asked, "What is your friend's number?" He intended to call Ji Yezhou's friend to take him home. At that moment, Ji Yezhou suddenly appeared deeply aggrieved. "Is it because Fu Lin has returned to Xingxing that you no longer want me? You claim you are merely classmates, yet I have seen your photographs together. Did you not live together before? I wish to live with you, but you refuse. What do I lack compared to him?" When sober, Ji Yezhou rarely exhibited such sorrowful emotions. After all, he was an S-class alpha, renowned for his aloof demeanor during his school days, often ignoring others. Omegas who confessed to him were met with indifference. He had once struggled to comprehend why some individuals would go to such lengths for love, finding it utterly baffling. It was only through genuine experience that one could truly understand. In Fu Lin's office, there were not merely a few photographs with Jiang Yubai. There were many, some taken in classrooms, others on playgrounds, and even at doorsteps, each snapshot capturing a moment in their youthful journey, with backgrounds that varied significantly. Yet, he and Jiang Yubai seemed to lack even a single shared photograph. The only places they had visited together were, embarrassingly, the hospital. The last occasion was when Jiang Yubai fell ill. Ji Yezhou had known the door code to enter and had brought him inside. Now, however, the code had changed, no longer known to him. It was not because of him. Jiang Yubai pressed his lips together. However, Ji Yezhou could no longer heed his words. Lost in the depths of his own twisted, jealous sorrow. What difference did it make, even if they had known each other for a long time? Their acquaintance, which began now, would stretch into many years ahead. In truth, their connection was not belated. I yearn to be your sole alpha, to court you, to cohabit with you, and to marry you, for only then shall we truly become one, while he remains the outsider. Upon hearing the word marriage, Jiang Yubai's eyelashes fluttered slightly. An alpha, intoxicated, spoke without restraint. Yet Jiang Yubai felt a heaviness in his heart, reluctant to continue discussing such topics with the alpha. He tilted his face slightly, kissing Ji Yezhou's chin. Indeed, Ji Yezhou's movement stilled. Did you come to find me solely to express these sentiments? Jiang Yubai's voice was husky. Perhaps sensing Ji Yezhou's inebriation, Jiang Yubai no longer held himself with the same restraint as before. Ji Yezhou's mind short-circuited, enveloped in a surreal, dreamlike state. Jiang Yubai's arm draped over his shoulder, seeking support as he lifted his slender face and pressed his lips against Ji Yezhou's. Aside from their initial encounter in the bar, Jiang Yubai had never taken the initiative again. At this moment, his hands nearly encircled the back of Ji Yezhou's neck, their damp, tender lips brushing tantalizingly beneath his gaze. Such an enticing maneuver. Ji Yezhou was not the type to endure. Before he could fully comprehend, his arms had already encircled Jiang Yubai's long legs, lifting him higher, fervently returning the kiss, their soft lips engaging in a passionate dance of desire and affection. As Jiang Yubai was swept into Ji Yezhou's embrace, a flicker of regret ignited within him. Though he had not indulged in alcohol, he felt as if he had been affected by the other's intoxication. Perhaps he was reluctant to hear the alpha's promises of the future, or perhaps it was a veiled surrender to his own desires. Upon returning home from work, he did not immediately tidy up the apartment he had owned for 5 years. After all, one develops an emotional bond with spaces inhabited for long durations, and he had spent countless hours within this modest abode. Though he was unaccustomed to the scent of smoke, he finished the remaining cigarettes on the terrace, ultimately crushing the empty pack in his hand, as if that lingering emptiness could not be filled. The terrace lacked windows, allowing him to hear the couple below discussing suitable gifts for meeting parents over the weekend. They seemed to be expecting a child, preparing for a wedding by year's end. It appeared that everyone's lives were gradually coming to fruition, while he felt increasingly lost regarding his own future. Beginnings are invariably accompanied by endings. In a daze, Jiang Yubai felt a ring slip onto his left ring finger. He raised his hand. Though the lighting in the room was dim, the metallic gleam momentarily dazzled his eyes. It was a simple band, fitting him perfectly. Ji Yezhou pressed him against the edge of the bed, kissing the mole beneath his eyelid. Jiang Yubai had once chanced upon a diagram of physiognomy, which indicated that this mole foretold a life of love-suffering. Often, the more one gives and sacrifices, the less one feels cherished. Jiang Yubai, I love you. In the stillness of the night, the young alpha fervently and fiercely expressed his love. Yet there was an unusual tenderness about him. Since the passing of his grandmother, Jiang Yubai had never before heard such a candid declaration of affection. In his childhood, he was blissfully unaware, playing games with a group of children from the town. One such game was hide-and-seek. where he counted to 200 before searching for them within the agreed-upon boundaries. Under the scorching sun, he searched for nearly 2 hours. Yet not a single child was in sight. Eventually, he realized that the group had chosen to play elsewhere, deliberately leaving him behind. He wished to confront them for an explanation, but as a solitary figure, what threat could he possibly pose? Even children are prone to bullying the meek. Heartbroken, he returned home to inquire of his grandmother why no one seemed to like him. She embraced him tightly, stroking his back and assuring him, "Abai, your grandmother loves you." Ji Yezhou held him closely, as if fearing he might escape. Jiang Yubai's cheeks flushed, and he extended an arm to grasp the edge of the bedside cabinet, leaving an imprint of his grip. The pale skin of his wrist revealed faintly prominent blue veins. Soon covered by Ji Yezhou's broad palm, their fingers interlocked. Chapter 40, Excess. A night of absurdity and chaos. As dawn approached, Jiang Yubai felt a profound sense of regret. Ji Yezhou, typically lacking in restraint, became even more indiscriminate when intoxicated, his weight rendering any attempts to push him away futile. After a brief respite, Jiang Yubai awoke to the sounds echoing from the hallway. Sunlight filtered through the curtain's crevice, sharpening his blurred vision, and though he lacked his glasses, he could discern the outline of the ring, one that Ji Yezhou had donned the previous night, as if to bind him irrevocably. Ji Yezhou's arm wrapped around his waist. Holding him close, Jiang Yubai tilted his face slightly upward, his youthful frustrations dissipating, and after their tumultuous escapade, he succumbed to a deep slumber, intoxicated by the remnants of alcohol. The small bedside lamp remained aglow, yet Jiang Yubai found himself sleepless. When Ji Yezhou first suggested cohabitation, he had indeed felt apprehensive. The thought of intertwining his life with another, only to gradually unravel it again, filled him with trepidation. Even during their most intimate moments, he refrained from illuminating the room too brightly. In the sweltering heat of summer, he never donned short sleeves, often attracting curious glances. Yet he had grown accustomed to such perceptions, as he had always been a peculiar individual. Throughout his life, he had never truly belonged. The inner side of his arms bore scars from past emotional numbness, stretching into the crook of his elbows. Over the years, the marks had faded but never vanished. He removed the ring and placed it on the bedside. When Ji Yezhou awoke, he instinctively retracted his arm, only to find that the person he had held was no longer there. Startled, he opened his eyes wide. Last night, he drank to the point of blackout, yet fragments of memory remained. After leaving the bar, he made his way directly to Jiang Yubai's home. As he pieced together the disjointed recollections, he realized that Jiang Yubai had, astonishingly, initiated a kiss. Ji Yezhou felt a rush of warmth in his head, chagrined that he had not been in a lucid state. Surely, he hadn't faltered? After all, he had encountered discussions on forums asserting the significance of a harmonious romantic life. A poster had sought advice on how to part ways without damaging their partner's self-esteem due to incompatibility with their boyfriend. Searching through the room, he noticed the partition door leading to the terrace slightly ajar. He hastily descended from the bed and pushed the door open, revealing Jiang Yubai standing by the railing. This was a rare sight. Jiang Yubai was delicately holding a cigarette, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor of abstaining from smoke and drink while maintaining a composed presence at work. Their initial encounter had indeed taken place in a bar. Jiang Yubai's response was nonchalant. Merely an Ji Yezhou's heart sank. He feared Jiang Yubai might not recognize him after getting out of bed. He retorted, "I didn't come over last night with intentions of anything. You know I like you, yet you deliberately enticed me. I merely wished to express my intent to pursue you, while you seem to desire something more intimate. How could you take advantage of my inebriation? If you were an Omega, you would surely be pregnant by now. You're attempting to use a child as leverage to marry me, aren't you?" "Not at all," Jiang Yubai replied, frowning. He was a male beta. Such a scenario was utterly implausible. "I drank too much last night and felt nothing at all. Fair is fair. You owe me a night." Ji Yezhou's words grew more audacious. "You said you would only engage with someone you like. Do you harbor feelings for me?" He regretted saying that, unaware it would be so swiftly turned against him by Ji Yezhou. The terrace was not expansive, and, standing outside, made them susceptible to observation. Jiang Yubai extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and suggested, "Let's go inside." Ji Yezhou recognized Jiang Yubai's propensity to deny familiarity, blocking his path and stating, "You owe me a night before I enter. If anyone sees us here, we might as well go public." Jiang Yubai reevaluated his perception of Ji Yezhou, who truly suffered last night. He had no idea how many times he had unwittingly supported Ji Yezhou. He had yet to hold Ji Yezhou accountable for breaching their agreement, leaving his body in disarray. Upon awakening after a brief slumber, he found the room in utter disarray. He had tidied up somewhat. The sofa, window sill, and cabinet were all in disarray. Had the space allowed, it would have taken him much longer to clean. Standing outside was no longer viable, especially since it was a daytime holiday. Jiang Yubai could also see the adjacent terrace, but fortunately, there was no one across from them. Jiang Yubai had indeed not contemplated rekindling his relationship with Ji Yezhou. In fact, to acclimatize his body, he had even ordered a new delivery. Last night, he simply wished to avoid hearing Ji Yezhou discuss topics such as marriage and children. The sound of the sliding door opening next door interrupted his thoughts. After a prolonged spell of dreary rain, the rare sunny day likely signaled breakfast on the terrace. "Let us head inside," Jiang Yubai suggested. "You agreed?" Ji Yezhou pressed, unwilling to relent. Jiang Yubai, opting for silence, merely nodded slightly. Ji Yezhou felt a wave of relief and accompanied Jiang Yubai back to the room. Over the past few days, he had dabbled in culinary arts, eager to showcase his newfound skills before Jiang Yubai. "You just woken up, haven't you? Should I prepare something for you?" Ji Yezhou inquired. Jiang Yubai's cheeks flushed. "Don't push your luck," he retorted. Ji Yezhou made his way to the kitchen, recalling that he had previously purchased several packs of noodles from the supermarket. He retrieved a pack from the cupboard and asked, "What's pushing it?" Jiang Yubai responded, "It's all Ji Yezhou's fault for having poor communication skills." Ji Yezhou filled a pot with water and placed it on the stove, intending to pour the entire 500 G pack of noodles into the pot. "Just leave that there. You should step out," Jiang Yubai interjected, unable to bear the thought of Ji Yezhou alone in the kitchen. He was determined to prevent any disasters, especially after he had already accrued a debt. "I truly can cook," Ji Yezhou insisted, twisting the knobs of the gas stove, though they wouldn't budge. Jiang Yubai, exasperated, urged Ji Yezhou out, wishing to avoid any further mention of the matter. Chapter 41. Confidential dispatch. Ji Yezhou's endeavors were off to a rocky start. He could only vaguely recall the events of the previous night and felt around his pockets, momentarily stunned to find the ring he had placed there had vanished. He had forgotten that, in a moment of passion, he had slipped it onto Jiang Yubai's finger. He rummaged through his belongings, lamenting how alcohol could lead to such mishaps. Originally, he had hoped Jiang Yubai would wear the ring as a declaration to any would-be suitors that he was already taken. To avoid further disturbances, Jiang Yubai had closed the kitchen partition door. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Ji Yezhou glanced at his own phone on the bedside table, but it remained silent. It was Jiang Yubai's phone. Ji Yezhou peeked into the kitchen, noting that the man appeared oblivious to the commotion. He picked up the phone from the coffee table, only to find a message from Fu Lin. The sight of Fu Lin ignited his ire. Yesterday, in the office, Fu Lin had deliberately flaunted their joint photographs. Fully aware of Ji Yezhou's keen eyesight, he too would eventually accumulate a multitude of photographs with Jiang Yubai, adorning every corner of the room. Initially, he contemplated how to unlock the phone, but Jiang Yubai's device was surprisingly straightforward, lacking even a password. His fingertips brushed the message, and the interface opened to reveal a conversation with Fu Lin. "Fu Lin, are you free this afternoon?" "Fu Lin, Yubai, I've missed you so much these past years. I don't want to lose you." Reading these two messages, Ji Yezhou's brows furrowed, his irritation palpable. Such sentimental words and emotional manipulation were indeed cunningly insidious. Fortunately, he managed to retrieve the phone. Had it fallen into the hands of Jiang Yubai, he genuinely feared the resurgence of past troubles. Ji Yezhou contemplated his response, aiming to swiftly dissuade Fu Lin from harboring any hopes. "I have someone I like now. He treats me exceptionally well in every regard. Please refrain from messaging me in the future, as it may lead to misunderstandings on his part. I do not wish for you to jeopardize my relationship with him. especially since I intend to cohabit with him. Ji Yezhou meticulously edited his message, ensuring that the mention of cohabitation remained intact. After sending the message, he proceeded to delete both Fu Lin's and his own messages from the chat, erasing all traces of his actions. This was his first encounter with Jiang Yubai's phone. He opened the Moments feature, finding a limited number of friends who primarily posted work-related updates. Lacking interest in those, he turned to Jiang Yubai's own Moments, noting that visibility was restricted to 1 month. The posts were few and, like the others, pertained to work. At that moment, Jiang Yubai's phone rang, displaying a call from a housing network. Just as he was about to answer, he heard someone from the kitchen call out that the meal was ready. He quickly returned the phone to its place and announced, "Your phone is ringing." Emerging from the kitchen, Jiang Yubai glanced at the caller ID and promptly hung up. "Whose call was it?" Ji Yezhou inquired. "Marketing advertisement." Jiang Yubai replied succinctly. At that moment, Ji Yezhou was still basking in a sense of satisfaction that surpassed what he felt with Fu Lin. Thus he did not delve deeper into the earlier call, recognizing the prevalence of such marketing calls, which he too had received. Jiang Yubai prepared a generous bowl of Yangshan noodles, adding an extra egg, fearing Ji Yezhou might not be satiated. Observing Jiang Yubai's modest bowl, Ji Yezhou queried, "Why are you eating so little?" Jiang Yubai, already quite slender, wore cotton pajamas that would easily part to reveal his collarbone and the skin beneath. "This is a normal portion," he asserted. "If you don't eat, it will congeal." Noticing that his bowl contained 2 eggs, while Jiang Yubai's held only 1. Ji Yezhou insisted on adding another egg to Jiang Yubai's serving, saying, "You are too thin. It could affect your health. You need to eat more." Jiang Yubai retorted coldly, "And last night, that didn't affect you?" It was rare for Jiang Yubai to engage in banter. He typically communicated in a formulaic manner or with clear refusals, often resorting to silence. Ji Yezhou's recollections of last night were fragmented, yet the marks on Jiang Yubai suggested he had performed admirably. Choosing not to press further, Ji Yezhou obediently consumed the noodles that Jiang Yubai had thoughtfully prepared for him. Despite the simplicity of the dish, it filled his heart with warmth. Returning to the office on Monday, Jiang Yubai could not afford to bear the evidence of love bites, a consequence of Ji Yezhou's impulsiveness. He would need to procure a concealer that matched his skin tone. Having never used such products before, he had previously thought pheromone suppression patches were beyond the pale. Initially, he had attempted to prevent Ji Yezhou from biting his nape, considering that the marks would last at most 24 hours. Yet Ji Yezhou had persistently disregarded his wishes. Feeling guilty, Ji Yezhou began browsing his phone, discovering that the group chat had reached 99 messages, prompting him to click on the recent discussions. Lin's Omega appears to be unwell. My waist is bruised from his grip. Upon awakening, I initially thought I had merely slept awkwardly. Did you summon an Omega last night? Star City's most affectionate. No, Yezhou, didn't He come over? Had he been present, I would certainly have ordered him an Omega, especially with my sister around. I dare not act recklessly. Would you like to check the surveillance footage? I did, but the cameras were malfunctioning last night. Otherwise, I would have tied up that absurd Omega already. Since Ji Yezhou came of age, frequenting bars has become a common occurrence for him. After their meal, Ji Yezhou insisted on assisting Jiang Yubai with the dishes. He couldn't remain idle. After all, he had already confessed his feelings and ought to demonstrate more initiative. Forceful acquisition is a last resort. Ji Yezhou had never performed such tasks. His family employed servants. And after moving out, he would hire help, never having engaged in domestic chores himself. Nevertheless, he yearned to contribute in some manner. As he turned on the faucet, water splashed everywhere, soaking his clothes and drenching the kitchen floor. "What with all this water?" Ji Yezhou inquired. Jiang Yubai, not wishing to flood the lower floor, looked at Ji Yezhou with disdain, questioning his presence in the kitchen. "I simply want to assist you. And now that we live together, it cannot be solely your responsibility." Jiang Yubai remained silent. The two swiftly tidied their dishes. Jiang Yubai worked efficiently, even wiping away the splattered water on the countertop. Ji Yezhou could do nothing but stand aside, observing the cool, indifferent beta who even managed household chores without a hint of emotion. He regretted getting drunk the previous night and not taking a closer look at Jiang Yubai's face. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Eager to impress, Ji Yezhou rushed to open it. The delivery person, holding a large brown cardboard box, greeted him. "Hello, please sign for your package." "Is this Jiang Yubai's parcel?" He suspiciously signed for it. It was quite heavy, and the box bore a label indicating confidential shipping. Chapter 42. Taking initiative. Ji Yezhou rarely shopped online and casually asked the delivery person about the confidential shipping. The courier, upon hearing his question, appeared uneasy, stuttering, possibly referring to something adult-related. At that moment, Jiang Yubai noticed the commotion at the door, approached Ji Yezhou, and addressed the delivery person, "Thank you." He then shut the door, leaving the courier bewildered, mistakenly thinking the two were merely indulging in marital play. Jiang Yubai pressed his lips together. Although his expression remained as calm and aloof as ever, a flush crept to his ears as he took the box from Ji Yezhou. He hadn't anticipated the delivery arriving so early. He expected it the following day, perfectly timed for a day off, allowing him ample opportunity to experiment further. Having failed to reach the desired threshold multiple times, this time, he had ordered a greater variety. Little did he anticipate that last night, a drunken Ji Yezhou would come knocking at his door, rendering him speechless in the face of a tipsy intruder whom he could not usher away. Feeling the need to remain productive, Ji Yezhou retrieved a pair of scissors left at the entrance, intending to assist Jiang Yubai in unboxing a cardboard box. "Shall I open it?" Ji Yezhou inquired with curiosity. "What's inside? It feels rather heavy." "Not now," Jiang Yubai sidestepped, noticing Ji Yezhou's scrutinizing gaze. "Just a few books I bought on a whim." Ji Yezhou harbored no suspicion, for Jiang Yubai possessed an air of scholarly demeanor. Externally, he appeared impeccably serious. Yet only Ji Yezhou was privy to the alluring, soft gasp that escaped his thin lips when he lost control. As Ji Yezhou reminisced about the previous night, he found himself at a loss. Initially, he had intended to invite Jiang Yubai out on a date today, but the man looked frail, his entire being suffused with an overpowering scent of alpha. Jiang Yubai discreetly tucked the box beneath the bed, ensuring its contents remained concealed, lest Ji Yezhou's impulsiveness lead him to dismantle it. With no intention of departing, Ji Yezhou instinctively switched on the television, selecting a romantic film. On a leisurely weekend morning, cuddling with someone he cherished while watching a movie could certainly be classified as a date. He wrapped his arm around Jiang Yubai's slender waist and rested his chin on his shoulder, expecting the man to rebuff him with words like "let go of me," to which he had already prepared a retort. However, Jiang Yubai seemed to tacitly accept his gesture. In that moment, Ji Yezhou's thoughts wandered to a post he had seen on a relationship forum, wherein the author recounted a long-standing flirtation with their idol. One evening, after watching a movie, the author had taken their idol's hand on the way home, only to be met with acceptance. The comments below were an unbroken stream of congratulations. "Don't lean on me," Jiang Yubai remarked. Ji Yezhou's daydreaming was abruptly shattered within mere seconds. Feeling wronged, he replied defiantly, "You exploited me all night. Now you want tea, even let me lean on you? How selfish of you. It hurts." Jiang Yubai gained a newfound understanding of Ji Yezhou's audacity. Upon hearing Jiang Yubai's words, Ji Yezhou quickly withdrew, brushing aside the fabric of his sleepwear to check for any bruising, relieved to find none. However, while Jiang Yubai forbade him from leaning against him, he did not prohibit him from embracing. Halfway through the film, Ji Yezhou recognized something amiss. The story revolved around childhood friends whose homes were separated by a mere street. Attending school together daily, convinced their bond was merely platonic. Eventually, they engaged in a series of ambiguous interactions. As adults, the girl found a partner. Yet on the boy's birthday, she would forsake her companion to be with him, only to realize that her partner was not her true love. Following a quarrel, they separated, ultimately leading the childhood friends to a happy ending. Ji Yezhou pondered. What had the forsaken partner done to deserve such treatment? Missed opportunities indicated a lack of fate. Why should those who come later not triumph? The overwhelming relatability rendered the film unbearable. Without hesitation, Ji Yezhou switched the channel, seeking something more palatable. On the coffee table lay a glass cup that Jiang Yubai had used to quench his thirst. He lifted it to finish the entire cup of water, seeking to cool himself down. Noticing Jiang Yubai glance at him, he remarked, "We have kissed countless times, and I have even tasted your lips." Jiang Yubai furrowed his brows, interrupting his words. Ji Yezhou understood the importance of knowing when to stop, especially since he no longer had to rely on flimsy disposable cups in Jiang Yubai's presence. Those were reserved for guests. He was not one of them. He had initially intended a search for other films to watch, perhaps something like the later ones, Achieving Their Goals, or A Tale of Serendipity in a Bar Leading to Matrimony. However, his phone rang, revealing a call from his father. Upon seeing the caller ID, Ji Yezhou's expression darkened. Each time Ji Yezhou contacted him, it was to reprimand him and insist he return to the company. Regarding the previous Huizhou project, he had not granted Jiang Yubai's company any favors. The decision to adopt Jiang Yubai's proposal was made after a high-level meeting. He was aware of Jiang Yubai's work ethic, having heard praise from others in the department, particularly from a certain Qin Xiaoyu. He had to guard against not only alpha males, but also beta females. Upon answering, he was greeted by Ji Yezhou's cold and stern voice. "Your aunt is here. Come home for lunch." Ji Yezhou glanced at the time. It was already past 10. Every time he wished to cultivate his relationship with Jiang Yubai, a flurry of obligations would arise. "Are you listening? Don't be late and keep everyone waiting." Ji Yezhou replied dully. "How many days has it been since you returned home? Do you think you've grown wings? The only reason anyone invests in you is due to the Ji family's reputation. I know what I'm doing. I don't need your nagging." What did it matter if they were skeptical? It felt as if he were being rendered powerless. Ji Yezhou had long ago opened a short video account, initially posting casual snippets of his daily life. His followers had only increased by a few 100,000, but now, with a focus on traffic, he recognized the necessity of marketing alongside maintaining quality products. He planned to model for the brand to generate buzz. He needed sufficient capital to exert control over his own life without adhering to Ji Yezhou's directives. After hanging up, Ji Yezhou meticulously reported, "My father called me home. My aunt is visiting. Then you should go attend to that," Jiang Yubai replied. The farewell kiss before parting appeared unlikely to be initiated by Jiang Yubai. His temperament was impatient, and as he leaned closer to observe the guarded expression in Jiang Yubai's eyes, he boldly advanced, capturing those soft lips with his own. Chapter 43. A date with me. It was long overdue. Ji Yezhou was not one to truly suppress his desires. He pried open Jiang Yubai's delicate lips, engaging in a fervent kiss that left his enchanting eyes glistening with moisture. Jiang Yubai seemed overwhelmed, his slender fingers pressing gently against Ji Yezhou's chest. Yet the alpha's overpowering presence rendered the beta immovable. Yet the moment was all too fleeting. Reluctantly, Ji Yezhou released him and declared, "Although I drank too much last night, what I said was undoubtedly true. I like you, and I am pursuing you. Stop offering excuses to contradict me. Pursuing you is my freedom. Regardless, do not think you can rid yourself of me. I am embarking on my own venture, synchronizing online and offline efforts, and my flagship store will open early next month. I am myself, and the Ji family is the Ji family." Jiang Yubai furrowed his brows slightly. "Aren't you leaving?" Ji Yezhou could not bear to hear such words and stepped forward, kissing him fervently. The emotional forums had a certain flaw. The relationship advice within was not universally applicable. For Jiang Yubai, sometimes a more straightforward and forceful approach was necessary. After Ji Yezhou departed, Jiang Yubai took a moment to catch his breath. Feeling as if he were suffocating, he rummaged through the drawer beneath the coffee table, retrieving a box of medication, from which he extracted 2 pills and swallowed them. This was madness. The words Ji Yezhou had spoken not long ago echoed in his mind. Rising, he approached the wash basin and caught sight of his reflection in the mirror. His cheeks were faintly flushed, and his lightly tinted lips appeared slightly swollen from the kisses. He removed his glasses and cupped his hands to splash water on his face. His slender arms supported him against the basin. His crimson lips parted slightly as he gasped for air, as if he might drown in the sweet nothings being whispered by an alpha. Despite having encountered several admirers over the years, he had generally dismissed their advances, leading to a definitive end. It was common for someone to profess their affection one day, only to pursue another the next. Such was the fleeting nature of human emotions. A brief pause in time was the norm. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, jolting him from his desolate thoughts back into reality. Returning to the coffee table, he picked up his phone and opened the message. "See, you still owe me a night. Let us go on a date next week, and we'll consider that debt settled." The night owed was entirely due to Ji Yezhou blocking the terrace to prevent him from returning to his room. A promise made in the heat of the moment. The demand came swiftly. After satisfying himself, Ji Yezhou appeared to be in good spirits as he exited the apartment elevator, only to find two Omegas furtively stealing glances at him. He recognized them instantly. They were the same ones who had previously ridiculed his temperament each time they encountered him in the elevator, always extolling Fu Lin's gentleness. Ji Yezhou's expression darkened. Would he be compared to them again? One Omega, with her hair tied in a ponytail, approached him, seemingly shy, and asked, "You resemble a blogger I recently came across. Could I add you on WeChat?" "No," Ji Yezhou declined curtly, walking directly to the roadside to hail a taxi. The thought of returning home to face the antiquated Ji Yezhou filled him with annoyance. The soft-featured Omega seemed unaccustomed to such coldness from an alpha, her pride visibly wounded. The Omega standing behind quickly stepped forward to console her, stating, "This type of alpha just loves to put on airs. He can't possibly be that blogger, can he? He is not even famous yet." Perhaps the disparity between online and offline personas was indeed vast. It was no wonder Fu Lin had garnered such a following, consistently ranking first on the list of heart-throbbing alphas. Ji Yezhou was not deaf. It was better if more people admired Fu Lin, lest they attempt to compete with him. As long as Jiang Yubai liked him, that was sufficient. Once in the car, he sent a message to Jiang Yubai, hoping to settle things early to avoid any potential fallout later. Perhaps the essence of a romantic relationship lay not merely in physical intimacy, but in the profound resonance of souls connected through mutual understanding. At that moment, his awareness was remarkably elevated, especially considering he had kept the other engaged until dawn. Last night, he parked his car at the Yunding building, intending to drive home. Otherwise, he would have to take a taxi, which would likely prompt yet another round of inquiries from Ji Yezhou. It was a rare encounter for Ji Yezhou to come across Chengyu in front of the parking space. Chengyu greeted him with a composed demeanor, addressing him as young Master Ji. Ji Yezhou merely nodded in acknowledgement, considering it a sufficient exchange of pleasantries. Chengyu had been an aide to Qi since childhood, assisting him with various matters, including homework, examinations, fights, and the complexities of relationships with different Omegas. It was likely he was now there to drive Qi-Chi's car back. Chengyu had sustained glandular damage in his youth, resulting in a slower differentiation process than that of ordinary individuals, with a high probability of becoming a beta. Unlike typical betas, Chengyu, although compliant, did not exude an air of subservience. Rather, he seemed to offer a certain indulgence to others. At times, Ji Yezhou even felt that he did not quite embody the characteristics of a beta. Their conversation was minimal. As Ji Yezhou settled into the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt, he received yet another prompt from Ji Yezhou, as if there were pressing matters awaiting him at home. The drive from Yunding to the ancestral residence took approximately an hour, and he arrived precisely at midnight. In the expansive reception room on the first floor besides his aunt, there was a strikingly beautiful Omega present. The household chef had already prepared lunch. In his childhood, Ji Yezhou often witnessed his father's ailments, with his aunt tirelessly attending to him, earning his respect over the years. Ji Yezhou introduced the newcomer, saying, "This is Xiao Jing, who has come specifically to care for your grandmother and will be staying with the Ji family for a while." "Oh," Ji Yezhou responded tersely. He was not naive and could clearly discern Ji Yezhou's intentions. Since he rarely returned home, he had no objection to others residing there. The Omega approached him, stating, "Azhou, Aunt Zhang has tidied up the room you used to stay in for me. If it bothers you, I can move to the guest room." Ji Yezhou's expression grew stern, insisting, "Since it's already prepared, you should occupy that room. I have long since moved out, so it is no longer my room." Ji Yezhou found it tedious to engage in such discussions. His return home was not to complicate matters for his Omega father. "Where's my dad?" Ji Yezhou inquired. His aunt's expression faltered, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied, "A yin caught a cold last month, leading to glandular inflammation. He can only rest indoors now." "How long has this been?" Ji Yezhou recalled his recent phone conversation with Yu Yin, where he had detected a weakness in his father's voice, prompting him to consider coming home, only to be rebuffed by Yu Yan. The meal was delivered to Yu Yan's room by a beta servant. Ji Yezhou found the food tasteless and, after finishing, intended to ascend to the second floor to see Yu Yan, only to be halted by an alpha bodyguard stationed in the corridor. Ji Yezhou frowned, stating, "Your father is an Omega. Only I can approach him during his glandular inflammation. Do you wish to complicate matters further? Every time he is with you, he falls ill," Ji Yezhou retorted. Throughout his life, Ji Yezhou had only ever sensed the sterile scent of hospital disinfectants from Yu Yan, never the phenomenal essence typical of an Omega's glandular release. Ji Yezhou let out a cold, sardonic laugh. "Were it not for me, would you even be an S-level alpha? You would likely not have the audacity to confront me. Had it not been for the need to avoid alphas during an Omega's glandular inflammation, Ji Yezhou would have truly ascended to the second floor." He sent a message inquiring about Yu Yan's health. Yu Yan replied that it was due to her own carelessness that she caught a cold and asked him not to argue with his father. Even if he were to introduce Jiang Yubai to his parents in the future, he certainly would not bring her before Ji Yezhou. As long as Yu Yan could accept it, that was sufficient. Ji Yezhou preferred to keep his eyes closed and ears shut to avoid trouble. He opened his phone, where his album was filled exclusively with photos of Jiang Yubai that he had taken. Next time they went out, he would make sure to take more pictures together. Chapter 44. Addiction. One album seemed rather monotonous. In the future, he would explore more places with Jiang Yubai, capturing various backgrounds in their photographs. These pictures would not merely adorn his cabinet. He intended to share them across all his social media accounts. As his thoughts wandered, the unpleasantness from his return home began to dissipate. The designer had sent him the clothing drafts, and Ji Yezhou opened his email to sift through them. The location for the trendy brand store was chosen in the bustling commercial center of Xinjiang, where the youth predominated and fashion and visual impact were highly valued. He nestled into the sofa, engrossed in his work, when Omega joined him. "Yezhou, what are you looking at?" "I have someone I like now." Ji Yezhou responded with indifference, continuing to browse the designs sent by the designer. Upon hearing this, Omega seemed to relax, lowering his voice to suggest, "Actually, we could pretend to maintain a relationship for a while. That way, Uncle Ji won't pressure you anymore." Omega spoke earnestly. Ji Yezhou cast a skeptical glance in his direction. Omega explained, "I was chosen by Uncle Ji to join the Ji family because of our high compatibility. I also have someone I like. He's a beta. He saved me when an alpha pheromone went out of control at school. However, my parents disapprove and sent me here. I need to give him some time to convince them." Omega's name was Meng Jing. He had just been testing Ji Yezhou's attitude towards him. Recently, Ji Yezhou had indeed been quite busy with the initial stages of his entrepreneurial venture. Each time Ji Yezhou sought him out, it was primarily concerning Omega, which had become rather bothersome. Ji Yezhou was not yet inclined to reveal his relationship with Jiang Yubai to the Ji family. Firstly, he had not completely won her over. Secondly, he lacked the strength to contend with the Ji family. Who knew what mischief Ji Yezhou might engage in if he learned of it? Upon seeing a photo of Meng Jing with a beta, Ji Yezhou's expression darkened. How come there are so many pictures? Meng Jing did not quite understand. He shared some details about his relationship with the beta, and the two appeared to converse smoothly on the sofa, while the servant on the first floor discreetly withdrew. Before leaving, Ji Yezhou, for once, did not wear his usual stern expression towards Ji Yezhou. He said, "From now on, return home every week. If you're too busy to even come home, you might as well go back to the company." Ji Yezhou replied perfunctorily. Having initially canceled the afternoon's photo shoot while at Jiang Yubai's, he rescheduled at the photography studio. When he arrived, he noticed a crowd outside that resembled fans, holding up signs, though he couldn't see them clearly. The individual responsible for styling him was a young beta, who glanced towards the door and remarked, "Today is Fu Lin's birthday. He is currently next door, giving a media interview." Ji Yezhou inquired, "A birthday celebration accompanied by an interview?" Indeed, Fu Lin ranks first on the domestic list of most desirable alphas to marry, and throughout the years, he has maintained his integrity while successfully managing the Fu family business overseas, making him a dream alpha for many Omegas. Ji Yezhou found this person to be quite hypocritical. Despite professing to be virtuous, he was anything but He was constantly preoccupied with others' partners while attempting to coerce Ji Yezhou, the prospective current partner. Compared to him, Ji Yezhou, the kind-hearted, radiant, gentle, and handsome young man, was in a realm of his own. Today, he was dressed in a black athletic t-shirt that exuded an overwhelming aura of testosterone, perfectly accentuating his muscular physique. The beta stylist couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't he just too handsome? It makes me want to be an omega." "Really?" Ji Yezhou responded. "Absolutely. I bet you would surely make it onto the most desirable alpha list." "That's unnecessary. I just need to ensure he ends up in Jiang Yubai's bed." Ji Yezhou scrutinized his reflection in the full-length mirror, seemingly satisfied with what he saw. He then took out his phone and snapped a picture. Changing to a side profile, he captured another shot and, after switching angles once more, he took another. He sent these images to Jiang Yubai. Image, 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 image. Is this outfit a bit ill-fitting?" The stylist noticed him fixated on his phone and asked, "Did you post something?" "Yes. Sometimes, posts are meant for a specific person." The photo shoot continued until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, when Ji Yezhou heard screams from outside the studio, calling Fu Lin's name, indicating that the interview had concluded. Fu Lin was celebrating his birthday today. Ji Yezhou suddenly darkened his expression, recalling the movie he had watched with Jiang Yubai, a film he should not have seen. The childhood friend celebrates his birthday, and the childhood sweetheart goes to accompany him, leading to a swift rekindling of their feelings and ultimately a quarrel that ends in a breakup with the current partner. However, his photo shoot was not yet over. Noticing Ji Yezhou's unusual demeanor, the photographer inquired, "Young Master Ji, would you like to take a break?" "How long do we have left?" Ji Yezhou asked. "We should finish in about 2 hours. Let us continue." He merely wished to expedite the process to prevent Fu Lin from seizing any opportunity. Once Ji Yezhou departed, Jiang Yubai retrieved a package box from beneath the bed and began to unpack it. He purchased as many items as it seemed, but the seller had been generous, including numerous freebies. The purpose of some of these gifts was unclear to him, and he knew they couldn't be placed in conspicuous locations. He organized these items and stored them in the drawer on the inner side of the wardrobe. Alongside the newly acquired items were some he had previously used, albeit inferior in comparison to the fresh purchases. This practice later became his preferred method for releasing emotions. Once indulged, it proved exceedingly difficult to relinquish. Compared to the average person's ability to derive joy from social interactions, outings with friends, indulging in favorite foods, watching beloved television shows or films, and engaging in leisurely walks or exercise, his means of finding pleasure are lamentably meager. He seldom socializes, and interacting with unfamiliar individuals feels burdensome. His culinary preferences have dulled, and he rarely indulges in television, with his online presence being minimal. He carries his phone merely for the sake of professional communication. The only joy he experiences is a superficial and visceral one. After organizing his thoughts, he closed the cabinet door. His phone vibrated, revealing a message from Ji Yezhou. His finger instinctively tapped to view the photo. In the dim light, he had seldom scrutinized Ji Yezhou's features, let alone in such a context. He merely wished to bury his face in the blankets. The fabric of his sleeves stretched taut, revealing the sinewy veins beneath, conveying a considerable strength. It was no wonder that Ji Yezhou had effortlessly lifted his wrist above his head during their last encounter. Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow. Although he was merely a beta male, he should not be at such a disadvantage. Perhaps he ought to exercise more, lest he be perpetually subdued by Ji Yezhou's overwhelming presence. Initially, Ji Yezhou had been relatively courteous, understanding the limits, but he had increasingly overstepped those boundaries. Chapter 45, Backlash. Jiang Yubai perused the messages, his fingertips lingering for several minutes before succinctly replying with a simple The washing machine on the terrace chimed, indicating the end of its cycle. Fortunately, the sun had emerged, prompting him to change and wash the sheets. Otherwise, the bed would have been uninhabitable. He had arranged for a real estate agent to come by tomorrow, as listing the apartment for sale would require some time. Originally, he intended for them to visit today. Having had little rest the previous night, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him after completing these tasks. He drifted into a dreamlike slumber. The place he resided in during university was larger than his current apartment, a self-built house outside the campus with a two-bedroom layout. Eventually, he was the sole occupant. The heavy curtains obscured the distinction between day and night, leaving him in a perpetual haze, fixated on his phone. After sending the message, it felt as if it had vanished into a void. For him, it was an agonizing wait. Just recently, they had shared a harmonious relationship, discussing numerous future endeavors together. How had everything suddenly come to a complete halt? Even receiving a single reply, a mere word, would reassure him that he had not been abandoned once more. When confronted with an unwelcome outcome, one often resorts to self-deception. Suddenly, his phone erupted with a jarring ring in the quiet space. Jiang Yubai slowly lifted his eyelids. Awakening abruptly can blur the lines between reality and dreams. Having taken medication before sleeping, his mind felt sluggish and near chaotic. As his finger grazed the phone, he recognized the caller's identity and accepted the call. "You've returned, haven't you?" Jiang Yubai's voice emerged as a low, choked whisper. Fu Lin breathed heavily, momentarily transported back to his university days. Each time he unlocked the weathered, paint-chipped wooden door of his rented apartment and heard it creak open, Jiang Yubai would approach and utter those words. Over the years, he often recalled the moment he left, when Jiang Yubai asked him if he was leaving and whether he would return. At that time, a flicker of guilt had gripped him, making it difficult to gaze upon Jiang Yubai's weary, pale face. Delicate fingers lightly grasped the hem of his shirt, and upon hearing his response, they loosened, the voice trembling and choked. Perhaps even then, Jiang Yubai understood that he could not be retained. Yet, he still cautiously inquired, clinging to a sliver of hope. At that moment, Fu Lin had been unwilling to offer comfort, viewing the beta merely as an impediment to returning to the Fu family. Regret is a universal sentiment. Now, upon hearing Jiang Yubai's voice, Fu Lin pondered whether he had made the wrong choice. Perhaps he had finally attained what he once desired. Fu Lin's car came to a halt in the parking space beneath the apartment building. He paused for several seconds before softly asking Abai, "I happen to be passing by your building. May I see you now?" Jiang Yubai mumbled a vague consent. Upon receiving Jiang Yubai's affirmation, a surge of uncontrollable joy washed over Fu Lin, an emotion he had not experienced even a year ago when he took over the Fu family affairs. Over the years, he had encountered myriad individuals, most drawn to the allure of the Fu family name. Previously, when he visited the apartment, he may have harbored a tinge of selfishness. He understood Jiang Yubai's character well enough to know that when faced with the crowd's scrutiny, he could only retreat into the car with him. He was aware of Jiang Yubai's exact address and had donned a mask to obscure his identity before disembarking. Receiving a lengthy message that morning, he knew it was unlikely to have been sent by Jiang Yubai. Who could it have been? If the Ji family learned that Ji Yezhou had not encountered a single Omega in days, the reason would point to a beta. Fu Lin was well aware of the outcome. His thoughts became clouded, like a veil shrouding clarity. Jiang Yubai rubbed his temples. A daytime nap could not compare to rest at night, and a dull ache pulsed through his nerves. Nearly 2 minutes elapsed before he recalled the phone call he had received not long ago, though he struggled to remember what he had said. The unresolved connection with Ji Yezhou was already a source of distress, and he had never anticipated Fu Lin's return to Xingqing. He wished to avoid any further entanglements and contemplated that perhaps he had not communicated his feelings clearly enough during their last encounter. Jiang Yubai changed into a high-necked camel-colored knit sweater. Though it concealed the marks of affection, the lingering scent of alpha pheromones in the room had not entirely dissipated. He sprayed a pheromone neutralizer, at least ensuring he could no longer perceive it himself. A knock echoed from outside the door. Jiang Yubai opened it to find Fu Lin standing at the threshold. Since Ji Yezhou had remarked that his slippers were ill-fitting, he had purchased shoe covers, which are now fortuitously useful. "You always adored the desserts from this place," Fu Lin said, holding a beautifully wrapped raspberry cake. "I happened to pass by the university and thought I'd pick up a newly released treat." As the door swung open, Fu Lin was greeted by the unmistakable scent of alpha pheromones wafting from within the apartment. His expression was slightly solemn, revealing little displeasure. "You can take the things back later," Jiang Yubai said, his voice somewhat hoarse. Today marked Fu Lin's birthday, and for Jiang Yubai, Preparing a bowl of longevity noodles was a simple task. He wished Fu Lin would not seek him out over such matters. I'll buy. Will you accompany me to make a wish later? Fu Lin's tone carried a hint of earnestness. Jiang Yubai remained silent. The packet of noodles he had opened that morning was still not finished, and the water in the pot quickly boiled vigorously. He placed the noodles inside, and within 10 minutes, a bowl of longevity noodles was ready. As Fu Lin savored the noodles Jiang Yubai had prepared, he finally felt a sense of belonging akin to being home. Had the Fu family not approached him back then, perhaps he and Jiang Yubai would have been together, sharing a home of their own. The flavor was as familiar as ever. Fu Lin lifted his gaze, looking at him with sincere intensity. I promised I would get a bigger house to provide you with a better life. I'll buy. Would you consider moving in with me? Jiang Yubai replied. This bowl of noodles is quite simple. Anyone can cook it. Your visits have indeed caused me considerable distress. With his dark lashes lowered, Jiang Yubai's lips trembled as he spoke. I am merely an ordinary beta, seeking a tranquil life, and I wish to avoid being the subject of discussion. Perhaps we should minimize our contact. Fu Lin inhaled deeply, each word seeming to pierce his heart. Years of accumulated pain surged back to him. I apologize. I sought to reconnect with the remnants of our past. That was not my intention. I merely wanted to establish a foothold within the Fu family, but subsequently, I lost contact with you. I have often blamed myself over the years. I have missed the time we spent together and do not wish to lose you. The pheromones of an alpha, which Jiang Yubai had been oblivious to, became apparent after a temporary marking, causing their conflicting scents to clash. Tightening his grip on the table's edge and dampening his hair with cold sweat. I'll buy, are you all right? Fu Lin inquired gently, wishing to carry the weakened beta to the sofa. Just then, a vigorous and urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Chapter 46. From now on. It's all me. After leaving the photography studio, Ji Yezhou drove straight to Jiang Yubai's apartment. Upon seeing a deep black Cullinan parked in the lot below, along with its license plate number, he sensed something was amiss. Ever since he had witnessed the entanglement between them after a meeting at Yunding, he had followed the vehicle to Jiang Yubai's apartment, memorizing the license plate number almost by heart. How could Fu Lin be so bothersome? To think he would actually seek out Jiang Yubai on his birthday. It was still a day off, and with the apartment bustling with people, Ji Yezhou could hardly wait as he took the elevator. Glancing around, he decided against waiting and opted for the stairs, hastening to the 19th floor. He ascended rapidly, avoiding any sign of fatigue, fearing a repeat of a movie-like conclusion. Had he known earlier when Jiang Yubai had asked him about the password, he should have feigned ignorance. Now, after knocking for a considerable time without anyone answering, he found himself in a predicament. Though kicking the door seemed rather impetuous in this situation, how could he possibly endure it? As his patience waned, the door was finally opened. To his surprise, it was Fu Lin who stood before him. What brings you here? Fu Lin inquired with an air of calmness. Unlike the defiant attitude that had not been tamed by society, Fu Lin seemed more mature and composed, engaging in conversation with a tone that remained unperturbed despite his obvious disdain. Of course, I have something to discuss, Ji Yezhou replied. His brow furrowed as he retrieved a pair of ill-fitting slippers from the shoe cabinet, only to notice that Fu Lin was wearing shoe covers. This is the difference between us. I'll buy is unwell, Fu Lin stated. You can convey your thoughts directly to me. Why should I tell you? Ji Yezhou felt irked by Fu Lin's demeanor, which exuded an air of ownership over the household. Once he had donned his designated slippers, he remarked, Your presence here is unnecessary. As the president of the Xingqing Chamber of Commerce, how can you not see that he already has an alpha? It's my birthday today, and it's perfectly normal to be with Ah Bai. Fu Lin lowered his voice, and I was his first alpha. What do you think you are? Ji Yezhou's resentment had been festering during this period. No alpha could tolerate such provocations regarding their partner. Given Ji Yezhou's usual temperament, his clenched fists were poised to strike Fu Lin's face at any moment. Yet, he also recalled that betas around the age of 30 tend to favor those of a more stable demeanor. If two S-class alphas were to engage in a brawl, the uncontrollable pheromones would cause considerable distress to those in their vicinity, including betas, especially since Jiang Yubai had been temporarily marked by him. Fu Lin deliberately sought to provoke the alpha before him. eager to witness his emotional unraveling and to make Jiang Yubai realize that he was ill-suited for such a young and volatile alpha. For now, and in the future, the person beside him will be me, Ji Yezhou thought, his expression darkening as he struggled to suppress the flames of jealousy within him. Fu Lin narrowed his eyes, seemingly unaware of the peril he was courting. Ji Yezhou bypassed Fu Lin and entered the room, where he was greeted by the sight of recently used dishes on the dining table alongside a beautifully packaged cake. In addition to his own pheromones, he detected a hint of Fu Lin's lingering scent in the air. Jiang Yubai reclined on the sofa, his long, straight eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, appearing pale and affected by the pheromones swirling around him. The presence of the two alphas intensified Jiang Yubai's headache. Ji Yezhou approached and gently touched Jiang Yubai's forehead, noting that his temperature was normal. "I would like to be alone. You both should leave," Jiang Yubai softly implored. Fu Lin had lingered for so long, and yet as soon as he approached, Jiang Yubai insisted he depart. Ji Yezhou felt an unjust sense of grievance. Fu Lin had merely wished to ease Jiang Yubai's resistance towards him for a moment, to celebrate his birthday together, as their long-standing acquaintance made it impossible to sever ties entirely. He understood that Jiang Yubai was easily swayed, but he had not anticipated Ji Yezhou's unwelcome interference. "I am utterly exhausted. I beg you both," Jiang Yubai pleaded, his voice weary. Ji Yezhou had rarely witnessed Jiang Yubai in such a fragile and vulnerable state, his eyes misty and bewildered, as if the slightest touch could shatter him. Even during the last incident, when Ji Yezhou had taken Jiang Yubai to the hospital, the latter remained composed upon regaining consciousness. Two individuals emerged from the apartment, descending together in the elevator. The atmosphere within the confines of the elevator was decidedly eerie, prompting the middle-aged alpha to hastily exit upon reaching the ground floor. As Ji Yezhou traversed the path from his residence, the skies had yet to fully darken. However, now the night enveloped the surroundings in an inky shroud, with a solitary streetlight on the left flickering intermittently. He had restrained himself for far too long, and upon reaching a dimly lit parking space, devoid of witnesses, he unleashed a punch squarely upon Fu Lin's face. "You are aware that I marked him temporarily, yet you still release pheromones. How utterly base and shameless of you." Ji Yezhou, having suppressed his emotions within the confines of the room, had now reached a breaking point. Fu Lin extended a finger to dab at the corner of his mouth, which had been tainted with a trace of blood. "If memory serves, the Ji family has been on the lookout for an Omega during this period," Fu Lin remarked, a hint of derision evident on his countenance. "Why not return and embrace your role as the young master? Do you truly believe I am to be a mere puppet, compelled to follow every command? If I am denied the freedom to choose a partner of my liking, then life itself becomes a burden unworthy of bearing." These words momentarily silenced Fu Lin. When the Fu family initially approached him, they had learned of his cohabitation with a beta outside of school and promptly warned him against any further associations. The reproductive capacity of male betas is exceedingly low, and affluent families typically require superior omegas to ensure the lineage is composed of alphas or omegas. He had been informed of this reality. What could he do? Perhaps Ji Yezhou merely articulated his thoughts without conviction, having grown up in a life of privilege, merely seeking a taste of a different existence. Meanwhile, he had seized this opportunity with desperation. Their circumstances were utterly disparate. Ji Yezhou possessed ample resources to squander. Fu Lin scoffed lightly. "Let's await the outcome." Chapter 47. The desire for disclosure. The window was ajar, allowing for ventilation. Yet the aroma of alpha pheromones had yet to dissipate entirely. A message circulated within the company group chat, addressed to all members. Rongxing announced plans to establish a branch office in Jiashui City, which was in need of a management team, inviting anyone interested to express their intentions. Previously, Jiang Yubai had been informed about the branch, and today it had been officially confirmed. Such a small locale could hardly compare to Xing City. Leading to a conspicuous silence within the group chat, Jiang Yubai navigated to the information registration webpage, intending to fill out the requisite details. With plans to visit the HR department on Monday to obtain a transfer application for approval, This would entail approximately a month of preparatory time. The benefits and compensation were comparable to those in Xing City, albeit with significantly reduced opportunities for advancement, which did not pose a disadvantage for him. Jiaxue City, being somewhat remote, had seen a gradual influx of companies due to mineral discoveries and government subsidies, resulting in considerably less competitive pressure than Xing City. As Jiang Yubai began to enter his information into the registration form, a message suddenly popped up. See, image, before he could fully comprehend the situation. His fingers instinctively clicked on the message. It was a design blueprint for a store sent by Ji Yezhou, a type of document that was typically highly confidential and not publicly disclosed. The risk of leakage entails the potential for others to pilfer one's achievements. Z. Is everything better now? Z. If any other alpha harasses you in the future, just let me know directly. Z. I've been occupied with site selection during this period. Allow me to share the progress with you. I mentioned that I could achieve success without relying on the Ji family. Z. It was initially a near certainty. If you were to kiss me, I would be completely assured. Jiang Yubai was oblivious to the origin of these words that Ji Yezhou had acquired. Perhaps the human capacity for rejection is limited. With each retreat and the relentless advance of the other party, one may gradually become less resistant. This, however, was precisely what Jiang Yubai feared. His fingers danced across the keyboard. Perhaps aware that his time in Star City was fleeting, he harbored few concerns for the future. Let us discuss it during our next meeting. Initially disheartened by Jiang Yubai's celebration of Fu Lin's birthday, upon seeing this message, Ji Yezhou nearly sprang from his bed. Let us discuss it during our next meeting. Ji Yezhou read it multiple times, confirming that this was indeed a message from Jiang Yubai. It was not a terse one-word reply, or the kind of words he found unappealing. According to the relationship progression he had observed, they were now quite close. Weren't they? If in the past he and Jiang Yubai merely shared a physical relationship, now it was imbued with emotion. What else could it be? If they could kiss and sleep together? He hastily replied, reminding Jiang Yubai not to owe him anything. Typically, in romantic relationships, one would introduce their partner to their circle of friends, providing a sense of security for both. Ji Yezhou had contemplated introducing Jiang Yubai to his friends, but felt a twinge of inadequacy when considering them. The friends he was closest to were Qi and Xia Xinghe. Xia Xinghe was acceptable, but Qi's extreme alpha tendencies often rendered conversations awkward. However, despite Qi's bluntness, he had not truly committed any transgressions, as far as Ji Yezhou knew. He had yet to mark any omega. More often than not, others lost interest within 3 days of meeting him. During their university days, Qi had developed feelings for a stunning omega from the neighboring department, known for her fair skin, beauty, and alluring figure. Often seen in a floral tank top during summer, Qi boldly confessed his feelings, then advised her to wear long sleeves in the future to avoid being seen as too accessible when with him. The omega had a brother involved in unsavory activities, and during that time, Qi faced intimidation, nearly being dragged into an alley. Fortunately, he was often accompanied by Chengyu, which prevented any serious incidents, with Chengyu handling the aftermath. Yet, Qi never seemed to learn from his experiences. Ji Yezhou opened the group chat and saw an ongoing conversation. Qi, the fierce, say, I just tried to watch an AO film, only to realize halfway through that it was AA, which completely ruined my appetite. Qi, the fierce, people these days are so peculiar. How can they possibly take the submissive role? It's utterly mind-boggling what they are producing. In the realm of Star City, the truth remains elusive without visual evidence. A member of the group expressed a desire to see something tangible. Socialist modernization construction. Another chimed in, lamenting the necessity to maintain a state of emotional detachment for at least a week. The group, typically devoid of any reservations in their conversations, found themselves mired in trivial discussions. Ignoring the preceding messages, a member named Ji Yezhou made an announcement. Let's choose a time next week for a meal together. Did he not choose Fu Lin, but rather you? Came the incredulous response. Is this truly blossoming into a relationship? Consider it a stage of pursuit. Though it is progressing swiftly, Ji Yezhou replied. Ah, Zhou, you have fallen from grace. How could you pursue a beta and still be uncommitted? Are you not the campus heartthrob of Star City University? In jest, the group remarked on the irony of their alpha status being rendered ineffective in this scenario. Let us not mention Fu Lin again, lest we sever ties, Ji Yezhou cautioned. What's wrong with me? The other protested, acutely aware of the implications of their words. He feared that if Ji Qi were to speak out of turn, it might jeopardize his standing. Initially, Jiang Yubai had frequently mentioned the necessity of pheromones for alphas, suggesting a preference for omegas. Any indiscretion on Ji Qi's part could lead to unfavorable consequences. Once his career took a turn for the better, he intended to make his relationship with Jiang Yubai public. Reflecting on recent events concerning Jiang Yubai, Ji Yezhou felt a profound sense of relief. His heart swelled with contentment. On a Monday afternoon, after completing his work, Jiang Yubai obtained a position transfer application from Human Resources, only to be summoned to Chairman Zhang's office by his secretary. Over the years, Jiang Yubai's contributions to the company had not gone unnoticed. He had been a part of the firm since its inception and was regarded as a cornerstone of the organization. Recently, Chairman Zhang had grown displeased with Zhou Ming, who took advantage of their familial connection, frequently arriving late and leaving early, all while misusing the company's name for personal gain. Jiang Yubai had played a pivotal role in the previous project, prompting Zhang to consider making his position permanent. Though he was surprised to learn of Jiang Yubai's application to a branch office. The new location was just starting out and lacked the growth potential of Star City. Jiang Yubai felt that his skills would be underutilized there. Xiao Jiang, it would be more appropriate for you to continue your development here at Rongxing. You know Zhou Ming's work ethic leaves much to be desired. I intend to send him away for further training, and I believe you should retain your position as department head, Zhang advised. Had it not been for Zhou Ming's mother, he would never have allowed him into the company, relying solely on Jiang Yubai's oversight to prevent any significant errors within the department. I'm afraid I do not wish to remain in Star City any longer. Jiang Yubai replied. Is this due to Ji Xiao? Zhang speculated, recalling how Ji Yezhou had previously sought out Jiang Yubai's work profile and often visited him at Rongxing. Rumors had circulated that Jiang Yubai had crossed paths with Ji Yezhou, leading Zhang to initially suspect a deeper connection. It is due to personal reasons. I hope you will consider this carefully. Your current position is quite respectable, and remaining in Star City offers greater prospects for advancement, Zhang implored, reluctant to see him depart. After Jiang Yubai descended from the upper floor, he noticed that his office door stood ajar. Several omegas in the department furtively cast glances towards his workspace. Upon returning to his office, he found Ji Yezhou seated in his chair, an application for transfer laid out on the desk. Ji Yezhou furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is this?" Chapter 48. Enticement. The phrase "let's discuss it next time" was insufficient for Ji Yezhou, who found himself unable to wait for long. Having just concluded a photo shoot at a dilapidated factory near Rongxing, where he captured a series of industrial-style images, he decided to head directly to Rongxing, knowing that Jiang Yubai would soon be finishing work. Perhaps with the Huizhou project having materialized, he found little reason to linger elsewhere. Chen Xiaoyu regarded him with evident suspicion. Previously, when he had forcefully ushered Jiang Yubai into a car, it was this beta who had summoned security. Ji Yezhou was not so petty as to target this beta. Yet, the thought of Chen Xiaoyu working in the same vicinity as Jiang Yubai, seeing him daily, stirred an inexplicable jealousy within him. Would a female beta truly satisfy Jiang Yubai's desires? With this notion occupying his mind, he paid little heed to Chen Xiaoyu's hostility. Rivalry among love interests invariably breeds some tension, but it was not the kind of lowly rivalry exemplified by Fu Lin. Noticing Jiang Yubai's absence from the office, he deliberately asked Chen Xiaoyu, "Where has Minister Jiang gone?" Chen Xiaoyu had no choice but to respond. He was called away by Chairman Zhang 10 minutes ago. "Oh, then I shall wait for him in the office." As he spoke, he inadvertently revealed the marks on his neck, remnants of a grip. They were not particularly prominent. Earlier that day, during the shoot, the makeup artist had intended to add some faux scars. Upon noticing the marks on his neck, they had inquired if he owned a cat, mistaking the evidence for scratches from a feline. Of course, he did not have a cat. These marks were the result of a drunken encounter with Jiang Yubai from that fateful night. Such instances were rare. Jiang Yubai seldom left any traces on him. Ji Yezhou settled into Jiang Yubai's office chair, waiting patiently. He glanced at the brand's account, which had recently amassed over 2 million followers. The videos and images had received a positive response online, and the sales channels were now operational, with the recently partnered factory working tirelessly. Ji Yezhou maintained a keen awareness of the trends in fashion. Back in university, he would frequently post on forums, claiming certain garments as his affordable alternatives, prompting other alphas at the school to make purchases. Once his career flourished, he planned to sever ties with the Ji family, at which point Jiang Yubai would have no grounds to claim that the Ji family would not accept a beta. The office window was ajar, and a piece of paper on the edge of the desk was swept to the floor by the breeze. He casually glanced at it. It appeared to be an unfilled form. Picking it up from the ground, he discovered it was a transfer application form, still blank. Who was intended to complete this? Jiashui City, located across half of Huagua, was remote and had recently been featured in the news due to a landslide. Ji Yezhou felt a stir of anxiety upon seeing the form. His pursuit of Jiang Yubai was proceeding along a conventional path. However, that path was predicated on the assumption that Jiang Yubai would engage in a romantic relationship with him, leading to a future where they would cohabitate. There were no results aside from this. As the office door swung open, Jiang Yubai caught sight of him, a fleeting look of panic flashing in his eyes. However, Jiang Yubai did not reveal much, firmly closing the door behind him. "What is this?" Ji Yezhou inquired with a furrowed brow. Jiang Yubai also noticed the transfer application form on a desk. It appeared someone from the branch office established by Rongxing was requesting a transfer. Jiang Yubai's tone was calm. He was not entirely dishonest. Ji Yezhou wished to ask further, but seated in his office chair, he found Jiang Yubai standing slightly taller than him, dressed in a sharply tailored dark suit, with delicate gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his refined nose. Jiang Yubai approached him, slightly leaning down, his slender, pale fingers tugging at the drawstring of Ji Yezhou's gray sweatshirt. Given that today was a shooting day, Ji Yezhou was dressed casually, resembling a university student. The office door merely closed without being locked. If someone were to turn the handle without knocking, they could easily see them. "Did you come over for that kiss?" Jiang Yubai asked, gazing at him. Ji Yezhou had entirely forgotten about the transfer form. Typically, when he visited the office, Jiang Yubai preferred he kept his distance. Even their conversations were maintained at a safe range. His throat subtly bobbed as he rarely viewed Jiang Yubai from this angle. The man's lips were exquisitely shaped, long and lush eyelashes casting soft shadows. Even the light-colored beauty mark beneath his left eyelid appeared irresistibly alluring. "MHM," Ji Yezhou replied obediently, feeling an unusual sense of nervousness. Today's filming location was nearby, and he intended to introduce Jiang Yubai to his friends for a meal later. "I haven't finished work yet," Jiang Yubai stated. "I'll wait for you. You should go outside and wait for me. I'll be done in 40 minutes. Ji Yezhou actually rose from his seat, even before Jiang Yubai had taken the initiative to kiss him. Damn it! After exiting the office, Ji Yezhou felt a wave of frustration. The matter regarding the transfer to the Jiashui branch was being discussed among the team members, particularly as the end of the workday approached, with many sharing their opinions in hushed tones. Having finally settled in Xing City, with a new apartment to be handed over next month, he was unwilling to relocate to a place like Jiashui. Otherwise, it would be ages before he could return. No matter how promising the development there, that was a concern for the future. Moving now would mean starting anew. It was not as though he was being unreasonable to consider such a move. The position might be appealing for recent graduates seeking experience. Upon hearing their discussions, Ji Yezhou felt he had been overthinking it. After all, Jiang Yubai had established his life in Xing City for many years and had even settled down here. While waiting in the company's corridor, as he prepared to bring Jiang Yubai to meet his friends, he searched online for popular venues to introduce a partner to friends. This occasion called for a sense of ceremony. He had not anticipated Jiang Yubai's agreement would come so easily. He posted the restaurant's location in their group chat. "Z, you all go ahead. Z, do not speak carelessly. Chi is formidable. Chi is formidable. I am not speaking carelessly. My words have always been supported by reason and evidence. The most affectionate of Xingqing. This is the first time the young master has brought us to meet someone. Xia Xinghe has been watching dramas with his sister these days, and his mind has become quite muddled. Ji Yezhou, feeling disinclined to elaborate further, received several product feedback messages. The cessation of funding from Ji Yezhou did not significantly impact him, seeing him so engrossed in his work. Qi and Xia Xinghe had also invested in his brand, and when the time came, they would directly receive dividends from their shares. By the time he finished, it was nearly time to clock out. Recalling that spreadsheet, Ji Yezhou intended to find a moment to inquire with Chairman Jiang. Jiang Yubai had placed the application form in the drawer of his desk. His palms were damp with sweat. He had undoubtedly felt panic earlier. Currently, Ji Yezhou's visits to the company were infrequent, and just as he had received the form, he was summoned by Chairman Jiang. So he had not anticipated what might transpire in those brief minutes. After spending so much time together, he had a general understanding of Ji Yezhou's character. He was one who preferred gentle persuasion over harsh confrontation. If he were to learn of Jiang Yubai's true intentions, it would likely be far more severe than the time he had blocked him at his doorstep. A life entangled with an alpha is simply unrealistic for a beta. The final stretch of time was, in truth, but an indulgence. Chapter 49. In the car with him, Jiang Yubai had not envisioned dining with a group of young individuals. However, not long ago in the office, he had to acquiesce to Ji Yezhou's words. His work attire was overly formal, making him particularly stand out in this setting. Qi and Xia Xinghe arrived quite early, already seated in a private room awaiting them. Although Qi often urged Ji Yezhou to seek out an omega, upon meeting someone in person, he couldn't help but reflect on how the beta before him was far more handsome than the photos Xia Xinghe had shared in the group. If he were an omega, he would undoubtedly be highly sought after. Perhaps it was because Ji Yezhou had repeatedly asked him not to speak carelessly in the group. Qi greeted, "Hello, Ji Yezhou's admirer. I am the one pursuing him." Ji Yezhou frowned and corrected, "Oh no." Qi felt a rare moment of awkwardness. As back in school, it had always been a stream of omegas chasing Ji Yezhou, and he had not yet adjusted his perspective. "Hello," Jiang Yubai responded. Xia Xinghe amiably suggested, "If you have time in the future, we could hang out together. We often arrange to race cars, and sometimes we go to bars for drinks. Did you not meet in Lin? Next time, we could all go karting together." Ji Yezhou had never before considered that his friends might be so unrefined. These two activities were clearly not to Jiang Yubai's taste. Initially, he was puzzled as to why Jiang Yubai appeared in Lin, but later, upon reviewing the files at Rongxing, he learned that day was Jiang Yubai's birthday. During this time spent interacting with Jiang Yubai, he realized that Jiang Yubai's social life could be described as barren, lacking even a decent relative. However, upon reflection, perhaps their encounter at the bar was fate's gift to them both. Ji Yezhou kicked Xia Xinghe lightly under the table and remarked, "This is your hobby. I personally enjoy activities like fishing and playing chess, which help me unwind." His words left everyone momentarily bewildered. After all, chess was typically a pastime favored by retired gentlemen in the park. As for fishing, Ji Yezhou's patience was as minimal as the eye of a needle. One would be hard-pressed to find him sitting still for long. Qi felt as though he must be hallucinating. How could he possibly witness Ji Yezhou peeling shrimp for someone? It was well known that when someone confessed to a beta at school, Ji Yezhou would display nothing but disdain and had previously remarked that such matters were dull. Qi kept his thoughts to himself, silently resolving to eat on his own without further involvement. Jiang Yubai felt somewhat uneasy. Ji Yezhou, seizing the rare opportunity to shine, was determined to make the most of it. He possessed a remarkable capacity for learning and retained information swiftly. The previous night, he had fortuitously come across a video showcasing a couple's affectionate display, where the omega, hungry at midnight, was lovingly fed shrimp peeled by his partner. The caption read, "Whose husband is this wonderful? Oh, it turns out to be mine." Previously, Ji Yezhou would scroll past such videos, disinterested, yet now he studied them frame by frame. The mere thought of Jiang Yubai calling him husband sent him into a daydream. He would undoubtedly become the most cheerful and buoyant young man in the world. However, he restrained himself, merely placing the peeled shrimp in Jiang Yubai's bowl instead of feeding him directly. "Don't you like it?" Ji Yezhou inquired in a hushed tone. Noticing Jiang Yubai's gaze flicker towards the other two at the round table, his lips pressed tightly together. Ji Yezhou's eyes darted around, observing Qi and Xia Xinghe, who held their chopsticks with expressions of astonishment, as if he were possessed. "Ajo, have you caught a cold? Why is your voice so hoarse?" Qi asked, perplexed. "Just eat," Ji Yezhou replied, exasperated. He thought that speaking this way would convey a gentler demeanor. Yet he was baffled by his own inability to prevent Jiang Yubai from being in their company. Perhaps he wished to avoid hearing them continually associate Jiang Yubai with Fu Lin. From now on, even if they had to mention it together, it would be about him and Jiang Yubai. The dinner lasted over an hour, and with autumn's arrival, darkness fell early. As they exited the restaurant, the twilight enveloped them. Ji Yezhou exchanged a glance with the other two, who seemed to grasp the unspoken cue. Before departing, Xia Xinghe cheerfully suggested to Jiang Yubai, "Let's hang out again next time." Qi concurred. Observing Ji Yezhou's infatuation, Qi felt that no amount of reasoning would sway him at this point. He could only mutter a few complaints in private, refraining from addressing the matter directly in front of the principal party. For Ji Yezhou still possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence. The chosen restaurant was a mere 800 meters from Jiang Yubai's office, and they walked there, marking their first stroll together. The streetlights cast a dim glow, and many couples were out for a post-dinner walk. They strolled arm in arm or held hands. Ji Yezhou shifted his body slightly, inadvertently brushing against Jiang Yubai's slightly cool fingertips. Standing at a height of 178 centimeters, Jiang Yubai barely reached Ji Yezhou's chin, who had grown to 190 centimeters during high school and had gained an additional 3 centimeters in university. "Are your hands cold?" Ji Yezhou inquired. "Not at all," Jiang Yubai replied. The profile of Jiang Yubai was partially shrouded in shadow, while his pale lips gleamed softly in the dim light. "My hands were cold. Jiang, could you warm them for me?" Ji Yezhou asked, reaching out to take hold of my hand. Just then, someone approached from around the corner. Zhou Ming, a colleague of Jiang Yubai's from the same department. He was cradling an omega in his arms and paused in surprise upon seeing them. As the distance of 800 meters was nearly traversed, their hands had yet to touch. Zhou Ming greeted, "Good to see you, Ji." Ji Yezhou felt a surge of irritation. Witnessing his low mood, Zhou Ming quickened his pace. Their cars were parked at the company entrance, marking the moment of parting. Adjacent to the office building was a bustling shopping center, teeming with foot traffic, leaving no opportunity for a moment of privacy. Ji Yezhou observed a nearby couple kissing in public, feeling an urge stir within him. After all, Jiang Yubai still owed him a kiss, and without it, he would not sleep soundly that night. "The kiss you mentioned remains unfulfilled." Ji Yezhou began to press for repayment. Jiang Yubai noticed the couple as well, and as Ji Yezhou leaned closer, he feared a repeat of their earlier encounter at home, where Ji Yezhou had taken the initiative to kiss him without warning. The bustling crowd and dim lighting made Ji Yezhou all the more conspicuous. Jiang Yubai bit his lip and made his way to the car. "All right," Ji Yezhou heard him say, his excitement palpable. Ji Yezhou drove a subtly colored phantom, spacious within. Outside, pedestrians flowed past. Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow, genuinely beginning to regret the situation. In an effort to facilitate the kiss, Ji Yezhou lifted him onto his lap, his broad hand gripping a portion of Jiang Yubai's waist, his gaze burning into him. Chapter 50. The reward. This marked the first occasion Jiang Yubai took the initiative while both were sober. The first time had been in a bar, where Ji Yezhou barely had time to savor the moment, akin to swallowing a soft, tender jelly without experiencing its flavor. Subsequently, he had gone directly to Jiang Yubai's home after leaving the bar, intoxicated and muddled, barely recalling the details. "Don't look at me," Jiang Yubai said, feeling overwhelmed by Ji Yezhou's intense stare. "If I don't look at you, will there be a reward?" Ji Yezhou inquired. The notion of a reward had led Jiang Yubai to regret his vague affirmations in the past. Any further discussion might compel him to exit the vehicle. "I have eyes for a reason. I want to gaze upon the person I adore," Ji Yezhou declared unabashedly, no matter how luxurious the car. The soundproofing could not rival that of an indoor setting. At 7 or 8 in the evening, cars occasionally entered and exited the parking space, their headlights casting beams that made Jiang Yubai feel a twinge of embarrassment, as though he were being observed. However, leaving now was evidently not an easy option. After some contemplation, Jiang Yubai realized that prolonging the moment would only lead to greater torment, and sitting on Ji Yezhou's lap offered no sense of security. His eyelashes fluttered downwards as he lowered his head slightly, brushing against Ji Yezhou's warm lips. It was a delicate, feather-light kiss, teasingly igniting a deeper yearning within him. That's enough. Jiang Yubai, having completed his task, exhaled in relief and declared, "Unlock the door. I wish to return home." With that, he attempted to dismount from Ji Yezhou's embrace, only to be firmly held by a hand clasped tightly around his waist. Ji Yezhou leaned forward, chiding, "Jiang Yubai, why are you so stingy? Who has ever kissed for less than a second? Were you equally dismissive with other alphas?" Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow and insisted, "Let go of me." The repetition of the phrase lacked originality, and Ji Yezhou, despite having maintained a stable demeanor, found himself destabilized at the thought of other alphas. Though it was he who had broached the subject, he was evidently incapable of displaying magnanimity. He struggled to accept that Jiang Yubai had shared kisses and more intimate moments with others, perhaps even surpassing their own experiences. His mind wandered back to the words once spoken by Fu Lin, cohabitation, the first alpha. Having known each other for so many years, they had been neighbors since childhood, attended the same school, and ultimately enrolled together at Star City University. So many photographs captured their shared moments. Why had he not appeared when Jiang Yubai was discussing his first relationship? Why had he not encountered him sooner, displacing Fu Lin and all those who came before? Anger, hatred, jealousy, and dark emotions swelled within him anew. He was not, by nature, a gentle or composed individual. Suddenly, the sound of rustling footsteps echoed from outside the vehicle. "This is Star City. After all, this car is incredibly cool. I've hardly seen anything like it on television." Someone approached the front of the car, seemingly scrutinizing it with great interest. A quick search on a mobile device revealed it to be a limited edition, of which fewer than 10 existed worldwide. The sound of a camera shutter clicked, presumably capturing a photograph. "Step back a bit. Take my picture so I can post it on social media later." Upon hearing what seemed to be whispered words near his ear, Jiang Yubai's expression tightened, and he pressed his arm against the alpha's advancing chest. Ji Yezhou encircled his waist and lowered his voice to a mere whisper, audible only to the two of them. They cannot see inside. Even though they could not see, an overwhelming sense of being watched persisted. As Jiang Yubai's vigilant gaze darted toward the car window, Ji Yezhou suddenly pushed him against the front seat, trapping him within the confined space with no escape. With a look of astonishment, the man fervently kissed him, stifling his protests. Ji Yezhou's arms encircled Jiang Yubai's waist, rendering him nearly immobile. Jiang Yubai was compelled to part his lips, his eyes betraying evident panic. The individuals outside had approached the window, now less than a meter away, their fingers brushing against the car's surface as they marveled at it. There was likely a faint sound of muffled whimpering. "Is there someone inside the car?" one of them inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yubai felt he could no longer evade the alpha's advances. Surely not. They must have gone to eat. If someone were here, they would have driven off by now. Why remain parked? Perhaps so. Sigh. When will I ever get to ride in a car like this? Enough of that. What shall we eat later? Hot pot or skewers? I've been working overtime and feel quite ill. Maybe after we eat, I'll buy a lottery ticket. Either is fine. Let us just reserve a spot on the phone first. They must have also come to dine, but upon noticing the phantom parked in the space, they rushed over to take a look. As their voices faded into the distance, it was evident they had departed. Enough is enough. Jiang Yubai, nearly suffocated, managed to halt the moment. Only then did he dare to utter a sound. One arm grasped the backrest of the front seat, yearning to extricate himself from Ji Yezhou's embrace. If the kissing continued, he genuinely feared that Ji Yezhou might indulge in some inexplicable act. The alpha was far too youthful, with self-control practically non-existent. Moreover, they were in a setting where someone could approach at any moment. The car's overhead light remained off, illuminated solely by the distant streetlights. As they kissed, Ji Yezhou removed the man's glasses, his usually distant and aloof gaze now quivering, cheeks flushed with a damp redness. Just as Jiang Yubai reached for the glasses set aside, Ji Yezhou nestled his head against Jiang Yubai's neck, rubbing against him, clutching his fingers and pleading, "Help me." Jiang Yubai's body tensed momentarily. "I don't want to either, but why did you have to sit so close to me, insisting on perching on my lap?" "I didn't," Jiang Yubai replied hoarsely, clearly recalling how Ji Yezhou had pulled him onto his lap the moment he entered the car. "Regardless, you always deny your actions." "I have grown accustomed to it," Ji Yezhou remarked. "If you choose not to assist me, then at least utter husband for me to hear." Ever since he encountered that term, he had eagerly longed to hear Jiang Yubai address him as such. "After all, if we are to be together, you can't possibly continue calling me by my name. Can you? Everyone else has a nickname. How will I refer to you? Baby, sweetheart, or perhaps wifey? Let's acclimatize to it. Just say it for me, will you? I will help you." Jiang Yubai could no longer endure this. Ji Yezhou was becoming emotional again, and Jiang Yubai would rather assist him than utter the word husband. Chapter 51. The desire for cohabitation. Despite having taken advantage of the situation, Ji Yezhou maintained a sulky demeanor. As if wronged, Jiang Yubai likely never wished to share a vehicle with Ji Yezhou again. Even if he had to, he would certainly refuse to sit in the back seat with him. An S-Class Alpha far surpasses an ordinary Alpha in every regard. The parking area saw a continuous flow of vehicles until the surrounding pedestrians dwindled, and the nearby cafe had closed for the night. As the darkness deepened, Jiang Yubai finally exited the car, and Ji Yezhou, with a moist tissue in hand, diligently helped him clean each finger. "I can do it myself," Jiang Yubai asserted, withdrawing his fingers, his lips pressed into a straight line. Ji Yezhou realized he might have overstepped, yet he still argued, "Had you called me husband, nothing would have transpired. Were you not yearning to touch me?" Believing such a statement was absurd. Given Ji Yezhou's nature, in that scenario, with Jiang Yubai seated right before him, how could he refrain from acting? After the kiss, would he simply let him go? Furthermore, within the confines of the car, Jiang Yubai felt nearly imprisoned, and should the Alpha wish to force him, he would have no choice but to comply. He had no particular inclination for being scrutinized. Originally, Ji Yezhou intended to drive him home. His vehicle remained nearby, and he would have to drive himself to work in the morning. It was rather late, and Jiang Yubai was unaccustomed to lingering outside for such an extended period. Previously, both Ji Yezhou and Jiang Yubai would return home before 9 o'clock, even on weekdays, often spending their time in hotels. It seemed that having tasted the sweetness of the day, Ji Yezhou opted not to pursue Jiang Yubai relentlessly, but insisted on escorting him to his car. The autumn breeze carried a chill, swirling the withered leaves by the roadside, while the warm yellow glow elongated their shadows. Ji Yezhou glanced at his own silhouette, nearly engulfing Jiang Yubai entirely. The parking spaces were separated by steps, yet in almost 2 minutes, they arrived at the car. With a temperature difference of nearly 10 degrees between day and night, the sun had shone earlier, but now the temperature had dropped to single digits. Ji Yezhou still wished to engage in conversation to cultivate their relationship. As Jiang Yubai opened the door to get in, Ji Yezhou called out to him. Jiang Yubai genuinely felt apprehensive. He had work in the morning and was not as young as he used to be, unable to withstand the unrelenting energy of an alpha. "Can we still have dinner together tomorrow? I want to invite anyone else, just the two of us." Ji Yezhou, having accomplished what he intended, seemed to revert to a boyish innocence. Usually, when he said he was coming to the office, he meant it without further inquiry. "I noticed you enjoyed the yam and pork rib soup today. Do you like it?" Ji Yezhou observed meticulously, as throughout their meal, he had been helping Jiang Yubai with his dishes, yet it was rare for Jiang Yubai to serve himself a bowl of soup. Fearing that too much conversation might prevent him from leaving, Jiang Yubai noted the cold outside. Upon hearing Jiang Yubai mention the chill, Ji Yezhou abandoned his intent to foster emotional intimacy and quickly urged, "Then hurry and get in the car, lest you catch a cold." Jiang Yubai was not particularly bundled up, only wearing a thin shirt beneath his suit jacket, which could barely withstand temperatures around 15 to 16 degrees. In truth, they could chat on their phones, yet it always felt less authentic through a screen. It lacked the intimacy of physical presence, the ability to touch, embrace, or share a bed. Ji Yezhou still preferred cohabitation, Returning home together and perhaps sharing a bath before sleep was a delightful thought. The image of a man nestled in his embrace stirred a warmth within Ji Yezhou. Zhou Ming's residence was near Rongxing, and as he dropped off the Omega, he happened to spot Ji Yezhou and Jiang Yubai alighting from the car not far away. The streetlights cast a dim glow, yet Ji Yezhou's height was undeniably striking. It had been over 3 hours since he first encountered them. While at Rongxing, he sensed something amiss with Ji Yezhou's demeanor towards Jiang Yubai, who had come under the pretext of an investor-s inspection, but had specifically requested Jiang Yubai to remain in the conference room alone. It was likely that Ji Yezhou was merely toying with him, while Jiang Yubai's pretentious demeanor was merely an attempt to align himself with someone of higher status. In the initial days at the company, he had briefly mistaken Jiang Yubai for an Omega, entertaining some thoughts. But Jiang Yubai's cold demeanor upon brief contact had quickly disabused him of that notion, urging him to focus on more appropriate pursuits. Over time, the department had come to hold a natural disdain for him. Earlier, he had overheard his new Omega partner mentioning some matters regarding Jiang Yubai, discovering that he was the eldest son of the Jiang family who had passed away prematurely. Recently, Jiang Yubai's discord with Director Zhang had left him feeling that Jiang Yubai was somehow to blame. Reflecting on his involvement with the Xingqing Chamber of Commerce, he took a few photographs from a distance and sent them to Fu Lin. Upon exiting the restaurant, Jiang Yubai found himself struggling to recall what he had consumed, save for the clear memory of the yam and rib soup. Typically, he had no habit of preparing soup while living alone, yet the sight of it had piqued his curiosity. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. During his time with Ji Yezhou, he had set his phone to silent mode. Upon entering his abode and activating his phone, he discovered a message from the real estate agent indicating that a client wished to view the property on Friday afternoon, inquiring about his availability. He responded affirmatively. The sunflower hanging in the foyer was a recommendation from his doctor, intended to alleviate his anxiety and oppressive emotions. He stood there, momentarily transfixed, gazing at it for an extended period. Recently, the Jiang family had indeed faced a series of misfortunes. Jiang Yongkong had partnered with someone to develop a piece of land, acquired cheaply from an old acquaintance, under the impression that he had found a lucrative opportunity. However, it turned out that the land had a high sand content, posing a risk of subsidence, and further investment would be required for continued development. Consequently, Qin Fong was exceedingly eager for Jiang Nanshi to align herself with the Ji family. Yet, relying on Jiang Nanshi at this juncture was impractical, as time was of the essence. Previously, he had learned from the internet that Jiang Yubai had a favorable relationship with Fu Lin. Jiang Yongkong had spent a significant portion of the day waiting in the reception area of Yunding Building to meet Fu Lin. After the tea had grown cold, Assistant Chen finally approached him, stating, "Hello, Mr. Fu has a network meeting shortly and may not have time to meet with you. What time does Mr. Fu finish work? I can wait a little longer." Although Jiang Yongkong had lost patience, he still felt compelled to maintain a cordial demeanor upon finally encountering someone. Seeing his earnestness, Assistant Chen seemed to harbor a hint of sympathy and suggested, "Perhaps you might consider inviting someone more suited to discuss this matter. Mr. Fu is likely to make time for them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yongkong appeared to grasp the course of action he should take. After he departed the reception area, Assistant Chen returned to the office and reported, "Mr. Fu, he has left and should be heading directly to Rongxing." Fu Lin responded, his tone indifferent. He picked up a frame from his desk, within which a photograph depicted Beta, his cheeks flushed, gazing shyly at the camera as he nestled in Fu Lin's embrace, never refusing any display of intimacy from him. In truth, he should not have waited for that moment. He had indeed seen the photograph sent by Zhou Ming and retained a backup copy. He was acutely aware of the potential repercussions should this matter escalate within the Ji family. Ultimately, the only person Jiang Yubai could rely on was himself. Chapter 52. Together with you, after completing the application form, Jiang Yubai submitted it for Human Resources approval. Following his transfer, Zhou Ming was unable to oversee many affairs. Regardless of how reluctant Chairman Zhang was to let him go, he could only advise him to consider his decision carefully. Jiang Yubai kept this matter discreet, having spent an extensive period in his department, where nearly all the betas were individuals he had personally selected. Should he be transferred to Jiangsu City? It would undoubtedly be difficult for them to part with him. Jiang Yubai disliked making a fuss over matters, especially since there was still a possibility that Ji Yezhou would come to the company seeking him. As he submitted his application to Human Resources, Chen Xiaoyu was registering 2 interns from her team. After completing the registration, Chen Xiaoyu knocked on his office door. "Come in," Jiang Yubai said. The preparation time for the transfer from Star City to Jiangsu City is 1 month. Jiang Yubai manages the entire department and still has numerous tasks to hand over effectively. "Minister Jiang, are you going to the branch company afterward?" Chen Xiaoyu inquired uncertainly. After all, that location is rather remote. Even newly hired interns must consider it, let alone someone in Jiang Yubai's middle management position. Clearly, remaining in Star City presents more promising prospects. "Yes." Jiang Yubai paused for a second before replying. "You need only to be aware of this. I want to disclose it," she continued. "Will you return to Rongxing in the future?" Chen Xiaoyu realized she was perhaps asking too much, but she had harbored feelings for Jiang Yubai for quite some time and had yet to discover an appropriate moment to confess. Or perhaps it was the desire to maintain the existing equilibrium that had held her back. Yet, now that Jiang Yubai was about to depart, she felt compelled to act. It seemed that since encountering Ji Yezhou, Jiang Yubai had changed somewhat. She asked, "Is it because of President Ji?" This was a question that Director Zhang had also posed, as it appeared to outsiders that Jiang Yubai had already established a connection with Ji Yezhou. "No," Jiang Yubai replied. Upon receiving this answer, Chen Xiaoyu hesitated for a few moments, contemplating whether to share a meal with Jiang Yubai before his departure, as such opportunities might soon vanish. Chen Xiaoyu had indeed been nurtured under Jiang Yubai's guidance, despite his often impersonal demeanor at work. Parting from someone with whom he had shared a long collaboration necessitated a period of adjustment in a new environment. Jiang Yubai announced that before leaving, he would treat the department to a meal. Chen Xiaoyu felt it inappropriate to say more. In matters of the heart, Jiang Yubai lacked assurance and confidence, unable to believe that anyone might hold affection for him. He was merely a beta, not particularly youthful, and struggled with emotional self-control. Yet, it appeared that everyone possesses their own suitable way of bidding farewell. Before departing, one often utters a few comforting words, unaware if it will indeed be the final encounter. Suddenly, the screen of the phone beside the computer illuminated, revealing several messages. "Z. Image. Previously spotted an orange cat on the road. It seems plumper than before and has a bell, likely adopted. Z. Do you like cats? Should we get one if we live together in the future? Z. Dogs are also an option. We could take walks together after dinner." Glancing at the messages, Jiang Yubai felt an unexpected sense of suffocation. In the past, he believed that work could help him avoid unnecessary emotions, completely filling his schedule. Yet now, confronted with a dense array of text on the computer, he found himself at a standstill, uncertain of his next move. He switched off the phone screen and turned it face down on the desk. After another sleepless night, he rose to fetch a cup of coffee from the break room. It was commonplace for the department to slack off, especially as lunchtime approached, and naturally, everyone relaxed. Jiang Yubai noticed an employee's computer displaying a link to an online store and muttered, "The sale starts at noon with a 50% discount. Fortunately, I already added my favorite clothes to the cart." He feared the combination of wealth, ambition, and striking good looks in others, feeling utterly outmatched. In the past, Jiang Yubai would occasionally turn a blind eye to his employees' idleness as the workday drew to a close. However, he never completely overlooked it. The moment employees noticed his approach, they instinctively switched back to their work interfaces. Perhaps it was the repeated mentions from Ji Yezhou about the grand opening at the beginning of the month that made today the first particularly significant. He glanced at his watch. 2 minutes remained until noon. With a cup of coffee in hand, he returned to the pantry. After waiting the requisite 2 minutes, he re-entered the department, only to find that the employees at their computers had already placed their orders and were heading downstairs for lunch with their colleagues. Upon leaving the office after work, Jiang Yubai encountered Jiang Yunkong. Desiring to avoid the prying eyes of onlookers, he sought refuge in a nearby tea house, a quiet establishment frequented by those conducting business discussions. Compared to Qin Fong, Jiang Yunkong possessed a more astute sense of timing, especially given that Jiang Yubai had recently been linked with several S-class alphas in Xinjiang. It had been some time since Jiang Yongkong had seen his eldest son, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Abai, we have indeed neglected you for these years. Regardless, we are family, and the interests of the Jiang family are intricately tied to yours. In the past, they had been anxious to conceal the fact that they had a beta son. Jiang Yubai's household registration remained under his grandmother's name, as the Jiang family had never taken responsibility for him. Had it not been for his grandmother's insistence to keep him, he might have been sent away due to the company's financial turmoil, which had unjustly placed the blame on Jiang Yubai." Jiang Yongkong continued, "I have long wished to bring you back home, but company matters kept me occupied. Furthermore, the incident with Xiaoxi in the town delayed me further. I have never pushed him away." Jiang Yubai reiterated, "I have never questioned this matter." Jiang Yongkong coughed lightly, attempting to dismiss the topic. "Let's not dwell on the past. Abai, could you assist the family? A mere word with Fu Lin would suffice to settle the outstanding project funds, which are insignificant to him." Upon spotting Jiang Yongkong downstairs, Jiang Yubai had already sensed that this visit was far from a mere familial reunion. Yet, it took Jiang Yongkong less than 10 minutes to reveal his true intentions. Jiang Yubai responded, "To me, there is no past. From that moment on, I understood that I had no further ties to the Jiang family. I only wish to ask you to ensure that the Jiang family does not intrude upon my life any longer. You are right. Your mother has made errors. I will address it upon my return," Jiang Yongkong conceded. After a moment's thought, he added, "We have prepared a room for you at home. You are welcome to return whenever you have the time." Jiang Yubai's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a self-deprecating smile, he replied, "I'm not on the Jiang family's household registration, and you are no different to me than a stranger." The Jiang family had always been governed by Jiang Yongkong. They were unaccustomed to such defiance. The warmth on Jiang Yongkong's face gradually faded as he asked, "What do you mean by that?" With that, Jiang Yubai felt no further need for dialogue. He signaled to the waiter to settle the bill. Despite his embarrassment, Jiang Yongkong, as a company leader, understood the importance of maintaining a semblance of dignity in public. Just then, Jiang Yubai's phone rang, prompting Jiang Yongkong to glance at the caller ID. Since the last occasion when Ji Yezhou had indulged excessively and contacted him, he had saved that number. Observing Jiang Yubai engaged in a conversation with young Master Ji, Jiang Yongkong felt it inappropriate to interject further. In truth, for him, as long as it benefited the company, it mattered little which son it was. He was preoccupied with business affairs, and domestic matters had always been managed by Qin Fong. It had been her idea to send Jiang Yubai away initially. After Jiang Yubai's departure, Jiang Yongkong remained seated at the tea table. Qin Fong called him, inquiring if he would return home for dinner, to which Jiang Yongkong responded with irritation, asking her to have Jiang Nanshi answer the phone, as he had something to discuss. Chapter 53. Clinginess Originally. Ji Yezhou had intended to invite Jiang Yubai out for dinner again today, yet the brand had gained considerable traction online, making it impossible for him to leave right after its opening. Despite having only conveyed half of his thoughts the previous night, he still took the time to explain the situation to Jiang Yubai over the phone. Chi and Xia Xinghe had come to assist today. After a flurry of activity, Chi, with a tense expression, inquired if they knew of any renowned Taoist priests, preferably those capable of swiftly exorcising malevolent spirits or providing effective talismans that could repel evil. "Why do you need those?" Xia Xinghe questioned. "Aren't you a skeptic of such things?" Chi had indeed dismissed these superstitions in the past. After all, he had always regarded himself as the most formidable alpha of the new era. How could a distinguished alpha possibly believe in such tricks designed to frighten vulnerable omegas? Yet, Chi found himself increasingly overwhelmed. He recalled sleeping soundly, undisturbed until dawn. Even when unexpected occurrences happened, it was merely due to the need to wash his undergarments early in the morning. As a perfectly normal alpha, he had never progressed beyond holding hands with an omega, never even reaching the stage of a kiss, yet he had always taken pride in his alpha identity. Recently, however, he had struggled to find a comfortable position to avoid sleep paralysis, but to no avail. Each night felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away, leaving him utterly drained. This morning, in a bid to support his friend, he had set an alarm. Although he had invested some money, it was not substantial, as his pocket money had recently been curtailed, making him hesitant to indulge in drinks with omegas. He felt he could squander the family fortune for generations. Yet his grandfather had cut off his card. Awakened by the alarm, he groggily washed his face in front of the mirror. He still bore his familiar features. Yet something felt amiss. Dazed, he tilted his neck to the left, only to discover a scab resembling a puncture mark on the gland area, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Unlike omegas, alphas typically did not need to conceal their glands. His room was meticulously maintained, ensuring that no pests or vermin could intrude, as per the strict requirements of the household staff. Remembering the recent episodes of sleep paralysis, a flicker of awareness broke through the haze, making him acutely aware of an unsettling presence nearby. Yet he remained unable to awaken fully. No alpha could endure the damage to their glands, especially one like him. Relying on his gender advantage, disregarded both omegas and betas. Chi casually inquired, "Didn't you visit Yunhe Temple before? What was your impression?" "I accompanied my sister there." She sought a romantic wish. Xiaxing glanced at the busy Ji Yezhou and replied, "It didn't seem to have much effect." Chi responded with a slight disappointment. "Why not let Xingyu come in for a while? The sun is quite intense today, and he has been standing there for almost a day." "Humph." Chi felt a surge of irritation at the thought and coldly remarked, "He is merely a servant of the Qi family, at most just a beta. Yet he acts as if he has the authority to dictate my affairs." Several omegas entered the shop, most of whom had not interacted deeply with Chi. Seeing his delicate features and clear, innocent almond-shaped eyes, they approached him to exchange contact information, when a soft and graceful omega initiated a conversation with him. Chi momentarily forgot about his search for a protective talisman. After adding 4 or 5 omegas on WeChat, he felt that this outing was truly worthwhile, engaging with them like a social butterfly. However, he remained oblivious to Chengyu, who stood outside with a chilling gaze. By 8 o'clock that evening, Chi-Chi's fingers seemed glued to the keyboard of his phone. "The omega I added this afternoon invited me to a bar. Shall we celebrate with a card game later?" "You all go ahead," Ji Yezhou replied. "I have other matters to attend to." "You're not going? You wouldn't truly forsake enjoyment over a beta, would you?" Xiaxing has sighed. Azhou is already a family man. Who would have believed such words in the past? In university, numerous omegas had shown interest in Ji Yezhou, yet he had never entered a relationship, and speculations circulated on the school forum about possible hidden issues. Little did anyone know that upon graduation, he would seem almost obsessed. Ji Yezhou selected a few elegantly simple items, originally intending to present them to Jiang Yubai upon their next meeting. However, upon realizing there was still ample time and that it was convenient to return home, despite the 20-kilometer detour, he reconsidered, especially since he hadn't seen Jiang today. Each encounter with the Jiang family seemed to drain the already limited energy he possessed. With little appetite for dinner, Jiang Yubai casually prepared some oatmeal. Ji Yezhou had called him earlier that day to congratulate him on the opening of his new store, likely indicating he wouldn't have time to disturb him further. The air in the apartment was stagnant. He usually kept the windows open during the day for ventilation. The sky exhibited a blend of blue and gray hues, and as the day drew to a close, an inexplicable melancholy often enveloped him. Approaching the window, Jiang Yubai tightly closed the curtains, as if to completely isolate himself from the outside world. He retrieved the items he had purchased from the cabinet, initially planning to try them out over the weekend. But his plans had been disrupted. Last time, he and T had the opportunity to examine them closely, and now he couldn't help but furrow his brow, sensing that the seller might have sent the wrong items. Such occurrences would eventually necessitate acclimating to solitude. Emerging from a bathroom, he noted it was nearly 9 o'clock. He typically aimed to fall asleep around 10, and an hour was sufficient. Leaning against the headboard, he closed his eyes, the long lashes fluttering gently. Restlessly, he tilted his neck back, the faintly blue veins beneath his pale skin subtly protruding, while his delicate cheeks appeared tinged with a hint of vivid color. His lips parted slightly, attempting to calm himself. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Chapter 54. Half a roommate. The journey had taken nearly an hour. Ji Yezhou had a general understanding of Jiang Yubai's routine, After all, they were still in the phase of nurturing their relationship. Being such a gentle and composed alpha, he could not constantly impose upon him, merely wishing to deliver the items to Jiang Yubai before taking his leave. Typically, after he knocked, Jiang Yubai would promptly come to open the door, and he would not have to wait long. However, 2 minutes elapsed after his knock, and there was no response from within. He called Jiang Yubai, but as the time passed, the call automatically ended with no one answering. Was he not home? Ji Yezhou quickly dismissed that notion. After all, their previous encounters had been akin to a fairy tale, and he would invariably return home when the hour struck. Recalling Jiang Yubai's earlier illness, he wondered if the cold wind from last night had truly taken its toll. Remembering the sight of the man curled up under the covers, breathing weakly, Ji Yezhou felt a surge of urgency. He dialed Jiang Yubai again, but still, no answer. Recalling the previous passcode, he entered it into the electronic door lock. Incorrect. He followed the sequence once more. Still wrong. Just as he prepared to input the code again, the door finally creaked open. Jiang Yubai's cheeks were slightly flushed, and his hair appeared dampened by sweat, utterly uncharacteristic of his usual self. Upon seeing Ji Yezhou, Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow, questioning why he had come so late. Feeling somewhat wronged, Ji Yezhou extended the paper bag he was holding, stating, "I thought these styles would suit you, so I brought them over." Jiang Yubai had not anticipated that his visitor would come at such an hour merely to deliver these items. Noticing Jiang Yubai's pallor, Ji Yezhou inquired, "Are you coming down with a cold?" As he reached out to touch his forehead, he found it indeed warmer than usual. Jiang Yubai turned his face away, discomfort evident in his demeanor, replying, "I'm not sick." Yet he was undeniably warm. "Have you taken any medicine? Should we go to the hospital?" Ji Yezhou expressed concern, recalling what the doctor had previously warned him. A cold should not be neglected, as it could escalate into pneumonia. "Is there a thermometer at home? Shall we take your temperature first?" Caught in a state of discomfort, he wished for Ji Yezhou to leave swiftly. Ironically, Ji Yezhou believed he was unwell, standing at the door, fussing over him, and even contemplating entering. He merely covered the items with his blanket, and the bed bore clear signs of disarray. Rarely rejecting Ji Yezhou's kindness, he accepted the paper bag, stating, "I'll be fine after a good sleep. You should head home and rest too." Jiang Yubai presumed their conversation had reached its conclusion. Yet Ji Yezhou stood firmly at the door, preventing him from closing it. "You took so long to answer my knock, causing me to worry. You might as well tell me the password." Ji Yezhou's expression was one of sadness and grievance, contrasting sharply with his tall stature. "Moreover, I would never intrude upon your home without reason. I merely wish to be there for you should you fall ill. Just share the password with me. It will remain a secret between us. Can you not place your trust in me? Please tell me. I assure you, I would not come uninvited, and even if I did, it would be with your consent." Jiang Yubai was truly at his wit's end, given Ji Yezhou's nature. If he did not learn the password to his door today, he might very well pester him until dawn. Regardless, he would not be residing here for much longer, less than a month, and the new owner would undoubtedly change the password. Ji Yezhou mused that knowing Jiang Yubai's door code was tantamount to cohabitation. Ultimately, under his relentless persuasion, Jiang Yubai, with pursed lips, revealed that the previous password was to be entered in reverse. Ji Yezhou was taken aback by the simplicity of the code. Had Jiang Yubai not opened the door promptly, he might have deciphered it himself. However, the difference between being oblivious to it and being told outright was significant. Who else could know the door code if not the master of the house? Clearly, Jiang Yubai treated him differently from others. Satisfied with this newfound knowledge, Ji Yezhou bid him good night, finally departing. Jiang Yubai exhaled deeply in relief. Some interruptions are exceedingly hard to bear. Managing to converse with Ji Yezhou for 4 or 5 minutes at the door had reached his limit. In stark contrast to his aloof and indifferent exterior lay a tumultuous inner self. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to the urge to engage with Ji Yezhou after drinking. Nor could he have anticipated the extent to which their relationship would endure. Had he not been intoxicated, he would never have dared to express such desires openly. At first glance, one would hardly suspect his struggles with smoking and drinking. Even inebriated, he still felt pain, in a state of profound despondency. He had reached for pills, swallowing nearly an entire bottle in one go. In truth, consuming medication after drinking is ill-advised, as it can exacerbate anxiety and depression, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Memories of his fleeting existence flashed through his mind, and as a beta, everything felt painfully trivial. Eventually, the landlord called, reminding him to pay next month's rent, a stark reminder that this was someone else's home, and he was reluctant to burden others. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he dialed for help. Compared to his past, his self-control had improved significantly. After wishing Ji Yezhou good night, the door was once again closed. He returned to his bed, the fabric of his cotton pajamas feeling loose, his sleep pants easily slipping down. Ji Yezhou was about to descend the elevator when he reached into his sweatshirt pocket for his car keys, but found nothing. Only then did he recall that he had absent-mindedly tossed the keys into a paper bag when leaving, which he had handed to Jiang Yubai. He retraced his steps to the door, thinking it was merely to retrieve his keys, and entered the password once more. This time, the code was correct. With a soft click, the lock disengaged. "I left my car keys in the bag," Ji Yezhou explained apologetically. As he grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open just a crack, a low murmur drifted from within the room, with the door fully ajar. The scene before him was laid bare, leaving Ji Yezhou momentarily stunned at the threshold. In an instant, he discerned what Jiang Yubai was engaged in. Chapter 55. Do you like me? Clearly taken aback by his unexpected return and the unlocking of the door with a code, Jiang Yubai instinctively turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. Upon seeing him, his damp, unfocused eyes widened in astonishment, hastily pulling a nearby blanket to cover his shame. "What are you doing?" Ji Yezhou's voice was hoarse as he closed the door behind him, slipped off his shoes, and strode directly to the bedside. Jiang Yubai, already sensitive by nature, found such an embarrassing situation unbearable, typically reserving it for moments of solitude with all doors and windows securely shut. "It has nothing to do with you. Just leave my home," Jiang Yubai retorted, his lips trembling, breath hitching slightly, embodying a fragile demeanor as if he had been grievously wronged, yet still attempting to assertively dismiss the alpha before him. "Nothing to do with me?" Ji Yezhou's voice dripped with resentment as he slipped his fingers beneath the blanket, realizing the nature of Jiang Yubai's ailment. "Why didn't you tell me? Did you think I couldn't help you?" Initially, he had entertained the notion of restraint, considering they were still in the pursuit phase, aiming to leave a favorable impression on Jiang Yubai. In the early days of their acquaintance, he had sought to meet Jiang Yubai 5 times a week. Had he not feared scaring the man away, he might have wished for daily encounters, especially after a meal, yearning for more intimate moments. Jiang Yubai exhaled a warm breath, grasping Ji Yezhou's arm. Yet the alpha remained unmoved, leaning in to kiss away the tears that had slipped down Jiang Yubai's cheek. "Jiang Yubai, I like you, and that is why I wish to engage in this with you. What about you? Do you like me?" This was the first time Ji Yezhou had posed such a direct question. Do I like him? The alpha before me? Their initial interactions had been merely to alleviate his cravings, a distraction from the emptiness he felt on his birthday, which had led him to Ji Yezhou in a state dulled by alcohol. There had been an unspoken understanding that neither was obliged to take responsibility for the other. The relationship between beta and alpha often leaned heavily towards a purely physical connection, with only fleeting moments of tranquility shared between them. Alphas experience periods of heightened sensitivity, requiring the soothing presence of omega pheromones, a timeless truth. Perhaps previously, when others had told him that betas and alphas could never truly be together, he had naively clung to a glimmer of hope. He had thought he understood the alpha intimately, convinced their bond was robust, especially after so many years of acquaintance. How many times can one muster the courage to start new? He could not bear the thought of facing the fate of being abandoned once more as a beta. The risks of maintaining a relationship with an alpha loomed large, fraught with societal pressures and the ever-present concern of potential attraction to omega pheromones. He was reluctant to further delve into the matter at hand. A delicate mist glistened in his peach blossom eyes as he took a moment to collect himself, the long, dark lashes gently lowering. "When you sought me out before, was it not merely to satiate your desires? If you wish to act, then do so." Ji Yezhou felt momentarily choked by his words, as if he were constantly preoccupied with such matters. Indeed, even if he desired it, it was solely because of Jiang Yubai. Ji Yezhou's gaze turned cold and expressionless, casting him in a somewhat fearsome light. "If my intention were merely to vent, You certainly would lack the strength to rise from bed, let alone return to the office the next day. Do you truly believe that the 2 hours you prescribe each night suffice to satisfy me? He continued, I am still in the earnest pursuit of you. Do not compel me to resort to other means, for I genuinely wish to. His voice trailed off to a whisper, the last words barely audible. Upon hearing Ji Yezhou's remarks, Jiang Yubai's pupils seemed to tremble. The nature of a beta's desires differed from that of an omega, especially considering he was male, making it even less suitable. Noticing Jiang Yubai's pale countenance, as if frightened by his words, Ji Yezhou pressed a gentle kiss to the trembling corner of the man's lips. Very well. Let us refrain from uttering words that I find displeasing. I shall respect your wishes. When caressed tenderly, Ji Yezhou could maintain a semblance of docility. But once provoked, he revealed himself as an S-class alpha. This had been evident since their previous encounter at work after he had declared their time together over. Not to mention the night when Ji Yezhou unexpectedly arrived at his door after a class reunion, forcefully pushing it open. Would it not be simpler to tell me directly what you desire? Ji Yezhou nestled his face into the crook of Jiang Yubai's neck, inhaling the pleasant scent of lime from the shower gel, rather than the pheromones. Jiang Yubai gently pushed him away, his voice hoarse, you have taken too long. Indeed, for a period afterward, Ji Yezhou struggled to restrain himself. Then I shall endeavor to limit it to 2 hours. For an alpha, 2 hours was indeed a considerable strain. As they lay intertwined, Ji Yezhou tossed aside the object occupying his position on the bed, realizing that Jiang Yubai had never initiated anything. Why should anyone else? It was a rarity for them to find themselves so lucid, lying together on the same bed. His arm instinctively wrapped around the man, he remarked, This bed feels a bit small. We ought to consider getting a larger one in the future. Perhaps we can select some furniture together? Jiang Yubai's eyes fluttered shut, and despite the brevity of their 2 hours, he still felt fatigued. You did not respond to the message I sent you this morning regarding whether you prefer cats or dogs, or perhaps both. It depends on you, Jiang Yubai replied. As if all negative emotions are dispelled by those 3 words, Ji Yezhou lowered his gaze to the man's delicate, pale profile, tightening his embrace slightly to draw him closer. Savoring the warmth they shared. Jiang Yubai, have you perhaps slipped me some sort of love potion? No. Then how is it that I am so inexplicably fond of you? To the extent that upon first laying eyes on you, I wish for you to bear my children? Such affection was indeed a burden Jiang Yubai felt ill-equipped to bear. Moreover, it was a possibility he could never fulfill. Omega possesses a greater capacity for fertility. Thus, if one desires children, it is highly probable that a union with an omega will ensue. It is quite natural for an adult alpha to yearn for their own progeny. This brings to mind the Ji family's endeavor to select an omega for Ji Yezhou. Indeed, such a prominent family requires heirs. Wishing to avoid further contention, he refrained from elaborating. The room was illuminated solely by a small bedside lamp, and the two nestled together, infusing the dim and silent space with a touch of warmth. After a moment's silence, Ji Yezhou spoke again, suggesting that if alphas and omegas can draw one another through pheromones, then the arrival of a child between us would forge a bond, leading you to embrace me more fully, thus dispelling any thoughts of ending our relationship. Chapter 56. It struck my heart. It became evident that this was the true intention of the alpha, albeit rather impractical. Perhaps it was due to a restless night or the fatigue from earlier. He found himself unaccustomed to the presence of another beside him. Yet, he detected the scent of juniper and a rich, woody fragrance, which lulled him into slumber as he closed his eyes. It was a rare night devoid of dreams. Over the years, he often experienced fragmented recollections in his sleep, only to awaken repeatedly in the depths of night. He seldom enjoyed a full night's rest without interruption, as his stringent biological clock roused him by 7 in the morning. As he opened his drowsy eyes, it took him a moment to comprehend that someone lay beside him. Ji Yezhou, disturbed by his movements, instinctively tightened his embrace and leaned down to kiss the hair that fell across his forehead. "Are you awake?" Ji Yezhou inquired. "I must get up," he replied. Having held him throughout the night, Ji Yezhou reluctantly released his arms. Jiang Yubai rose from the bed. His vision still blurred as he fumbled along the edge of the bed for his glasses, which he couldn't locate. Habitually, he placed them there before sleeping. So he turned to search the bedside table. "Why is your eyesight so poor?" Ji Yezhou remarked unexpectedly. Jiang Yubai felt a moment of surprise. Perhaps years of being underestimated due to his beta status left him momentarily disoriented. Indeed, nearsightedness is a flaw. Yet no one wishes to rely on external aids to perceive the world clearly. He had begun wearing glasses in junior high, initially out of a desire to avoid appearing isolated, channeling his time in his studies instead. Unable to match the physical prowess of alphas, his vision gradually deteriorated until his grandmother procured his first pair of glasses. His prescription was likely even stronger now. Without his glasses, he had to be exceedingly close to discern his surroundings. Ji Yezhou lowered his voice slightly, adding, "Otherwise, how could you have struck my heart?" Jiang Yubai pressed his lips together, reluctant to respond. He then found his delicate, gold-rimmed glasses on the bedside table, donned them, and proceeded to wash up. Ji Yezhou pondered that something felt amiss. The feedback from the love forum should not have been like this, due to a rather cliché romantic line. Jiang Yubai had not responded to his messages all morning. However, based on their interactions last night, it seemed their relationship had indeed undergone a significant transformation. Jiang Yubai expressed a desire to visit a furniture store together, planning for their new home, and even mentioned getting a dog, after which they could take leisurely walks together. In addition to the newly opened physical store, he also operated a comprehensive online business. The company was in its nascent stages, not yet large in scale, but he had enlisted a few well-known fashion bloggers to promote the brand, successfully establishing its presence online. The initial days were bound to be hectic, yet he envisioned setting aside time for a proper date with Jiang Yubai once this busy period concluded. There was a resort on the mountains, featuring a dedicated observation deck, where they could gaze upon countless stars at night. He recalled a video he had watched long ago, which sparked a desire to capture a similar photo with Jiang Yubai against a starry backdrop. He intended to use that photo as his phone's wallpaper. In the afternoon, Chi sent a message to the group. Chi is a bold, damn. I think I was forcefully kissed by an omega in the booth last night. It was my first encounter with such intensity. The pheromone level must have been quite high. At least it allowed me to sleep soundly. Chi is a bold. Could he be my fated partner? Chi is a bold. Only a fated partner could provide such soothing effects. Xing Cheng's most affectionate. You kept losing at games last night, and after less than 10 drinks, you turned into a complete mess. Where did you get kissed by an omega? Don't tell me you were having some kind of spring dream? Xing Cheng's most affectionate. Besides, I'm still single. So what are you thinking? You must have been at the bottom. Xing Xinghe felt he was at least more popular than Chi. Chi-Chi's approach towards omegas had previously driven away countless of them. Seeing the messages in the group, Chi felt somewhat uncertain. The new omega who had added him last night had invited him to a bar, and during their card games, his luck had been abysmal, leading him to drink to the point of losing his memory. Could it be that he had indeed just dreamt it all? Regardless, Chi was reluctant to linger in the room, feeling an unsettling presence, yet he did not wish to appear overly fearful, as it would bruise his pride as an alpha. After finishing his grooming, he stepped out of his bedroom and looked down from the intricately carved jade railing. On the dining table on the first floor, a freshly prepared lunch awaited him, all meticulously arranged by Chengyu. Perhaps it was due to his childhood. His parents had perished in an airplane accident while on a business trip, leading his grandfather to dote on him excessively. At that young age, he had little grasp of death, yet his temperament had been spoiled, often causing distress to his teachers at school. Eventually, his grandfather entrusted him to Chengyu for supervision. It was said that Chengyu was also an orphan, but their grandfathers had been friends long ago, making their relationship rather complicated. A matter Chi had never sought to investigate further, as he had always held a strong aversion towards Chengyu. When they first met, the steward brought Chengyu before him for a brief introduction and then discreetly withdrew to facilitate smoother communication between peers. At that moment, Chi was deeply engrossed in playing with a newly purchased remote-controlled airplane in the villa, his face slightly tilted upward, his round almond-shaped eyes fixated on the aircraft soaring above, oblivious to the presence of the dusty country bumpkin before him. The remote-controlled airplane was also a new toy for Chi, and he struggled to maneuver it properly. In a moment of careless error, the plane veered too close to a shelf, knocking down a vase that shattered into countless pieces upon hitting the ground. Hearing the commotion, the steward hurried over. Fearing rebuke from his grandfather, Chi quickly thrust the remote control into Cheng Yu's hands and explained to the steward, "I let him handle the remote. But he's not very skilled," and he accidentally knocked the vase down. While speaking, he shot a fierce glare at Cheng Yu, silently warning him not to take the blame for this mishap. Cheng Yu, likely intimidated by his ferocity, meekly accepted the accusation. From that moment on, Chi regarded him as a pitifully easy target for bullying. No matter how harsh the punishment, Cheng Yu endured it all, seemingly devoid of any temper. After all, he was not an alpha. In the presence of such a dominant alpha, it was only natural to adopt a submissive demeanor. As Chi approached the dining table, Cheng Yu, ever observant, promptly pulled out a chair for him. Chi shot him a glare and harshly remarked, "I have my own hands. You needn't assist me with such trivialities." "Understood," Cheng Yu replied, evidently taken aback by his commanding presence. After Chi sat down, Cheng Yu vanished from sight. In the restroom on the villa's first floor, Cheng Yu noticed a distinct curvature in his black trousers and lowered his gaze, waiting for his desires to subside. Chapter 57. Are they a couple? In the afternoon, Chi visited Ji Yezhou's company. With no pressing matters during the day, he preferred not to linger in the villa. Perhaps it was an unpleasant encounter with Cheng Yu during lunch that prompted him to prohibit Cheng Yu from following him. Dressed in a light gray denim jacket adorned with studded buttons, one button near the collar seemed oddly different, though he typically overlooked such minor details. Despite having enjoyed a rare good night's sleep, Chi felt compelled to visit a temple to seek a talisman for peace, lest any misfortune arise unexpectedly. He entered without announcement and, upon reaching Ji Yezhou's office, noticed the computer search bar displaying the query, "Where should couples go on their first date?" Chi couldn't help but express his dismay, saying, "Zhou, do you really not need me to introduce you to a couple of omegas?" Ji Yezhou cast a sidelong glance at him. Chi rubbed his nose, sensing his friend's displeasure. Nonetheless, he still believed that an alpha should be paired with an omega. Moreover, he envisioned his future omega refraining from wearing revealing outfits like short skirts or sleeveless tops and adhering to a more domestic role, managing household duties and raising children. After all, a busy alpha like him was ill-suited for childcare or mundane chores. "Why does your company have so many betas?" Chi inquired again, feeling perplexed since his arrival. The receptionist was a girl of notable beauty, and the distinctions between betas and omegas were often evident in their appearances. Omegas tended to be more petite and alluring, whereas betas appeared rather ordinary. The company served as a professional environment where gender should bear little significance. Ji Yezhou spoke with an air of neutrality. Perhaps his prolonged association with Jiang Yubai had subtly shaped his perceptions, rendering him indifferent to the distinctions of betas. Furthermore, the abundance of omegas in the company posed the risk of misunderstandings. He continued to peruse the insights within the highly rated comments, noting that the first date was crucial. Some couples, despite having a solid relationship, found themselves parting ways after a mere hike, while others discovered the compatibility of their personalities through travel, only to let minor conflicts escalate into irreconcilable differences. In Ji Yezhou's case, the notion of an ending was simply non-existent. The company was in its nascent stages, showing promising prospects, yet to achieve substantial growth, a public offering was ultimately necessary. As he became engrossed in work once more, Chi, as an investor, found himself meandering through the office, initially intending to familiarize himself with a few more omegas, only to discover that Ji Yezhou's company was devoid of any. It was populated solely by betas and alphas. In an environment lacking omegas, even the effort to dress and present oneself seemed purposeless. Ji Yezhou returned home once a week, and unlike before, Ji Xiaocheng had ceased his daily pestering. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Meng Jing finally had the opportunity to venture out. After all, relationships required nurturing, and taking Meng Jing out did not invite scrutiny. He parked at the entrance of a secluded park, spotting a tall, slender beta male standing by the roadside from afar. "Thank you," I haven't seen him in over 2 months. Without you, I wouldn't know when the next meeting would be. Meng Jing expressed sincerely as he exited the car, his eyes slightly reddened. Over 2 months without a meeting. Even 2 days apart left Ji Yezhou feeling restless, yearning to rush to Jiang Yubai and envelop him in his scent. Meng Jing's family background was respectable, while not on par with the Ji family in Xingqing. It was certainly more than adequate compared to the average household. Yet, despite such a background, emotions remained uncontrollable. Through the windshield, Ji Yezhou observed Meng Jing and the beta engaged in a tight embrace, a simple and pure gesture that lasted for over 10 minutes. Propping his chin on his hand, he found his thoughts drifting back to Jiang Yubai. Considering that Jiang Yubai had accepted him to a degree of 99%, he yearned for the company to flourish, thus enabling them to solidify their relationship. A notification chimed on his phone. He opened the screen to find his previous message to Jiang Yubai, inquiring about weekend plans. The response was as simple, "It's up to you." Those 3 words were pleasing to his eye, evoking a sense of being the pillar of his household. Z, why did it take you an hour to reply? Z, image, it's about to rain, and I might be a bit scared of the thunder. If you could just give me a kiss, I wouldn't be afraid anymore. I feel like you're not very good at kissing. Perhaps we should practice more next time. That certainly can't count in those 2 hours, right? Z, what are you up to? Jiang Yubai had just finished replying when a flurry of messages popped up on his screen. The images, while capturing the sky, also showcased Ji Yezhou's almost perfect profile and the subtly displayed strength of his arms. Chairman Zhang had arranged for a young alpha to assist him with the handover, as he would be departing soon, and there were still projects that needed to be followed up on. The alpha noticed Zhang's phone vibrating incessantly and smiled, asking if it was from a significant other. Previously, this alpha had worked at another company, recruited by Chairman Zhang, and was thus unaware of the dynamics within Rongxing, nor of Zhang's notorious aloofness, let alone his romantic pursuits. In the past, Jiang Yubai might have dismissed the comment outright. However, he remained silent, pausing for a moment before continuing to discuss the subsequent tasks with the alpha. As the workday drew to a close, he glanced out the window to see a light drizzle falling beneath the gray sky. However, the forecast promised sunny weather for the next couple of days. The day after tomorrow was the weekend, and Jiang Yubai had never intentionally gone out to enjoy leisure time with anyone. Long ago, during school, the occasional spring or autumn outings organized by the institution were always crowded with peers. In university, balancing studies with part-time work left little time for recreation. After entering the workforce, even with days off, he had no friends or family to spend time with. He often found himself alone at home, turning on the television to create a semblance of liveliness while tending to his own affairs, avoiding the sight of groups of people enjoying themselves outside. In his memory, outings were almost exclusively a shared experience. Complete emotional indifference seemed implausible. Jiang Yubai pondered for a moment before typing into a search engine what to consider when going out with a younger alpha. Chapter 58. Maintain composure. Jiang Yubai looked at the search results that popped up. One suggestion was to dress well, as younger alphas are quite attentive to their partner's appearance. Hair should be well-groomed, and clothing should be free of excessive wrinkles, perhaps even a bit sexy. It advised against indulging in heavy, greasy foods like hot pot, as they could negatively impact one's image and the atmosphere of the date. He should maintain composure and refrain from initiating physical contact. The more reserved he was, the more the alpha would want to draw near. The topics of conversation during their first meeting would shape the direction of their relationship. Discussing colors right away would only make the alpha perceive him as superficial. Upon reading the latter points, Jiang Yubai pressed his lips into a straight line. It seemed that his initial words with Ji Yezhou did not quite align with these standards. He closed the web page, wondering why he was even looking up such things. It was all Ji Yezhou's fault for bringing up weekend plans so many times today. Initially, he held little interest in such matters. Since the last birthday celebration of Fu Lin, the latter had intermittently reached out to him. This time, he sent a photograph of the old house back in their hometown. The residence, when occupied, appeared less dilapidated. However, in the absence of inhabitants, it gradually succumbed to decay and overgrowth. Jiang Yubai had articulated his sentiments quite clearly, Since parting ways with Fu Lin after university, he had not anticipated any further intersections with him. After work, as he descended the elevator of the office building, he encountered Lu Qi once more. Following the alumni gathering, they had crossed paths a few times, exchanging mere pleasantries before returning to their respective workplaces. This time, Lu Qi engaged him in casual conversation, lamenting, "It must be nice for you. Whenever there are difficulties at home, you have friends to lend a hand. My father had to wait 2 days for a specialist appointment at the hospital last week. If Fu Lin were to intervene, I reckon he could secure an appointment at any hospital in the entire Star City." Jiang Yubai gazed at Lu Qi, puzzled. What issues need resolving? Wasn't he the Jiang family previously facing financial difficulties? Lu Qi sighed again. Fu Lin invested despite knowing the land had issues. If I had maintained such a close relationship with him back in high school, my life would be considerably easier now. This revelation about Fu Lin had come to Lu Qi during a business transaction that happened to involve Fu's company, where he overheard employees murmuring about how Fu, fully aware of the potential losses, proceeded with the deal solely because the other party was a friend's father. His curiosity piqued, and he learned of the Jiang family's predicament. Fu Lin, it seemed, had willingly offered assistance. Yet, Jiang Yubai did not feel particularly relieved. After Jiang Yongkang had sought him out, he was certain that he had subsequently approached Fu Lin. Furrowing his brow, he reflected on his aversion to being indebted to anyone, especially considering that Jiang Yongkang likely had ulterior motives. A message on his phone revealed Fu Lin's persistent desire to dine together. Since their last encounter, they had not shared a proper meal. During the birthday celebration at his home, he had merely prepared a solitary bowl of longevity noodles for Fu Lin. Jiang Yubai inquired about the location, which was not far from his office, a mere 30-minute drive. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a designated attendant approached him. "You must be Mr. Jiang?" the waiter inquired. "Yes," he replied. The opulent restaurant within the high-end hotel exuded extravagance, and Fu Lin's eyes sparkled with evident delight upon his arrival. After leading him inside, the attendant discreetly closed the door to their private booth. "Bai, these are all your favorites," Fu Lin said, placing a piece of braised spare ribs into Jiang Yubai's bowl. In truth, this dish was not among Jiang Yubai's preferences. He recalled that Fu Lin, during his growth spurts, had once been told that spare ribs were nutritious and rich in calcium, which justified the expense despite their modest means. He had always been willing to provide the best for Fu Lin. When Fu Lin inquired why every meal featured braised spare ribs, Jiang Yubai replied that he enjoyed them, though he invariably relinquished them to Fu Lin. With a slight furrow in his brow, Jiang Yubai probed, "You helped the Jiang family, didn't you?" Fu Lin's movements faltered momentarily. "I did not wish for them to disturb you over this matter, and besides, Uncle Jiang appears quite anxious." Fu Lin was well aware of the Jiang family's connection to him. When his grandmother fell gravely ill, the Jiang family returned to town, yet soon departed, leaving him all alone. It was then that Fu Lin offered him a home, soothing his troubled emotions. Jiang Yubai pursed his lips and asked, "Can we terminate our collaboration? I kindly request that you refrain from assisting the Jiang family in my name in the future. However, they would inevitably seek you out." Fu Lin wished for Jiang Yubai to accept his kindness. As long as the Jiang family was involved, they would never truly sever their ties. Initially, Jiang Yongkang sought him out at Yunding Building. Had he directly intervened, perhaps Jiang Yubai would not have approached him. "Let them be," Jiang Yubai stated resolutely. "I'm not registered under the same household as they are." His tone was firm, seemingly unwilling to accept any goodwill from Fu Lin. Fu Lin perceived this clearly and quietly inquired, "Have you developed feelings for Ji Yezhou?" The Ji family was selecting a suitable omega for him, and he was still too young, impulsive in his actions, ultimately destined to return to the Ji family. "I am aware," Jiang Yubai replied, his eyelashes casting shadows as he lowered his gaze. "I shall no longer be entangled with any alpha." It felt as though his heart was pierced repeatedly by sharp instruments. And Fu Lin exhaled heavily. Bai, even if we cannot return to how we once were, we have lived together like family for so many years. Please do not completely reject me. I only wish to help you within my means." The affection that was once easily attainable now evoked countless memories of longing. Wealth could compel many to flatter you, yet the sincerity of youthful love remained the most precious. Perhaps there was a time when he had feelings for a beta. His initial words had indeed stemmed from the heart. However, as fame and fortune grew ever more alluring, they obscured his genuine intentions. Jiang Yubai was sincere when he cared for someone, but once it ended, the possibility of a new beginning vanished. If you wish to assist me, please respect my wishes. Otherwise, you will only add to my troubles. Jiang Yubai enunciated each word slowly. This was how he had treated others in the past. During a high school physical education class, some students' parents visited, and perhaps because they had just transferred, they brought numerous drinks to share. When the drinks reached Jiang Yubai, he declined, shaking his head despite their offers. Yet, when he purchased 2 bottles of lemonade from a convenience store, he readily accepted the one offered to him. Jiang Yubai had always been adept at distinguishing between strangers and friends. But now, was he also among the ranks of strangers? Chapter 59. Ensnare. The meal did not last long. Jiang Yubai's phone rarely remained silent, and it rang as he was leaving. Fu Lin accompanied him to the hotel entrance. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Jiang Yubai hung up. Within seconds, the phone rang again. Perhaps aware of Ji Yezhou's persistent nature, Jiang Yubai found his car in the parking lot and answered the call. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, recognizing that this was not the ideal moment for a conversation. "Can I just call to talk? I simply wanted to hear your voice." Ji Yezhou complained and asked, "Have you eaten?" His fingers gripped the door handle as he opened the driver's side door, his long eyelashes fluttering. "I have. You haven't replied to my messages. You know I'm afraid of thunder, yet you offer me no comfort." If memory serves, there was a time when Ji Yezhou intruded into his home. The chaotic sounds of looting mingling with the howling winds and torrential rain. Indeed, nothing was more terrifying than the Alpha himself. Jiang Yubai offered a casual reassurance. The Alpha's emotions could easily be calmed. He had come to understand Ji Yezhou's temperament. His feelings surged quickly but dissipated just as fast, and during this time, he would try to accommodate him. Fu Lin's eyes darkened as he noticed the call Jiang Yubai had answered. He had long since deciphered the man's social life over the years. Typically, he was either at home or at the company, with few others in his vicinity. The only variable was Ji Yezhou. After returning Meng Jing to the Ji family, Ji Xiuqing inquired about their whereabouts. Ji Yezhou casually mentioned a few places. The household chef had already prepared dinner, but Ji Yezhou was lacking in enthusiasm. Finally having a day free, he found himself compelled to return. The company was gradually finding its footing, and he had amassed over 10 million followers as a fashion blogger on short videos. However, the scale of his company still paled in comparison to the Ji family. He was indeed anxious, desperately wishing to keep Jiang Yubai by his side. Yu Yan's health had improved somewhat, allowing him to join them for meals once more. Yet he seemed to feel unwell midway through, coughing softly. "Have Dr. Chu come take a look. You should return to your room to rest," Ji Xiuqing said in a tone that resembled a command, revealing little concern. "Can't we rest after dinner?" Ji Yezhou retorted, unable to tolerate Ji Xiuqing's attitude, which had always been excessively authoritarian. Moreover, it had been a while since he had seen Yu Yan, and they had barely exchanged even a word. It had always been this way. Each day was meticulously planned for him, and failing to complete his tasks resulted in punishment, often solitary reflection. Sometimes, Yu Yan would feel pity and let him take a break, only to be scolded alongside him when Ji Xiuqing caught them. Their relationship seemed devoid of affection, resembling more that of superiors and subordinates. Ji Xiuqing coldly responded, "I certainly understand his health better than you do. Prolonged exposure to the outdoors can lead to chills. His pheromones are unstable and require a strict recuperation environment. Azhou, do not argue with your father." Yu Yan's voice was hoarse. His pheromones were indeed quite unstable, and his glands exhibited some rejection reactions. Since Ji Yezhou could remember, he had endured much hardship. At first glance, Yu Yan did not resemble an S-grade omega. Such omegas typically possessed exquisite beauty, with supple skin and an outstanding figure. Yet, Yu Yan could only be described as having a delicate appearance, his skin pale and lacking color due to prolonged illness, failing to captivate at first sight. After Yu Yan ascended the stairs, Ji Yezhou felt less inclined to linger. Ji Xiuqing remarked, "In the future, minimize the use of suppressants. Developing resistance will only exacerbate suffering during the next susceptible period. Xiao Jing is a good child. I know my limits, Ji Yezhou replied. Ji Yezhou furrowed his brow, feeling as though each interaction with Ji Xiaocheng was akin to enduring a torment. Previously, he had shown little interest in omegas, and it was rare to encounter one he wished to engage with. Were it not for the incessant pressure, he would hardly have entertained such thoughts. Moreover, both Meng Jing and Ji Xiaocheng were already involved with partners. The sensitivity period of an S-level alpha can only be temporarily managed with suppressants, and over time, it may lead to symptoms of rampancy. As for Jiang Yubai, he was currently adhering to the 2-hour rule diligently. Managing the sensitivity period with suppressants was not particularly challenging. After leaving the Ji residence, he promptly called Jiang Yubai, desperately seeking comfort for his fragile heart, which had been battered by Ji Xiaocheng's torment. Upon hearing the man's voice, he felt as though he had been revived. He pressed further during the call, insisting that Jiang Yubai not hang up and questioning why it was so difficult for him to call him husband. Let us discuss it later, Jiang Yubai replied, his tone pausing as he softly added, I need to drive. Ji Yezhou was reluctant to end the call, but upon hearing later, he finally acquiesced. Such a title, after all, was not something he needed to rush into. In the future, he desired not only to hear Jiang Yubai call him husband, but he also fantasized about the apron hanging in the kitchen, having envisioned it countless times. The man's slender waist and long legs, with his body taut, showcased a clear indentation at the small of his back, seemingly inviting Ji Yezhou's grasp. Nevertheless, he needed to temper his enthusiasm to avoid Jiang Yubai's disdain and the use of other means. After returning home, Jiang Yubai tidied up his belongings. Indeed, he owned few clothes, as he typically donned formal attire for work and relaxed in loungewear during his downtime. Anticipating that the agent would bring clients for a viewing the next day, he meticulously cleaned his living space. Taking a moment to rest, he opened his phone and noticed a short video app that he had often heard others mention but had never downloaded himself. Previously, when employees at the company slacked off, they would place their phones beside their computers to watch short videos during breaks. His phone had only contained a few necessary social media apps for work. But having heard colleagues rave about Ji Yezhou's atmospheric photographs, he whimsically decided to download it. He found the account, noting it had over 13 million followers. This individual, who claimed to be pursuing him, left him feeling somewhat lost. After a brief pause, he clicked on one of the videos, which boasted hundreds of thousands of comments. It was a series of photos of Ji Yezhou for his brand, set against the backdrop of an abandoned factory, perfectly complementing the functional style of attire. The side profile exuded a strikingly intense aura, immediately captivating and impactful. He hesitated to delve into the comments. Despite being aware of Ji Yezhou's popularity, facing it so directly was an entirely different experience. A model, immensely successful, he stood before the wash basin, scrutinizing his reflection, his mouth turning down slightly, projecting a somewhat melancholic visage that was hardly endearing. His phone on the coffee table vibrated. He glanced at the message that popped up. Z, I had a plate of dumplings for dinner. Do you know what the filling is? Z, quick, say you don't know. Chapter 60. I only want him. It is truly perplexing where Ji Yezhou acquired such phrases. The bitterness in his heart seemed to dissipate. It appears that every night before slumber, Ji Yezhou bids him good night. Previously, he would lie in bed before 10 o'clock, and even though his eyes were shut, it would take an eternity to succumb to sleep. During particularly dire nights, he remained truly awake until dawn. Despite the fatigue weighing upon his mind and the heaviness of his eyelids, slumber was elusive. During the day at the office, he relied solely on coffee to invigorate himself. It is no wonder that some individuals succumb to mental collapse due to sleep disturbances. After tidying up the house and refreshing himself, he emerged from the bathroom, surprisingly feeling drowsy. Recently, his sleep seemed to have improved somewhat. Perhaps it was the prolonged use of medication that diminished the side effects. Ji Yezhou was uncertain which brand of fishing gear was commendable, but he assumed that the expensive ones would not disappoint. He purchased a couple's fishing rod, complete with top-tier equipment. He even took the time to research how to swiftly reel and fish, hoping to impress Jiang Yubai and casually request a reward. As usual, the business meeting on Friday commenced. Sitting in the audience, Ji Yezhou felt a sense of discomfort upon seeing Fu Lin's seemingly virtuous demeanor. Fu Lin possessed a social media presence with a considerable following. Ji Yezhou created a secondary account and clicked into Fu Lin's profile. The latest post, made on his birthday, read, "The longevity noodles you made are the most delicious." The dark marble square table and the simple white porcelain bowl and chopsticks were immediately recognizable to Ji Yezhou. It was indeed at Jiang Yubai's residence, where he had seen an empty bowl of noodles upon his departure. What could be the intention behind such a post and photograph? As Jiang Yubai's one and only recognized husband, he had never shared anything of the sort. He scrolled through the comments. "I've liked you for many years. Finally, I see you nearing the completion of your romance." This comment was clearly indicative of a burgeoning relationship. "Although heartbroken, I still wish you the best. Who is so fortunate? Today is also my birthday. I was born because of my beloved pets." It was the first time he encountered such dynamics. When would they make it official? So he could meet the sister-in-law? Ji Yezhou's expression darkened as he read the comments. He felt utterly devastated by the revelations. Fortunately, he was using his secondary account. Had he been on his main account, he would have been unable to restrain himself. His fingers danced across the keyboard. "I've seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. So eager to flaunt someone else's wife's cooking. Do you have no wife of your own? Stop undermining the relationship between two people in love. They are about to marry. Do you wish to be the godfather of their child?" Even after venting his frustrations, he remained unsatisfied and reported the post, selecting every possible reason. After the meeting concluded, due to the JY brand gaining a certain level of notoriety online, Mr. Wu, who had previously terminated the contract citing financial constraints, approached him. Wu stated, "Season, the funds for the previous project have been retrieved, and the contract is ready for signing. When would it be convenient for you?" Chi, seated nearby, could not tolerate such opportunistic behavior and retorted, "Inconvenient, as I am an investor." In truth, having several investors could facilitate the expansion of the industrial chain. Wu, with an unembarrassed grin, initially assumed that the young scion of the Ji family was merely dabbling in this venture. After all, he was their only child. Little did he know that Ji Yezhou had truly established the brand. Recently, it had sparked a fashion trend among the youth, who constitute the primary market consumers. Upon seeing Ji Yezhou rise, he entertained hopes for collaboration. However, Ji Yezhou had little time to spare for him. In a makeshift office adjacent to the conference room, Fu Lin seemed to anticipate his visit. Hearing footsteps, he lifted his eyelids, exuding an air of calm composure. Ji Yezhou approached the desk, his expression icy as he fixated on the alpha before him. "Stop advising others to seek an omega. You are not a youth anymore. It's high time you found a compatible omega, lest you remain preoccupied with someone else's partner." Fu Lin remained unfazed by his words, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "The Ji family is still unaware of your situation with him, I presume?" Ji Yezhou, undeterred, replied with unwavering confidence, "That would only expedite my public announcement. Do you think I would follow in your footsteps and become engaged to an omega?" The mere mention of engagement seemed to fracture Fu Lin's composure ever so slightly. Ji Yezhou continued, "Even if I sever ties with the Ji family, it matters not. I simply wish to avoid their underhanded tactics in pursuing him." Their relationship had not yet solidified, and Jiang Yubai could easily end it over trivial matters. Sever ties with the Ji family? Fu Lin scoffed. Anyone can utter such words. Ji Pharmaceuticals stands as a premier pharmaceutical enterprise in the nation, rapidly expanding into other sectors in recent years, and its status in Star City is formidable. Ji Yezhou has always enjoyed the benefits bestowed by the Ji family. Could he truly sever such ties? Even with the establishment of his own brand and a burgeoning online presence, this remained an entirely different realm from the Ji family. He clearly doubted Ji Yezhou's willingness to abandon such a colossal commercial empire. Yet the youthful alpha reiterated, "All I need is him." This statement, though simple and sound, proved exceedingly difficult in execution. Fu Lin recalled a day at Star City University when, after a basketball game, an omega approached him at the gym entrance, handing him a love letter. Such occurrences were common in university, and he had long forgotten the omega's appearance. During his matches, Jiang Yubai often watched from the sidelines. This was the first time Jiang Yubai had directly encountered someone confessing their feelings, a scenario that elicited an unsettling feeling within him. He murmured, "Many people like you. Are you on the verge of starting a relationship?" Ji Yezhou replied, "All I need is a buy." He had uttered such sentiments numerous times. The reason this moment lingered in his memory was perhaps due to the charming blush that graced Jiang Yubai's ears upon hearing his words, evoking a deep desire to cherish him. Ji Yezhou departed from the office. Fu Lin seemed oblivious to this moment. At this juncture, he finally sensed that his beloved Abai might not return. He recalled the time when, in the soft glow of the light, Abai had meticulously disinfected his scraped fingers with a cotton swab, bowing his head with pursed lips, carefully cautious not to inflict any pain. The boy's thick, dark eyelashes cast deep gray shadows upon his eyelids, and as Fu Lin gazed at the light brown mole beneath Abai's eyelid, his heart raced uncontrollably. At that moment, he thought how wonderful it would be to befriend the boy. Chapter 61. Leaving my pheromones. Ji Yezhou did not expect to conceal the truth for long. After all, he had no intention of engaging in a clandestine romance with Jiang Yubai. If they were to establish a relationship, he would undoubtedly want to broadcast it across all social media platforms. Upon exiting the conference hall, Ji Yezhou encountered Director Zhang of Rongxing Group. This chamber of commerce was originally intended for the younger generation, yet due to Zhou Ming's repeated actions under the guise of Rongxing, Director Zhang was compelled to make an appearance. Director Zhang was conversing with several company executives, seemingly nearing the conclusion of their discussions, exchanging farewells. Upon noticing Ji Yezhou's approach, he smoothly greeted him, expressing gratitude for Ji Shao's choice of Rongxing, assuring that Rongxing would not disappoint the trust of Oagio. Recalling the application forms he had seen on Jiang Yubai's desk, he inquired about who had applied at the Jiashui branch of Rongxing. Director Zhang appeared taken aback by the question, as it touched upon personal employee privacy. Previously, he had attempted to persuade Jiang Yubai to remain, but the latter had been resolute. Jiang Yubai had been with the company for 6 or 7 years, generally performing well and consistently working the longest hours. Ultimately, Director Zhang was not malevolent. However, the prevailing environment offered less favor to betas than to alphas. When Zhou Ming was appointed, he had placed Ji Yezhou in Jiang Yubai's department. He actually recognized Jiang Yubai's capabilities. Director Zhang chuckled, revealing noticeable wrinkles on his face, stating that most applicants were merely interns newly entered into the company, seeking further training, as young individuals tend to be more adventurous. He did not speak too definitively, striking a balance in his tone, for it was impossible for him to remember the names of every employee. Chi followed closely behind, disdainfully remarking upon hearing Jiashui, stating that he would never set foot in such a remote and impoverished place. If memory served him right, Chengyu's hometown was in a town beneath Jiashui City. Such a desolate place lacked even a decent overnight accommodation. By 8 or 9 in the evening, the streets grew eerily silent, as if devoid of life. Chi, accustomed to nightlife, preferred vibrant and lively venues. Emerging from a Yunding building, Chi became glued to his phone, fervently chatting with an Omega. He believed that as long as he knew enough people, he could undoubtedly find an Omega that met his desires perfectly. However, he failed to watch his step and stumbled forward. Ouch! Chi winced as he supported his waist. What happened? Ji Yezhou noticed his pallor. Chi explained that he had not attended their gathering because it was his sister's birthday. He was merely too idle during the day and wished to leave a good impression on his grandfather, hoping to lift the restrictions on his bank card sooner. Not long ago, an Omega sent me a picture of his legs, and it stirred my excitement, Chi remarked. In reality, he had merely strained his back while sleeping last night. Any sudden movement would cause a sharp pain in his side. However, admitting this would be too embarrassing, as Chi valued his pride above all else. Perhaps it was when he passed by a fortune teller on the overpass who warned him of impending misfortune due to the darkness of his brow, prompting him to spend a small fortune on a talisman for safety, which at least allowed him to sleep soundly. Chi had arranged to dine with an Omega, but due to his back pain, he was reluctant to drive. He messaged Chengyu, requesting that the latter take a taxi to him and then drive him to the restaurant. Hailing a taxi from the Chi residence was not a simple task, given its somewhat remote location in the Villa district. Nevertheless, Chi couldn't be bothered to consider this individual's convenience, even imposing a strict half-hour time limit on Yu, threatening punishment for any delay. Yu had always been obedient to his commands, fearing him greatly. It was still early, and after parting ways with Ji Yezhou returned to the office to attend to some trivial matters. He had a photo shoot for the autumn-winter collection scheduled for later, nearly exhausting his workload for the next couple of days. The new brand required a constant influx of attention, necessitating daily posts of new items on social media. Yet, he didn't wish to neglect his date with Jiang Yubai, for that would defeat the purpose of establishing the brand in the first place, which was to liberate himself from the constraints of the Ji family. The final set of photos was not completed until after midnight. Had he not feared disturbing Jiang Yubai, he would have rushed to the apartment to seek his company immediately after finishing. Ji Yezhou took out his phone and glimpsed the chat history from a few hours ago with Jiang Yubai. He had wished the man good night, to which he received a reciprocal reply. In the early days of their acquaintance, he often found himself waiting until the next day for a response to his messages at night. Now, his messages were typically answered within half an hour. He reread Jiang Yubai's reply, "You too," more than 10 times. Time was slipping away, and after returning home to wash up, it was nearly 2 in the morning. Despite feeling a bit too exhilarated to sleep, the energy of an alpha was naturally more vigorous. The next day, he awoke before 7. He meticulously groomed himself, inspecting every angle in the mirror to ensure his attire conveyed a sense of gravitas, and his hairstyle was impeccable. He placed the fishing rod and bait he had purchased in the trunk of his car and had reserved a panoramic stargazing room at the mountain lodge, which was situated closer to the summit, with each accommodation spaced apart. Alongside the stargazing rooms, there was also an area designated for tents. Ji Yezhou felt an unprecedented sense of joy, even playfully teasing the large dog at the security post he encountered on the way. Early in the morning, Jiang Yubai received a message from Ji Yezhou. He drew back the curtains, and unlike the previous days of overcast skies, sunlight streamed in, brightening the dim room considerably. In the cool autumn air, such warmth was not at all oppressive, seemingly capable of evaporating any negative emotions. His phone vibrated again. "Z, I miss you so much. Z, have you thought of me these past few days?" From certain perspectives, Ji Yezhou indeed appears quite immature. What else could it be? Jiang Yubai paused as he typed in E on the keyboard. Suddenly, a call notification popped up on the screen. It was from the agent. Upon answering, the agent informed him that the clients who viewed the apartment yesterday were very satisfied and inquired about the earliest possible move-in date, as their lease expired next week and they did not wish to renew it. Jiang Yubai responded that they might have to wait another week. Only after uttering those words did he realize his voice was hoarse and his throat felt quite parched. The sound of a password being entered at the door accompanied the disconnection of his call. Ji Yezhou, holding the breakfast he had purchased downstairs, noticed Jiang Yubai's dazed expression. "What's wrong?" Ji Yezhou asked, having changed into slippers at the entrance and placing the breakfast on the dining table before walking over to him, playfully proclaiming, "Are you mesmerized by your husband's charm?" It had been several days since Ji Yezhou had seen Jiang Yubai. He missed him dearly and embraced him tightly, enveloping him in his own pheromones. He added, "Since we're on a date, could you forego the pheromone decomposition spray today?" In the past, as a beta, he would ensure that his pheromones were processed so that no one else could detect them, leaving only himself aware of their presence, almost as if he had something to hide. This time, he merely made a casual remark. The fact that the man agreed to go on a date with him was already a significant advancement. In the silence that ensued, Jiang Yubai softly murmured in acknowledgement. Chapter 62. You must be his partner, right? Perhaps having faced too many rejections, Ji Yezhou thought he might have misheard. When they were at the hotel, Jiang Yubai would always carry the pheromone decomposition spray, as if leaving mint severing all ties with him. This had become increasingly true. He had never willingly carried Ji Yezhou's pheromones, always opting to use the spray to ensure no one else could sense them. Stepping out, covered in alpha pheromones, unwittingly signaled to everyone that he had a partner. "What did you say?" Ji Yezhou asked incredulously. Jiang Yubai's previous response had been so quiet, as if he were discussing an utterly mundane topic. It was akin to Ji Yezhou asking if the man wanted to try the pan-fried buns downstairs, to which the man responded with a casual mm. Some answers, once received from Jiang Yubai, were exceedingly rare, and it was evident he did not wish to delve deeper into the topic. His long, dark lashes cast a shadow over his eyes, as he said, "Don't hold me so tightly." Only then did Ji Yezhou realize he had nearly enveloped Jiang Yubai in an embrace that might have been too constricting, possibly due to the unexpected reply he had just received. The man's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. His eyes seemed veiled with a layer of mist. Hastily, he released his hold, fearing he might have hurt Jiang Yubai. In a fluster, he uncovered the breakfast on the dining table, but the lid was sealed too tightly, causing a splash of the yam and pork rib soup he had brought to spill onto the table. Knowing that Jiang Yubai adored this dish, he had researched which restaurant in Star City made the best yam and pork rib soup and had gone out his way to purchase it. "Give it a try and see if it's good. This place is quite popular in Star City, with many customers," Ji Yezhou said, placing the uncovered soup on the other side of the table. It is evident that Ji Yezhou has once again retrieved others' utensils, typically packed in takeout boxes. Yet, the plastic containers seem somewhat inadequate, lacking in thermal insulation. The stew from the clay pot does not compare to the one served in the restaurant, which was cooked to perfection. The clay pot enhances the flavor, rendering it more aromatic and comforting. Ji Yezhou's gaze is fixed intently upon him, reminiscent of a large dog awaiting praise. Jiang Yubai picks up a porcelain spoon resting at the edge, the soup still piping hot, yet within a tolerable range that preserves its delightful essence. Much like the fervent heart of a youth, there is a slight burn, yet it remains within his capacity to endure. After he concludes his remarks, despite the harsh words exchanged, nothing has truly harmed him. "How is it?" Ji Yezhou inquires. Jiang Yubai responds, receiving affirmation. Ji Yezhou, with satisfaction, declares, "Then I shall bring this for you every day, along with other flavors for you to sample." Jiang Yubai lowers his eyelids, remaining silent. Perhaps he usually does not deliberately focus on Ji Yezhou, but now he finds himself consciously avoiding him. After they have nearly finished breakfast, Ji Yezhou asks, "Have you ever gone fishing?" "No. I will teach you later." Jiang Yubai seldom partakes in recreational activities, and even after many years in Star City, he has scarcely visited any attractions. It seems almost incredible that his most vivid memories since arriving in Star City are of work or home. Even his time at Star City University has been intentionally blurred in his recollection. Previously, Jiang Yubai wore formal attire at the office and mostly donned loungewear at home. Ji Yezhou has rarely seen him in different clothing. There was one occasion, during a class reunion, but he was too preoccupied with other matters to notice anything else. The light-colored knitwear softens the man's appearance, contrasting with his usual cold demeanor, infusing him with a touch of warmth that is befitting of humanity. However, the knitwear appears somewhat loose on Jiang Yubai, who is undeniably too slender. He must ensure to nourish him well. Once they have tidied up, they both descend the elevator. This marks the first time they venture out together during the day. The resort is situated in a more remote area of Star City, and a single vehicle suffices for their journey. Initially, Jiang Yubai intended to sit in the back seat, but, after Ji Yezhou's insistence, found himself in the passenger seat. For this outing, Ji Yezhou has meticulously prepared. He has brought 2 packs of sunflower seeds, along with various snacks and fruits, and a set of ornamental walnuts hanging from the passenger seat, ready to be fiddled with at any moment. Although the journey will not exceed 2 hours, Ji Yezhou has also placed a collection of stories in the car, an ideal choice for a man in his 30s. Jiang Yubai gazes out the window, enjoying the perfectly pleasant temperature that negates the need for air conditioning. As the vehicle traverses the outskirts, greenery envelopes both sides of the road. He partially opens the window, only for a sudden gust of wind to touzle his hair, a sight he is evidently unaccustomed to. Quietly, he rolls the window back up. A soft chuckle resonated within the car. Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you not supposed to keep your eyes on the road?" "I am," Ji Yezhou replied, "but my vision is not limited to the straight path ahead." He then suggested if I slowed down a bit. "You can lower the window without the wind being too harsh." "No need," Jiang Yubai responded. Ji Yezhou eased the speed, as the road was not frequented by many vehicles. Driving slowly posed no inconvenience. He lowered the window again, and this time the breeze was gentle, unlike the previous gusts. The fields beside the road were adorned with wheat, swaying like waves of golden sea in the autumn wind. In his childhood, during the harvest season, his grandmother would take him to gather the wheat that had fallen from the reaper in the fields. After he began his studies, she had ceased to accompany him. "Do you want to go take a look?" Ji Yezhou observed his expression. "It's fine from the car," Jiang Yubai replied. Due to the reduced speed, what should have been a 2-hour journey stretched into 3 or 4 hours, yet they were in no particular hurry. Adjacent to the villa lay a secluded lake, and upon their arrival, they found a number of individuals, predominantly men in their 30s, gathered to fish. Indeed, the data had proven accurate. As the autumn temperatures cooled, fish preferred to linger in the shade. Ji Yezhou, armed with a fishing rod, scanned the surroundings until he found a quiet spot beneath a tree and decided to scatter the bait he had brought. An elderly gentleman nearby frowned disapprovingly and exclaimed in a loud voice, "What are you doing, young man? You can't just dump it all in like that." Ji Yezhou, having diligently studied fishing techniques, felt no error in his approach, perceiving the elder's concern as unwarranted interference. The old man then pointed at Jiang Yubai, saying, "Aren't you his partner? You should keep an eye on him, otherwise you might end up feeding all the fish I intend to catch." Chapter 63. The resemblance of marriage. Jiang Yubai's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink at the old man's words, a look of intense embarrassment crossing his face, likely due to the direct acknowledgement of his relationship. Ji Yezhou, however, was unperturbed and patiently asked the elder, "What should I do then? You seem more experienced. Could you offer me some guidance?" No one can resist flattery, and upon noticing the high alpha presence of the young man before him, the elder felt his previous tone was overly harsh. He cleared his throat and advised, "You can't pour it all in at once. Start by scattering a handful, and if it's not enough, you can add more gradually." "Understood," Ji Yezhou nodded swiftly. Following the elder's instructions, he tossed a handful of bait into the lake and then handed Jiang Yubai a fishing rod from his bag. He extracted 2 folding chairs, setting them side by side, and then produced a small table laden with fruit he had purchased that morning, cut into bite-sized pieces. Jiang Yubai's gaze fell upon the bag on the ground, marveling at its capacity. Finally, Ji Yezhou retrieved a Polaroid camera, determined to capture moments for posterity, intending to frame the pictures upon their return. Before Jiang Yubai could grasp the situation, Ji Yezhou stood beside him and snapped a photo with a click. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yubai inquired. Ji Yezhou took out the photographic paper, capturing a mature man dressed in a light-colored knit sweater, with his dark hair neatly falling over his eyelids. When embraced by an arm around his shoulder, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. Beside him stood a taller boy clad in a black windbreaker, his thin lips curving into a slight smile. The backdrop featured a forest of red maples, with leaves cascading down as the gentle autumn light illuminated their profiles. The photograph rendered in warm tones that accentuated their compatibility. Ji Yezhou began to boast, questioning whether frequent kisses could create a resemblance akin to that of a married couple. The mention of kissing reminded him that he and Jiang Yubai had not shared a kiss for several days. His gaze fell upon the man's pale, thin lips, and he swallowed hard. His large hand instinctively tightened, pulling Jiang Yubai closer into his embrace. Nearby, an elderly man coughed discreetly, merely focused on fishing, rather than succumbing to the throes of death. Today's youth, when in love, seemed utterly indifferent to the presence of others. It was the first time they were caught in such a scene by a stranger. Jiang Yubai quickly pushed the eager alpha away, frowning slightly, and remarked that they were in public. Ji Yezhou countered, asking if they could kiss once they returned to their room. Known for his ability to argue persuasively, he opted for silence when he found himself at a loss for words. 2 young Omegas arrived, presumably the elderly man's granddaughters, idly curious about how many fish he had caught. However, Ji Yezhou's striking appearance drew one of the Omega's attention, who suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you that popular fashion blogger from the recent trend?" Ji Yezhou replied, "I suppose I resemble him closely." "That's uncanny." The Omega, now entirely focused on him rather than the old man, approached with a hint of shyness, inquiring, "Do you enjoy fishing as well? Let us exchange WeChat." We could go fishing together next time. Ji Yezhou replied. My wife enjoys fishing, and I accompany her. The Omega, momentarily stunned, couldn't help but express astonishment that such a remarkable alpha was already married at a young age. As they conversed, Jiang Yubai moved his fishing rod and shifted his stool to the other side. He was well aware of Ji Yezhou's popularity. It was hardly surprising for Omegas to show interest in him. During university, he had been the heartthrob of Star City University, boasting an impressive online following of over 10 million fans. Ji Yezhou gazed intently at the serene lake, his fingers gripping the fishing rod until they turned pale. Suddenly, a stool was placed beside him as Ji Yezhou joined him. Aren't you afraid someone will steal your husband while you're sitting so far away? Ji Yezhou complained. Are you still fishing? Jiang Yubai redirected the conversation. Ji Yezhou opened his fishing rod and replied, I just told them that I have a wife. Jiang Yubai, not having asked, was puzzled by Ji Yezhou's comment. Yet, he gradually relaxed his grip on the fishing rod. The Omega, feeling disappointed, returned to the elderly man's side. It was a rare encounter with an alpha who bore such a striking resemblance to his favorite blogger, only to discover he was not single. The old man remarked, Their relationship is quite good. If you had come earlier, you wouldn't need to worry about dinner tonight. Omega comprehended the elder's intent, feeling satiated even by mere observations. Her gaze drifted towards a nearby couple. Ji Yezhou was seated in a manner devoid of decorum, practically leaning against Jiang Yubai. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback once more. The male companion bore the characteristics of a beta. Typically, an Omega would conceal their glands, refraining from exposure. Only a beta devoid of such glands would dare to bare their nape. Yet, there was an inexplicable allure to it. She captured several photographs, each subject appearing strikingly photogenic amidst the picturesque backdrop of mountains and lakes. Unable to resist, she shared the images on a couple's forum. Fishing undeniably demands patience. Ji Yezhou had been waiting for a considerable time with little action, while the fish bladder on Jiang Yubai's side began to ripple the water surface. Initially, Ji Yezhou had intended to showcase his skills, but the diligent contender found himself overshadowed by the prodigy. Perhaps it was indeed the halo of a novice. Jiang Yubai effortlessly caught several fish in succession. The emotional value of fishing was evident as Ji Yezhou observed a side of Jiang Yubai he had never witnessed before. The corners of the man's lips lifted slightly. His typically aloof and distant eyes softened with warmth. Seizing the rare moment, Ji Yezhou took a few more instant photos. You look quite charming when you smile. Make sure to find joy often and not confine yourself at home, Ji Yezhou remarked. Charming? Jiang Yubai had never associated that term with himself. Moreover, rest was meant to be spent basking in the sun. Otherwise, one would surely grow stale. Thus, the once stifled Jiang Yubai was finally coaxed outside. Basking in sunlight for the entire day, his visage no longer marred by the usual gloom. As the hour grew late, fishermen began to reel in their lines, and the lakeside became increasingly deserted. The sun dipped low, casting a vibrant glow across the horizon. Time appeared as still in that fleeting moment, and Jiang Yubai found himself lost in thought, wishing the day could extend a little longer. That time would cease its relentless march. In the protracted journey of life, one only truly feels alive during certain moments. The rest merely fades into the annals of time, leaving no ripples in memory. Suddenly, Jiang Yubai called out, Ji Yezhou. Yes? Ji Yezhou replied, her burning gaze fixed upon him. May I have one of those photographs? Jiang Yubai asked, pressing his lips together. Chapter 64. Seeking recognition, Ji Yezhou had already collected a considerable number of photo papers and presented the previously captured images for Jiang Yubai to select. Ultimately, Jiang Yubai chose their first shared photograph, fearing Ji Yezhou would inquire further. He nonchalantly picked a few others from a pile, mingling the group photo among them. Isn't just one? You've taken so many. You'll need to accompany me for more later, Ji Yezhou teased. Indeed, the fish they had caught was delivered to the back kitchen of the villa for preparation. The lake's catch was far more delectable than farmed fish. This dinner was a comforting delight. The villa boasted private hot springs, each with separate entrances. Although the bathtub Ji Yezhou had envisioned countless times did not materialize. Sharing the hot spring was hardly a disappointment. The pale skin, misted with water, appeared as delicate powder. Jiang Yubai had never been so exposed to another person. He was still clad in a bathrobe, wary of the potential for an unexpected incident with Ji Yezhou. The soundproofing of the hot spring room was rather mediocre. Even the slightest increase in volume from the adjacent room could be heard. Given Ji Yezhou's usual demeanor, it was likely that everyone around them would become aware of their actions, especially considering the potency of an alpha's pheromones. Ji Yezhou understood the man's apprehensions. After all, he had not brought him out for such purposes. He genuinely wished to connect with Jiang Yubai on a deeper, soulful level. Noticing the distance between them, he spoke up. "I did not bring you out for that." After their bath, they returned to the starlit grand bedroom Ji Yezhou had reserved. He closed the door behind them and pressed the damp man against the wall, saying, "This isn't outside. Surely we can kiss here?" "Wait," Jiang Yubai murmured softly. "Wait for what?" Ji Yezhou was growing impatient. The outside had offered him few opportunities to truly embrace the man. Jiang Yubai removed his slender, silver-rimmed glasses and placed them on the nearby cabinet. This place was unlike his home, and the journey back would take 2 hours. The thought of his glasses shattering from too much noise left him feeling vulnerable. Furthermore, the villa was situated near the mountain's peak, surrounded by forests and lakes. Far removed from a city. Due to years of excessive strain on his eyes, his vision was indeed less than optimal. In this situation, even if he were alone in the villa, he had the capability to find his way back. He had grown accustomed to leaving himself an escape route in any circumstance, ensuring he would not feel utterly lost when faced with the unexpected. All right, those 2 words seemed to unlock something within Ji Yezhou. Unable to wait another second, he pressed Jiang Yubai firmly against the wall, first savoring his soft lips until they tingled slightly, before prying open his mouth to explore the warmth within. Each time Ji Yezhou kissed him, it felt as if he were trying to consume him entirely. Previously, Jiang Yubai would not have allowed this. He did not wish to return to the office only to be reminded of his chapped lips, suspected to be a result of dry weather. It was a rather difficult notion for a seemingly aloof and unfeeling beta superior to accept. From the moment they met, Ji Yezhou had been fond of kissing him. In truth, they were merely bed partners, devoid of deeper entanglements. After leaving the bar, they had arrived at a nearby hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Ji Yezhou had pressed him heavily against the door, as if he could not wait another moment to entangle with him. Jiang Yubai felt as though his lips could no longer close, as if even the thin air might be seized by the tall, muscular alpha before him. Ji Yezhou's intensity was overwhelming. Even as their kisses deepened, it began to feel almost suffocating. Jiang Yubai turned his cheek slightly, only to have Ji Yezhou pursue him, leaving his lips damp with traces of tears or something else. "Stop!" Jiang Yubai gasped, feeling as though he was on the verge of being kissed into oblivion. "Don't kiss for so long." The man's eyelashes fluttered with agitation. Time seems to have become the greatest flaw for Ji Yezhou. He has noticeably restrained himself. Yet his beginning is roughly equivalent to Jiang Yubai's conclusion. The first encounter at the hotel found Jiang Yubai inebriated, his eyes reddened. Fingers pressing against Ji Yezhou's shoulder as he choked back tears, murmuring that it was enough. Yet Ji Yezhou coaxed him, claiming it would be the last time, repeating this countless times. The second time was less easily swayed. The man, fully sober, strictly limited their time to 2 hours. Consequently, when Jiang Yubai departed from the hotel that evening, he took a cold shower in the bathroom for over an hour, simply to ensure he could have another meal. "How about we take a break and continue later?" Ji Yezhou cleverly proposed a compromise. In the past, Jiang Yubai would have disregarded Ji Yezhou entirely. The youthful alpha seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Ultimately, Ji Yezhou's kiss ignited a fire again, but considering Jiang Yubai had to travel the following day, he refrained from the previous excesses. Above them, the night sky sparkled brilliantly, the curtains of the room drawn back, leaving only the surroundings concealed. This starry room was uniquely constructed on a cloud ladder, with each chamber distanced from the others. It was a stark contrast to the bustling city, where the sky had turned to an impenetrable black. Jiang Yubai had not witnessed such a sight in a long time. The last memory he recalled was during a power outage at home. It was the height of summer, stifling indoors, prompting him to move a rattan chair to the courtyard for relief. Reclining there, he beheld the vastness above. His grandmother whispered in his ear that everyone would eventually become stars, merely finding a different way to accompany those they wished to see. Some children might possess a precocious maturity from a young age. He seldom cried or threw tantrums. At most, he would bottle up his grievances, later confiding in those close to him. Perhaps he understood that often his cries would not yield sweets like those of other children. Only in the presence of those who truly loved him would his sadness find solace. When he heard those words, he wept and insisted he did not want his grandmother to become star. She was the only person who loved him most dearly. He dared not contemplate how he would endure life alone thereafter. In the dim silence of the room, Ji Yezhou buried his face in the crook of the man's neck, resembling a great bird seeking comfort, asking, "Jiang Yubai, how can I become your family?" "This is enough for now," Jiang Yubai replied. "Not enough. You don't even call me your husband, which leaves me feeling utterly insecure." Chapter 65. Indebted. How did the term husband become entwined with a sense of security? Seeing Ji Yezhou's pitiful expression, if he were to lean back against the headboard and smoke a cigarette now, it would indeed seem as though he had mistreated someone. Ji Yezhou inhaled the scent of his own essence lingering on Jiang Yubai, contentedly proclaiming, "A relationship should last no more than a year before marriage. And you're not getting any younger. It's time to settle down, don't you think? Your classmates probably have children in elementary school by now. And some may even be having a second child. What is the point of being alone all the time? Besides, as you age, if you remain unmarried, people will talk. You can't stand that, can you?" A few days ago, while in the photography studio, I overheard a conversation initiated by the makeup artist's mother who called in. Amidst her tasks, she activated the speakerphone and began conversing with those inside. Initially, I assumed it was merely a casual exchange of family pleasantries, but before long, the topic veered towards the pressure of marriage. Ji Yezhou happened to catch a few key remarks. Now, he finds them perfectly applicable to Jiang Yubai. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow and remarked that he felt fatigued. Ji Yezhou glanced at the time, realizing they had accomplished nothing substantial, and with the clock nearing midnight, it was indeed a rarity for a man to retire before 10 o'clock. Thus, he suggested they discuss it tomorrow. Ji Yezhou tightened his embrace slightly and planted a kiss on Jiang Yubai's cheek, bidding him good night. To his surprise, Jiang Yubai obediently complied. Typically, Jiang Yubai preferred to leave a night light on while sleeping, as he was not fond of complete darkness. Even with the lights in the starlit room extinguished, it did not feel oppressively dark. Youthful slumber always seemed particularly deep. He sensed the man beside him had fallen into a sound sleep and gently withdrew the arm wrapped around his waist. He felt no discomfort as he set his feet on the floor. Outside, there was a chair, presumably for the convenience of moongazers. It had been a long time since he had stayed out overnight, and in this unfamiliar place, he found himself a bit restless. He contemplated smoking a cigarette, though he had not brought any with him, and going out to buy some now seemed impractical. His phone buzzed with messages from the realtor, who was still negotiating on his behalf. The client's interested in purchasing an apartment were a young couple currently renting in Star City, eager to transition into their own space. He had not yet finished organizing his belongings at home, and suddenly found himself disliking the sensation of being rushed. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, Ji Yezhou instinctively leaned towards the man, only to find emptiness. Startled, he awoke just in time to see Jiang Yubai entering the room, seemingly having stepped out briefly. As he approached the edge of the bed, he was immediately enveloped by the person on the bed, who murmured, "Why are you dressed so lightly to go out? It's too cold outside. I hope you don't catch a chill." The night air outside was heavy with dew, and the mountain forest was several degrees colder than the city. Jiang Yubai wore only a simple bathrobe, and his hands and feet felt icy. Ji Yezhou took Jiang Yubai's hands and rubbed them together, warming his own palms around the cool fingers, and inquired, "How long were you outside?" "Not long," came the reply. As the weather grew increasingly chilly, Ji Yezhou noticed Jiang Yubai's tendency to feel cold and began to boast, "Fortunately, my body is warm enough. Come winter, you needn't worry about lacking warmth in bed." After a brief moment of rubbing, he found that the temperature of Jiang Yubai's fingers had nearly matched his own. "Weren't you tired?" he asked. "If you're not, I still have a few photos left to take." Mentioning this ignited Ji Yezhou's own energy, and he adjusted his angle, with the backdrop now an expansive starry sky. It resembled the breathtaking scenes he had seen in short videos, as if they were two souls nestled together in the vast universe, with the world reduced to just the two of them. After capturing around 10 photographs, each one pleased him immensely. The view from the starry sky room is absolutely splendid, with no trees obstructing the sight. Upon awakening, the day had already dawned, casting a warm yellow hue that rendered the mist hazy. Stepping outside, the sun hung high in the sky. The air at the villa was refreshingly crisp, and Ji Yezhou's spirits were equally bright. The attendant brought breakfast to the room for their enjoyment. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after a brief respite, noon was fast approaching. In the room with Jiang Yubai, even in silence, a sense of joy permeated the air. As they exited the villa, a Samyed, just disembarked from a car, dashed towards them. Its owner had yet to fasten its leash, and perhaps intrigued by Jiang Yubai's attire, the dog circled around him. The owner, a young girl, hurried over and exclaimed, "Don't worry, my pup doesn't bite. It just loves to stick close to pretty people. Would you like to pet it?" Having never owned a pet before, Jiang Yubai extended a hand as the Samyed nuzzled against his fingers, its soft, fluffy fur delightful to the touch. "How sweet," Jiang Yubai remarked. It was no wonder the doctor had suggested that owning a pet could enhance emotional self-control. Ji Yezhou, observing this, felt a pang of discomfort. Jiang Yubai had never caressed him in such a manner. The Samyed's owner finally noticed Ji Yezhou beside them, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she said, "You must be the founder of the JY brand. You look even more handsome in person than in the videos. I saw you this morning. What a coincidence." Ji Yezhou was perplexed. Though it is often said that alphas and betas are mismatched, true love knows no bounds, she added. Ji Yezhou found her remarks bewildering. But before he could respond, the Samyed had spotted a little girl nearby and dashed off, prompting the girl to chase after it. On the return journey, Ji Yezhou also drove slowly, feeling that this date had passed too quickly. It had only just begun. "Shall we catch a movie later?" Ji Yezhou suggested. "We can return by 5 or 6, have dinner, and watch a film, just in time for Jiang Yubai to head home before 10. No sooner had he spoken than Ji Xiuqing's call interrupted. He truly wished to avoid answering in front of Jiang Yubai. Typically, if he didn't pick up, Ji Xiuqing would relent for a while, but now the calls persisted. He answered during a red light, donning a Bluetooth headset. "What is it?" he asked. "Come home immediately," Ji Xiuqing commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "What is the urgency? Can't we discuss it over the phone?" Ji Yezhou frowned, frustrated by yet another interruption during what was meant to be a rare, leisurely outing. He had finally carved out 2 days for himself after a busy work schedule. Not wanting to argue with Ji Xiuqing in the car and tarnish Jiang Yubai's impression, he dropped Jiang Yubai off at the apartment building and informed him, "I must return home briefly. You owe me a movie. You'll have to accompany me next time." "All right," Jiang Yubai replied. Ji Yezhou unfastened his seatbelt, reluctant to part ways, and leaned closer to Jiang Yubai. "Give me a kiss," he implored. Chapter 66. Acceptance. Seeing Jiang Yubai hesitate, Ji Yezhou leaned in closer and pressed a kiss to the corner of the man's lips. As dusk had yet to fall, the late afternoon hours, around 5 or 6, marked a bustling time at the community entrance. Upon disembarking from his vehicle, Jiang Yubai became acutely aware of the curious glances cast upon him by passers-by, who were quietly scrutinizing and whispering amongst themselves. While in the company of Ji Yezhou, Jiang Yubai had silenced his phone. Only after he had entered his home and unlocked the door with his password did he retrieve his phone to check its contents. Within the Rongxing group, there existed numerous chat groups. The primary one was strictly dedicated to company matters. However, several smaller groups had been formed privately by employees. Jiang Yubai had been added to one such group, yet due to his lack of participation, others presumed he was no longer active. The chat interface revealed that this particular group seldom engaged in conversation, prompting Jiang Yubai to largely overlook it. Presently, discussions had turned to the topic of 99. AAA sauerkraut beef noodles. The trending topic must have some truth to it, right? Otherwise, why would they repeatedly seek him out of the company? Even the He Yezhou project was handed over, which seems quite a hefty price to pay. Winning a lottery of 100 million. How could an alpha genuinely pursue a beta? They are likely just indulging in a fleeting whim. Marriage will undoubtedly revert to an omega in the future. Moreover, he is an S-class alpha. One can only imagine the absence of phenomenal comfort. Fortune falls from the sky. I had assumed he was rather aloof. Yet it appears he has a penchant for alphas. Quite the audacious choice. Enjoying Loasafen while it's hot. One can only say that appearances are deceiving. Having been in the company for several years, I genuinely believed he was disinterested in romance, especially after he rejected previous confessions. Potato and eggplant. An S-class alpha with overwhelming desires. If this were to coincide with a beta's sensitive period, it could be perilous. I certainly wouldn't dare pursue an alpha. Daily drowsiness. He seems rather abstinent, yet is engaging in such grand escapades. Jiang Yubai silently scanned the messages without scrolling further, opting instead to exit the chat interface. Having never downloaded Weibo before, he installed the application and ventured inside. The trending topic appeared suppressed, obscured from the rankings, yet a search revealed remnants of prior discussions. The heir of the Ji family was rumored to be involved with a beta, accompanied by vague photographs of them together. In the parking space beneath Rongxing Tower, he and Ji Yezhou had disembarked from the car, their gestures tinged with intimacy. Numerous images of their time at the villa also surfaced. Given Ji Yezhou's current popularity, it was inevitable that outsiders would take notice. Ultimately, one cannot conceal a blaze with mere paper. The disparity between him and Ji Yezhou was substantial. Perhaps his emotional resilience had improved over time. Seeing these images, he found himself surprisingly composed. Suddenly, he distanced his phone, rummaging through a drawer to locate some pills. Swallowing two with a bitter taste that filled his mouth yet felt numbed. He retrieved the remote control, switched on the television, and cranked the volume to a high setting, hoping to distract himself. The variety show played on his computer, but he merely stared at the screen, his mind enveloped in a haze. Abruptly, his phone vibrated. Amidst the cacophony of the television, the sound seemed particularly jarring. As he picked up his phone, he discovered it was a call from Fu Lin. The other party must have seen these trending topics as well. After the ringtone echoed for over 30 seconds, he finally answered the call. Bye. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. I just finished a meeting at the company, and I am on my way to you, Fu Lin said urgently over the phone. Ever since their conversation at the Yunding building with Ji Yezhou, he had been formulating a plan. His words were filled with confidence. But that was merely because he had yet to face a true dilemma. He understood that the current online discourse was potent enough to alter the trajectory of events. And the Ji family had always been selecting omegas for Ji Yezhou. They could not possibly tolerate rumors surrounding their sole heir. Not receiving a response, he inquired, "Shall I come find you?" "No need," Jiang Yubai replied slowly. "The situation online is escalating too rapidly. If your life is affected, you could temporarily move in with me. I have already prepared your bedroom." Fu Lin, Jiang Yubai called his name. His voice reminiscent of 7 years ago when the frail beta had gently tugged at his shirt hem, softly uttering his name. Yet this time, Jiang Yubai declared, "I will handle this matter on my own. I likely will not return to Xingqing again." "Then where do you intend to go?" Fu Lin could no longer maintain his composure. "Anywhere, just please refrain from interfering in my life. Considering our years of acquaintance, this is my final request." Jiang Yubai's voice was hoarse. He had never truly harbored the mindset of possessing anything. Fu Lin's last response was somewhat hazy in Jiang Yubai's memory. Perhaps he had simply asked if they could still occasionally keep in touch, just to hear his voice. After hanging up, he resumed tidying up his belongings, only to suddenly spot a ring gleaming with metallic luster beneath the bed. This ring had initially been taken off by him. That night, he had struggled to find sleep. His mind clouded, and he had lost track of the ring's whereabouts. He seldom accepted gifts from anyone, let alone an expensive ring. At that time, he had not genuinely accepted it. It was a simple band, seemingly inscribed with the letters, only one. Jiang Yubai dusted it off, and, inexplicably, memories of that drunken alpha knocking on his door flooded back, along with the words exchanged. Had he truly engaged in intimacy that night solely to avoid hearing those words from the alpha again, while he was in a less than sober state? Perhaps even he was uncertain of the answer. With the transition at Rongxing still unfinished, and over 2 weeks remaining before his transfer to Jiaxue City. Upon returning to the office, he maintained his usual demeanor of indifference. The only difference was the intriguing relationship he shared with Ji Yezhou. After the morning meeting, Director Zhang unexpectedly came to summon him personally, a task typically delegated to his secretary. In the reception area of Director Zhang's office sat a distinguished middle-aged alpha, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect. Approaching him elicited a profound sense of pressure. Even Zhang Dong dared only to stand by with a forced smile. "Mr. Ji, Xiao Jiang has arrived," he announced. Chapter 67. Embrace Me. Jiang Yubai seemed to have an inkling, though he did not anticipate that everything would unfold so swiftly. The middle-aged alpha, exuding an air of solemnity, bore a resemblance to Ji Yezhou. Upon hearing Zhang Dong address the man as Mr. Ji, he instantly recognized his identity. "Please, have a seat," Ji Xiaocheng said coldly, assessing the beta before him. Aside from being somewhat pleasing to the eye, there was nothing particularly commendable about him. Further investigation revealed that he had met Ji Yezhou in a bar. Such betas typically harbored ulterior motives, especially one who was 7 years older than Ji Yezhou. Noticing their intent to converse, Zhang Dong tactfully exited the office. "Yezhou is still quite young. I allow him to enjoy himself out there, but I will not permit him to act recklessly over a beta. Moreover, he is an S-class alpha. What can you offer him during his sensitive period?" Ji Xiaocheng bluntly struck at one of the beta's most vulnerable points. An alpha requires pheromones for comfort during their sensitive period, while Jiang Yubai, lacking glands, could not emit sense of high compatibility with an alpha. He managed to maintain his composure, responding neither submissively nor arrogantly. "I have already applied for reassignment from Star City and will not return here. What is it that you seek?" Ji Xiaocheng inquired, finding it exceedingly simple to dismiss a beta. "Nothing," Jiang Yubai replied in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaocheng appeared to scrutinize the beta's face for any signs of deceit. Nowadays, numerous betas, emboldened by their inability to be marked, engaged in relationships with alphas, only to later extort them upon separation. Furthermore, this particular beta had known of Ji Yezhou's family background from the outset. It was implausible that he had no ulterior motives. Perhaps his ambitions ran deeper still. "How can I trust that you truly will not return to Star City, or that you won't seek an opportunity to rekindle things with him?" Ji Xiaocheng's gaze was sharp, finding the beta's lack of awareness rather irksome. "I won't," Jiang Yubai murmured. "I'm already in the process of selling my house. You need not seek me out. I will be leaving soon." Ji Xiaocheng's expression softened slightly. With an omega of high compatibility residing in his home, their recent interactions had been quite harmonious. A scandal involving a male beta could tarnish his reputation and that of the Ji family, or even jeopardize the brand he had established. Surely, he would not wish to see such a scenario unfold. It was an all-too-familiar sentiment. One had long foreseen the predetermined trajectory. It still found it difficult to suppress a dry, uneasy breath. Ji Xiaocheng added, "He is an S-class alpha. Typically, others find him difficult to manage. Should he seek you out again, administer this medication to him. It will diminish his pheromones. He must truly grow weary and loathe you before you could sever ties completely." Last night, after summoning Ji Yezhou back home, he had thrown a stack of anonymously received photographs in front of him, only to hear the absurd declaration that he wished to separate from the Ji family. It was utterly nonsensical. He seldom allowed anger to seize him, fully aware of his son's temperament. The notion of severing ties with the Ji family was indeed within Ji Yezhou's capability. Since his adolescence, Ji Yezhou had shown a marked disinterest in omegas, which explained why he only began to consider finding an omega for his counterpart post-graduation. He rarely conceded, yet he proposed that if the beta agreed, they could at least meet. There was room for negotiation. Subsequently, under the pretext of Yu Yin falling ill, he requested Ji Yezhou to stay home and care for him. Early that morning, he visited Jiang Yubai's company. Observing the beta's hesitation, he reassured, "Rest assured, he is my son. This medication carries no side effects and lasts for a full 24 hours. Should you refuse, I would have no choice but to utilize a substance to diminish his pheromones, which would linger in the body for an extended period. The Ji family cannot permit him to harbor affection for a beta. This is for the benefit of both parties. Ji Yezhou, a figure of paramount significance in Star City, understood the most effective approach. Forcing Ji Yezhou to sever ties would likely provoke an insatiable defiance in the alpha, reinforcing his bond with the beta. The most suitable candidate, of course, was Jiang Yubai himself. The signal at the ancestral home was poor last night. Due to Yu Yan's discomfort, Ji Yezhou tended to him until the early hours. Upon returning to the office, he learned that the stack of photographs had not only reached Ji Yezhou, but had also trended on social media. Although public scrutiny had subsided, discussions persisted. Many comments belittled the beta, insinuating that he had provoked Ji Yezhou, asserting that alphas were fickle and merely toyed with betas. This stirred a frown upon his brow. He posted on his Weibo account, an uncommon departure from brand endorsements. While I'm still in pursuit, I only seek relationships that can lead to marriage. This succinct declaration encapsulated his stance. Such public pronouncements could invite ridicule, particularly given his substantial following. In a moment, the comments polarized dramatically, with much of the discord directed at him. Some hailed him as a true alpha for his audacity, while others questioned how an S-class alpha could be interested in a beta. There were plenty of well wishes for his success, with suggestions of starting a couple's account for fans to follow their relationship. Those comments that derided the beta, insinuating seduction or that the alpha was merely playing, were swiftly buried. He sent numerous messages to Jiang Yubai, knowing that even on a weekday, he would receive a response by noon at the latest. However, after waiting for half the day without a reply from Jiang Yubai, the group chat buzzed with activity. Chi and Xia Xinghe expressed their discontent at not being taken out, particularly Chi, who longed to visit Yunhe Temple nearby and had previously sought company in the group to no avail, only to find Ji Yezhou had gone alone. Having been unable to reach anyone all morning, Ji Yezhou felt a sense of unease welling within him. After arranging his work, he disregarded the need for a thorough wrap-up and headed directly to Rongxing. Yet, he instinctively pushed open the office door, only to discover it was utterly vacant. He casually inquired with someone from the department, "Where has Minister Jiang gone? He took the afternoon off. Would you like to call him?" Noticing the urgency in his demeanor, Beta suggested. Having also seen the recent updates from Ji Yezhou, she could not help but feel a newfound respect for the alpha before her. If only he could successfully reach him by phone. He returned to his apartment only to find it empty as well. Upon arriving at the ground floor, he overheard two individuals engaged in discussion. "Have you seen the trending news? A beta is about to jump into the river at Changqiao, supposedly troubled by love. Life is of utmost importance. Why concern oneself with such romantic entanglements?" Ji Yezhou swiftly approached one of them, asking where exactly. The person, startled, trembled as they provided the location. Ji Yezhou drove over, discovering a crowd gathered along the riverbank, likely just rescued from the water. He maneuvered through the throng and spotted the beta, pale and coughing from the water he inhaled, yet it seemed he was not in mortal danger. A breath of relief escaped him. Thankfully, it was not Jiang Yubai. Suddenly, he recalled Jiang Yubai's mention of his reason for visiting Lin during their first encounter at the hotel, having walked by the river and found it bustling with activity. The riverbank's streetlights were dim, yet Ji Yezhou immediately recognized the frail figure seated on a bench. "Jiang Yubai," he called out loudly. Jiang Yubai, lost in thought for an indeterminate time, turned towards the source of the voice, the tall alpha appearing to rush towards him from the light. Ji Yezhou approached and enveloped him tightly, voicing his grievances. "Why have you been unreachable? Do you know how worried I've been?" After a brief pause, the man reached out, his hand brushing against the alpha's broad back. "Tonight, hold me tightly." Chapter 68. Succumbing to him in that moment. Jiang Yubai's proactive request ignited a spark within the alpha akin to a flame suddenly igniting on a bed of nitrate, instantly awakening his desires. The hotel was where they first began to succumb to one another. Later, Ji Yezhou acquired a membership there. Even when he did not book a room, it remained available. The distance from the riverbank was scarcely 10 minutes. This was the first time Jiang Yubai had taken the initiative. His fingers, chilled, seemed unable to warm. Once back at the hotel, Ji Yezhou carried him into the bathroom for a warm bath. Only when he sensed the man's body warming did he finally relax. It is a common experience for people to learn of a romantic relationship. There is nothing shameful or hidden about it. You need not fear, for I am here. Ji Yezhou reassured him. Eventually, it will be known. Jiang Yubai, I truly wish to marry you and spend my life with you. I do not require an omega-s pheromones. Despite numerous sensitive periods, I have never been drawn to an omega. I only need you. In the foggy haze of his vision, the scene appeared to shimmer with an unreal edge, resembling a dream nearing its conclusion. Sometimes he pondered why life could be so fraught with distress. To claim he had never felt inferior due to his beta identity would be a falsehood. From a young age, he had overheard many discussing the scent of pheromones, yet he could discern nothing at all. Later, he discovered that he had an omega younger brother, cherished and nurtured by the Jiang family. In stark contrast, he was abandoned at birth. Had it not been for his grandmother's intervention, his whereabouts would remain a mystery. Subsequently, he encountered a childhood friend with whom he maintained a cordial relationship, only to find that, for similar reasons, they were suddenly forced to sever ties. In the professional realm, had he not been a beta, his contributions to the company would have assured him a swifter ascent. The reason Ji Yezhou's father sought him out was precisely due to his beta status. Life had never been particularly smooth for him. Despite the considerable number of betas in this world, they are often relegated to the fringes of societal recognition, overshadowed by the remarkable reproductive capabilities of omegas and the robust physiques of alphas, characterized by superior recovery and strength. They epitomize the most ordinary facets of society. It was uncertain who initiated the kiss first, but their bodies, through countless encounters, had developed an unspoken understanding. Jiang Yubai's insatiable desires perhaps would linger in his memory for a long time. Leaning against the cold, hard porcelain tiles, he noticed Ji Yezhou's brow furrow slightly, prompting him to pull him closer and tenderly kiss his drooping eyelids. His body felt as though it were plummeting, as if his very soul were descending, rendering him momentarily entranced. Before him stood an alpha of extraordinary allure, with lips the color of ripe persimmons and sinewy arms. His skin slightly darker than that of a beta, effortlessly encircling a slender waist with a single arm, exuding palpable tension. This sweet bore witness to their shared moments, with Ji Yezhou persistently seeking his kisses, oblivious to the faint bitterness lingering in his mouth. Jiang Yubai half closed his eyes, lost in thought. He pondered whether a person like him truly deserved to cause anyone to fall out with their family. He had never experienced a complete and harmonious familial environment. The aspirations of his youth now feel suffocating upon reflection. Ji Yezhou's love weighed heavily upon him. Perhaps his fortune was too meager to bear such a burden. He had always been reluctant to trouble others and wished to avoid being the catalyst for conflict, fearing that the alpha might regret his earlier decisions. This morning, the agent had called him again, inquiring about his considerations. The clients had viewed several new properties, but ultimately believed his location was superior and the price just right, expressing a desire to purchase swiftly. His response was favorable. He had owned the apartment for 5 years, and its value had increased significantly in Star City. Yet he managed to sell it at nearly the original price. However, he did not anticipate that the entire process would unfold even sooner than expected. Originally, he thought he would need to finalize various company affairs before leaving Star City, but perhaps due to the Jiang family's directive, he was relieved of the need for any handover. How does it feel? Is it better than what you had before? Ji Yezhou inquired with thoughtful concern about the man's experience. The man's clear and handsome face flushed slightly, and he replied hoarsely, "Are you lacking strength?" Initially, he had intended to be gentle to avoid hurting the man, yet this restraint was met with disdain, leading to a serious injury for the young alpha. Ji Yezhou would never permit such a thing to occur a second time. Indeed, the words of Jiang Yubai, spoken not long ago, have been taken to the utmost extreme. Jiang Yubai, consumed by the urgency of the moment, found his mind nearly void of all thought. As the room descended into complete silence, Only a warm yellow bedside lamp illuminated the space. The abundance of nearby bars ensured that the hotel thrived as night fell. Ji Yezhou's suite, perched on the top floor, seldom attracted visitors, perhaps due to the inebriated misadventures of those who mistakenly took the wrong elevator. Faint murmurs drifted in from the corridor before fading into silence once more. Devoid of the pheromones that typically hastened his recovery, the alpha slept soundly. It was only when sunlight graced his face that he stirred, almost blinded by its brightness. Last night, he and Jiang Yubai had lingered by the window for a brief spell, enough to slightly part the tightly drawn curtains. He opened his eyes and glanced at the vacant space beside him, as if the room were entirely his alone. The clock hanging at the foot of the bed indicated that it was nearly noon. Ji Yezhou was taken aback. He had slept until this hour, and he had no recollection of when Jiang Yubai had risen to go to work. Given the events of the previous night, one could argue that he and Jiang Yubai were now in a relationship. He turned over, contemplating broaching the subject of cohabitation again, determined not to face rejection once more. The thought of dating Jiang Yubai and then returning to their separate homes felt entirely impractical. Remembering a film they had yet to watch, he lazily reached for his phone to search for something captivating. Upon unlocking the screen, he noticed a message from Jiang Yubai sent around 5 or 6 in the morning. Initially, he assumed it was merely a notification of Jiang Yubai's departure for work, musing that perhaps the man would finally provide updates. He instinctively clicked on the message, only to be met with an unusual barrage of text. Let us begin where we started. What I have always desired is merely a sexual partner. Ji Yezhou's finger hovered over the chat interface, and his expression darkened abruptly. Chapter 69. Partner's first thought was whether Jiang Yubai had been coerced by the Ji family. Previously, during their time at the old residence, Ji Xiuqing's words had not fully convinced him. After all, he had been persistently urged to advance his relationship with an Omega. How could Jiang Yubai remain calm and accepting upon discovering the truth about his involvement with a beta? He hastily sent a message in return. However, this time, a red exclamation mark promptly appeared on the screen, indicating that he was no longer on the recipient's friend list. It mirrored the moment when he had finished a race with Chi and attempted to message them, only to encounter the same disheartening scenario. He dialed Jiang Yubai's number, but the line was busy. His jaw tightened in frustration. After waiting a few minutes, he called again, only to find the line still occupied. Quickly, he dressed, realizing that this message could not have originated from Jiang Yubai. He needed to confront the man directly for clarification. If his only intention was to be a mere sexual partner, devoid of any affection, then why had he agreed to go on dates with him? Why they shared meals with friends? Moreover, Jiang Yubai still owed him a movie, and promises made cannot be easily retracted. He had just pushed open the door when he was confronted by several alpha bodyguards standing resolutely at the entrance. He recognized them. He had seen them before at the old residence. As he attempted to leave, one of the guards obstructed his path, stating, "Mr. Ji has instructed that you are not permitted to leave your room today." Step aside, Ji Yezhou's expression darkened. "I apologize, but we only take orders from Mr. Ji." The presence of these individuals was indeed irksome, nearly blocking the doorway. The pheromones of an S-class alpha exert an absolute dominance over those of a lower rank, and the alphas before him were all Class A. However, unlike before, Ji Yezhou distinctly sensed something amiss. His pheromones seemed unable to fully manifest, as if subjected to an alternate form of suppression. "Please return to your room. Mr. Ji will be here shortly," the alpha continued. How could he possibly return to his room with a sense of calm? He yearned to see Jiang Yubai immediately, yet his pheromones appeared to be affected, rendering him momentarily unable to shake off the guards at the door. When Ji Xiuqing arrived, the corridor was evidently chaotic. Several bodyguards bore injuries, and Ji Yezhou was not in a much better condition. "You insolent fools," Ji Xiuqing chastised coldly. "How do you think I became aware of this place?" He had never mentioned the hotel's location to anyone. There was another answer Ji Yezhou was reluctant to contemplate. Ji Xiuqing stated, "That beta has no desire to be with you. He is merely compelled by your status in the Ji family. He informed me of the hotel room. He has long wished to avoid you." "Huh," Ji Yezhou scoffed. "Why should I heed your nonsense? These alphas are not even of a higher rank than you. Why can't you suppress them with your pheromones?" Ji Yezhou had initially thought this was a mere coincidence, despite never having experienced anything like it before. Yet he recalled the man's unusually proactive kiss from the night prior. Ji Yezhou replied unhurriedly, "Do you not comprehend who you were with last night? As an S-class alpha, you lack even this basic awareness. It's none of your concern who I was with. Tell your men to step aside. I must find him." He had no intention of listening to Ji Yezhou's continued ramblings. Ji Yezhou smirked coldly. He has long been preparing to leave Star City. Did you not know? This statement was undoubtedly a bombshell impossible. During this period, their interactions had been so harmonious. They had even discussed what to do after cohabiting. Ji Yezhou presented him with documents indicating that the beta had already listed the apartment for sale on a housing platform, along with a transfer application for Rongxing. The layout depicted in the images was unmistakable to Ji Yezhou. The listing had been active for nearly 2 weeks, implying that Jiang Yubai had made plans to leave him over 10 days ago. Suddenly, Ji Yezhou recalled that night when he had drunkenly sought out Jiang Yubai, intending to cook noodles for him the following morning, only to be unceremoniously ejected from the kitchen. At that time, he had noticed a call on Jiang Yubai's phone, the suffix revealing the words housing network. Later, Jiang Yubai had explained it away as a marketing call. The application for transfer, he had actually seen it on Jiang Yubai's desk. It seemed that everything had a traceable origin. Jiang Yubai had never contemplated a long-term relationship with him, nor had he intended to cohabit, much less to engage in a romantic relationship. No wonder every time he inquired whether Jiang Yubai liked him, the latter would always remain silent. Whenever such topics arose, he would deftly divert the conversation. He had thought it was merely a matter of shyness, an inability to voice his feelings. How absurd it was that this revelation came from Ji Yezhou. Were they merely toying with him, treating him like a fool? He felt compelled to confront Jiang Yubai. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to see him. Bloodshot eyes reflected his grim and fearsome demeanor. I must go and clarify everything with him. He forcefully shoved past the alpha blocking his way. Ji Yezhou would not allow him to act recklessly. His pheromones were currently suppressed by medication, rendering him no match for the group of alphas. For a beta who did not love him, he was truly disgracing the Ji family. Ji Yezhou wore a cold expression. Having been confined to the suite, the door locked from the outside. For at least the next 24 hours, he was completely immovable. In that moment, the suite lacked the slightest hint of the previous night's allure. Ji Yezhou nearly broke the door handle in frustration, his palm bruised from exertion, yet the door remained steadfast. Scattered on the floor were the documents Ji Yezhou had just shown him. The handwriting on that transfer application burned his eyes with its intensity. Veins protruded violently in his arms as he picked up the application, crumpling it tightly in his fist, as if it were the man himself, Jiang Yubai. Did he truly believe he was merely a fleeting companion? The instant the message was sent, Jiang Yubai understood that there was no turning back. Whether it was hatred or weariness, they could no longer meet. Ji Yezhou had arranged for someone to follow them, and upon leaving, he noticed the bodyguard stationed at the entrance. Ji Pharmaceuticals was renowned across the nation, with an extensive range of products. If Ji Yezhou truly wished to employ medication against Ji Yezhou, it would not pose a significant challenge. With each passing day, Ji Yezhou remained confined for another day. Ji Yezhou cared little for whether Ji Yezhou's brand could operate normally. He need not return to the company. A minor issue had arisen at the Jiaxue branch, perhaps to avoid his whereabouts being disclosed. In recent days, Jiang Yubai had nearly packed all his belongings, discarding many unnecessary items. In the compartment of his suitcase lay several photographs, each carefully wrapped in a layer of transparent film to prevent damage. As he departed from Star City, he glanced back at the bustling crowd. Chapter 70. An inescapable fate. A gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Many pedestrians, seeking refuge from the rain, took shelter in a nearby bookstore. With several schools in the vicinity, the bookstore usually enjoyed good business. The owner was a refined and delicate beta, often attracting students from nearby schools, drawn not only by his looks, but also by the charming Samoyed that lounged at the entrance, perpetually grinning and endearing itself to passers-by. In Huaitown, individuals with such striking appearances are indeed a rarity. However, over the past year, the local tourism industry has been unexpectedly invigorated. thanks to a travel blogger who posted a viral short video about this place. With the increased footfall, Jiang Yubai found himself overwhelmed in the store, prompting him to hire a male assistant named Chunyan. After posting a recruitment notice, Chunyan promptly applied for the position. Efficient in his duties, Chun often arrived at the bookstore by 7 o'clock, even though it officially opened at 8. Many students seeking refuge from the rain would come in, and a few older ones, noticing Jiang Yubai seated at the desk with his head bowed, would approach him, asking, "Boss, could we add you on WeChat?" To which Jiang Yubai politely replied, "I do not have a WeChat account." He seldom communicated with others here, having previously blacklisted Ji Yezhou from his contacts and subsequently discontinued using that account. He had left the company group, where a few colleagues who had added him as friends inquired about his situation, to which he had simply stated that he resigned for personal reasons. Upon hearing he had no WeChat, they merely interpreted it as a polite refusal, which contributed to the prevailing notion that the bookstore owner was somewhat aloof. With a bookstore frequented by many students, a certain level of noise was inevitable. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air as someone exclaimed, "I must be incredibly lucky. I just snagged the limited edition at half price." Several girls nearby gathered around, asking, "How come your phone isn't lagging? Mine was completely unresponsive." One lamented, "It used to be easier to get these things, but now there's so many people, I couldn't even get in." "You'll make quite a profit if you resell it," remarked another. The girl who had secured the item beamed with joy. "I want to sell it. It even has a signature." She continued, "The founder of JY is literally my ideal type. Lately, he has been all over the alpha marriage ranking, and there are just too many rivals." Upon hearing this, the other girls began to gossip. Wasn't he previously interested in a beta? It seems he didn't pursue it successfully. The Omega he's with now, could she be his fiancée? Who knows? It's hard to believe he would struggle to win someone over. Who could resist him? Another chimed in, "I'd be weak in the knees. There's no way I could turn down." Another girl interjected, "Isn't there talk of a JY offline branch opening in White Town? Do you think he might come here?" "Doubtful. The most we might see is a visit from upper management," one replied with a sigh. "I would love to see him in person, but alas, Xingqing is too far away." The bookstore itself was not particularly spacious, and Jiang Yubai typically chose a seat closer to the entrance. Despite being distanced from Xingqing, he often heard news related to Ji Yezhou through various channels. When JY first launched, it quickly garnered a wave of popularity online, and 2 years later, that fervor only intensified. Numerous branches have since opened across the nation, and on the Inlang platform, their follower count has soared to over 50 million. It is hardly surprising that discussions about them echo even from such a distance. Their photographs have circulated online, albeit from afar, rendering their faces less distinct. However, those familiar with Jiang Yubai would undoubtedly recognize him. Some patrons had inquired whether he knew the founder of JY, to which he responded that he did not. The individual ceased to inquire further. JY has now emerged as the most popular brand among the youth, and its founder is none other than a descendant of the Ji family. With such a remarkable dual identity, it seems rather implausible that this illustrious person would pursue a mere beta residing in the town. Astonishingly, the beta claimed to be unfamiliar with him. This certainly appears rather inappropriate. Perhaps it was merely a case of mistaken resemblance. The rain persisted for over half an hour, during which they continued to discuss the appearance of the Omega in the Ji household. It is entirely reasonable for Ji Yezhou to have an Omega by his side. With dark eyelashes casting shadows, she found herself unable to focus on the book in her hands. After a considerable duration, the downpour finally began to subside. Chunyan took it upon himself to sweep away the muddy footprints that had been tracked in, and by the time he completed this task, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Feeling a touch bashful, he approached Jiang Yubai, scratching the back of his head as he said, "Boss, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. Would you care to join me for dinner?" Having spent over a year in Chunyan's company, Jiang Yubai was aware that the latter had chosen to remain home to care for his ailing mother instead of seeking employment in the bustling metropolis. At merely 25 years of age, Chunyan exhibited a meticulous and composed demeanor in his work. Comparatively, Jiang Yubai had grown less aloof in his interactions with others. On occasions when he lacked the time, Chunyan would even take it upon himself to walk the pet dog, Milk Candy. Since adopting Milk Candy, Jiang Yubai found himself better able to manage his emotions, though he still struggled with insomnia during the night. Even when fatigue led him to retire early, he often awoke in the middle of the night, unable to fall back asleep. "All right," Jiang Yubai replied, contemplating what gifts are typically given for birthdays. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, Chun Yin seemed to work with renewed vigor. He quickly reached out to his friends in Huai Town, inquiring about the preparations for a confession ceremony. Were flowers and candles alone not a bit too mundane? When he applied at Jiang Yubai's bookstore, perhaps it was the sight of a slender, gentle man illuminated by the white halo through the glass window that had captivated him. He had never encountered anyone as striking in Huai Town. Despite his responsibilities towards his mother, he had a family-owned hill nearby, and particularly in the past year, the burgeoning tourism industry had allowed him to earn a fair sum from ticket sales. Yet, none of this affected his unwavering dedication to his job at Jiang Yubai's bookstore. The bookstore was slightly busier during the day, while the evenings saw fewer patrons, making it sufficient for one person to oversee operations. Even as closing time approached, Chun Yin was reluctant to leave. After a brief return home, he brought back zongzi, a traditional rice dumpling made by his mother, as the Dragon Boat Festival was fast approaching. Consuming zongzi while still warm is undoubtedly the most enjoyable experience. Tentatively, Chun Yin broached the subject. "Have you considered finding a partner?" No sooner had he spoken than several students entered the shop after their classes. They purchased a few study materials, engaging in conversation about the upcoming Huai Town Cultural Festival on Saturday. "Are you planning to attend?" one asked. "Huai Town is rather small. It feels like only unknown internet celebrities come here to garner attention." "Not necessarily. I heard there might be a surprise guest," another countered. "Could it be a big name?" They speculated as they completed their transactions at the front desk. As they reached the door, this group of students took a moment to play with milk candy. The lively milk candy, unafraid of strangers, evidently received excellent care from its owner. Around its thick neck hung a creamy yellow bib, and although it appeared drowsy, it stood up and rubbed against them. Jiang Yubai gazed through the glass window outside, a subtle smile gracing his lips, which softened the originally cold contours of his brows and eyes. After the group of students departed, Chun Yin swallowed hard. Jiang Yubai turned his gaze towards him, inquiring about his previous statement. Chun Yin had forgotten what he had just asked and posed another question. "How long has it been since you last experienced love?" The man's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the gentle smile that had adorned his face gradually faded. Chun Yin, fearing he had overstepped, quickly amended, "I apologize. Let's disregard that question. I merely noticed that you haven't had anyone particularly close beside you." 2 years, Jiang Yubai replied softly. Perhaps his near-daily presence in the bookstore since arriving in Huai Town, even on holidays, contributed to Chun Yin's sense of peculiarity. 2 years was a considerable duration. Chun Yin mused that Jiang Yubai had likely severed ties with his last partner completely. However, he couldn't help but ponder, who would truly be willing to let go if he were to engage in a relationship with Jiang Yubai? Initially, Chun Yin had sought employment at the bookstore due to the attractive individuals within, but over time, he came to believe that one's appearance is a mere reflection of the heart within. Last month, in the alley beside the bookstore, an alpha's pheromones suddenly surged, causing an omega passing by to enter a state of false heat. The dim streetlights offered scant illumination, and by 10 in the evening, few establishments in town remained open. Perhaps due to insomnia, Jiang Yubai often lingered in the bookstore until late. Students finished their evening studies at 9, and he was preparing to close the store at that hour. Suddenly, an omega appeared at the door, staggering and on the verge of tears, closely followed by a tall, muscular alpha. Jiang Yubai immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly assisted the omega into the bookstore. Betas are unaffected by pheromones, yet it was evident that the alpha had sensed the omega's distress. The bookstore's glass doors, despite being shut, still allowed a view inside. In a frenzied state, the alpha forcefully shattered the door and burst in. He had nearly lost all rationality, and upon seeing the beta blocking his path, he picked up shards of glass from the floor. Fortunately, the police arrived promptly, administering a tranquilizer to subdue the alpha. However, Jiang Yubai's arm was cut. The wound, not deep, but blood trickled down his pale, slender arm, staining his light-colored shirt crimson. That night, Yin was absent. The following day, upon entering the bookstore and witnessing the disarray, he learned of the preceding events. Jiang Yubai's arm was wrapped in bandages, his already pale complexion appearing even more wan. The Omega's family later came to express their gratitude. Had it not been for the Beta's intervention, the Omega might have faced assault that night and potentially been marked and married to a criminal. The incident caused quite a stir in the town, to the extent that some attention-seeking bloggers made a special trip to Jiang Yubai's bookstore, sensationalizing the matter before posting it on their video accounts. After half a month, the gauze was finally removed, revealing Jiang Yubai's already slender back, which seemed to have grown even more gaunt. Consequently, Yin frequently brought food from home during this period. Having obtained answers, Yin refrained from further inquiries, unwrapping the zongzi for Jiang Yubai and remarking that having someone to share life with could be quite pleasant. Being alone could often be rather dull. Going out together was undoubtedly more enjoyable, even when faced with difficulties or low spirits. Having someone nearby, for comfort, made a significant difference, as it also meant having another who truly cared about you. Observing Jiang Yubai's silence, Yin felt he had laid the groundwork sufficiently. "I'll take a stroll with Milk Candy," Yin said. As he stepped outside, Milk Candy rubbed against him at the door, letting out a couple of soft whines. The reason for his prolonged silence perhaps stemmed from past experiences, which, though now behind them, had once defined their lives. After the students seeking shelter from the rain departed, Jiang Yubai found himself uncontrollably opening an app and typing in keywords. Catching a glimpse of an Omega, beautiful and charming, standing beside an Alpha. This Omega was more widely accepted and envied by the public. He glanced briefly before exiting the interface. He had long known there would be no intersection with this person, and now, the disparity in their identities had grown even larger, rendering any possibility of a meeting impossible. Perhaps he would never need a partner in his life, content to tend to his bookstore and share his days with Milk Candy, occasionally listening to the students' discussions, which rendered his life not entirely devoid of interest. Perhaps in the future, he might find a beta equally devoid of pheromones to live together with. The future remained unpredictable. As dusk approached, he raised his gaze and turned on the light at the entrance. The time spent locked in his suite felt like an eternity, and he lost track of how long it had been until his pheromones returned to normal. The door had decayed to a state beyond recognition, and upon Ji Yezhou's emergence, he hurried to Rongxing. However, this time, the people in the department informed him that Minister Jiang had resigned. Although he already suspected as much, he sought confirmation. He inquired with Director Zhang, perhaps influenced by Ji Yezhou's hint, confirmed that Jiang Yubai had indeed submitted a request for transfer long ago. At that time, he had even tried to dissuade him, suggesting that Xingqing had greater prospects, but Jiang Yubai had been resolute. Jiaxue was not a large city, and he quickly asked Director Zhang for the specific location. Zhang stated that an incident had occurred at the branch office, necessitating a 2-month delay, prompting Jiang Yubai to choose resignation. It seemed he was eager to sever all ties without a moment's hesitation. He also visited the apartment, which was ajar, possibly due to the moving process. Inside, a young couple greeted him excitedly. He borrowed someone else's phone to dial a number he knew by heart, only to find that the line on the other end was disconnected. Even Zhang's family was questioned. Jiang Yongkong was so intimidated by his sinister demeanor that he felt paralyzed. Fearing that Jiang Yubai had somehow provoked him, inciting a vendetta against the Jiang family, Jiang Yubai, with a calculated intent, had finally vanished completely from his sight. Over the past 2 years, he had transformed JY into a leading brand in the domestic fashion scene. He seemed more composed, clad in business suits and leather shoes, diligently expanding branches nationwide. As for the Ji family, his visits home had not increased. The company remained predominantly staffed by beta employees. Perhaps due to a mutual understanding among betas, during lunch breaks, one beta came across a short video proclaiming that in crucial moments, it is indeed them who matter. Look, if it weren't for this Omega, he would likely have been mistreated. Someone nearby leaned closer, expressing a sense of familiarity. Why does he seem a bit recognizable? Oh, maybe it's just because he's good-looking. You know how attractive people all look alike. No. After a moment of contemplation, they remarked, he resembles the one that CEO Ji used to pursue. Ji Yezhou was just exiting his office when he overheard their conversation. Chapter 72. The ring. Jiang Yubai resided above a bookstore in a self-built residential structure with shops on the ground floor and living quarters above. When nurturing milk candy, Jiang Yubai had thoroughly prepared himself, understanding that acceptance entails responsibility. He had a cabinet dedicated to milk candy's necessities, and during leisure moments, he would cook homemade dog food for her. Perhaps his emotions had indeed found relief, as he had not taken medication for some time. On a tranquil night, his bookstore was distanced from tourist areas, unlike when he was in Star City, where the sounds of passing vehicles occasionally reached his ears. A desk lamp illuminated the room, while milk candy lay peacefully in the corner. Jiang Yubai closed his eyes for over 2 hours but still could not succumb to slumber. Slowly, he rose and perched on the edge of the bed, retrieving a box of medication from the drawer. However, as soon as he opened the box, milk candy, with her keen hearing, dashed to his side, wagging her tail excitedly, likely mistaking it for a treat. Milk candy let out a gentle whimper. Clearly disappointed at the lack of snacks, she had no intention of leaving. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Yubai stood up and fetched a package of dried duck jerky from the snack cabinet. Milk candy eagerly followed at his legs, brimming with excitement. When naming her, Jiang Yubai had reminisced about the milk candies his grandmother used to buy him. The rich sweetness would fill his mouth. Milk candy indeed embodied her name. After he fed her several pieces of jerky, she affectionately nudged his palm with her fluffy head, as if attempting to absorb his negative emotions. After a while, Jiang Yubai discovered the suitcase he had brought when he first arrived in Huaijin. The items in its compartments remained untouched. He owned only one suitcase, perhaps fearing he might not know where to go next, leading him to leave these belongings behind. The photographs were preserved intact. One captured a moment of him reeling in a fish, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction, the scene immortalized by Ji Yezhou. The ring felt cool to the touch. This relationship came to an abrupt halt at the most beautiful moment, seemingly without any fault. In retrospect, there were no quarrels, no humble pleas, nor indifferent silhouettes. Time has the capacity to dull any emotion. Perhaps upon discovering his true intentions, the other party became utterly weary of him. Being forgotten is perhaps for the best. Jiang Yubai placed his belongings back into the compartment. Perhaps he would never revisit them again. That night, his sleep was fragmented. The following day, it was Chen Yin who came to open the door, and only after tending to the shop for a while did he descend. Milk candy had already dashed downstairs. Students who frequented the area would often buy ham sausages from the convenience store across the street, charmed by its lively demeanor, and thus it developed a habit of rushing out at the appointed hour. Jiang Yubai, concerned about milk candy's health, had intervened several times, even employing a leash to keep it within his line of sight. Yet, despite his efforts, there were still those who, enchanted by its adorableness, would sneak it treats. Fortunately, milk candy had a robust constitution and had never fallen ill. As soon as Jiang Yubai sat down, Chen Yin inquired if he had not rested well the previous night. Not really, Jiang Yubai replied. He had eventually fallen asleep, and for him, merely managing to keep his eyes closed throughout the night was considered a good rest. The shop typically saw a surge of customers around noon or between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, coinciding with the conclusion of classes. Perhaps due to the upcoming weekend and the Huaitown Cultural Festival commencing the next day, the students seemed particularly excited. This might be the most bustling 2 days in Huaitown in many years, were it not for the booming tourism industry. Such events might not have been feasible here at all. My father works in the back, and he got me 3 internal tickets. Let's go together tomorrow. Sounds great. Some of my favorite influencers are coming too. Have you seen that trending dance challenge? Of course. The influx of fans this time was quite significant, and the identity of the mysterious guest remained undisclosed. Many tourists had already arrived ahead of time, leading to a considerable increase in foot traffic in Huaitown, resulting in unfamiliar faces appearing in Jiang Yubai's bookstore. Perhaps the story of Jiang Yubai rescuing an omega had been shared by certain influencers on social media. Given that Huaitown is not particularly large, his shop had inadvertently become a popular check-in spot. The bustling crowd was, under normal circumstances, beneficial for business. However, Jiang Yubai preferred to remain inconspicuous. He was merely an ordinary beta. As the number of patrons swelled, he reluctantly decided to close the shop early. He was not keen on making an appearance online. The previous posts from influencers had been taken without his consent, and he was largely oblivious to such matters. Given his limited online presence, he informed Chunyin, "Let us close the shop for now. Let us take a break for these 3 days." Since the bookstore's opening, it had operated regularly, and these days coincided with peak business. Chunyin seemed a bit perplexed and asked, "Why?" "More people means better business." Jiang Yubai pressed his lips together, and Chunyin did not press further, understanding that he was merely an employee. Still, he couldn't help but lament the lost opportunity during these busy days, as many places would envy such foot traffic. He found a suitable reason to invite everyone out of the shop, and for once, Jiang Yubai enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. With no tasks at hand that afternoon, he took Nai Tang for a stroll. Nai Tang, having indulged in ample treats, was in high spirits and full of energy. Huaitown is not particularly large, and the best hotel was constructed later on. Most guests attending the cultural festival opted to stay there. The entrance was thronged with fans brandishing light boards, their cheers erupting in waves as guests disembarked from their luxury vehicles. Jiang Yubai felt little interest in the commotion. He merely followed Nai Tang, wandering along the small paths near the hotel. Nai Tang likely believed that more people meant more opportunities for treats. Jiang Yubai tugged on the leash he held, attempting to lead it away. A Lincoln limousine came to a halt at the hotel entrance, distinct from the previous business vehicles. This car, a global limited edition, exuded an air of opulence. The fans at the entrance held their breath. Could this be the elusive guest whose identity had not yet been revealed? As the doors slowly creaked open, a pair of polished shoes came into view, revealing a tall and striking alpha, caught between boyhood and manhood, with meticulously styled hair framing a coldly handsome face. Chapter 73. Protect him. The ensuing screams were even louder than before. However, Jiang Yubai had already pulled Nai Tang away, who, weighing around 60 to 70 pounds, was clearly reluctant but ultimately complied with its owner's wishes. The road ahead was nearly blocked by the throng, making passage impossible, and the cacophony of voices was overwhelming for Jiang Yubai. Perhaps due to the bookstore's closure, tourists began to disperse, as they were primarily interested in catching a glimpse of the beta from the videos. As dusk descended, Jiang Yubai led Nai Tang home. Unlike the previous days filled with tourists, previously, visitors had mostly congregated at notable attractions or tourist zones, but this time, the cultural festival had drawn a new wave of guests. Thinking of Chunyan's birthday the following day, Jiang Yubai browsed a few shops. Chunyan had mentioned his fondness for music on several occasions, so he ultimately chose a vinyl record player. Upon returning to the bookstore, he received a text from Chunyan inviting him to dinner at 5 o'clock the next afternoon, along with the address. Chunyan was perhaps the person Jiang Yubai was closest in Huaitown, also an employee of his, and he had no valid reason to decline the birthday invitation. The timing was convenient for Chunyan's confession preparations. Over the past few years, Chunyan's mother had urged him to find a partner, but the town was small, and he had yet to meet someone he truly liked. After nearly 2 years of acquaintance, he felt he had developed a certain understanding of Jiang Yubai. He selected the finest restaurant in town and invited a few friends to join, as a birthday celebration seemed more fitting with a larger gathering. Next to the restaurant lay a vast flower field, often frequented by tourists for photographs. Chun Yin had coordinated with the local farmers to prepare the confession scene in advance. His friends were exceptionally supportive of this significant event in his life. At first, Jiang Yubai believed it was merely an ordinary meal. Upon arriving at the restaurant mentioned in the text message, he presented the wrapped gift to Chun Yin, who appeared particularly delighted. "Is this for me?" Chun Yin inquired. "Indeed," Jiang Yubai replied. Chun Yin accepted the gift, and several friends playfully chimed in. "Your boss is truly wonderful, unlike mine, who I would rather avoid by 100 meters. Indeed, regarding the previous incident with the Omega, not everyone would dare to intervene," another added. This statement held truth. During the frenzy of an alpha's rampage, rationality was nearly absent, leaving betas utterly defenseless, with severe situations potentially endangering lives. Jiang Yubai had found himself in a perilous position, as an alpha had aggressively thrust a sharp shard of glass toward his neck, the most vulnerable part of the human body. Had he not extended his arm to shield himself, he might not be seated here dining with them. "Can you drink?" what Chunyan's friends asked him. In the town, driving was hardly necessary, especially since it was Chunyan's birthday. "I can manage a little," Jiang Yubai responded, as he was not fond of inebriation. Perhaps their connection had initially sparked from a drunken encounter in a bar. In the past, he would numb his senses with alcohol, yet now, it seemed that imbibing only heightened his emotional turmoil. Chunyan limited the amount his friends poured for him, drinking merely to bolster his own courage. The meal extended until twilight, and the sounds of the cultural festival echoed nearby, while the number of visitors outside had dwindled since the morning. After dining, Chunyan suggested a leisurely stroll through a nearby flower field. Considering the increasing number of tourists, the flower field had installed ground lights. Chunyan had previously arranged a circle of heart-shaped candles in an open area, and as Jiang Yubai unwittingly stepped into the circle, the candles were ignited by others present. Before he could comprehend the situation, he noticed Chunyan seemingly holding a bouquet of flowers. "I like you. I applied for the job solely because I saw you were the owner, and after spending so much time together, our personalities seemed to align," Chunyan expressed. After a brief pause, he added, "Would you give me a chance to take care of you?" Scattered tourists nearby, witnessing the confession, approached to join the revelry, with a chorus of blessings following suit. Chunyan's friends mingled with the tourists. "Accept him. He will treat you well. Ah, how sweet. It's quite heartwarming." The person being confessed to must be the bookstore owner who previously saved the Omega, right? It's only fitting someone should protect him. "Accept him. Accept him." This was Chunyan's first confession, and he lacked substantial experience, having merely observed numerous confessions of this nature online. The small town meant that any noteworthy event would quickly become common knowledge. In front of so many witnesses, Jiang Yubai felt it inappropriate to leave Chunyan in an awkward position. He had previously been unaware that the beta he had worked alongside for so long harbored feelings for him. Certain matters he preferred to discuss privately with Chunyan. Chunyan held the bouquet aloft, as if believing that his acceptance was the key to concluding the current scenario. Jiang Yubai's pale, elongated fingers delicately grasped the flowers. His gaze cast downward. Having arrived in Huaitown the previous day, the hour was already late. A few local leaders, aware of his arrival, intended to host a welcoming dinner in his honor, especially since he had expressed interest in investing in the local tourism industry. His participation in the cultural festival was merely a formality, yet when he graced the stage, he elevated the ambience to an extraordinary level, surprising all who had not anticipated someone of his current status to appear in a newly developing, remote town. Following the event, in an effort to familiarize him with the tourism prospects, the mayor invited him to the renowned flower fields, eager to share the local customs and the cultural development potential of Huaitown. As dusk descended, a crowd began to gather ahead. The mayor, noticing Jiang Yubai's gaze, remarked that it seemed someone was confessing their love, as this flower field attracted numerous couples each year, making an ideal spot for young people. Jiang Yubai responded with a casual acknowledgement. As they drew closer, the mayor, with a hint of pride, revealed that the individual being confessed was none other than the bookstore owner who had previously rescued an Omega. Although many reporters had sought interviews, they had all been declined, and judging by the scene before them, it appeared the confession had been a success. The mayor's eyes shifted towards Jiang Yubai. Perhaps sensing the ominous atmosphere as the night deepened, the alpha's expression chillingly fierce. Having consumed some alcohol, Jiang Yubai accepted the flowers, and Chunyan had initially intended to escort him home. However, he declined, noting that the distance from the restaurant to the bookstore was not significant. And Chunyan was accompanied by a group of friends. "You should stay with them," Jiang Yubai murmured. "I'll return home on my own." Chunyan acquiesced, suggesting that he message him upon arrival, understanding that Jiang Yubai needed space to ponder. In truth, the distance was less than 500 meters, and he anticipated no unforeseen events. The light-colored manta roses in Jiang Yubai's hand harmonized beautifully with his white shirt. The effects of the alcohol dulled his thoughts. By rejecting Chunyan's company, he considered that the bookstore might soon need to hire anew. He felt ill at ease with initiating relationships from scratch with strangers. Despite realizing his youth was waning, He had not contemplated romance in any depth. Perhaps the tourists were engrossed in the cultural festival, as the alley was nearly deserted. This area was distanced from the tourist zone, the streetlights casting a dim glow, some having long since extinguished. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Yubai instinctively quickened his pace. Yet, as he approached the intersection, an unseen figure lurking around the corner suddenly yanked him into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 74. Home. The grip was astonishingly strong, as if intent on breaking his wrist. Jiang Yubai instinctively feared it was the Alpha from before seeking revenge. Yet, if that were the case, why wait over a month? Perhaps driven by instinct, he desperately sought to free himself. Let go. Release me. Though devoid of surveillance cameras, the intersections nearby were monitored, ensuring that if anything were to occur, the assailant would not escape unscathed. Then he heard a familiar scoff. The voice was too recognizable. Jiang Yubai, in disbelief, raised his face, realizing the figure before him towered significantly above. Despite the absence of streetlights, the faint moonlight allowed one to discern the figure before them. Was he inebriated? The individual clearly belonged to Star City. How could he possibly appear in Hawaii Town? Why do you still only utter these few phrases? The towering Alpha inquired darkly. The taut strings in his mind snapped almost immediately. Jiang Yubai struggled with greater fervor, attempting to wrench the Alpha's arm free, disregarding the bouquet that fell to the ground. Yet, the more he resisted, the tighter the Alpha's grip became. Recalling the scene he had witnessed not long ago, Ji Yezhou's expression darkened further. What had been the outcome when he had previously gifted Jiang Yubai flowers? They were either left unnoticed in a hotel or discarded in a trash bin by Jiang himself. Jiang Yubai had never accepted them, insisting that he should refrain from such gestures in the future. Yet, just moments ago, amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Jiang Yubai had accepted flowers from another man, even preparing to take them home. Was it because he harbored feelings for the other? Had he accepted a confession? Jiang Yubai had often remarked that alphas and betas were ill-suited for one another. Now, encountering another male beta, did that mean compatibility? By what right could he sever ties so abruptly? By what right could he declare an end and vanish entirely from Ji Yezhou's world? And by what right could he dare to dream of being with someone else? Finding himself unable to break free, Jiang Yubai pressed his lips together and murmured, "You already have an Omega. Why seek me out? I merely came to Hawaii Town for an event," Ji Yezhou replied coldly, gripping the man's chin to compel him to meet his gaze. "Did you truly believe I came here specifically for you? Are you worth such an effort?" Indeed, Ji Yezhou recalled that the Hawaii Town Cultural Festival was taking place, and he was, after all, the mysterious guest that the students had eagerly anticipated. In the brief moment of his astonishment, his back was pressed against the rough wall, the Alpha burying his face in his neck, causing him to nearly falter from the pain. "Stop," the man pleaded almost desperately. Perhaps those few words held some weight with the Alpha of your. At least during that period, Ji Yezhou had refrained from overindulging, careful not to provoke any displeasure in a man, in hopes of resonating their souls. He had even considered that dating might allow Jiang Yubai to accept him more fully. He had long envisioned a romantic relationship, planning their future cohabitation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai had already prepared himself to sever all ties completely. In hindsight, he felt utterly foolish. He had never truly touched the man's intimate areas, and the bite marks on the nape of his neck ran deep enough to draw blood, seemingly igniting the Alpha's fervent rage. The bouquet that had fallen to the ground remained untouched. Ji Yezhou cast a glance at the flowers, realizing that the person he had pursued with such effort was now captivated by another simply because of a bouquet. How amusing. Noticing Jiang Yubai's pained expression and the cold sweat beading on his forehead, Ji Yezhou's fingers grazed over his damp cheek, caressing him with a tenderness reminiscent of a lover. Merely spoken words can be startling. "This is unbearable. What shall we do then?" Ji Yezhou's voice was hoarse, his heated breath brushing against Beta's fair, elongated neck. Jiang Yubai's inebriation had completely faded, and the sweat-drenched strands of hair that fell across his brow accentuated the fragility of his pale visage. Suddenly, a lively discussion erupted at the alley's entrance, Perhaps the cultural festival had just concluded, and they were passing through this path. The voices grew closer. Who would have imagined that the mysterious guest was none other than the founder of JY? He is even more handsome in person than in the videos. It seems the festival committee has truly outdone themselves by inviting him. Those who missed the event today will surely regret it upon learning who the guest was. Truly, he is the ideal of my dreams. If only I could have a romantic encounter with him, my life would be complete. But doesn't he already have an Omega? They seem destined for one another. It would be futile to dwell on it. Why, oh why, is he not destined for me? The rumors circulating outside appear increasingly absurd. Yet he does not wish to seem overly eager. Jiang Yubai is already surrounded by others. Must he continue to portray the image of a beta who has been deceived over the past 2 years? As the footsteps drew nearer, Ji Yezhou displayed no semblance of shame before the onlookers. The slender man appeared almost frail, even his shirt hung loosely on his frame, his hand casually trailing along the hem, easily brushing against his waist. Someone was approaching. Jiang Yubai bit his lip, trembling as he cautioned. You wouldn't want your Omega to find out, would you? Find out what? Ji Yezhou retorted, seemingly unperturbed. With your insatiable thirst, can that beta truly satisfy you? I'm merely assisting him, to spare you from unfulfilled desires. The deliberate humiliation from the alpha brought tears to Jiang Yubai's eyes. Perhaps he understood that the current Ji Yezhou no longer cared for his dignity. As the footsteps and voices grew increasingly proximate, the alley proved too narrow, even without streetlights. Any passerby would undoubtedly notice them. Let us go home. Jiang Yubai's voice quivered with evident emotion. This time, it was your request. The bookstore was mere meters away from the alley. Through the transparent glass door, even when tightly shut, one could still glimpse the interior. After being fed dinner by Jiang Yubai, milk candy lay dozing beneath the table. It adeptly took care of itself, with leftover snack wrappers nearby, likely scavenged from the cupboard shortly after Jiang Yubai had stepped out. Hearing movement at the door, it initially presumed its master had returned and prepared to greet him. However, before its master could even turn on the bookstore lights, he was pinned against the shelf, unable to move. Milk candy hurriedly scampered over, eager to nuzzle its owner. Ji Yezhou glanced at it upon hearing the commotion. Milk Candy's joyful bark quickly subsided as it hastily retreated behind a shelf. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered in the darkness as Jiang Yubai's phone rang. Ji Yezhou retrieved the device from his pocket and noted that the contact was Chun Yin. Chapter 75. Tenderness. Sensing the man's trembling body, he answered the call. The distance from the restaurant to the bookstore typically took less than 10 minutes to traverse. Yet, nearly 20 minutes had elapsed without any word from Jiang Yubai, prompting Chun Yin to dial him directly. Are you not home yet? Inquired the voice on the other end. Ji Yezhou, utilizing the speakerphone, held the device close to his lips, seemingly awaiting a response. The alpha had restrained his hands behind his back, leaving his fair neck marked with vivid, passionate kisses. Jiang Yubai's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. Is it the cold wind outside that's made you ill? It has been a bit chilly these past few days. Next time, I shall take Nai Tang for a walk. He continued, contemplating how to bridge the gap between himself and Jiang Yubai through their shared affection for the pet. However, he only heard a low moan emanating from the phone. What is wrong with you? Chun Yin asked with concern. Shall I come over? Jiang Yubai, in his current state, was hardly presentable. He wished to end the call, but found himself unable to move, compelled to listen to the voice on the line as if the other party were watching him engage in some act. No, it's unnecessary, Jiang Yubai replied, silently wishing Chun Yin would conclude the call. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Chun Yin appeared reluctant to hang up, particularly after confessing his feelings that day and sharing thoughts about Nai Tang. With his lower lip bitten until it bled, Jiang Yubai realized he had not endured such sensations for a long time. His body was far too sensitive to withstand the alpha's kisses. Ultimately, Chun Yin declared with unwavering conviction, once we are together, I will take good care of you and Nai Tang. As the call ended, Ji Yezhou casually tossed the phone onto the nearby bookshelf. Even the dog, hiding beside the shelf, appeared particularly irksome to him. 2 years prior, he and Jiang Yubai had debated whether to adopt a cat or a dog. Jiang Yubai had simply said, do as you wish. leading him to foolishly believe it was a sign of the man's affirmation. Yet now, Jiang Yubai had indeed taken in a dog with someone else. After dinner, they would stroll the streets, enjoying the evening breeze that was no longer stifling, engaging in intimate, flirtatious conversations. The scenarios he had envisioned countless times remained unrealized, while Jiang Yubai had brought them to life with another. On a cool night in May, the alpha drew him into the side of the bookshelf, ensuring they would not be seen by passers-by. The man trembled, gripping the cabinet before him, seemingly yearning to escape the other's grasp. "Stop this. We have long since ended. I do not wish to engage in such actions with you any longer." Ji Yezhou remained silent, perhaps unwilling to discuss such matters with a beta. He looked down upon the man, his deep, inscrutable eyes betraying no emotion. Perhaps it was the conclusion of the cultural festival that brought people past the bookstore. The bookstore was merely 10 meters from the intersection, and Jiang Yubai pressed his hands tightly against his lips. Voices mingled outside, as Huaitown experienced an unusual vibrancy at night. They seemed to have shifted their conversation to topics beyond the cultural festival. Upon encountering the bookstore by the roadside, someone remarked that they had heard a rumor of a confession made to the bookstore owner one evening, and that it had been successful. Had it not been for the cultural festival, I would have certainly gone to witness it. In retrospect, the cultural festival offered little of interest. The prospect of watching a confession seemed far more enticing. It appears that since the inception of this bookstore, the couple has remained inseparable. Nearly 2 years have elapsed, and surely their relationship must be flourishing. Undoubtedly, after spending such an extended period together, mutual affection is inevitable. It is no wonder the bookstore owner previously mentioned not having a WeChat account or adding anyone. It turns out their partner resides under the same roof every day, which is quite delightful. Despite Jiang Yubai's eventual departure from Rongxing, he scoured the entirety of Jiashui City without uncovering a trace of the man. Were it not for the employees at the company who stumbled upon a video concerning Jiang Yubai, he might never have found Huaitown. Thus, Jiang Yubai could continue cohabiting and sharing his life with someone else, even engaging in the activities they once enjoyed together. The man's eyes brimmed with tears, the veins in his tense neck faintly visible, and his hand, pressed tightly against his lips, trembled. At long last, as silence enveloped the bookstore, he had nearly lost the ability to think. The air within the bookstore was saturated with the potent scent of alpha pheromones. Nai Tang, having witnessed its master being mistreated, had initially barked a few times but soon felt disheartened by the indifferent glances from the alpha. After all, since its earliest memories, it had always been a beloved and charming little dog. Those who saw it would pet it, feed it, and play joyfully with it. Even students would come to the bookstore each day, eager to find and interact with it. Never had anyone regarded it with such disdainful eyes, as if wishing for its disappearance. Suddenly, Nai Tang began to question its existence, pondering where it, as a cute and innocent little dog, had gone wrong. It attempted to intervene, but was unsuccessful, helplessly watching as its master was carried upstairs, seemingly in tears as they ascended the staircase. Nai Tang followed closely, but with a loud thud, the door was firmly shut, and it could no longer pry it open with its paws. Separated by merely a door, its master's voice remained calm and composed, while the sounds emanating from within were entirely unfamiliar. The sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, and through the transparent glass door, the orange glow of the sunrise was visible outside. The Huaitown Cultural Festival spanned 2 days, and early in the morning, tourists passed by the bookstore. However, as they drew near, it felt as though they were overwhelmed by the fear instilled by the S-class alpha pheromones, prompting them to hasten away from the area. The windows of the old self-built houses could not be sealed tightly, and the alpha's pheromones no longer retracted as they once did. Jiang Yubai now realized that the past seasons in Yezhou had been sufficiently understanding of his capacity to endure, even demonstrating a degree of tenderness. What was even more alarming was that this was not even the alpha's sensitive period. Chapter 76. Impossible to overlook a sign hung at the bookstore's entrance indicating that it was closed, stating it would reopen on Monday. For betas, the absence of scent is a relief, as they remain oblivious to the ferocity of the S-class alpha pheromones. Throughout the morning, only a scant few dared to traverse this path. No one could have anticipated that the pheromones were leaking from the adjacent bookstore. After all, both the proprietor and the staff were betas, and just last night, they had shared a night together. After a slumber, Nai awoke once more, only to feel hunger pangs, prompting it to rummage beneath the front desk for a cherished stash of jerky. Fortunately, it had previously stockpiled provisions. The morning air in the store was unusually tranquil, with scarcely any passers-by at the entrance. Having finished the jerky, Nai languidly lay by the door, observing the sun ascend high into the sky. It could not fathom why its master had not fed it at the usual hour, so it scampered up the stairs, grasping its stainless steel bowl in its mouth, and scratched at the upstairs door with its paw. Just then, the door swung open, revealing not its master, but the alpha who had disregarded it the previous night. With a woeful whimper, Nai set the bowl down and retreated to a safe distance. Barking at him, it longed to enter the room and check if its master was awake. Typically, it would sleep at the foot of the bed. Yet last night, it had been kept at bay. The door was firmly closed once more. With a yelp, Nai collided with the door, wincing in pain. The alpha was not being cruel. It had lunged forward impulsively. Observing the alpha pick up its food bowl, now in possession of 2 cans of dog food, it trailed behind listlessly, awaiting its meal. This dog, it seemed, had an acute sense of awareness. Ji Yezhou opened a can and poured the contents into the bowl, but did not immediately offer it to Nai. The dog let out a soft whimper, revealing that it was usually well cared for. The bookstore, apart from Jiang Yubai, had another beta. Reflecting on last night's phone call, Nai had become an opportunity for others to cultivate feelings with Jiang Yubai. Ji Yezhou gazed darkened. Over the past 2 years, he had survived on the scant photographs he had taken. The alpha, driven by primal desires, had navigated 2 periods of heightened sensitivity with the aid of inhibitors. Yet his mind often wandered back to their last encounter. That night, he had mistaken their connection for something profound, unaware that Jiang Yubai had already resolved to sever ties, offering him only a semblance of charity. It seemed the man had utterly erased him from his memory, having settled in Huaitown to embark on a completely new life. Nai, growing increasingly impatient, began to vocalize. Perhaps it was beginning to realize that the alpha before it, though intimidating in gaze, bore no true intention to inflict harm. The alpha placed the bowl on the ground, and Nai eagerly approached. Ji Yezhou was scheduled to make an appearance at the cultural festival that afternoon at the JY branch in Huaitown, which marked its inaugural opening. Engrossed in brand expansion, he perhaps wished to avoid fading entirely from man's sight. The phone he had carelessly discarded on the bookshelf the previous night emitted a jarring sound. Ji Yezhou retrieved the device, noticing several unread messages, all from Chunyan. He swiped to unlock the phone, which, as always, bore no password. The messages were not sent within the same time frame. They commenced at 7 in the morning. Is it true that the bookstore does not need to open today? It is merely the last day of the cultural festival. Otherwise, you could rest well, and I could tend to the store. Are you unwell? I have prepared a nourishing black chicken and chestnut soup at home, and I shall bring you a portion shortly. This cultural festival has been quite bustling. If you wish to attend, I have tickets available. Alternatively, I could come over and bring some milk candies for your bath. Jiang Yubai seemingly lacks the habit of clearing chat records. Upon scrolling back, their conversations are still visible. Meal times have been advanced by an hour. Fearing it might be too late later when the festival concludes and the crowds gather, Jiang Yubai replied, "Yes, happy birthday to you. Just come over for the meal. No need for any other preparations." Jiang Yubai responded, "I've already purchased a gift." Further back, there are still numerous records of their exchanges. At least, Chunyan never sent more than 10 messages. The man typically responded with a single word. There was often a reciprocal exchange. Chunyan would send 1 or 2 messages, and the man would reply. They even purchased gifts together for birthdays. After clearing all these conversations, he switched off his phone. For him, the countless numbers dialed always displayed as switched off. Thus, Jiang Yubai had little reason to continue using his phone. The curtains offered a mediocre blackout effect, allowing faint light to permeate the room. According to his biological clock, the man would awaken by 8 at the latest. It felt as though he had endured a nightmarish experience of being crushed repeatedly. Upon lifting his eyelids, an undeniable Excruciating pain surged through his lower abdomen. He trembled and curled up, instinctively reaching to cover his belly, only to hear a sharp clank in the air. It was the sound of iron chains clashing. His right hand was firmly restrained by an iron ring, the chain extending to the bedpost. The bed, made of solid wood, was not easily moved, even in his current utterly exhausted state. He was clad only in the white shirt he had worn last night. Scattered on the floor were several used nutritional supplements, evidently prepared specifically for him. Last night, the Alpha's objectives were not wholly fulfilled, yet they were sufficient to leave him trembling. The Beta's development was incomplete, and due to diminished reproductive capabilities, particularly among male Betas, there was no practical use here. However, the Alpha possessed an instinctual nature to induce pregnancy in their partner. Previously, due to Ji Yezhou being an S-class Alpha, he had stated in advance that if he wished to engage with a Beta, they would no longer need to meet. A Beta could not endure that. This was true in the past, and it remains so now. Chapter 77. What does this even mean? Completely unaware of the current time, as there was no clock in the room, and his phone was not nearby. He could only gauge that it was approximately noon by the faint light seeping through the curtains. His lower abdomen throbbed with cramping pain as his fingers pressed against the thin, flat skin. He feared he might have broken something last night. Though Alpha had shown a measure of consideration before departing, tenderly carrying him to the bathroom for cleansing and replacing the sheets on the bed, the man now found himself again beset by excruciating pain, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He faintly perceived the sound of someone attempting to pry open the door. Perhaps aware that Alpha was gone, the little milk candy no longer held back its plaintive cries. It was only then that Jiang Yubai began to regain his senses, his bewildered, damp eyes searching the edge of the bed. He found his glasses resting on the bedside table. Upon donning them, the clarity of his circumstances washed over him. The chain locked at the head of the bed was sufficiently long, seemingly allowing him freedom to move within the confines of the room. He paid little heed to his surroundings. As he stepped down from the bed, his legs felt as if they could scarcely support his weight. Grasping the bed's edge with his fingers, he narrowly avoided a humiliating fall, although his knees buckled, nearly bringing him to the ground. The little milk candy continued to wail by the door. The man's lower lip bore the marks of torment, gritting his teeth. He struggled to reach the door and opened it for the little creature. Oblivious to its owner's plight, the little milk candy expressed boundless joy at the sight of him, nuzzling against his hand with its fluffy head and circling around him. In that moment, Jiang Yubai felt a flicker of vitality returning to him. He retrieved a pack of jerky from the cupboard to feed the little milk candy. The heavy iron chain rendered his right hand cumbersome. If he once considered the little creature a mere bedmate, what did their current states signify? Alpha had exhibited an even more intense interest in him than before. And this time, the encounter had not culminated in complete success. He dared not contemplate it next time, nor could he bear to recall the paralyzing fear that had gripped him the previous night. Despite being tethered to a destined partner, Alpha had mentioned locking him to the bed in the future, and the implications of such a statement were unmistakable. 2 years was not a trivial span. It was ample time to transform a person. Alpha likely had cultural festival activities to attend, and would not return until the afternoon at the earliest. Jiang Yubai searched around for something to unlock the chain. He could no longer remain in this place. Perhaps it was the several messages sent that morning, to which he had received no reply. Even if he were unwell, it was unlikely he would go silent by noon. Chenyan sent another message, still met with silence. His home was merely 800 meters from the bookstore, yet considering the confession made the night prior, he refrained from rushing over. Last night, he had been too careless. Initially, he had intended to gather a few friends for encouragement to bolster his courage. But he had overlooked the influx of visitors due to the cultural festival over the past few days. Once home, as the effects of the alcohol wore off, he began to question whether he had acted too hastily. He lingered at the door, and upon making a phone call, discovered it was turned off. Passing by a few tourists on the road, he noted their grim expressions. Was it possible that an Alpha had entered a sensitive period? He had nearly believed he was in peril, discovering that an S-class Alpha lurked in this town. Just moments ago, he had been stifled, scarcely able to breathe, overwhelmed by the potency of the pheromones. Fortunately, being an alpha, he could withstand it. Had he been an omega, his legs would surely have weakened. However, it did not quite resemble a period of susceptibility. Perhaps it was merely an attempt to completely mark a certain omega. The bookstore was also closed. Could it have originated from there? Wasn't the owner a beta? He lacked any pheromones. Upon hearing the mention of the bookstore, Chun Yin hurriedly approached to inquire. What pheromones were you just speaking of? It was reported that while passing by the bookstore, the pheromones of an S-class alpha were overwhelmingly potent, almost unbearable. In this town, A-class alphas are already quite rare, let alone S-class ones. With their discussion of the bookstore, Chun Yin no longer hesitated. The alpha, whose pheromones had spiraled out of control, had been detained for a month due to charges of assault. Ordinarily, such behavior would warrant a more severe sentence. But familial connections had facilitated a lenient judgment. Chun Yin, being a beta, could not detect the scent of pheromones. He often arrived early to open the store, possessing the keys. The ground floor appeared unchanged, devoid of any significant alterations. Nai Tang seemed to sense the arrival of someone at the bookstore and promptly bounded out, playfully approaching Chun Yin. Chun Yin affectionately stroked Nai Tang's head, reassured that at least his fears had not materialized. His gaze drifted towards the upstairs, where a wooden door stood slightly ajar. "May I come up now?" Chun Yin inquired. "Wait a moment," the man replied, his voice thick with nasal undertones. Lacking the usual clarity, Chun Yin refrained from pressing further, waiting until the man signaled it was permissible before ascending the stairs. Within the room, nothing appeared amiss, save for Jiang Yubai still clad in the same white shirt from the previous day. He was typically somewhat fastidious, rarely wearing the same garment 2 days in a row, especially not in the somewhat humid month of May. Jiang Yubai searched the room thoroughly, but found no tools suitable for picking the lock. Without his phone at hand, he could only seek assistance from Chun Yin. He rummaged through the wardrobe, changed into a pair of pants, and noticed the marks on his neck were likely still visible. He found a piece of gauze to cover them, though it looked rather incongruous. Chun Yin had also brought over some chicken soup, placing the thermos on the bedside cabinet. "I just made this soup. Have you had lunch yet?" His gaze fell upon the iron chains at the head of the bed. "What is this?" Chun Yin exclaimed, shocked. Could it be that previous alpha came to exact revenge? Jiang Yubai preferred not to dwell on the events of the previous night and simply asked, "Is there anyone in Huaitown who can pick locks?" "Yes, there are," Chun Yin replied, though taken aback. Being a local, he quickly found a number on his phone and dialed it. Within 10 minutes, a beta specializing in lock-picking arrived with a bag. Fortunately, being a beta allowed for a level of proximity that would be impossible otherwise. A wire was inserted into the lock, and with a few deft movements, the iron ring binding his wrist was released in mere seconds. Finally freed from his constraints, a prominent red mark remained, seemingly etched into his flesh, though it did not appear to be caused by the iron ring. After settling the bill with the locksmith, Chun Yin, realizing the gravity of the situation, asked, "Was it that previous alpha who came to confront you? Should we call the police?" Jiang Yubai shook his head. "What time is it?" "It's 2 in the afternoon. The Huaitown Cultural Festival commenced at noon and will continue until approximately 8 in the evening. Last night, he encountered Ji Yezhou around the same hour. With 6 hours remaining, there was ample time for him to neatly pack his belongings and seek alternative accommodation." Chun Yin suggested, "Why not stay at my place for the next few days to avoid being found?" However, residing at Chun Yin's home felt inappropriate to Jiang Yubai, who was contemplating finding a hotel instead. Given his current circumstances, venturing further was not feasible. Chun Yin continued, "I have 4 rooms in my house, and the upper floor is usually vacant. You could stay there without any disturbances." Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Chapter 78. Insufficient. A tall and handsome alpha approached the doorway, having overheard their conversation. Jiang Yubai had no time to react, his face pale as he clenched his fingers, seemingly unprepared for the other's swift return. The broken chain lay discarded at his feet. Noticing Jiang Yubai's unease, Chun Yin's gaze shifted towards the entrance. "Please, continue your discussion," the alpha said, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, though his dark eyes betrayed no emotion. Chun Yin recognized him almost instantly. He was the founder of the JY brand and, notably, the mysterious guest to the Huaitown Cultural Festival. Many times in the bookstore, he had overheard students discussing him, and even friends would occasionally mention his name. Anyone who frequented the internet would be well aware of the individual before them. Have you come to the wrong place? Chun Yin inquired instinctively. The alpha's stature and position were not to be underestimated, and it was evident that Chun Yin had not connected him to Jiang Yubai. Through nearly 2 years of acquaintance, he understood the man's cold demeanor. He was not one to seek the limelight and was somewhat socially inept. How could he possibly know an alpha entrepreneur who was a sensation in Star City and on social media? Are you not going to introduce me? The alpha queried, his gaze teasing as it settled on the man. Jiang Yubai found the current alpha to be exceedingly daunting. The persistent ache in his abdomen was enough to convey that Ji Yezhou had changed since their last encounter. The alpha's expression was calm, devoid of the emotional transparency he once exhibited. It was evident what he was capable of. Noticing Jiang Yubai's silence, Ji Yezhou spoke for himself. I am, as his tone elongated as he observed the man's trembling lashes, his voice low, business partner. The term bedmate felt too crude. As for romance, when had they ever discussed it? It had always been his unilateral pursuit. Jiang Yubai had never consented, nor had he ever expressed any affection. The only instance that could be deemed a partnership was when he had visited Rongxing, under the guise of an investor, to have Jiang Yubai elucidate project details. Indeed, that could be classified as a business partnership. Chun Yin exhaled in relief. So you two are acquainted? Indeed, Jiang Yubai responded softly. Chun Yin then suggested to the alpha, why not take a seat downstairs for a while? There aren't too many customers in the shop at the moment. We'll join you shortly. Chun Yin did not ponder too much. He merely felt that the current situation had nothing to do with the alpha, and they were merely acquaintances in a professional context. The man's demeanor was not suitable for conversing with an alpha. Ji Yezhou's gaze grew colder, as if the other party had arranged him there as the owner of the premises, seemingly certain that their prior relationship had been more intimate. And he was merely an intruder? Beside the bedside cabinet lay a thermal box, presumably brought over by Chun Yin not long ago. The lid was lifted, releasing the fragrant aroma of chicken soup into the air. Considering that the man was about to awaken, he had dealt with some matters at the branch before rushing back. Even inquiring about the town's best culinary offerings, holding in his hands a paper bag containing osmanthus cake and a portion of yam and pork rib soup. It's all right. I'll wait for you to finish, the alpha remarked casually, exhibiting no air of superiority. Chun Yin did not find this particularly odd. He merely thought it understandable that the alpha would rank among the top 3 on the marriage desirability list, for despite his elevated status, his character surpassed that of the typical alpha in town. Chun Yin suggested to the man, how about you stay at my place tonight? Let us see if things can settle down. Otherwise, it might not be safe at the shop. The scene before him was undeniably peculiar, and the instigator of his ordeal from the previous night stood by, observing with an air of leisure. Just go back for now, Jiang Yubai said. Huh? Chun Yin was momentarily taken aback, responding, this matter I senti resolved. I can't leave. I promise to protect you. Chun Yin returned first. I will contact you if any issues arise. Then I'll take the candy out for a stroll. The bookstore doesn't open until tomorrow, right? Chun Yin suggested. Let us discuss it later. I will notify you when we're open. Initially, the decision to close for 3 days was due to the influx of visitors during the cultural festival, with many coming to the store for check-ins. However, the current situation had escalated beyond a mere store closure. His hair, dampened by sweat, fell over his forehead. Seeing Chun Yin's resolute attitude, he felt it unnecessary to press further, especially with another high-ranking alpha present with the man, making the situation seemingly safe for now. If anything happens, make sure to call me, Chun Yin emphasized, recalling the panic he felt that morning when he opened the store to find chaos. All right, with that affirmation, Chun Yin rose to his feet. The alpha quietly remarked, you two share a great bond. Chun Yin assumed this was a compliment, feeling slightly shy as he scratched the back of his head. I applied here when we first opened. After all, we have spent quite some time together. The alpha curled the corners of his mouth slightly. It was rare for Chun Yin to encounter such a prominent figure, finding their interaction rather relaxed. He recalled that his friend's sister seemed quite fond of the alpha before him. having exclaimed the previous night about arriving too late to secure a front row seat, only catching a distant glimpse of him. Once he departed, the room fell into a tranquil silence. The candy appeared somewhat apprehensive of the alpha, having eaten and drunk to satisfaction before finding a comfortable spot downstairs to rest. Now, with Chunyin leading it by a leash, it happily ventured out for a walk. At this moment, Alpha drew closer to the man, while Jiang Yubai shrank back, his instability evident as he sat on the edge of the bed when Chunyin entered. Ji Yezhou picked up the unlocked ring from the floor. A piece of wire still pried into the lock's core, effortlessly yielding to his touch. The quality of the items he purchased was regrettably poor, while the custom ones remained in Star City. Where do you wish to go? Ji Yezhou inquired. If I do not return, you will leave with him, correct? The answer was unmistakable, as Ji Yezhou had overheard the exchange in the hallway. Observing the man attempting to retreat further, Alpha seized his slender ankle, dragging him forward. The man still possessed energy to flee, suggesting last night's events had not been sufficiently exhaustive. No, Jiang Yubai stammered, his lips trembling. He was genuinely terrified of a repeat of the previous night's ordeal, which had far exceeded his capacity to endure. Chapter 79. Letting go. Ji Yezhou glanced at the thermos containing chicken soup atop the bedside cabinet. Perhaps his timely return had preserved its warmth. He brought over the yam and pork rib soup set aside and asked, "Had you had breakfast?" At this hour, it hardly qualified as breakfast. Yet, it evoked memories of numerous occasions when Ji Yezhou had orchestrated serendipitous encounters at the apartment door, often bringing him a selection from downstairs. Uncertain of his preferences, before Jiang Yubai could respond, a porcelain spoon was presented to his lips. "I'll eat by myself," he replied, feeling uncomfortable as he pressed his lips together. Alpha, however, remained resolute, seemingly intent on feeding him. Continuing this stalemate proved impractical, so Jiang Yubai reluctantly parted his lips. As the bowl of soup gradually emptied, silence enveloped them. "Come back to Star City with me the day after tomorrow," Ji Yezhou stated, not as a question, but as a proclamation of fact. "What? Do you so eagerly wish to live with him?" Ji Yezhou's dark, penetrating gaze fixed upon him. Noticing Jiang Yubai's silence, he recalled Chunyin's persistent invitations for the man to stay at his home. Was he unwilling to part with him? After all, they had spent 2 years together, yet their genuine time together barely exceeded 2 months. Their solitary date had occurred just days before they had completely severed contact. There are still many matters pending at the bookstore. The timeline is too tight for the day after tomorrow. Jiang Yubai had also promised some students a shipment of books, expected to arrive soon, with students scheduled to come for purchases. Moreover, this apartment was rented, filled with his belongings, and the bookstore downstairs was stocked with various titles. It was impossible for him to depart so abruptly. The man lowered his eyelashes and added, "The books ordered by the students will only arrive the day after tomorrow, and they're nearing exams. There is but one bookstore in town, just 1 day's delay at most." Ji Yezhou ultimately relented, his tone ominous. "Otherwise, it will be quite easy to fabricate a reason for the confiscation of Chunyin's family land. What must happen for you to let me go?" Jiang Yubai's voice trembled slightly. He was uncertain whether Ji Yezhou's motives stemmed from revenge or something else entirely. The latter was aware that he would not allow his personal affairs to affect others. It is evident that their mode of interaction has changed significantly. Ji Yezhou's gaze darkened, releasing Jiang Yubai. From the moment they first met, the possibility was extinguished. Even 2 years ago, he had never let go. Ji Yezhou's fingers brushed against the man's cheek. "Do you not desire a sexual partner? After all, we have shared so many nights together, which surely brings us closer than others. Moreover, can your beta fulfill your needs?" Perhaps it was due to nurturing the sweet candy and opening this bookstore, allowing him to encounter various students daily and engage in delightful conversations. Life had been relatively fulfilling. His desires might have burned out the night before leaving Star City, and since then, he seldom sought relief. "These days should suffice for you to sever all ties here," Ji Yezhou said coldly. After all, their connection had been irrevocably severed by a single text from Jiang Yubai, without any forewarning, leaving no trace behind. Before him stood a figure with a pale and fragile visage, fingers gripping the bed sheets, back trembling subtly, eyes moist and reddened. Initially, it was his unwillingness that led him to seek various ways to please the man, mistakenly believing that he had been accepted. He was never a paragon of virtue. Jiang Yubai, I can no longer allow you to leave. As for you, should you dare to exit this place, Qin Yin will undoubtedly suffer from your repercussions. A rustling sound emerged from downstairs. It seemed Qin Yin had returned from walking the sweet candy. After over half an hour outdoors, the candy likely thought the alpha had departed, bounding up the stairs with a drool towel draped around its neck, grinning widely. However, upon reaching the doorway, it halted abruptly. From a distance, the sweet candy dared to bark, wondering why this alpha had not yet left. Ji Yezhou received a call inquiring about his availability for the cultural festival. As a mysterious guest and investor in Huaitown's development, he could not be absent. If previously Jiang Yubai had harbored thoughts of revenge against Ji Yezhou, believing he could evade the situation, Ji Yezhou's words now made it clear that escape was impossible. Time was certainly insufficient, perhaps to facilitate a swift resolution of matters. Ji Yezhou provided him with a new phone, containing only his number. This visit to Huaitown was not only for the cultural festival. The company also needed to shoot a promotional photo set. Ji Yezhou no longer fixated on the man incessantly as he had before. After JY's public listing, even the Ji family could not exert influence. After making an appearance at the cultural festival, Ji Yezhou glanced at the location on his phone. Having been apart for over 4 hours, the man's activities remained confined to the bookstore, perhaps due to the widespread online coverage of Jiang Yubai's assistance to the Omega. This cultural festival specifically revisited the topic. Ji Yezhou distinctly recalled the video circulating, showcasing the man's delicate wrist bound in a strip of gauze, his lips drained of color, appearing pallid. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, the visitors who came to witness the cultural festival had largely dispersed, with many needing to return to work on the following Monday. The bookstore's glass door, recently replaced after being shattered last month, now bore signs of potential damage once more. Having spent a month in detention, Alpha was released today. Gathering a few rowdy companions, he made his way over. Hailing from Huaitown, where his family farmed over 1,000 acres of land, and his father was the largest tea dealer in the area. Yet, he found his plans thwarted by a beta. Is anyone there? He shouted loudly, clearly dismissing the beta with a bang against the door. Woof woof. Nai Tang, upon hearing the commotion, barked insistently at the outside. The surveillance cameras at the intersection had long been damaged, and with the bookstore closed for the past few days, foot traffic along this route had dwindled even further. Jiang Yubai, concerned for Nai Tang's safety, staggered down from the upper floor and said, "Stop. I've already called the police." Call the police? What of it? They'll just compensate for the damages, maybe a few days in detention, and then I'll continue my rampage. He scoffed, regarding the beta as insignificant in the grand scheme of Huaitown. Upon encountering the beta, the alpha, wielding a club, smashed the glass door, creating a spiderweb of cracks. With 2 resounding thuds, a breach was made in the door. Jiang Yubai urged Nai Tang to retreat upstairs for safety, as his own mobility was severely compromised. As the door was breached, the group of alphas prepared to storm inside. Let us see how many times you can call the police. Last time it was just a scratch on the arm. How about a cut on the face this time? A sharp knife was thrust towards him from the opposing side. However, the brazen alpha at the forefront suddenly found himself struck down by an unseen force. His face violently turned aside, 2 teeth flying from his mouth. "You bastard!" he cursed, turning to his companions who had shrunk back in fear. "What are you waiting for? Get in there." No sooner had he spoken than he was seized by the hair and slammed against the door. Chapter 80. Confrontation. Ji Yezhou was contemplating how to ensure this alpha's permanent disappearance when, unexpectedly, the adversary presented himself at the door. "Help! I'll help!" The alpha cried out in panic, trembling with fear of death, while his so-called comrades stood frozen, none daring to intervene. The imposing pheromones of the S-Class Alpha overwhelmed the group. They quickly discarded their clubs, fleeing in terror to avoid being caught in the crossfire. "What do you think you're doing?" Ji Yezhou halted his actions, his expression icy as he addressed the Alpha. The Alpha, dazed from the blows, felt blood trickling down his forehead and realized that his companions had abandoned him. Regaining his senses, he pleaded, I was wrong. Please, show mercy and spare my life. I truly understand my mistakes. Each breath felt stifled, as though the potent pheromones were suffocating him. The arrogance he had previously displayed was nowhere to be found, perhaps wishing to avoid the repercussions of a fatal incident that could tarnish his reputation. Jiang Yubai stepped forward and said, the police will be here shortly. Do not escalate the situation further. Alpha was truly terrified. The imposing man before him was a formidable S-rank alpha, while he himself was merely a B rank. The oppressive aura of the pheromones served as a devastating blow, far more distressing than confinement in a detention center. When would the police arrive? He glanced around, as if they were his only salvation, urging them to come quickly. Huaijin was not particularly large, and within a mere 10 minutes, the police arrived. Upon seeing Ji Yezhou, they were taken aback. It was nearly impossible for anyone in Huaijin not to recognize this prominent figure. After inquiring about the situation, they proceeded to take the Alpha, who had damaged another's property, into custody. The Alpha believed he had been rescued and let out a sigh of relief. Ji Yezhou raised his arm and threw the light outside the bookstore. A clear gash from a knife wound was visible on his forearm. He had originally intended to invest in Huaijin, but due to the poor public safety, it seemed unsuitable for tourism development. The Alpha insisted he could guarantee that his knife had never even grazed Ji Yezhou when he was suddenly struck with a punch. His knife had fallen to the ground, and he could not even consider picking it up to stab someone while being pinned against the wall by the overpowering S-rank Alpha's pheromones, which made it difficult for him to breathe. In recent years, Huaijin had developed primarily through tourism. If public safety issues were to trend online, it could lead to a significant decline in visitors. Furthermore, the injured party was the founder of JY, an S-rank Alpha. What would become of the other Omegas or Betas if they ventured here? Due to this incident, the mayor made several calls to Ji Yezhou, but at that moment, Ji Yezhou was too distracted to answer. With his arm injured, Jiang Yubai found a first aid kit and helped to disinfect the wound. By this time, the clinics in town were mostly closed. Fortunately, the cut was shallow. After a simple cleaning with iodine, a few band-aids sufficed. Such care inevitably involved skin-to-skin contact. The man's fingers were cool. Perhaps now, after their encounter, they shared a moment of relative harmony. Why didn't you call me? Ji Yezhou inquired. Jiang Yubai hesitated slightly. He was not accustomed to troubling others in any capacity. Moreover, their relationship was far too intricate. I called the police, Jiang Yubai replied, lowering his gaze. Ji Yezhou's eyes darkened. Those 4 words seemed to signal a desire to distance himself from their connection. Was it because he had not saved Chen Yan's number in his phone? When Chen Yan left, he had repeatedly reminded the man to contact him in case of danger. But regrettably, the man's phone had been replaced. Not long after, the mayor arrived, carrying a gift box as an apology. Everyone in our town behaves differently. Typically, the public safety is excellent, and when tourists are plentiful, there are even police patrols at midnight. The mayor hurried to explain, fearing that this incident might become public knowledge and lead Ji Yezhou to withdraw his investment. The mayor was also perplexed as to why Ji Yezhou had appeared there, and he never anticipated that Zhang Ming would provoke such a situation with this esteemed figure. The Zhang family possesses a certain level of influence in Huaitown. Before the tourism industry flourished, the town relied on tea cultivation for sustenance, with the Zhang family being the foremost tea distributor. Previously, Zhang Ming's pheromones spiraled out of control, resulting in the destruction of Jiang Yubai's shop and causing injuries. After compensating for the damages, the incident was downplayed, especially since Zhang Ming had not truly marked any Omega. Other aspects could be easily explained away with a simple reference to the pheromone incident. Ji Yezhou, with a calm demeanor, remarked that he had previously injured someone and was released quite swiftly. The mayor was momentarily at a loss for words, biting his lip and stating that the incident was indeed a result of pheromone instability. Ji Yezhou interjected with a derisive laugh, questioning if, during the next episode of pheromone instability, harm could be inflicted without consequence, only to be detained temporarily and released again, this time accompanied by accomplices. Although this was his rhetoric, he recognized that Zhang Ming's previous situation could still be mitigated. As for investment, he believed it unnecessary to harbor a ticking time bomb. This matter is negotiable, he insisted, but given the severity of his actions, a lenient sentence is out of the question, unless he intends to remain incarcerated for life. Zhang Ming had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. While he could seek new sales channels for tea, the damage to Huaitown's reputation and the potential impact on the tourism industry would be far more challenging to rectify. The mayor found himself caught between two difficult choices. Before departing, he assured that the outcome would not disappoint Ji Yezhou. Zhang Ming would undoubtedly remain behind bars. The glass had been shattered, leaving a gaping hole, and repairing it at such a late hour was clearly impractical. The building had aged significantly, with the wooden door upstairs unable to lock properly, merely ajar and susceptible to being opened with a twist of the doorknob. Perhaps Nai Tang had previously been frightened by a group of alphas at the entrance, hiding beneath the table for an extended period, only now daring to venture out. Nai Tang affectionately nestled closer to Ji Yezhou, seeking companionship, feeling a profound sense of safety in his presence. Upon returning to Xingqing, Nai Tang would be entrusted to Chun Yan, and Ji Yezhou regarded it as a shared responsibility. Suddenly, Nai Tang let out a more fervent howl. Chapter 81. What does it fall short? No, Jiang Yubai softly declined. Upon his arrival in Huaitown, he often found himself unable to sleep at night, his eyes closed for long stretches, grappling with the unfamiliar environment. He reverted to a solitary state, devoid of conversation partners, with no one to share the mundane details of life. Habit is a formidable concept. There were mornings when he would inexplicably check his phone, fully aware that his SIM card had been replaced, yet finding it devoid of content. Eventually, he recalled the little dog he had encountered at the villa. His psychologist had previously suggested acquiring a pet to better manage his emotions. With Nai Tang's presence, his condition gradually improved. No one genuinely revels in solitude. The greater fear lies in having experienced vibrancy only to be left with oneself amidst the remnants of chaos. However, owning a pet alleviated such anxieties. The little dog, seemingly aware of whom to please, let out a couple of affectionate sounds and approached Jiang Yubai, nudging him with its soft, fluffy head. Jiang Yubai reached out to stroke the dog, an action imbued with a soothing intent. The alpha observed in silence, the warmth that had briefly flickered earlier gradually cooling. Even a dog evoked the man's tenderness, yet for him, it appeared that he could never measure up in a man's eyes. He later learned from Rongxing that Jiang Yubai had initially intended to treat his colleagues to a meal before his transfer. Though unspoken, the department members were largely aware of the reasons behind Jiang Yubai's handover to the newly appointed minister. The past and present remained unchanged, with him consistently dismissed with a mere phrase. Since they could not engage in a conventional romantic relationship, they had other means to entwine their lives. You may take it with you, Ji Yezhou spoke slowly, his fingers caressing the man's warm, soft lips, as if probing deeper, and I saved you tonight. Do you not loathe being in someone's debt? Given the clarity with which they had separated their lives, there was little else to offer in repayment aside from their bodies. Such encounters were uncharted territory for them. Perhaps it was due to the man's sensitivity, fearing to offend and be shunned forever. Or perhaps he simply understood the delicate boundaries. The man's slender neck and thin, red lips barely parted to the width of a finger. During meals, he always consumed his food slowly and quietly. The alpha's fingertips, roughened by toil, brushed against the delicate, rosy lips. Jiang Yubai's cheeks turned pale, almost translucent, under the harsh glare of the fluorescent lights, with long, dark lashes veiling his eyes. The little dog, oblivious to their exchange, yearned to remain close to the man. But Ji Yezhou seized the drool cloth hanging from its neck and pulled it closer to him. The dog certainly had some heft, and when it resisted, it could weigh as much as 80 pounds. Arf arf. Yet, the little white, fluffy dog was no match for the complexities of human malice. Ji Yezhou found its leash, fastening it around its neck, intending to tether it temporarily by the bookshelf. It was only then that Jiang Yubai's voice trembled as he spoke. Perhaps he had initially thought Ji Yezhou meant to send the dog away. Those 3 words unmistakably conveyed his response. Upon hearing that there had been an incident at the bookstore, Chun Yin rushed over late at night. He called the man's phone, but it went unanswered, and as he drew closer, he noticed the glass shards scattered outside. Concerned, he approached Jiang Yubai and asked, "You're not injured, are you?" "No," Jiang Yubai replied, prompting Chen Yin to breathe a sigh of relief. It was then that he noticed Ji Yezhou sitting nearby, undoubtedly having played a crucial role in the events. "Thank you. You leave tomorrow, right? I will bring some local specialties from Huaijin later as a token of our appreciation. We're quite close, after all. I am not leaving." Ji Yezhou glanced at the man and replied, "There are other matters to attend to." "Oh." Chen Yin felt a moment of embarrassment, then began to analyze the current situation with a heavy heart. He had not anticipated that the moment he emerged from detention, the individual would seek him out with such audacity. Surely, upon his next release, there would be retaliation, and the impending danger would be formidable. Such concerns are quite natural for an ordinary person. It is not surprising that Ji Yezhou opted for a more pragmatic approach. After all, how could the current beta possibly compare to him in terms of status, appearance, or emotional depth towards men? At least during their time at Rongxing, Chen Xiaoyu, who had once expressed affection for Jiang Yubai, had found a new partner over the past 2 years. It was only by chance that he stumbled upon Rongxing's office building, witnessing Chen Xiaoyu entwined with a male beta. Time indeed has a way of softening the memories of the past. Yet, every time he glimpsed the photograph on his desk, he could not help but reminisce about their singular date, as well as the fact that Jiang Yubai still owed him a movie they had never watched together. He coldly declared that he would not be going out again. What? Chen Yin thought of the connections the other party had in Huaitown, fearing that this time they would pull strings and he might never be released again. Well, that would be for the best. Chen Yin remarked that the bookstore would finally find peace. Otherwise, he would always be preoccupied with this matter. In truth, there might not be a future. He simply remained unaware of Jiang Yubai's circumstances, observing that the front door had been thoroughly smashed and that there were still numerous books downstairs. He realized someone would need to guard the place. The weather in May and June was not too cold at night. He proposed to stay and sleep on the floor to keep watch, as the bookstore was set to open in the morning, and he would first clear away the shards of glass scattered on the ground. Chen Yin was rather obstinate. Jiang Yubai urged him to return home, asserting that coming back in the morning would suffice. "It's fine. I'm merely sleeping on the floor, and the tourists have yet to disperse." "It seems the surveillance at the corner is also malfunctioning," Chen Yin replied. For him, sleeping on the floor had become a commonplace affair in the past. When tourism was underdeveloped, he often camped out at the orchard on the mountainside to deter any ill intent. "Then stay," Ji Yezhou said with a slight smile, as he had no intention of returning to the hotel that night. It was quite late, and aside from the master bedroom upstairs, there was only one guest room available. The dog was leashed, and with the bookstore door ajar, it was safer to keep it tethered in case any tourists passed by. As for the guest room, it contained only the simplest of bedding, having remained unoccupied for years. Ji Yezhou had no intention of sleeping in such a room. Compared to the previous night, the situation seemed even more precarious, with nothing but a poorly secured wooden door separating them. The man's hair appeared to have grown longer, falling smoothly over his forehead, obscuring his expression. The alpha's eyelids lowered as his large hand brushed the man's hair back, revealing a pair of glistening eyes, while his delicate cheeks flushed a deep red. Chapter 82. "Remember him, does he know what we are doing?" the alpha asked in a lowered voice. Upon hearing his words, the man's cheeks flushed, the pink hue almost reaching his neck. Even in the past, a mere kiss shared across an office door would leave a man blushing with embarrassment. How much more so now, when their encounters transcend simple affection. Alpha no longer exhibits the tenderness he once did. Instead, he gazes at the man whose eyes have fluttered closed, dark lashes stained with tears, maliciously wishing for him to weep even more. At least this would serve as a means of remembrance. When released, the man hurriedly rose, seemingly intent on reaching the restroom, yet he was caught by the chin, unable to withstand the movement of his own throat. Jiang Yubai has truly been driven to his limits. The corners of his eyes glistened, and he coughed. "What you wish to do has already been accomplished. Can we return to the hotel now?" Previously, he would have urged him to leave, and now the dynamic remained unchanged. Even the words spoken had not significantly varied. Once, he might have left voluntarily to avoid hearing such dismissive remarks, but now, such sentiments no longer swayed him. That night, he did not depart. The bed was a mere one, 5 meters wide, constructed of simple hardwood, offering an uncomfortable sleep. The environment of a self-built house in this town could not compare to that of Star City. The peeling walls bore signs of age. Despite the room being tidy and clean, it still appeared quite old. The stairs were narrow and steep, and even the wall beside the bed showed signs of yellowing and darkening. Yet at this moment, lying here, he inexplicably felt a sense of belonging, as if the years spent on business trips, tirelessly opening branches nationwide, had finally found their purpose. The man must have been utterly exhausted, for he had closed his eyes and nestled into his embrace. Perhaps there were advantages to sharing a bed that felt too small for two. The night carried a slight chill. Jiang Yubai had always been more sensitive to the cold than most, often having his icy fingers warmed in his palm. Only a thin blanket lay crookedly across the bed, and he gently adjusted it for the man. Having done so, he studied the man's features under the bedside lamp, his gaze filled with a mix of hurt and lingering affection. It seemed that only now could he look at this person with such a vulnerable, yet devoted expression. Perhaps it was after 3 days of closure that the bookstore finally reopened. News had spread of the previous night's vandalism, and a number of students flocked to the store early that morning. Some commented on the shattered glass door, lamenting that Zhang Ming is utterly despicable, abusing his family's connections to run rampant, showing no regard for the owner. Has Zhang Ming been released? He had injured someone so severely, and this town has but one bookstore. I hope he doesn't ruin it. Huaijin was small, and gossip traveled swiftly. One person glanced at their phone and exclaimed, "No way. Zhang Ming was hospitalized last night." Is that true? Zhang Ming was notorious in Huaijin as a bully, leveraging his status as an alpha and decent family background to swagger about with a gang of followers, leaving others no choice but to steer clear of him. A crowd gathered to witness, noting Zhang Ming's bruised head and swollen face. Who did this? Truly my hero. The students' conversations often veered wildly, and soon they were discussing the recent Huaijin Cultural Festival. Yesterday was simply stunning. Fortunately, I arrived early and secured a prime spot, merely 100 meters away from him, nearly rendered speechless by his striking appearance. A bystander chimed in, noting that Huaitown has indeed made strides. As the mysterious guest turned out to be the founder of JY, I am finally able to behold him in my lifetime. Oh, how exhilarating. He appears even more dashing in person than on video. What an extraordinary visage. Were he to materialize before me now, I would undoubtedly pay rapt attention in class without distraction. Yet, with such lofty aspirations, perhaps it would be wiser to simply surrender to slumber instead. As the cultural festival drew to a close, most visitors had departed, and the guests from the previous night had virtually all taken their leave. This was but a jest, merely for amusement. Chun Yin was preoccupied with managing orders at the front, and the business at the store was faring quite well. With the opening of the shop, a certain level of clamor was to be expected. The soundproofing of the premises was rather mediocre, and Ji Yezhou had awoken quite early. Fearing that Zhang Ming's affairs would trouble him, the mayor called to inform him of the resolution. Zhang Ming's actions had severely tarnished Huaitown's reputation, and he would face multiple penalties, ensuring he would no longer have the opportunity to cause trouble. Perhaps he'd been thoroughly bullied the night before, for the man remained asleep. Ji Yezhou ambled down the stairs in a languid manner, encountering a few students who were about to enter the bookstore, their eyes widening in surprise. Subsequently, the bookstore fell into an expectant silence. Ji Yezhou softly cautioned them to lower their voices, as someone was resting upstairs. They complied, though their faces betrayed their excitement, struggling to suppress their urges to exclaim. Who could have imagined it? A figure usually only seen on a smartphone screen had come within a mere 100 meters at the cultural festival, now manifesting so vividly before them. Especially that phrase. What a peculiar sense of indulgence it conveys. Until Alpha ascended the stairs once more, as if returning to his own home with utter ease. Finally, someone whispered, "Am I seeing things? Is he truly here overnight? What is his connection to the owner? Oh my goodness, just moments ago he was no more than 5 meters away. How could he be so striking in reality?" Previous observers had sensed something amiss, yet dismissed the notion, considering the bookstore owner resided in Huaitown, far removed from Star City, and therefore did not indulge such speculation. Could it be that the owner I see every day is the very beta he pursued 2 years ago? Might he have come to Huaitown specifically for the owner? The hushed murmurs continued, inevitably reaching Chun Yan's ears. Suddenly, Chun Yan recalled a conversation he had with Jiang Yubai regarding matters of the heart before confessing. The man had mentioned a past relationship from 2 years prior, coinciding with the time he arrived in Huaitown. He had pondered that if he could date Jiang Yubai, who would willingly let go, could that romantic interest have been Ji Yezhou? Chapter 83. Significant indeed. The soundproofing of the wooden door left much to be desired. Last night, Chun Yan, sleeping downstairs, faintly heard some noises. Initially, he presumed Ji Yezhou was merely an important business partner, and it was entirely normal for him to stay overnight, especially given a late hour. The most exquisite hotel in town is situated in the tourist area, nearly 2 kilometers away from the bookstore via the main road. Although the minor path is shorter, it is generally unknown to outsiders. From the upper floor, one can faintly hear a subdued, choked sobbing, which is easily overlooked if one is not attentive. Subsequently, an eerie silence envelopes the space, evoking a sensation akin to auditory hallucinations. Glancing at the time, it is already past 8 in the morning. The students have just concluded their early study session. Typically, men descend around 7:30, and there has not been a single exception in all these days. As it approaches 9 o'clock, the shop is nearly devoid of students, who have all departed for their classes. Ji Yezhou is required to visit a branch store and collaborate with a photographer on a promotional video shoot. Upon descending the stairs, he is halted by Chun Yan. "Are you truly just partners?" Chun Yan inquired, uncertainty evident in his tone. Alpha's strikingly handsome visage revealed little emotion, yet he remarked, "You're not entirely oblivious." In truth, Chun Yan did not probe for further details. He merely sought a tentative answer, and Alpha's response transcended mere affirmation. If, as the students had stated not long ago, Jiang Yubai might still entertain the possibility of accepting him, what then? Their initial separation must have been for a reason. Over the past few days, Huaitown has basked in sunlit days, and upon waking, Jiang Yubai felt a dryness in his throat reminiscent of a post-illness discomfort. He typically refrains from withholding salaries, ensuring that Chun Yan receives his wages at the end of each month. It remains uncertain whether this month will see the end of the month. Yesterday afternoon, he contacted his landlord using a new phone. The rental agreement spans a year, and he had resided here for more than a year now. After preparing himself, he descended to find Chun Yan seated at the front desk. An expression of complex emotions etched upon his face. Chun Yan dispenses wages in cash, and the envelope he presented contained a substantial stack over the past 2 years. Chun Yan had assisted him significantly, prompting him to offer 2 additional months' salary. As Chun Yan extended the envelope towards him, he inquired, "What is this? Is it not still before the month's end?" Jiang Yubai replied, "I may be leaving Huaitown in a few days." Chun Yan was momentarily taken aback. For Jiang Yubai had scarcely ventured out in the past 2 years, let alone considered leaving Huaitown. Was he to return to Xing City with him? Chun Yan hesitated to voice his question. "Do I still have a chance?" Perhaps fearing a negative response. "Chun Yan, thank you for your support over these 2 years, but I do not intend to pursue a romantic relationship." Jiang Yubai had resolved to convey this after his confession, yet that very evening he encountered Ji Yezhou. When Chun Yan visited the bookstore the following day, he found Jiang Yubai with an iron ring bound around his wrist, his demeanor far from conducive to conversation. Chun Yan, knowing Jiang Yubai's character, surmised that he had accepted the flowers to spare him embarrassment. "So, are you two currently in a relationship?" Chun Yan asked. Jiang Yubai averted his gaze, remaining silent. It dawned on Chun Yan that he had been somewhat slow to comprehend the situation. If the disruptive alpha had only approached the previous night, then during the day, the man had been confined by chains, and his condition was clearly alarming. A sudden realization struck him. "Did he force you?" Chun Yan inquired with a heavy tone. "He approached you the night before last, did he not?" Since that evening, the man had not sent him any messages after returning home. When he called, he could only hear the man's voice, gravely hoarse. Moreover, his messages during the day went unanswered, and it seemed as though he had even changed his phone. Jiang Yubai shook his head, stating It is not as you perceive. He did not wish for Chen Yin to involve himself in this matter, nor did he want his personal affairs to affect anyone else. His relationship with Ji Yezhou was convoluted and intricate, leaving him himself in a state of confusion. Chen Yin remarked, "Aren't you going to keep that shop? I could take it over for now." There was only one bookstore in town, and having resided there for quite some time, he was not accustomed to relocating. If you ever wish to return to Huai Town, you are always welcome back. The future remained uncertain, just as he had never imagined returning to Star City after his departure. While Jiang Yubai felt a headache, he was also engulfed by a sense of bewilderment regarding the future. He understood the fateful allure that destiny held for alphas. Presently, they merely maintained a physical relationship. It was evident that Chen Yan's demeanor towards Ji Yezhou had shifted, lacking the previous warmth. Although the man remained silent, the change was palpable. The relationship between an alpha and a beta was inherently tenuous, especially when the alpha possessed an abundance of looks, fame, and power. As a beta residing in town, Chen Yin did not frequently surf the internet, nor did he excessively concern himself with an alpha. His knowledge of Ji Yezhou primarily stemmed from the gossip of students, who were quick to share news. The incident of encountering Ji Yezhou at the bookstore that morning had nearly spread throughout Huai Town, with some even posting it online, garnering considerable likes and comments. Chen Yin intended to inquire further, but a craftsman arrived at the door to measure for a new door. Customizing the door would take at least 3 days. Jiang Yubai had mentioned this to the landlord, who bore him no ill will. Following the exposure of the incident involving the Omega, the landlord even waived a month's rent, considering Zhang Ming's notorious reputation in town. Today, the store closed earlier than usual, with a sign indicating its closure hanging at the entrance. He felt unwell, and Chen Yin had taken the milk candy out for a stroll. At home, there were 2 bottles of high-concentration white liquor, brought over by the family of the Omega he had previously rescued, along with a considerable amount of fruit. In Huai Town, it was customary to gift alcohol during festivals to signify respect. Jiang Yubai had not touched alcohol in quite some time. He had initially thought to have Chen Yin take it to share with friends, but Chen Yin declined, stating it was a special token of gratitude from others. He found a well-packaged, unopened bottle tucked away in the corner, covered with a thin layer of dust. Upon lifting the lid, the rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the air. This time, the theme for JY was Summer Limited Edition, with the flower fields in Huai Town blooming abundantly, providing an ideal backdrop for photography. Besides Ji Yezhou, JY had also signed several models. However, one male model had suffered a sting while climbing a mountain in Huai Town yesterday, resulting in a swollen neck and face that rendered him unable to complete the shoot the following day. The evening concluded later than usual for Ji Yezhou. He dialed Jiang Yubai, but there was no response from the other end. He continued to call, yet still received no answer. It felt reminiscent of the time he was confined in a hotel suite, with only the sound of the dial tone echoing back to him. Checking the location, it indicated that Jiang was still in the room. Was the man aware that his phone was malfunctioning? His patience wore thin, and the people around him, sensing his dark demeanor, dared not speak. Upon returning to the bookstore, he eagerly searched the premises. The man knelt before the coffee table, seemingly oblivious to the noise. With a stern expression, Ji approached, intent on questioning why he had not answered the phone. At that moment, the man's slender fingers grasped the hem of his shirt. "Don't go." In an instant, time appeared to come to a standstill. Were those words directed at him? After all, since their acquaintance, Jiang Yubai had always urged him to leave. Following several days of silence, he had discovered Zhang's address and sought him out, only to be met with an insistence to depart after their fleeting moments together. Jiang had unflinchingly declared their relationship over. Later, when Ji confronted him at work, Jiang seemed desperate to sever ties, wishing only to distance himself. Moreover, during countless subsequent visits to the man's apartment, Jiang would contrive to steer the conversation toward topics that would hasten Ji's departure. Yet, during those times, Ji would conveniently ignore the words he found displeasing. Jiang Yubai's demeanor toward him had always been one of indifference and rejection. "Don't go," the man repeated softly, as if caught in a trance. Ji cupped the man's chin, his moist eyes appearing unfocused, long lashes clinging to his lower eyelid, his cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. Ji's gaze swept over the coffee table, noticing a bottle of wine that had been opened. Indeed, it was reminiscent of their earlier encounter in a bar, where Jiang had appeared similarly disheveled. Yet, as the effects of the alcohol faded, the warmth in the man's eyes evaporated, leaving behind a chilling detachment. "Are you asking me not to leave?" Ji Yezhou inquired softly, fully aware of the man's hazy state of mind. Jiang Yubai seemed to wish to nod, but with his chin held firmly by Ji's hand, he could only blink in response. This was a side of the man Ji had never witnessed before. Jiang remained still, almost as if he were content to rest his chin in Ji's palm, exuding an unexpected charm that stirred a sense of tenderness within Ji. "What should I call you?" This question seemed somewhat beyond the bounds of their usual conversation. The man's eyelashes fluttered, his dark eyes gradually locking onto Ji as if he were the sole focus of his attention. How could he see him so clearly without his glasses? "Call me husband," Ji suggested. Yet, Jiang merely gazed at him with those dark eyes, remaining silent, as if the previous plea to stay had been a figment of Ji's imagination. "Call me boyfriend. Call me darling. Call me beloved. Husband will suffice as well." Despite trying several terms of endearment, none resonated, and Ji found himself wondering why he was engaging with a drunken man at all. He released his grip and picked up the bottle of liquor from the coffee table. A 500 milliliters bottle of fragrant liquor with an alcohol content of 47%, which the man had consumed more than half of. Even an alpha would find it challenging to finish an entire bottle of spirits. The man now appeared even more inebriated than during his time at the bar. Perhaps feeling the warmth of his fingers, he was momentarily unaccustomed to being released and instinctively grasped the man's hand again, placing it against his own cheek. The alpha's broad palm enveloped the left side of the man's face, nearly covering it entirely. The cheek felt slightly cool against the heat of the alpha's hand, and the man seemed fatigued, half closing his eyes. The long lashes brushed against the palm, akin to a gentle caress against the alpha's fervent heart. "Did you ever have feelings for me?" Ji Yezhou inquired, his heart racing faster. He had always been uncertain of the answer. Despite knowing the man was intoxicated and that his words might lack weight, he still indulged in the self-deception of wanting to hear the answer he had long desired. At that moment, a noise resonated from downstairs. Chun Yin returned after taking the dog for a walk, announcing that the dog had gone to Wang Zai's house for dinner and would not require feeding that evening. Wang Zai was a large yellow dog in the town, and the distance from its owner's home to the bookstore was less than 500 meters. Chun Yin often walked the dog and would encounter Wang Zai along the way. Initially, Wang Zai would snarl and bark at the sight of the dog, but one could hardly resist a friendly face. Each time Wang Zai growled, the dog would stand by, grinning and remaining silent. Over time, Wang Zai ceased to show aggression towards the dog. Occasionally, when others fed the dog too much at the bookstore, it would save a bit to bring back for Wang Zai. The friendship among dogs is refreshingly simple and pure. Chun Yin, not having heard the man's words, ascended the staircase. The dog dashed ahead, eagerly bounding forward. Thus, the two, one man and one dog, stood at the door, witnessing the scene within. The alpha, without raising his head, remarked, "The surveillance at the intersection has been repaired. You may leave today." Chun Yin had not anticipated encountering such a sight upon ascending the stairs. He was aware that his capabilities paled in comparison to the alpha's, yet it was a society governed by law, and Ji Yezhou, being a public figure, could not afford to escalate matters without consequences. Chun Yin asked, "Did you force him? What do you think?" The alpha retorted. Chun Yin observed the man inside, whose lashes hung low, and whose typically calm and composed cheeks now bore a rosy hue. The well-shaped lips resembled mature petals, so vividly red they seemed to exude juice. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, merely staring blankly. Jiang Yubai was undeniably striking. Shortly after the bookstore opened, numerous matchmakers from the town had approached. Huai Town, surrounded by mountains, nurtures its own people, most of whom have darker complexions. Jiang Yubai stood out here, his fairness almost glaring, surpassing even some omegas in skin quality. Some lower-tier omegas or alphas, undeterred by the influence of pheromones, sought to engage with him, but all were met with rejection. At the outset of his employment at the store, Chun Yin was unaware of the man's age, assuming him to be of the same generation. It was only later that he discovered the man was 6 years his senior. Perhaps wishing to avoid any further scrutiny, Ji Yezhou approached the door and retrieved the leash from Milk Candy. Chun Yin stood slightly taller than the average beta, yet he felt dwarfed in the presence of the S-class alpha. The alpha's frosty voice cautioned him against coveting what did not belong to him, and with that, he slammed the door shut. Milk Candy appeared momentarily taken aback, fully aware of its irresistible charm. It let out a playful yelp, attempting to ingratiate itself. Ji Yezhou secured the dog in the guest room and subsequently closed the door. Milk Candy, clearly perturbed, scratched at the door and howled in protest. Ji Yezhou was compelled to open a package of jerky to silence it momentarily. The man lowered his gaze, emitting a soft hum, a sound so faint it seemed akin to a sigh, overshadowed by Milk Candy's clamoring. Jiang Yubai felt as though he were ensnared in a nebulous dream, residing in an old rental. He couldn't discern whether he was outside the school or in Hawaii town. He implored the mysterious figure not to leave, as if they had truly paused for him. After consuming 2 packets of jerky, Milk Candy finally quieted down. When Ji Yezhou turned back, the man appeared drowsy. His face lowered. Jiang Yubai possessed an admirable tolerance for alcohol. Unlike others who might become rowdy when inebriated, he remained serene, even displaying a touch more intimacy than usual. It seemed the man had freshened up prior to drinking, and as Ji Yezhou drew closer, he caught a whiff of lime-scented body wash, a familiar fragrance reminiscent of their time in Star City, which he found somewhat addictive. His phone chimed with a message from Chi, inquiring about his return to the hotel. Chi was hesitant to remain at the Chi family estate any longer. He had become the manager of several branches that had recently opened, and were it not for Jiang Yubai's presence in Hawaii town, Ji Yezhou might not have ventured there at all. Initially, he had attributed his restless nights to mere nightmares, but over time, every meal and encounter with an Omega seemed to leave him with inexplicable aches upon waking. Yet, who within the Chi family would dare subject him to such experiences? Even his protective talismans seemed ineffective, prompting him to find refuge in a hotel. At first, all appeared normal. The suite had hosted many guests before him, none of whom reported similar occurrences. He sighed in relief, lying on the bed and closing his eyes, believing he would finally enjoy a restful slumber. However, as the night deepened, his condition intensified, his body feeling as though a colossal weight pressed down upon him, threatening to expel the very air from his lungs. Upon awakening the next day, he noticed a slight warmth in his glands, accompanied by a sensation akin to mid-cycle discomfort, yet the mirror revealed no visible signs of distress. He changed hotels, even setting up a camera on a tripod at the bedside, activating the recording function. Unfortunately, the situation remained unchanged, resembling the previous night's ordeal. He reviewed the footage quickly, discovering nothing amiss aside from himself sleeping soundly, having kicked off the covers, with no other disturbances recorded. Ultimately, he reluctantly returned to the Chi family, cherishing the rare opportunity for a restful slumber. Despite having visited the temple, the results were rather meager. Traveling to the distant Xing city, his condition improved somewhat, yet he held little regard for these remote and impoverished locales. Spending the night on planes and high-speed trains was far more tolerable. After several nights in Hawaii town, residing in a hotel, the familiar sensation seemed to linger like a shadow. Chi had initially hoped that Ji Yezhou would arrive in Hawaii town and organize some gatherings to pass the night. Little did he know, Ji Yezhou did not return to the hotel that evening, leaving no trace of where he spent the night. Despite his previous enthusiasm for that beta, it was unexpected that after 2 years without a close Omega by his side, he seemed to have changed his affections upon arriving in Hawaii town. Ji Yezhou did not return to the hotel. When he was embraced by Ji Yezhou and taken to bed, Jiang Yubai appeared to regain some clarity. He extended a finger, the cool touch gliding over the Alpha's Adam's apple. "What are you doing?" Before the Alpha could comprehend his intentions, he slightly tilted his face, his rosy lips kissing the pulsating throat. For the first time, he left a mark upon the Alpha's skin. Observing the bluish-purple imprint, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Regardless of how the Alpha was stirred by his advances, he closed his eyes and shifted to the inner side of the bed, pulling the thin blanket over himself snugly. This motion was so fluid, it led the alpha to believe that the wet kiss upon his neck was merely an illusion. Watching the man, with his eyelashes lowered, peacefully asleep and utterly still, Ji Yezhou glanced down at himself. Truly, he was never the epitome of virtue, let alone in the past 2 years, preoccupied with career expansion. He had little inclination for such endeavors. It seemed as though only the person before him was a refreshing oasis in his parched desert. After 2 years of thirst, the brief relief was hardly sufficient. In the end, Ji Yezhou spent 2 or 3 hours in a cramped bathroom, taking a cold shower. With his robust physique, by the end, his skin had begun to wrinkle from the prolonged exposure. When he finally lay in bed, it was nearly midnight. The following day, Jiang Yubai awoke quite early. His belongings were few, the main concern being the books downstairs and their uncertain fate. Chun Yen had expressed a desire for them, so he had given all the bookstore items to Chun Yen and even mentioned it to the landlord, sparing him the trouble of finding a new tenant. Upon waking, he seemed to have lost the desire to be close to the alpha before him. Ji Yezhou anticipated his typical nature of turning cold once he got out of bed, seizing his wrist and pointing to his neck, asking, "Do you no longer wish to acknowledge our agreement? What? Last night, you insisted on kissing me, crying and professing your affection, asking me not to leave." Jiang Yubai struggled to recall the events of the previous night, only vaguely remembering Ji Yezhou wanting to take him back to Xing City, as if caught in a prior cycle, albeit now laden with the weight of revenge. He glanced at the 2 bottles of wine in the corner, uncorked one, and took a sip. Pressing his lips together, he murmured, "I got drunk." The kiss marks are certainly not a fabrication. Jiang Yubai understood that he could not win the argument, and simply stated that now, with your destined partner, the Ji family would never permit you to associate with a beta. The man's tone paused before he continued. "I know many are fond of you, and you have never faced rejection, especially from someone like me, a beta. It is only natural for you to harbor resentment. You have sought your revenge in these past few days. Even if I were to return to Star City, it would bear no significance. Do you think I have orchestrated the IPO of JY for the past 2 years for no reason?" The alpha's gaze was sharp. "The significance of actions is not yours to dictate. If I truly had a destined partner, would you not wish to cast me aside immediately? Alas, you should be disappointed." Jiang Yubai's mind was clouded from the aftermath of a hangover. He recalled the furtive glances and whispered conversations about him upon returning to the company, as well as the scrutinizing stares from those at the apartment building below. Later, Ji Yezhou had approached him, discussing the impact a beta could have on an alpha's reputation and career. He had also encountered numerous negative comments online, with some claiming the brand lacked sophistication and that the owner's aesthetic was severely lacking. Now, Ji Yezhou had rapidly expanded the brand, with a fan base exceeding 50 million on a single online platform. People often say that love can breed hatred. Ji Yezhou had meticulously planned everything in the past. Ji Yezhou might control him temporarily, but he could not maintain that control indefinitely. He possessed the patience to wear down the Ji family and everyone else, as long as Jiang Yubai was willing to accept him. Ji Yezhou's fingers caressed the man's cheek, and as his eyelids drooped, the tear mole beneath his eye lent him an air of desolate solitude. With a hint of self-mockery, he remarked, "Jiang Yubai, my choice has always been you." Chapter 86. Behave yourself. As soon as those words fell, the alpha appeared to regain his composure. He did not wish to portray himself as overly eager. His expression suddenly darkened, and he said, "Don't think for a moment that you are remarkable." Jiang Yubai, still feeling disoriented, could not comprehend why the other had suddenly called him impressive. "I am not remarkable," Jiang Yubai replied. This statement landed with the weight of a feather, leaving Ji Yezhou's expression heavy and increasingly somber. In any case, he would no longer allow himself to be deceived by the man's words. The initial application for a treatment plan and the calls he had received from real estate agents had all hinted at the truth. Had he not been so gullible in trusting the man back then, he might have sensed the signs. Given the opportunity, Jiang Yubai would unhesitatingly sever ties. Ji Yezhou warned, "If you don't want to implicate Chun Yen, you should behave yourself." Whether through threats or coercion, Jiang Yubai was destined never to escape his grasp. After Jiang Yubai left Star City, the Jiang family struggled over the next 2 years. Perhaps they had learned of Jiang Yubai's past relationship with him, and later shamelessly sought his assistance. He was well aware of the attitudes the Jiang family held towards the man. Inevitably, the Jiang family went bankrupt. He also gleaned from the Jiang family about the man's likely whereabouts. In a county beneath Star City, near a cemetery by the riverside, during the Qingming festival, he found himself before an elderly person's gravestone, with Fu Lin standing silently beside him. The two of them commemorated in solemn silence. Previously, he had believed that his fiercest rival was Fu Lin, only to discover that Jiang Yubai had chosen neither and departed without a word. Following the revelation of their relationship, Ji Yezhou continued to remain at JY, never stepping foot in any company under the Ji family umbrella. After burning the paper, Fu Lin remarked, "You haven't truly won." Ji Yezhou feigned ignorance. The notion of victory was not determined by immediate circumstances. He pondered that one day, he would undoubtedly retrieve Jiang Yubai. 2 months, 6 months, 10 months, a year, 2 years. Fortunately, it took merely 2 years. Had it taken any longer, Jiang Yubai might have ended up living with Chun Yan. Even in the absence of Chun Yan, others could have emerged to usurp his place. At 31, a man subjected to relentless marriage pressure might choose to wed someone else merely to silence gossip. Huaitown was indeed remote from Star City, sufficiently secluded. When Jiang Yubai arrived, the area had yet to flourish. Only the cultivation of tea was thriving. It was only after a few months of online promotion that the town gradually gained some renown. Had Huaitown not developed its tourism industry, Jiang Yubai might well have spent his life avoiding him. Reflecting on the past, Ji Yezhou felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, Huaitown experienced a rapid expansion in tourism over the past year, attracting numerous aspiring influencers eager to ride the wave of popularity. It was fortunate that he found Jiang Yubai. As they departed Huaitown, his assistant parked the RV in front of the bookstore. The vehicle appeared exorbitantly priced, and despite it being a weekday, a few curious locals gathered around, as most households in the town still relied on tricycles. Jiang Yubai's suitcase was the same one he had used 2 years prior. Chun Yan bid farewell at the bookstore's entrance, presenting Jiang Yubai with some local specialties. "Keep them," Jiang Yubai said. Chun Yan was evidently reluctant. Before Ji Yezhou's arrival, he genuinely believed he had a chance with the man before him, having spent so much time together. "If you ever wish to return, the bookstore will always be yours," Chun Yan thought, hoping to preserve a lingering sentiment. "This is not your home. What would you return for?" Ji Yezhou inquired coldly. Nai Tang, carefree, sported a strawberry bib and joyfully bounced in front of Wang Zai among the onlookers. The assistant successfully coaxed Nai Tang into the vehicle with a piece of jerky. Chi-Chi was seated in another car with several Omega models. Perhaps due to their extended stay in the town, the eerie sensation of being watched seemed to have diminished. The models were not very familiar with him. Having only interacted for a few days in Huaitown, and he was quite handsome, an Omega sitting opposite him asked, "Chi, do you currently have an Omega?" "No." Chi-Chi replied playfully, "Would you like to be my Omega?" His words left the person opposite blushing slightly. Chi-Chi had also come to the branch to assist with photography, and naturally, they exchanged WeChat IDs. "Do you have any plans for the evening back in Star City? Perhaps we could gather at Lin?" Chi-Chi's expression grew slightly solemn. In the past, he would have readily agreed without hesitation. After his last bout of intoxication, he found himself in a state resembling an allergic reaction to alcohol, his body covered in rashes. It was rather embarrassing for an alpha to be allergic to alcohol. The rashes were a ghastly shade of purple and blue. They were not excessively itchy, but the fabric of his clothing would irritate them painfully. He refrained from seeking medical attention, opting instead to purchase some ointment for relief. Visiting a hospital would undoubtedly lead to inquiries about the cause. And for someone like Chi-Chi, an alpha who had navigated the social drinking scene for years, being allergic to alcohol was akin to a humiliation typically reserved for Omegas. Fortunately, after 2 days of applying the ointment, his discomfort began to wane. Nearby, an eager Omega inquired, "Could it be that Mr. Chi has plans with someone else tonight?" Chi-Chi neither accepted nor declined. He did indeed wish to engage in some revelry. His friends had invited him out several times, and Xia Xinghe had even asked if he was, like a Zhou, intent on striving for career success. What was there for him to strive for? The wealth of the Qi family was more than he could ever exhaust in a lifetime. Yet, his grandfather's health had recently deteriorated, and Jiang Yubai had been assisting with the management of the family business. If tasked with making decisions, Qi would likely falter. His grandfather had once hoped to cultivate his skills, entrusting him with overseeing the establishment of a resort on a tract of land in the southern outskirts. It sounded simple enough, yet in practice, it was fraught with complexities. The project could not be executed in its entirety by a single company. Collaboration with others was essential to refine various details. The partner he found provided plans that were nothing short of exquisite. Even Qi was impressed by the innovation that promised to captivate. However, the final product starkly contrasted with the initial designs, resembling a disheartening disparity between buyer and seller expectations. Ultimately, it was Jiang Yubai who handled the project's completion. Jiang Yubai was merely an employee of the Qi family, and contemplating this did not trouble Qi when the enterprise became operational. It would belong to the Qi family. Each had their designated roles to fulfill. Chapter 87. Restoring health after a 2-year hiatus, he returned to Star City. This was an unexpected turn of events for Jiang Yubai, who had presumed he had severed all ties with the city. Initially, he had not intended to travel to Huaitown, departing in haste. It was only by chance that he overheard a fellow passenger mention the place. Huaitown was quite distant from Star City. The high-speed train journey took 7 to 8 hours, followed by multiple transfers that included nearly 4 bus rides. He spent the night in the county before taking a bus to the town the following day. He had indeed cut ties thoroughly. Perhaps it was the frequent attempts at conversation from strangers that prompted him to wear a simple band on his left ring finger. When questioned, he would reveal his hand. He thought to himself that they would never be entangled again, as if he were savoring the last remnants of a bygone romance. Perhaps being on the road rendered one susceptible to moments of mental vacuity while gazing out the window. Yet, once silence enveloped him, his mind would spiral into disarray. After sending a message, Ji Yezhou would likely harbor feelings of hatred and disdain towards him. After all, he was utterly pedestrian. Much like the advice he had discovered online, discussing sex on a date with an alpha could lead to perceptions of frivolity and vulgarity. Their acquaintance had not even begun in a respectable setting. A week, 2 weeks, a month. How long will Ji Yezhou take to forget him? Perhaps with a highly compatible Omega by his side, he might vanish entirely from his past. Yet, the disparity between reality and his imagination appears overwhelmingly vast. Ji Yezhou refrained from instructing his assistant to drive the RV back to the urban area, instead opting to park it at the entrance of a villa in the suburbs. This place is sparsely populated, with scarcely a few vehicles passing by, let alone any public transportation. Hailing a taxi is utterly out of the question. The nearest public transport point is over 20 kilometers away. Naitang has adapted swiftly, having been fed a few times by Ji Yezhou in the vehicle, and has grown affectionate towards him. Ji Yezhou had prearranged for supplies, including dog food and all necessities for Naitang, to be delivered to the villa. He wished to prevent Jiang Yubai from diverting his attention to other matters and potentially surpassing him. Jiang Yubai caught sight of the villa through the car window, fully aware of the transport inconvenience in the vicinity. "I can rent a place for myself," Jiang Yubai hesitated to say. Ji Yezhou feigned ignorance to his words. His assistant, perceptive as ever, interjected, "Mr. Ji, the company still requires the vehicle. Shall I head over directly?" "Yes," Ji Yezhou replied. "Xiao Lu and the others are filming at an abandoned factory. It seems unlikely that the car will return to the city today." Jiang Yubai's luggage was minimal, and Ji Yezhou took the liberty of retrieving it as he exited the vehicle. The man remained seated, seemingly hesitant. If this vehicle were to leave, it was likely that no other would traverse this road today. Jiang Yubai overheard their conversation, while Naitang excitedly bounded at the car door, perhaps still under the impression that they were on an outing. "Naitang!" It yelped a few times. The villa's first floor had been prepared with numerous toys for it, and it dashed into the yard, relieving some of the burden. With someone else present, Jiang Yubai had no choice but to alight from the vehicle. The driver, having received instructions, soon drove away. Ji Yezhou inquired, "Do you know what I regret the most?" Jiang Yubai pressed his lips together in silence. "I should have brought you here sooner, making it so that you could only survive by relying on me." Jiang Yubai seemed to sense something amiss, taking a step back. This action elicited a cold laugh from the alpha. Try to run away again, are you? No, the man instinctively replied, wishing to avoid provoking him at that moment. Liar. In the past, the alpha was indeed easier to placate. A mere alignment with his words sufficed, and he would not delve deeper into the responses given. The grip on his wrist felt like an iron clamp. The villa, spanning 2 stories, offered ample space. Ji Yezhou led him to the 2nd floor, where a grand floor-to-ceiling window unveiled the surrounding foliage, ensuring he would not be too bored. The suitcase had also been placed in this room. There are clothes in your size in the wardrobe, the alpha calmly stated. Toiletries are in the bathroom. If you feel hungry, there's food in the fridge. And if you find yourself at a loss, the bookshelf is filled with books. Such instructions only heightened Jiang Yubai's sense of unease. I wish to find a job. I don't necessarily need to stay here, he asserted. Do you believe you have a right to choose? On the bedside table lay a chain of metallic texture, held firmly in the palm of the alpha's hand. The iron ring at one end was more intricate and precise than those found in Huai Town, requiring the alpha's fingerprint to unlock, and the material could not be easily pried open with tools. Don't you know I've returned to Star City? If you wish to find me, you can do so at any time, he said, his voice quivering with fear. Can we return to how we used to be? The mention of the past seemed to strike a nerve within the alpha. The past? Ji Yezhou retorted. Did you not once implicitly agree to live together with me? Wasn't that the promise you made so fervently? In truth, as I raised these matters, you had already resolved to leave. Even if the Ji family had not approached you, you never truly considered cohabitation with me, nor did you envision a lasting future together, did you? The alpha's gaze was sharp and menacing, rendering him unable to respond. These assertions rang true. Yet, human nature is complex and contradictory. In a moment of distraction, the intricate iron ring was fastened around his ankle, the other end securely embedded in the wall. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not budge it, unless the wall itself were to collapse. The cold touch enveloped his skin, and despite his struggles, only the clattering of the chain echoed in the air. Jiang Yubai continued to struggle in vain. Please, don't do this. Yet, his body had already collapsed onto the wide, soft bed, the alpha's hand gripping him, pulling him closer. Clearly, he would no longer entertain any of Zhang's refusals. If I hadn't happened to encounter you, you would have enjoyed your time with Chun Yin, wouldn't you? He is a beta. He fits your criteria for a partner. The confession from that evening lingered vividly in his mind. At that moment, many were present, cheering them on, as if the two, encircled by candlelight, were the perfect match. Yet, it was he who had met the man first. Their relationship had never truly ended. How could he possibly be with someone else? Jiang Yubai accepted Chun Yan's flowers, a scene that still stung his heart. Regardless of the reasons, the man's previous rejections were genuine. His desire to leave was real. The fact that he would never prioritize Jiang was equally true. He seemed to pale in comparison to others, always relegated to the background. Let me go. Even if I reside here, I do not require this. The man's tone bore a hint of pleading. No, you need to recover your health and rest well at home. I cannot have you collapsing later. Ji Yezhou's gaze was deep and shadowy as he spoke softly. Let's have a child together. Chapter 88. What am I? If there exists a phenomenal bond between Alpha and Omega, then at the very least, a child could serve as a connection between him and Jiang Yubai. He had contemplated this long ago, though at that time, he had not acted upon it. His earlier thoughts had been naively simplistic, as he had believed their relationship was progressing positively. Upon hearing his words, the man seemed incredulous, his eyes trembling. What? You have always said that Alpha and Omega are drawn to each other by pheromones. Having a child would be beneficial for both of us. I am a beta. I am well aware of that. I have researched and found instances of male betas experiencing pregnancy, albeit rarely, with increased likelihood during susceptible periods. Alpha spoke each word with exceptional seriousness. This statement reverberated in Jiang Yubai's ears with a chilling effect. The susceptible period might even touch upon sensitive matters. It had already been a challenge for him prior to this period. If you're not pregnant, it simply means our efforts have been insufficient, Alpha added. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Yubai exclaimed, attempting to free his ankle from Alpha's grip, desperately trying to loosen the iron ring that bound him. If you continue to struggle, I may not even wait for the susceptible period. This declaration evidently instilled some trepidation in the man. Are you not concerned about the Ji family discovering this? Jiang Yubai's voice trembled slightly. Moreover, you have a high-matching Omega by your side. Why must we proceed in this manner? Ji Yezhou replied in a deep tone. The Ji family can no longer exert control over me. For the past 2 years, I have not engaged with any Omega. Have you considered what I will do after leaving? Do you believe I will forget you swiftly and seek another Omega? He questioned. What do I represent in your eyes? Just because I am an Alpha, I should be attracted to Omegas? Expressing affection for you would not warrant trust? Do you perceive me as inadequate? Or have I instilled insecurity within you? You may communicate your concerns. I am willing to change. Yet, you have said nothing and abandoned me. Why deny me even a single opportunity? You are not inadequate. Jiang Yubai turned his face away, hesitant to meet Alpha's fervent gaze. He contemplated the negative impact he might impose on Alpha. He could not provide the necessary pheromones, and his presence had embroiled Alpha in public controversy, straining familial harmony. He pondered extensively, yet seemed to overlook Alpha's emotions entirely. Perhaps he had previously doubted their sincerity. Youth and fervor often fade swiftly. He did not wish for Alpha to regret his choice after many years. Jiang Yubai's gaze drifted to the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers tightly gripping a cold chain, momentarily at a loss for action. If I am not inadequate, then why would you go to such lengths to rid yourself of me? Alpha pressed on. This question ensnared him further. Alpha's capacity for debate was exceptional, far surpassing their previous encounters. Who would have anticipated that one day he would be rendered speechless by an Alpha 7 years his junior? In truth, Alpha had restrained many questions ready to escape his lips. If Jiang Yubai was not lacking, then why the disinterest? Why had he once been so merciless? To avoid succumbing to his emotions, the man rarely uttered words that he longed to hear. If it were merely due to Ji Yezhou, he might have been more discerning, understanding what Ji Yezhou would likely convey to him. It was simply the absence of pheromones and the implications of his beta status. Jiang Yubai was living his life with him, not with the Ji family. However, it appears that without the intervention of the Ji family, Jiang Yubai has never truly considered him. It was merely a matter of time. The man had long been scheming, and leaving Star City was inevitable. On the day he listed the house on the rental platform, it seemed he had gone to the office to have lunch with the man, expressing his affections and desire to pursue him. Was his affection truly so unappealing? Over time, one inevitably develops a certain fondness for things. At the very least, in Huaitown, Jiang Yubai would show reluctance to part with the plump, snow-white dog. Naitang, perhaps bored playing downstairs, had picked up a ball in its mouth and scampered up the stairs, seeking companionship. With a joyful bark, Naitang placed the ball on the ground and signaled for them to join in play. Ji Yezhou picked up the ball and tossed it downstairs, where it rolled far away. Naitang, feeling disheartened, hopped a couple of times, sensing a lack of rapport with the humans, before bounding down the stairs in search of the ball. Every area of the villa was equipped with surveillance, allowing him to check the room's footage via his phone even when he was not present. The floor-to-ceiling windows illuminated the space, with the warm yellow hues of the setting sun cascading into a corner. Time had slipped away, and the food in the refrigerator had already been replenished in advance. Long ago, while browsing emotional forums, he had encountered a topic discussing the way to a man's heart, through his stomach. Inspired by this notion, the Alpha had practiced numerous times at home, eventually managing to cook noodles after burning a pot. He had initially aimed to impress, only to be shooed out of the kitchen by the man. Today, however, he found himself fulfilling that aspiration. Yet, after that solitary endeavor, he had not ventured into the kitchen again. On a whim today, he busied himself in the kitchen for the better part of the day, producing 2 bowls of what appeared to be quite presentable Yangshan noodles. At the very least, Chen Yan would brew black-bone chicken soup for the man, and he was not to be outdone. The bedroom was spacious, and to prevent the man from feeling bored, he had placed an assortment of traditional walnuts, chess, and go bang on another cabinet, catering to the preferences of a typical 30-something beta male. He carried the cooked noodles upstairs and set them on the stone dining table. The arrangement of this bedroom bore a striking resemblance to the apartment the man had previously inhabited. Over the past 2 years, he had occasionally stayed here. He remained calm, though his peripheral vision was attuned to the man's expression. Jiang Yubai picked up his chopsticks and attempted to lift the poached egg nestled atop the noodles. The egg was too large, sealing the bowl tightly. As he grasped it, it broke and the yolk oozed out. Ji Yezhou sampled a noodle from his bowl. He then promptly took over the man's bowl and chopsticks for the next round. It was evident that the alpha lacked culinary talent. The first attempt resulted in overly soft noodles that could not be lifted. The second attempt saw the noodles clump together while waiting for the poached egg. And the third attempt seemed just right, yet the egg remained undercooked, leaving the noodles half raw in his mouth. Chapter 89. Compensation in the end. After over an hour of effort, Master Ji resorted to ordering takeout. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance, having instructed someone to prepare dinner before returning to the villa, and it was nearly time for delivery. Perhaps due to his physique, the man had been away from Star City for 2 years and remained remarkably slender. His ankles were so delicate that they could be easily grasped by his palm. Throughout his body, only his abdomen bore any semblance of flesh. Male betas were distinct from their female counterparts, possessing almost negligible fertility. Even the size of his reproductive organs had significantly diminished. Most male betas sought relationships with female betas, akin to the dynamics of alphas and omegas. Perhaps informed by past experiences, he understood that it was not easy for Jiang Yubai to fully endure the circumstances. An S-class alpha stood out not only for his pheromones, but also for his height and appearance. Prior to his return, he had consulted a specialized pharmacologist. Through dietary adjustments, this medication had minimal side effects and could aid in the development of atrophied reproductive organs. At least during the alpha's sensitive period, the beta would not suffer injury. As for complete marking, he cast a lingering gaze upon the back of the man's neck. After every 24-hour cycle, his scent would vanish entirely. After ensuring the man consumed an entire bowl of yam and rib soup, along with 2 soup dumplings, he gently caressed the man's slightly protruding abdomen, confirming that he was indeed satiated before averting his intense gaze. "Can you loosen this?" Jiang Yubai murmured, feeling a sense of trepidation from the chains binding him. "Even when locked, you may move freely within the room," the alpha replied coldly, offering a transparent glass filled with milk. "Finish this, and I may consider releasing you for a while when I'm home." It was merely milk, and Jiang Yubai did not think much of it. In the past, he often neglected breakfast, typically settling for simple oatmeal soaked in milk. Unlike before, after consuming the milk, a subtle warmth enveloped his abdomen, though it remained within tolerable limits. His suitcase lay abandoned in the corner of the room, rendered unnecessary. The alpha had prepared an abundance of daily necessities. Yet the wardrobe was predominantly filled with various styles of white shirts and some peculiar garments that the man could hardly comprehend, with normal trousers being a rarity. Out of curiosity, he mustered the courage to examine one of the strange outfits while the alpha was away at work. It was composed of a flimsy lace fabric, utterly insufficient to conceal his form, featuring ring-like attachments around the thighs reminiscent of the clasps he had worn before. Being confined in the house by the alpha, it was not difficult to surmise for whom these clothes were intended. The room lacked scissors or any sharp objects, prompting Jiang Yubai to summon the dog, Milk Candy, to assist in sorting through the indecent garments, which he handed over for disposal. Mistakenly believing this was a game initiated by his master, Milk Candy joyfully tore apart the scantily clad garments, eagerly seeking a reward from him afterward. Within the limited space, there was dog food in the cabinet beside the man. The alpha had confiscated his phone, leaving him with virtually no means of communication with the outside world. The door to the villa's courtyard remains closed, and every day, Nai Tang keeps him company at home. In recent days, Ji Yezhou has been preoccupied with company matters, with a sensitive period approaching, potentially lasting a week or even longer. Even with the use of suppressants, being with a beta may not shorten the duration. Previously in Hawaii Town, his appearance in the bookstore had made headlines. Some have speculated that he has found his destined partner, questioning how he could still remember a beta for so long. Ji Yezhou's attempt to reach him came as no surprise. His residence has been unstable over the past 2 years. He often stays near the company and travels frequently. He has only returned home during a few of Yu Yan's birthdays. The villa's secluded location makes it difficult for Ji Yezhou to gather information quickly. As soon as the call connected, the man on the other end reprimanded him sternly. "You truly are obstinate." Ji Yezhou replied coldly. "He lives with me." "Why are you so agitated?" "Lies with you?" He left without a hint of reluctance. "If it weren't for your coercion, he would have severed ties with you long ago." Ji Yezhou retorted, noting that even the beta in his store could see the truth. "Do you honestly believe you can last? If it weren't for you, he would have been with that beta already." Indeed, Ji Yezhou had resorted to unscrupulous means this time. During his time in Huai Town, even Chun Yin had inquired if he was forcing the man. The willingness to return to Xingcheng was likely due to his manipulation of Chun Yin. But what of it? Is the Ji family truly on the verge of decline? "Do you have time for meddling?" Ji Yezhou said, suggesting that Ji Yezhou should focus on resolving the recently exposed tax issues. To preempt any further schemes from Ji Yezhou, he had made some arrangements in advance. "You insolent fool," the man on the line declared with severity. "Do you think you can shake the Ji family? As long as it gives you a headache, that's enough. I may not shake it, but at least Ji Yezhou has less time to worry about me now." Before the call ended, Ji Yezhou assured him that his departure was merely a matter of time. Regrettably, he wished he hadn't answered the call. Not a single word was pleasant to hear. Ji Yezhou felt a twinge of irritation. With his sensitive period nearing, his emotions were increasingly susceptible to provocation. For the past few days, he had been giving the man milk laced with medication, watching as he swallowed it down. The company, no longer in its nascent stage, had become more stable, and after dealing with company affairs, he returned home rather late. Upon ascending the stairs, he spotted a pile of clothes torn apart by nape on the floor. Jiang Yubai, noticing his gloomy expression, mistakenly assumed it was due to the clothing. "Don't blame him. It was my doing," Jiang Yubai said, shielding nape behind him. Nape, oblivious to any danger, playfully licked the man's fingers. The man instinctively pushed him away. Since the first night, he had unlocked the chains and taken a bath. The man had been clad in little more than a light-colored shirt, which barely concealed his thighs. The floor-to-ceiling window was one-sided, offering no view into the interior from outside. To avoid losing control, he had refrained from physical contact with the man in recent days. Alpha gently caressed the head of the sweet candy, seemingly devoid of reproach. Guiding it out of the room with a toy, his voice husky as he remarked, "Since you've damaged the clothes, there must be a punishment. After nurturing it for a week, surely the SZQ should be well by now." The uncontrollable fervor of Alpha's pheromones made him lock the door and inquire. Chapter 90. Bonds due to Alpha's previous touch. Jiang Yubai had indeed felt discomfort for several days. After all, the SCQ of male beta was never meant for such purposes. "Don't do that." The man instinctively recoiled. Yet, where could he retreat to now? Without bonds. "Would you still desire me?" Alpha's tone was low, and a hint of pity was discernible on his otherwise gloomy face. Despite sharing the same bed with Jiang Yubai each night over the past few days, Alpha often felt a nagging fear that he might awaken one morning to find the man had vanished entirely. He would wake several times each night, ensuring that the man remained beside him, nestled in his embrace. Although their interactions appeared harmonious, it was merely a facade of self-deception. Much like 2 years prior, the man exhibited little resistance toward him. Messages were replied to, and they occasionally discussed future aspirations. When alone, they seemed like an ordinary couple in love, daring to hold hands only in secluded spaces. They shared kisses and engaged in intimate acts. They dined together and inquired about each other's work schedules. Even on the night he had been intoxicated, the man had taken the initiative to kiss and tease him, leading him to believe their relationship had grown closer. Alpha was well acquainted with the Jiang family's circumstances. The beta's status had rendered the man unappreciated. He was also aware of Fu Lin, who had once been engaged to an Omega. It was not difficult to surmise the reasons behind their separation. However, such knowledge only deepened his desire to cherish the person before him, knowing that the Ji family would pose an obstacle. He yearned to extricate himself from their influence to prevent his beloved from feeling anxious due to external factors. He repeatedly affirmed his feelings, expressing to the man his affection and his wish for them to be together for a lifetime. Despite the man using his beta status as an excuse, he had declared that he did not require pheromones. Whenever approached by well-meaning omegas, he would reject them without hesitation, even during their intimate moments. When a man later claimed that 2 hours had been too long, he adhered strictly to that limit. As an S-grade alpha and the sole heir of the Ji family, he had indeed lived a life largely devoid of turmoil, unable to fully grasp the struggles the man had endured. Nevertheless, he endeavored to fulfill every request the man expressed. Yet, what was the outcome? The onset of the sensitive period heightened Alpha's emotions, rendering him increasingly anxious and desperate to find his own sanctuary. Alpha understood that their relationship was not a conventional romantic one. Were it not for the chains binding him within this villa, the man would undoubtedly choose to depart. But he still had ample time to linger. In this lifetime, he would never allow the man to escape. Apart from his affection, the other had no alternative. "You are rather afraid of me, aren't you?" the Alpha inquired softly. Jiang Yubai pressed his thin lips together, his gaze anxiously drifting to the side. Indeed, there was a hint of trepidation. The aura of an S-level Alpha was sufficient to instill fear in others, especially considering that the Alpha had recently mentioned SCQ. Yet, emotions are reciprocal, as is the sense of security. It seemed that every time he wished to refuse, the Alpha would ardently reveal his feelings. "While in Huai Town, even if he merely heard my name occasionally, did you ever think of me?" Not wishing to hear a negative response, the Alpha refrained from directly asking whether the man had thought of him. "In the bookstore, students often mentioned you." The Alpha's gaze grew obscure. To be able to appear in the man's world daily in this manner, at least his efforts over the past 2 years were not in vain. It had been nearly a week since they had shared any intimacy. The Alpha's large hand restlessly caressed the hem of the man's shirt. With the ample fabric, there was no obstruction. "I haven't bathed yet," Jiang Yubai offered as a flimsy excuse, perhaps to delay the moment. Together, today, the Alpha was determined to be with him. Aside from their date at the villa 2 years prior, when they soaked in the hot springs, with him still clad in a towel, he had never bathed with the other while fully conscious. The steam in the bathroom enveloped them, rendering visibility hazy. The Alpha had initially withheld the information that his sensitive period had arrived. Otherwise, the man would surely have been reluctant to join him. Jiang Yubai had not been temporarily marked by him, and at this moment he could not detect the strong scent of juniper on the Alpha. Perhaps the bathroom was less ventilated. The potent aroma of pheromones created an unsettling atmosphere, even causing the beta to feel a twinge of apprehension. The bathtub was filled 2/3 full. Due to the bathing, the iron ring of fingerprints had been undone by the Alpha. "You go ahead and wash." Jiang Yubai attempted to withdraw. Just as he sought to exit, he was unexpectedly pinned against the bathtub by the Alpha. Water splashed, soaking his thin shirt until it became translucent. The Alpha had gone to the company today. His hair was meticulously styled, swept back to reveal a face that was strikingly flawless. Compared to his previous youthful innocence, he now exuded a more mature masculinity. The tie was carelessly loosened, binding itself around the man's wrist. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Yubai's expression suddenly turned frantic. "Let me go. I want to leave. Ji Yezhou. Don't move." The Alpha's voice was hoarse, and his palm felt warmer than usual. Sensing something, Jiang Yubai felt a shiver despite his back being immersed in warm water. The susceptibility period for S-level Alphas has arrived. Previously, I had only heard others mention that this phase lasts several days, during which the comforting pheromones of omegas can help navigate through it, and a thorough marking by an omega can ensure a tranquil passage. It is indeed during such times that the likelihood of emotional turbulence is at its peak. Upon the Alpha's return, having been provoked by others' words, his emotions are now even more volatile. As he senses the man about to utter words of rejection, he leans down, his lips brushing against the man's, effectively silencing him. The man's voice trembles with a hint of despair. Over the past 2 years, he has scarcely experienced this. Perhaps due to the difficulty of reaching that threshold alone, seeking solace in others proves even more challenging. Since adopting milk candy, his days have been consumed by the bookstore, leaving little room for anything else. The last time he was with an alpha was at the bookstore, a rather overwhelming experience. The alpha had captured his lips, kissing him incessantly, seemingly tenderly reassuring him. In recent days, the assistant has visited daily. Fortunately, the assistant is a beta. Otherwise, approaching this villa would be impossible. The potent pheromones of the S-level alpha permeate every corner of the dwelling. Thankfully, it is situated on the outskirts, which explains why some alphas, upon entering their susceptibility period without an omega, would seek an entirely secluded environment to endure it. The rooms on the second floor are nearly always locked, and sometimes Milk Candy wishes to scamper upstairs to play with its master, yet no matter how it paws at the door, it receives no response. Yet within, it distinctly hears its master's voice, hoarse, weakened, choked with emotion. Milk Candy often grows bored playing alone at home and resorts to scratching at the door. However, the only one who feeds it daily is a strange man who enters from outside the villa, a man who is also in the car on the journey from Huaitown. The assistant, Fong Tung, has been with Ji Yezhou for nearly 2 years. Initially, upon graduating, it was not easy for him to find a job due to his beta status. Often, his alpha classmates had already secured positions while he was still submitting resumes. After facing several rejections, he learned from a recruitment group at school that many employees at JY are betas. He decided to give it a try and submitted his resume. The brand's founder is undeniably an S-level alpha, yet unlike many others, he does not harbor bias against betas. Later, Fong Tung discovered that the founder's partner is a beta. The company offers excellent benefits for betas, and with branches established nationwide and an efficient production chain, the workforce continues to expand. Consequently, the employment landscape for betas is subtly transforming. After all, if a major company like JY can treat betas equally, why should smaller firms maintain a hierarchy? Besides the frequent interactions the founder has with betas, other positions are also open to omegas and alphas. The company has instituted strict regulations. Any discriminatory remarks or behaviors will result in termination and exclusion from future employment. The atmosphere within the company is remarkably relaxed. In the past 2 years, Fong Tung has observed a myriad of individuals surrounding Alpha, yet Alpha appears devoid of emotion, preoccupied solely with work. Despite being the heir to the Ji family, he still relies on his own entrepreneurial endeavors. One fateful day, as the employees were preparing to clock out, one was caught slacking by Alpha. Rushing over, Alpha seized the video the employee had been watching, leaving a palpable shock in its wake. Interestingly, Huaitown was not originally on the agenda, yet they ultimately ventured there. Upon arrival, Fong Tung discovered that Alpha was no longer the mechanical workaholic he once seemed, but had developed the emotional depth expected of a normal person. After providing the dog, Nai Tang, with a generous serving of treats, it still craved more and nudged its bowl toward Fong Tung in a gesture of affection. Fong Tung, indulging the pup, opened another can and gently stroked its fluffy, soft fur. As he ascended the stairs with the packed food, Nai Tang unusually trailed behind him. At that moment, a door that had been locked swung open slightly. Alpha emerged, still in his sensitive phase, clad in a deep blue bathrobe. The plunging neckline revealed distinct marks on his neck, which Fong Tung dared not linger upon. This time, Fong Tung had brought a surplus of nutritional supplements. Nai Tang, eager to sneak through the crack of the door to see its master, was thwarted by Alpha. The assistant seemed to recall something and remarked, "President Xi was supposed to attend an event in Lin City yesterday, but he was absent and I couldn't reach him. It doesn't matter whether he attends or not." Naturally, Ji Yezhou would not assign Chi any significant tasks. The absence of attendees at such events would bear no consequences. Previously, Chi would inquire daily about potential business trips, likely indulging too much in some bar again. Nai Tang, feeling neglected, raised its fluffy white head and barked at them in protest. Despite being a dog with a gentle temperament, it could not withstand the cold indifference of humans. In the past, at the bookstore, it was constantly petted, fed, and played with by numerous visitors. At night, it would sleep in the same room as its owner. Now, however, each day found the dog alone downstairs, consuming endless canned meat and playing with an abundance of toys, all within a house far too spacious for just one dog. Bored and lonely, it wandered aimlessly in the yard. The dog's life was steeped in solitude. Woof. Take me out to play. Alpha glanced down at it, his voice hoarse as he replied, all right. Lacking patience during his sensitive phase, Alpha carried the food and nutritional supplements inside, shutting the door behind him. The once expansive room now appeared significantly more disordered than usual. The man, who had a penchant for cleanliness, would typically keep the space immaculate. The chains did not inhibit his movement within the confines of the room. However, in recent days, apart from eating and sleeping, he had been utterly fatigued, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Even when carried to the bathroom for a wash, he often ceased midway through, with his eyes closed. The long lashes clung damply to his eyelids. Lying in bed, he curled his body, his fingers weakly resting on his abdomen. Considering the man's physical condition, the Alpha rarely allowed him to rest for an entire afternoon. The food brought by Fong Tung was quite comprehensive, primarily comprising easily digestible and absorbable items. The man called out softly for water, his lips showing signs of dryness and cracking due to dehydration. The Alpha picked up a half-empty bottle of mineral water that had been opened and placed on the bedside table. After taking a sip, he leaned down and offered the water to the man. In the past, during his hospital stay, he would have hesitated with a hint of embarrassment over such matters. But now he had become quite adept at it. The man slightly parted his lips, drawing from the source of hydration. It was only when the kiss became slightly suffocating that the man regained a semblance of consciousness. These past few days had been utterly disorienting for the beta. The man opened his heavy eyelids, his gaze filled with fear towards the Alpha. Please, no. The man attempted to retreat to the far side of the bed, but the Alpha grasped his ankle chain, pulling him back toward himself once more. Chapter 91. Low fever. The Alpha's susceptibility period was excessively prolonged. Jiang Yubai had lost track of how many days had passed, and even his perception of time had begun to blur. This time, however, the Alpha did not take any further action. He placed 2 soft pillows at the head of the bed for him to lean against and helped him sit up. Clearly, it was mealtime again. Each day, the Alpha fed him, and though he initially felt uncomfortable in the current state, he found little room for such thoughts. The meals were meticulously arranged by a nutritionist at the Alpha's request. As an S-grade Alpha, his physical constitution was such that he did not require much food. Yet he remained vigorous. His recovery abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. In contrast, the beta needed 3 meals a day to ensure adequate nutrition and ample sleep. In these aspects, the Alpha was naturally not harsh. He was waiting for the beta to regain some strength. Today, Fong Tung had brought a nourishing oyster chicken soup, as the man had indeed suffered some losses in recent days. The Alpha ladled a small bowl of the soup and fed it to the man. Although the susceptibility period was uncontrollable in certain respects, he had not truly allowed the man to suffer harm. After about a week of drinking milk, the effects were evidently quite good. The bowl of soup gradually neared its bottom. Jiang Yubai was eating rather slowly, his gaze anxiously fixed on the soup in the Alpha's hands as it diminished bit by bit, causing his heartbeat to quicken. When he saw the Alpha set the bowl aside, he rarely took the initiative to speak. Is there anything else to eat? His voice was hoarse, akin to a leaky speaker, and as he spoke, his throat felt as though it had been scoured by gravel, burning with discomfort. Yes, the Alpha responded quietly. Jiang Yubai was genuinely apprehensive that once the meal concluded, the Alpha's mood might fluctuate unpredictably, and he was clearly not as accommodating as before. Eventually, he had some beef and mushroom porridge, but finding it too hot, he ate even more slowly. The man had a modest appetite and was already feeling somewhat satiated. Yet, he continued to eat in small bites, his crimson lips gently parting. If you cannot eat, then do not force yourself, Alpha said in a low voice. It was evident to him what Jiang Yubai was attempting, merely to delay time. However, such a tactic would prove futile. During this sensitive period, he would no longer resort to suppressants, just as he had asserted 2 years prior. If they could not be together in a conventional manner, there were alternative means. Human connections require a touch of emotion to bind individuals closely together. If love was absent, then at least the presence of a child could forge some semblance of familial affection. After removing the kanji, he observed Jiang Yubai, who sat trembling in fear. Due to the current sensitive phase, all tasks had fallen upon him, leaving Jiang utterly drained. You should rest for a while, Alpha suggested. Perhaps he did not wish for Jiang Yubai to be with him out of fear. Yet, this was their only reality. The man had indeed suffered greatly at his hands, with his neck marred and nearly devoid of unscathed skin. At times, Alpha pondered whether he should completely claim Jiang Yubai. These days had been overwhelmingly chaotic. The floor-to-ceiling windows concealed the interior from outside view, and he embraced the man, showering him with fervent kisses, hearing his hoarse pleas. Subsequently, the curtains were drawn tightly shut and had not been opened since. Considering Jiang Yubai's aversion to such brightness, the curtains proved effective in blocking out the light. By nightfall, only a bedside lamp illuminated the room. In this perpetual cycle of day and night, he attended to every need, fostering a sense of total control over Jiang Yubai. He endeavored to fulfill Jiang's requirements, as long as he was capable of doing so. The lengthy sensitive period had little impact on Alpha, in fact, without the suppressants. He appeared to navigate this phase with significantly greater ease. Once his pheromone levels returned to normal, he summoned a doctor. In stark contrast to him, Jiang Yubai's condition was rather dire. He lay weak and listless, marked by the traces of Alpha's possession. The man had developed a slight fever, slipping into a state of drowsiness. After measuring the temperature, the doctor noted that Jiang's body was exceedingly depleted, with diminished immunity, making him susceptible to chills. How many days until he recovers? Was uncertain, the doctor replied. As an Alpha, he could only surmise that the frail Beta lying in bed was, in fact, the beloved of this tall, imposing S-class Alpha who had just emerged from a sensitive phase. Despite the windows being opened for ventilation, the potent scent of S-class Alpha pheromones lingered, overwhelming the doctor as he stepped inside. It took nearly 2 full canisters of pheromone-dissolving spray before he felt ready to treat the man. Although betas were not particularly sensitive to pheromonal scents, being in the prolonged presence of an Alpha during their sensitive phase was undoubtedly taxing. Moreover, Jiang Yubai was almost entirely enveloped by Alpha's pheromones. Let others harbor not a trace of reckless thought towards Beta. The doctor administers an intravenous infusion to the man, inserting the needle into the back of his hand. The man's skin is pale and thin, allowing the sharp needle to easily penetrate the dark blue vein beneath. It is inevitable that one's gaze may drift to the marks on Beta's skin. Although Alpha's susceptible period has passed, his possessiveness remains profoundly intense. The doctor dares not linger his gaze. He has always been the private physician of the Ji family. Previously, he treated Yu Yen, and perhaps it is precisely for this reason that he has earned Ji Yezhou's trust in the current circumstances. As his eyes inadvertently sweep over Beta, he cannot help but lament inwardly. When will he finally ascertain whether Beta carries a child? The earliest would be in 2 weeks. I hope this time it will be successful, Alpha murmurs melancholically. Otherwise, we will have to wait for the next susceptible period. Alpha's words are tender and filled with yearning for Beta. Upon hearing this, the doctor cannot help but break into a cold sweat. He is relieved that Beta has succumbed to a low fever and is unconscious. Otherwise, after just accompanying an S-class Alpha through his susceptible period, the latter would already be contemplating the next one. Such words would hardly evoke any warmth. After completing the infusion, the doctor leaves some ointment for Alpha to apply on the man. Naturally, he refrains from excessive contact. Once he has nearly finished attending to the man, Alpha softly inquires how he might thoroughly mark him. The doctor wipes the cold sweat from his forehead, pondering whether the Ji family possesses some genetic heritage requiring the implantation of an artificial gland. Chapter 92. Soul concern. The implantation of an artificial gland is far from simple. Unlike a typical omega, which can autonomously regulate the scent of pheromones, a beta with an implanted gland will indeed exhibit characteristics akin to an omega, yet their physique will be frilier and more delicate, suited only for a life of domestic pampering. Furthermore, the gland is prone to rejection, necessitating prolonged pharmacological intervention. Thus, this would lead to an increasing dependence on Alpha. Ji Yezhou asks, once fully marked, will he no longer be able to part from me? Indeed, the doctor reflects. The current surgical methods are not yet fully developed. The implantation of an artificial gland for beta must consider his individual constitution, requiring extensive preparatory care. Ji Yezhou remains silent. He genuinely desires to mark beta completely. A temporary mark lasts merely 24 hours, despite having accompanied him through a lengthy, susceptible period. Once those 24 hours elapse, the scent belonging to him on beta will inevitably fade. An alpha possesses an inherent and intense possessiveness towards their partner. He recalls the initial conversation when a man mentioned that his criteria for a mate was a beta, for they belong to the same category of individuals. In contrast, alphas and omegas are of another class entirely. Perhaps due to excessive physical exertion, the doctor has also administered a bottle of nutritional supplements to the man. Yet, the low fever lingers obstinately. Perhaps this time, alpha has meticulously planned, wishing for beta to naturally conceive. Indeed, over the past 2 years, Jiang Yubai's emotions have undergone a significant transformation from their initial state. The susceptibility of alpha is indeed difficult to cope with. Perhaps living entails the need for emotional solace. In the past, beta experienced little joy, relying solely on the most primitive means to derive happiness. Time spent with Ji Yezhou seemed to elevate the threshold of his being. What once brought him joy later transformed into an enduring solitude and emptiness. The addiction to certain pursuits is merely a reflection of the pleasure they evoke. Subsequently, beta confined himself to the bookstore, idly preparing dog food for his pet and taking leisurely strolls. On sleepless nights, he would occasionally revisit old photographs. Alternatively, he might unconsciously open a short video app to check on alpha's recent activities. Alpha seldom engaged with such platforms, as if they were incongruous with his lifestyle. He became aware of the app while at work, observing colleagues indulging in distractions. He watched as Alpha expanded his business to numerous locations. Each update was met with fervent comments from admirers, imploring Alpha to bring JY to their cities, lamenting how difficult it was to secure new products online. His registered account was the most basic, devoid of a long string of usernames or profile pictures. The only account he followed was Alpha's. With each new post from Alpha, he would silently tap the heart icon in the upper right corner. Nearly every item in his likes was related to Alpha. Initially, updates were frequent, but as JY found its footing, Alpha's posts dwindled from daily to every 3 days, and eventually to once a week. JY established a dedicated brand account, showcasing various models and business events. Men scrolled through JY's brand account, only clicking on posts featuring Alpha. As time passed, Alpha's appearances grew increasingly rare. Later, from other marketing accounts, he discovered that Alpha had found his destined partner. The realization that Alpha had never been with an Omega left him feeling adrift. This was contrary to his usual understanding. He had never perceived Alpha as inadequate. He simply did not know how to respond. Naturally inarticulate, his years of upbringing had already provided him with the answer. He had long surpassed the age of fanciful dreams. At 30, he dared not fantasize about a lasting relationship with an Alpha. The prevailing environment was unsupportive, and he did not wish to become a hindrance to others' futures. He thought it better to spare Alpha the discomfort of waiting for him to speak. Ji Yezhou reached out to touch the man's forehead. The infusion was nearing its end, yet his forehead was growing increasingly warm. The phone on the bedside table vibrated. He assumed it was work-related, only to find a message from Yu Yan. Yu Yan wished to see him. It was later revealed to Yu Yan that Ji Yezhou was involved with another beta. On that day, Ji Yezhou was blamed for everything, which led to an S-class Alpha displaying no interest in an Omega's pheromones. Even though the compatibility between the Omega and Ji Yezhou was only slightly inferior to that of a destined partner, their son ultimately chose a beta. That evening, Yu Yan remained silent, as if he had always been relegated to a subordinate status since their acquaintance. Originally, Yu Yan was merely the son of Ji's chauffeur. After a tragic accident claimed his father's life, his mother had long abandoned him. The opportunity to attend the finest school in Star City and to lead a relatively stable life was solely due to the protection of the Ji family. He lived like a follower, overshadowed by Ji Yezhou's commands and nurtured under the Ji family's illustrious aura. Yu Yan caressed the alien glands at the nape of his neck, which were never meant for him. How could they ever fully integrate with his body? Upon Ji Yezhou's return from Star City, Ji Xiuqing unleashed his pent-up frustration upon Yu Yan. Having not ventured outside for many years, Yu Yan endured the torment of gland rejection repeatedly. Even with the use of pheromone barrier patches, they often proved ineffective, resulting in him being rarely seen by outsiders. The last meeting place was still at the villa. Jiang Yubai had not yet recovered from his fever, and Ji Yezhou was reluctant to leave. Over the past few days, the assistant had been taking care of Naitang, who appeared considerably happier. Upon seeing Yu Yan enter, Naitang joyfully bounced towards him. Did you raise him together? Yu Yan's voice was soft as he gently stroked Naitang. Ji Yezhou hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and simply nodded. Despite the approach of June, Yu Yan still wore thicker clothing than the average person. If you wish to be with him sincerely, then do not harm him, Yu Yan stated. You know, in Ji Yezhou's mind, Yu Yan had always followed Ji Xiuqing's arrangements. Despite feeling discontented many times with Ji Xiuqing's condescending attitude towards Yu Yan, he ultimately found Yu Yan urging him to avoid conflict with his father. Yu Yan continued, "You often ask me why I frequently go to the hospital, why I cannot leave due to the heat from my glands. Because the glands do not belong to me. The glands do not belong to you?" Ji Yezhou was momentarily taken aback. I was once a beta. Chapter 93. His secret. Ji Yezhou struggled to process Yu Yan's words. After all, he had known since childhood that Yu Yan was an S-class Omega, an exceedingly rare high-level individual. Even at school, classmates could only envy him. Given the high status of his father and Ji Xiuqing, it was inevitable that he would mature into a high-tier individual. However, from his earliest memories, the pheromones emanating from Yu Yan had always smelled like disinfectant. Yet, how could someone who practically lived in the hospital avoid absorbing such scents? During that period, Yu Yan's rejection reactions were particularly severe. Perhaps being treated as an Omega while being a Beta was a punishment for defying the rules. The pheromones released by the glands were beyond his body's control, leading to a gradual decline in his organs' functionality. He had always been cared for by his cousin, as Ji Xiuqing was preoccupied with the company. Witnessing Yu Yan's frail and pallid appearance only exacerbated Ji Xiuqing's impatience. After all, an ordinary Omega would not find themselves in such a predicament, oscillating between illness and hospitalization. At times, even the basic comfort of pheromones eludes him. As a Beta, he has an artificial gland implanted in his nape, a choice he made voluntarily at the outset. He has resided in the Ji family for many years, nearly the same age as Ji Xiuqing, being merely a few months his senior. They attended the same class and returned home together to the Ji residence. Madame Ji, being exceptionally kind, recognized the challenges of his solitary existence and extended considerable assistance. However, Betas are often more susceptible to bullying, and most students in the private school hail from the elite of Star City, an environment ill-suited for him. He is merely the son of the Ji family chauffeur. Fortunate enough to live in the Ji household due to his father's demise, such sentiments circulate rather unflatteringly. Ji Xiuqing typically disregards him at school, seemingly indifferent to the Beta's presence, which culminated in an incident where Yu Yan was cornered in the restroom. When the chauffeur arrived to pick him up, he was drenched, as if he had just emerged from a body of water. Ji Xiuqing regarded him with disdain, tossing him a towel to dry off, admonishing him not to soil the car. However, thereafter, he allowed Yu Yan to accompany him, to spare him from further harassment. From that day forth, he truly became Ji Xiuqing's attendant. Occasionally, he would assist the alpha with minor tasks, resembling more of a personal servant. Perhaps it is human nature to gravitate toward strength. For Ji Xiuqing, it was merely a trivial matter, yet it left a lasting impression on the Beta. Although the Ji family was not as prosperous then as they are now, they still held a respectable position in Star City. Ji Xiuqing was never short of companions, existing as a celestial body surrounded by adoring stars. The first encounter with an alpha's sensitivity period occurred when the Ji family's housekeeper took a 3-day leave due to personal matters. At that time, the household staff was sparse, unlike the later days filled with vigilant bodyguards. Yu Yan, acutely aware of his indebtedness to the Ji family, willingly assumed the responsibilities of the housekeeper, preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Yet, as breakfast time elapsed, Ji Xiuqing remained ensconced in his room. Estimating the hour, he waited until nearly 10 o'clock before carrying the warm breakfast to the alpha's chamber, mindful not to disturb his rest. After a gentle knock, he heard an impatient voice inquire, "What is it?" This marked the alpha's first sensitivity period post-adulthood, at the tender age of 18, an experience shrouded in ambiguity. Naturally, there was no forethought for suppressants. The beta, with a dulled perception of pheromone scents, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. "You haven't had breakfast," Yin ventured, wary of displeasing the alpha, adding, "I've brought it for you. Please eat a little before resting." Perhaps not wishing for the beta to linger outside, the alpha opened the door. Yin intended only to place the sandwich and milk on the bedside table and then depart. However, suddenly, he beheld the alpha's eyes, bloodshot and seemingly devoid of reason, thirsting for something long denied. That night, Yin remained in the alpha's room until the depths of midnight. Even when the aunt returned to the villa and opened the door, it was only Alpha who emerged. It was the beginning of summer after graduation, and the vast villa was solely inhabited by them. Mrs. Ji had gone on a trip, and Ji Xiaocheng's father seldom returned. Originally, Yin had intended to seek a job during the summer break, but he had not yet found the opportunity. Previously, due to his age, no establishment would employ him, and thereafter, he never had the chance to work outside again. After the sensitivity period concluded, Ji Xiaocheng felt that it had been premeditated. As a high-ranking alpha, who would wish to experience their first sensitivity phase with a beta? Alphas are drawn to omegas, and his relationship with Yin was merely an unforeseen incident. However, upon learning of this matter, Mrs. Ji felt a sense of responsibility towards Yin. Consequently, Yin found himself pondering whether he had made a mistake, questioning if he should have taken breakfast to Alpha's room at all. Perhaps he should have waited for Alpha to descend and partake in breakfast on his own. At that time, he simply wished to prevent Alpha from going hungry, especially since he usually had to leave for school by 7 or 8 in the morning. And as an alpha, Ji Xiaocheng naturally could not sleep in late. The Ji family treated him exceedingly well, and he felt an incessant sense of indebtedness. Following such an event, he instinctively attributed the responsibility to himself. Betas lack pheromones and are incapable of soothing alphas effectively. At that time, Ji Medical was experimenting with beta gland implantation, which would allow them to function similarly to omegas post-recovery. However, the technology was still in its infancy. Ji Xiaocheng inquired if Yin would be willing, knowing he could never truly be with a beta. The higher the gland's rank, the more effective its calming influence on alphas. Yet typically, no beta would dare to take such a risk. After Yin underwent gland implantation, he soon entered the heat phase. Due to the rejection reaction from the gland, he was ultimately compelled to drop out of university, becoming confined at home before the tender age of 20. Ji Yezhou became his greatest solace at 20, as if something truly belonging to him had finally emerged, despite him being left with scarcely half of his vitality. Subsequently, Yin's health deteriorated further. He could hardly withstand any interference from unfamiliar alpha pheromones. Yet such circumstances were unavoidable whenever he ventured outside. Even when receiving treatment from doctors, they would first employ pheromone-disrupting sprays to ensure he bore no traces of external pheromones. Even after Ji Yezhou differentiated into an S-grade alpha, their conversations became few and far between. Perhaps it was due to Ji Xiaocheng's sensitivity phase being exploited by a beta that he later felt an urgency to find a suitable omega for Ji Yezhou. Over the years, Yin had lived cautiously within the Ji household, entirely dependent on Ji Xiaocheng. When faced with blame, he could only reflect on where he might have erred. He no longer possessed a sense of individuality. For a long time, he had yearned to work, yet that aspiration had remained unfulfilled. Suddenly, Yin felt an overwhelming fatigue. He finally voiced the secret he had suppressed within for so long.